I'm James Auld, commentator for the British Rental Kart Championship here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. It's the 10th anniversary year and it's going to be the best one yet.
And the final itself. So from that, we'll be getting underway very quickly, and without further ado, let's take a look at the grid. So on the lineup here, we have some real top names coming out to you this morning. They're not yet in the kart, but as I run down the list, we've got round 3, heat 5. Let's have a look. It is going to be Sam Slater's in there, I know. So round 3, heat 6 is what we're after. That's what we're actually doing. It is Nicky Dolan. He's at the top of the entry list here. We've got Michael Weddle, Matt Clark, the young 15-year-old who we saw putting a storm in form us earlier on. We've got Russell Endine, we've got Marco Brem, we've got Sean Brierley, Sam Slater, as I mentioned. We've got Rob Doomer, who we saw doing very well yesterday, Gavin Williams and Mitch Powell. And this is going to be a really good race to kick the morning off with. One thing that is notable is that the track conditions are very often very, very cold. Gives the driver a feeling of it being wet, even though theoretically it shouldn't be raining on an indoor kart track. And so from that, we may see some surprising results. Co-commentator here, Spanners. Spanners, what do you think we've got in store?
I see myself more as a pit lane reporter.
Pit lane reporter's fine.
Yeah, what's that about raining indoors? That's not a serious threat, is it?
No, well, hopefully not, unless the roof's leaking.
No, interesting though, the weather conditions will change actually and evolve as the day goes on, because it's very, very cold down there. Even in summer, they managed to simulate the dead of winter.
Well, what's interesting is, as I came into the building this morning, I was seeing -1 on the thermometer, and that's obviously going to be the temperature of the track as well, isn't it? So -1 is going to be pretty cold.
Don't worry, they make it nice and warm up here for you, James. I'm looking through some of the credits there. You've got Michael Weddle.
Yeah.
I'm a bit upset they haven't got his iRacing credits. He's a Missed Apex iRacing winner, very competitive
Superb.
and fast,
Yeah.
and a very nice guy as well. So
Yeah.
we'll be cheering him on, I think, in the first round as well.
Yeah,
But like I say, Sean Briley there as well. So it's a tough one to kick the day off with, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And people like Russell Endine, who we've seen compete very strongly before, he's got a lot of points to make up. The winner potentially, Sean Briley's going to be wanting to take this one, I think, definitely for the points, because it's getting very tight when you look at the points.
Well, I tell you what, that heat is winnable.
Yeah, somebody's got to win, and it is winnable for Sean Briley.
It's not the heat of death.
No, but there's some savage ones. What about Sam Slater yesterday? He's out in action in this one. He came through from nowhere to take that result yesterday.
I don't think he can pull that trick off every time unless he's got some kind of Harry Potter wizard-style pit tactic.
Well, he won't now, because they will definitely be looking for him, won't they? I think yesterday they didn't see him coming. They were looking at each other. Sean Briley certainly will be worried about Slater, I think. He'll probably see him as a main threat. I would consider that as a main threat. But Rob Doomer as well, the Polish driver, I think will be strong in this one. At the moment, they're down there. We can see out the window. We've got the drivers are doing the kart draw. They're obviously going to be putting the weights in the karts, and then we'll be actually underway. If we look down now, we can see the drivers already actually getting in. Start identifying. Sean Briley's got one nearer the back, so he's going to be a later qualifier. And is that Sam Slater at the very tail? Just trying to have a look. At the back. Yes, it is. It's Sam Slater and Sean Briley are both at the back. They're going to be at the back end of the qualifying lineup there, Spanners. Do you think that'll help them? Make no difference at all.
I don't know. How does the qualifying work here? As long as they find themselves a little bit of space on track to get their lap in, no, I don't think that will affect them. I know that there's a psychological effect, isn't there? They get they've picked out the karts that in their mind are better or worse. It tends to be the ones they had a good result in. They go, well, that's a good car. I want that again. And it's almost a scientifically motivated superstition. Because they think they've identified a trend when really they're just associating it with their own good results. So if they get into the kart they won with in the last time, or they get in a kart, they see Rubens doing really well in, they go, that's a great
That's
car,
the one, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah, and then of course when they do rubbish, it's all the kart's fault. It's never them.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Well, we're looking at them getting in. There's Clark just getting in the bottom corner of the screen. Your man Weddle, we can see him in the predominantly blue suit there. He's jumped aboard his machine.
His machine. Is that
his machine.
Let's call them that.
There's Rob Doomer in there. Sean Briley, Sam Slater towards the back there. The driver just between them. I've got a feeling that might be Nicky Dolan, is it, in the 12? We'll check when the times when we get the confirmation from that. But certainly a few last-minute picks being made and a couple of karts still yet to be got in. The timer's on that little screen. It was interesting yesterday, Spanners, having a look at the little screen on the steering wheel. That's making quite a difference to a few people, from what I'm hearing.
It was such a good feature. I went back and watched it before I went to bed. It was really cool, and it is a fantastic feature, and I can't wait to jump in. I didn't realise they had this just all the time. This isn't a special feature for the races here today. That's just part of the
going to be at Formula
kart.
Fast all the time. So if you're into your indoor karting, you come here to Formula Fast, it does sound as though you're going to have a screen on the steering wheel whenever you turn up.
And it's a good way to get my son into karting, because basically you hand him a screen and that's him occupied for hours. So he'll be delighted with that.
He'll want a camera on it, won't he?
You're going to make me go down to the cold, aren't you? So.
The producer will.
Curse you. Okay, let's go. Scruffy Bear calling the shots from the commentary room.
Okay then, so it looks like everybody's got their kart allocation now, and we're going to be getting ready to head off. Looking down there, that is Matthew Clark. I don't think he's actually in the lead kart though. We've got a couple going out before him. Just looking down to see if we can identify which ones they are. Not really from here, but Russell Endine is going to be up at the front. He's one kart ahead of Clark that we can see in front of us. Track is being ready, the marshals are getting ready. There's Russell Endine there that we're looking at now, and he's going to be the second one out to qualify. I'm sure he's going to feel that he's at a slight disadvantage because he's hitting the track before the others, and it'll be colder. but really it probably won't make a lot of difference. It is very cold down there. It was -1 on the thermometer outside the building. The building does have heating, but you know, it is a large building. It's a difficult one to heat. There's Rob Duma having a big old stretch in the mid pack there, and Sean Briley indicating with Sam Slater. I think he's obviously saying, look, let's see what we can do in this qualifying, try and get the front. You'd have to say on paper that this really would be the likely winner in Sean Briley. It looks like he's having a good old joke there with Sam Slater, obviously feeling quite confident and happy about all of this. Sean Briley, of course, is chasing points at the moment. Sean Briley, if I look down, is, well, I just need to get the screen over as to where the points are. Sam Slater currently is 24th on points. He's the driver at the back in the predominantly green helmet. 24th in points. Semi-finals, you need to be the top 30. So Sam Slater, with that win yesterday, has elevated himself in a position to consider a semi-final place. Obviously, some good points here will help that. And if he has a bad race, it could well turn that around and hinder it badly. So, but certainly Sean Briley would always be considered a contender. You can see Rob Duma there with the yellow and red helmet. He has had some very good results and is wanting to get into the semi-final himself. But Sean Briley, I can't see him really in the top 20 at the moment on the listings. So obviously he has one less heat race. This is halfway through the third round, so many of those at the top will be in a, you know, they've got more points to call on because they have done more races, but this will even things out, if you like. I think Sean Briley's at 20th looking at this. So just getting ready for the scheduled off. The race is due to go out at about 8 o'clock, and it's just over that now, so
I've made it down to the pit lane, James.
So there is Clark. He's in the 16 there. He's not really looking to get through into the semi-final. He has been running near the tail in most of the races. I think really what he's trying to do is build on his experience. He's in a good race to do that. It's going to be quite possible for him to make serious inroads to the midfield. But Matthew Clark is first ever BRKC. He's been competing at a good level so far. But in the British Rental Kart Championship, it's been definitely a case of see what he can do. Spanners, looking down there, Sean Briley's been looking very confident, leaning around and talking with people. This is a good chance for him to get some good points, I think.
I'm just checking you can hear me all right, James?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I'm in the pit lane. I'm having a good look into the steely cold eyes of the gladiators this morning. Weddle's looking focused. Duma is stroking and caressing his cart like it's a chariot about to bring him into battle. Briley looks very relaxed. Slater's looking focused. Yeah, these guys look pumped for the first race. I'm really looking forward to this. I think we're going to have excitement right from the beginning today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one, this. It doesn't have the Boutons in it, it doesn't have the Schottler in it, but it does have Sean Briley, and it does have Sam Slater and Russell Ending too, among others. So they're heading out now. This gets Sunday underway here at the British Rental Kart Championship. And it is Mitch Powell, actually, who's leading the way out there. He's actually carrying a really good pace on this warm-up lap. The kart's coming out. I'm expecting to see a little bit of a slow start pulling away from Sean Briley. Yeah, he's creating quite a bit of a gap there. He's leaving it arguably. Now he's faffing with the seat. That's just giving him more time to have a gap to the kart in front, so it doesn't look like he's hanging back. Sam Slater's gone with him. Sam Slater's very close, but it won't hurt his qualifying attempt. He knows that Sean Briley is very fast. So starting his qualifying lap now is Mitch Powell. Mitch Powell opens up the yes, I can. Okay, so Russell Ending is the second one out to qualify. He will probably be the one who comes in fastest initially, and we will see what happens before we get to Rob Duma and then down to Sean Briley and Sam Slater.
Sam Slater was warming up his tyres. Even in the pit lane, he was trying to get it warmed up. So he looks like he's got the bit between his teeth.
Okay, so we're getting the results in now. We've got Matt Clark. Matt Clark has gone fastest from Russell Ending, Nicky Dolan. This is incredible showing by Matt Clark. Michael Weddle's now quickest. Rob Duma has passed Matt Clark on the timing for the qualifying. And what about Sean Brierley and Sam Slater? We've got Gavin Williams yet to put a time in. And he's gone 7th. What about Sean Brierley? He's gone top. And Sam Slater's gone 2nd. So Sean Brierley qualifies on the pole position for this opening race of the day, followed by Sam Slater, Michael Weddle 3rd, Rob Duma 4th. Matt Clark is now in the top half of the starting lineup. That's the first time he's done that this weekend. A great showing by Matt Clark. And then it's Russell Endine has been pushed down 6th. Nicky Dolan is 7th. Mitch Powell is 8th. Gavin Williams 9th. And Mark O'Brien rounds them out in 10th. So Spanners, Sean Brierley's going to have exactly the opening race he wants, a start from the pole position.
What do you think that Sam Slater and Sean Brierley are going to be working together here? Because they've got the mini driver Michael Weddle behind them. So do you think they'll work together to get away?
I think they'll have to. If they don't, Weddle is going to keep them a bit more honest than they would ideally like. I think they'll work together, pull away for a few laps, and then fight it out for the second half of the race.
I don't think Weddle's scared to go through anyone if he has to. So I think if the top two give him a bit of a gap, he's likely to go for it.
Well, I was talking to Michael Weddle this morning before the start, and he already thinks he's out of the event. So on that basis, this is going to be a shot for glory, isn't it? He's going to be trying to win this thing. And you've got to rate his chances. There's Rob Duma we're looking at on screen, who's behind Michael Weddle. Michael Weddle in the predominantly blue. There is Matt Clark. I'm quite impressed there by Matt Clark, who's starting 5th place. It's by far his best performance.
I've got a prediction for you here early on. Duma to pit in the first 2 laps.
Well, there you go. And we're about to start those first 2 laps now, Spanners, because they're underway. Sean Brierley's bringing them round. There's Sam Slater, and the Michael Weddle is going to be the one to watch in 3rd. What's he going to do about the 2 leaders? So Sean Brierley is now on the throttle, and he's going to start the day from pole position. There he goes. He's into the first corner. There's Sean Brierley. Yellow versus the green of Sam Slater, the 2 main British hopes. But Michael Weddle, one of Scotland's favourites. He races cars up there in the north. He knows Knockhill circuit very well indeed. But Michael Weddle is running 3rd at the moment. This is where he qualified. Sean Brierley is already trying to pull away when he's trying to take Sam Slater with him. Sam Slater won't want to be in the clutches of Michael Weddle because he knows Michael Weddle isn't really looking to make the semi-final. He's just going to have do what he can, and what he can is going to be trying to win this race. Rob Duma's in 4th. Your prediction for an early stopper is still in 4th. He's still out there, Spanners. But of course, he wouldn't have come in this lap anyway, because it's still lap 1, wouldn't it?
Well, actually, he is in a prime position now to be one of those early duck out of the leading group candidates to pit. So it'll be interesting to see if he comes in. I guess it depends on whether he can keep up with Weddle naturally anyway. If he sees himself dropping off, then you can settle in, because there's quite a gap to 5th now.
And to be fair, Spanners, if this was Conor Marsh, he'd be heading for the pit lane in that 4th place, wouldn't he?
I agree, James. He stayed out.
Yeah, and in fact, it's West and Matt Clark. Matt Clark from 5th is coming in.
Now that's an interesting one. So maybe he felt like he was under pressure from behind. He certainly wasn't losing time ahead, but he's just decided to have his own race maybe. And that's good, a good early pit stop to kick the day off nice and smooth.
Yeah, and Matt Clark there coming out of the pits. He did have Russell Endine all over the back of him when he did enter the pit lane there, so he was probably feeling some heat, but he's backed out of that one, and he's our first pit stop. We'll see how that strategy works out. So that's allowed a position up for Russell Endine, Nicky Dolan, Mitch Williams, Gavin Williams and the rest. So around they come, and across the line, another one in the pits.
Yeah, we've got an early roll of the dice here from Gavin Williams. He looks pretty pleased with that stop. And I think we'll call that a 9 out of 10. And he's on his way with a little kiss of the barrier, just for good measure.
Yeah, and he's come out behind Matt Clark. So Matt Clark, with that early pit stop, has already made up a position. Ahead of them are Mitch Powell and Mark O'Brien, who have not pitted. Here's Sean Brierley, and Sean Brierley's already got a couple of karts lead over Sam Slater, who we saw win yesterday. And 3rd place is still Michael Weddle, who's trying to keep Sam Slater really on his front bumper. There's less than a kart distance there, and this is a very good showing by the Scotsman in 3rd. I mean, he is very good. We've seen him at the very top in BRKC before, but that was many years ago when it was a multi-round formula, and Michael Weddle's showing very strong in 3rd place there. Not a million miles away from the leader, early days though it is.
No, he's definitely keeping in touch, but I've just remembered that Michael Weddle did once wipe me out of an iRace, so I rescind my support for him. I'd forgotten about that. I'm still bitter, James.
He probably loved it.
He did, you know, he was gleeful on the Discord chat.
Okay, so The now less than favourite Michael Weddle continues to run third. He does. He's working on Sam Slater, though. Sam Slater has dropped back a little bit from Sean Brierley. You would have to say that Sam Slater's aim would have been to run more with Brierley. Brierley is in this to win, yes, but Michael Weddle is in this for a pure fight this morning, I think, and he's going to want to race everybody he can. He's won a good showing. He's showing very well in that third place, and he really is sticking with Sam Slater. This is not over for Michael Weddle yet. This could be his best race by far in the British Rental Kart Championship for several years now.
And now that you've said it, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. If it does go wrong, you have to take full responsibility for cursing it. But I think that Michael Weddle is Briley's best friend at the moment, because if he starts to put pressure on Sam Slater, we'll see that gap start to open up.
Absolutely, Spanners. He's certainly in a position to give Sam Slater a lot more to think about than just Sean Brierley in front of him. Anything that happens with Michael Weddle, though, is going to be to the advantage of Rob Duma. We've seen Rob Duma winning BRKC races before. It's been a very tough year for everybody, but Duma has been performing very well so far. He's currently in fourth place.
Yeah.
It could be said he's falling away a bit and into the clutches of Russell Ending, but he's still hanging on in there in fourth place, and on the straight at least, the leader is in his sights.
Well, you stole my thunder there. Yeah, Endine is closing in on Duma, so I've got a feeling that front three is now going to disappear. It's a shame for Duma, who was on the back of that front four, but I think now he's got to look backwards now and consolidate that fourth place.
Absolutely, and there they are on screen. Now Russell Endine is following him. So there's Rob Duma, and behind is Russell Endine. Now it's been a while since we've considered the older, Russell Endine from a few years ago, who would be routinely battling for the win. A little bit harder for him these days, and obviously I think he's doing a bit less karting generally these days, but a very good showing. He's looking very strong indeed there, and he's staying with Rob Duma. Another one who we've seen win British Rental Kart Championship races is Russell Endine. He and Duma circulate together. Another one in the pits.
Yeah, we've got Nicky Doolan coming in from near the back of the field. He's going to be struggling to come out in front of in the battle of Matthew Clark, but he's managed it, and that's... Oh, Matthew Clark's back down the inside. That was decisive and vital, because that would have been a place lost for Matthew Clark, who now I think is retaining his net overall fifth place.
Excellent racing there by Matt Clark. Now, one thing in Matt Clark's favour was I don't think Nicky Dolan had seen him, because when Nicky came out the pit lane, instead of hogging the inside into the hairpin, he moved over to the traditional racing line, which without the momentum that you would get accelerating across the line, as in he's just come out the pits, it gave Matt Clark a bit of a speed advantage, and Clark went up the inside. However, Nicky Dolan is back onto it, and he's challenging with Matt Clark. So the nearer the tail, just out of shot, we're looking at Duma and Russell Endine on screen. So this is the Polish driver Rob Duma and the Brit Russell Endine. Slightly out of shot, we've got a big battle brewing up at the back between Matt Clark, Nicky Dolan and Gavin Williams. Really there, Nicky Dolan was the unlucky one, got mugged coming out of the pits there. But Gavin Williams is bringing up the tail, but he has a great deal of success behind him. He was third in the BRKC O Plate, the Summer Championship last year. That's third, and he is the absolutely karting champion for the 90 kilo weight, which is what they're running to here in BRKC. So, you know, Gavin Williams, although he's actually running last on the road, has got success behind him at this kind of competition, and certainly at this weight. But we are looking on screen there at the 13, which is Mitch Powell. Mitch Powell is in a bit of a battle with Marco Brem. Mitch Powell we haven't really seen too much of this weekend, but Mitch Powell was an O-Plate finalist in the BRKC last summer, the Summer Championship, so another one who's shown well. He's running in sixth place at the moment. Nicky Dolan's got ahead of Matt Clark at the back there, just out of a matter of interest, so Nicky Dolan has got the place back that he lost to Matt Clark. In fact, Matt Clark's been bundled back to last, so although it's not showing up on screen yet because they've yet to pass the line, Matt Clark has managed to lose 2 places in a single lap.
And that battle with Endine as well has really come to fruition, as they're now nose to tail with Duma. You were making Russell Endine there sound like a grizzled old veteran, just back in for one more fight.
Well, he is a grizzled old veteran. He probably would consider it he's here for several fights, but time is passing, Spanners, time is passing, and Russell Endine, like all of us, isn't getting any younger, and he's been around a long time now. time was when Russell Endine was one of the predicted front runners. He's running 5th today, which is in the top half, but he hasn't managed to put a win together yet this weekend. But Russell Endine is there with Rob Duma. He's certainly very fast indeed, and there's certainly no question over the man's ability. The standard is so high this weekend.
The standard is crazy, and I was looking at the table after round 2, and there was something ridiculous like 2 points between 30th place and 50th place. So really every single place is going to count.
Yeah, we've been talking about Russell Endine. They're on screen, and actually Russell Endine is pressuring Rob Duma harder and harder and harder. He's right on the tail of the Polish driver. Russell Endine, of course, has won many races in BRKC, particularly when it was a multi-round thing. He also, Spanners, has won the British 24-hour race.
Wow.
That was way back in 2016. So here is Russell Endine pressuring the Polish driver at the end of the backstretch. They're coming round that corner, round back to start another lap. A real nice, tight, close-up view there for those on screen and watching on TV and on the internet.
Well, I'll tell you what, Weddell's fallen back from those front 2 now, so I'm not going to say he's chilling out, but he's certainly got a little bit of space to himself now. So now they've got to start thinking about when it is they're going to do their pit stop. And what we saw in that last race is, the longer you leave it, the more the race dictates to you when you're going to do it and what options you have. So although, you know, initially people were saying, well, just leave it as long as possible, I'm not sure it's as simple as that when you get to this kind of static race.
Well, what's been interesting, Spanners, is we've seen some real early stopping heroes. Someone's coming in. It's Russell Endine.
Yes, Endine. He's decided he'd had enough of tailing Duma, but he's in a little bit of danger of being caught up in the battle here between Mitch Powell and number 20 as well, Marco Brem. So he's behind those 2 on the road now.
And that's not what he wanted to see. He really wouldn't have wanted to see that, because he's actually done something I was going to bring up on that, saying we've seen some strategic early stops, we've seen some strategic late stops, but we haven't seen anyone planning a strategy based around a mid-race stop, and Russell Endine has stopped literally bang in the middle of this race.
Sorry, James, Duma's covering him off. He's seeing if he can get ahead, and I think this is going to work out because Endine got caught up. It's not a given. It's going to be close. He's going to have to hold it on the inside of turn 1.
Absolutely, Spanners, you've read it to perfection. Russell Endine needed to come out ahead of those, as he would consider them, back markers, but you've got one of them in. Is that Brem?
Yeah, Brem's decided to duck out of that battle, and he himself, I think he's going to lose out here. Oh no, commentator's eyes off a bit, comfortably out ahead of Sean Briley, but he's a lap down, so this could interfere with Sean Briley's lead.
Well, multiple championships to his name. Oh, and you've got another, it's Weddell.
Yeah, Weddell's come out into a good gap, so I don't know if he's got team radio or anyone guiding him when to pit, but that was the perfect place to come out.
Yeah, that's been very interesting. We're seeing a whole bunch of people. Oh, and there's another one in the pits.
Yeah, it's Mitch Powell as well. I think he's going to come out behind that pack that we were talking about earlier with Nicky Dolan, and also I think he's in serious danger of interfering with Sean Briley.
He is in serious danger, and there's Brem. Brem has been passed by Briley, and Briley's waving. Waving.
This is a disaster. This is a disaster for Briley, because Sam Slater's just had a serene and easy stop, and he's out into clean air as well. So Briley's got some work to do now. He's not going to be happy.
And being held up, I mean, what could he do? The guy's got to be somewhere. Sean Briley was trying to tackle 2 people at once who were battling with each other. So that could play into Sam Slater's hands, and Sam Slater has had exactly the pit stop he needs to make this work.
He's done it again. He's a wizard.
He has. He's excellent, isn't he? I mean, this is what happens when a driver competes regularly in the foreign championships. They learn to read these situations. That's exactly what happened to Sam Slater yesterday. Nobody saw him coming yesterday, and I think everybody's watching him in this one. There's Sean Briley on screen in the predominantly yellow outfit, yellow and black. Sam Slater is behind. It's really going to come down to Sean Briley's pit stop that dictates the result of this race. Sean Briley's got the speed, Sam Slater's got the speed. Sam Slater had an excellent pit stop on the exact lap that Sean Briley was held up. And so Sam Slater, with that, has certainly closed in any gap that had been building up between them. I think Michael Weddell will be dropping away. Yes, he is. He'd be dropping away a bit from Sam Slater, which was predicted, but maybe, even by his own standards, not as much as it could have been. Michael Weddell certainly isn't being left for dead. He's losing ground to Sam Slater, yes, but it's a very solid-looking third place for Michael Weddell ahead of Rob Duma and Russell Endine.
Did you just call them outfits? That he had a nice outfit? I like that.
I can't remember actually, Spanners, but I may use it in conversation later.
Well, I'd call them coveralls, and I get quite a lot of stick for that, but I think outfits is worse.
Okay, so well, whatever he's wearing, it's predominantly yellow.
A lovely outfit.
Yeah, and it's on the screen now. So his outfit, his coveralls, his overalls, his race suit, however we're going to label it, Sean's wearing it, and it's in the lead at the moment on his body. As they come round the bottom corner there, they're in the later part of the lap there. There's Sean Bradley. You can see he's very serene and smooth. He's catching a battle in front of him. The first one he's going to get to is Matthew Clark. That means it's Gavin Williams and Nicky Dolan who's ahead. Now, they've all been in the pit lane. We can expect some blue flags, but the blue flag is going to occur at certain points on the circuit. There are 3 karts there, and obviously when the marshals flag them, between them they have to know who's actually being flagged at whatever point. Okay, you flag the first one, that one might move in the direction off the line, it's a different direction, the one behind, so Sean Bradley would still be getting held up, even though people were trying to help him out. So there's Sean Bradley, and he's in the pits.
Yeah, he's coming to the pits now. That's well timed because he was about to just catch up with that group that you were talking about. It's the right time to get out, but I'm going to pass this over to you because Sam Slater, I think, is going to take the lead.
He's going to do it. Sam Slater's done it. He's just been able to tuck in front of Sean Bradley. There he is in the green, and there's Sean Bradley in the yellow. And Sam Slater, probably because of Sean Bradley's problem earlier on being held up slightly without intention, has been able to leapfrog in the lead. Sam Slater, very fast. Now he does a number of the international events. He knows how to read these situations, and he's read it to perfection. So Sam Slater has leapfrogged into the lead. Sean Bradley, it was in reality, it was a very inspired pit stop. That's precisely, Spanners, why a driver would stay out as long as they could so that they can use the pit stop to get away from a problem which was 3 back markers in front of him from Sean Bradley's point of view. But unfortunately he's dealing with Sam Slater here, who's actually read it even better than him and pitted earlier, and exact same time as Sean Bradley had the problem. However, Sean Bradley is now going to be in attack mode for sure, and he's going to work on the back of Sam Slater. They are coming down to what could well be, is it Brem and where is it, Mitch Powell? I think Brem and Powell are going to be caught by Sam Slater and Sean Bradley, so this will be very interesting. There they are. So there's Sam Slater, there's Sean Bradley, but ahead of them are the 2 back markers, and they're going to be closing in very soon.
Oh yeah, Sean Bradley was between a rock and a hard place. He needed some more laps to try and get that gap back to Sam Slater, but that pack in front of him was just going to suck away time. I don't think realistically he had a choice. He had to go. But in that melee, as there's an overtake there actually down the back straight from Brem, who's gotten ahead of Mitchell. Mitchell decides to pull over for the leaders. I'm not sure Brem's seen them. He has a glance over his left shoulder, so I think he might be planning letting the leaders through. And Mitchell, if he's smart, will try and follow them through as well. Max Verstappen, Monaco style.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch Powell here, in his battle with Marco Brem, he could well use those leaders as the lever to get past Brem. Now, what's going to be very interesting, I think he's a bit too far back, to be honest, Spanners, looking out the window. But there's Sam Slater. Now, you can see the blue light flashing above. Brem will have seen that. He's letting Sam Slater through, and now he's let Sean Bradley through. So
very good.
Brem and Powell, no issue this time to Sam Slater or Sean Bradley. They've moved out of the way, and so here come the leads across the line. There's Brem and there's Powell. So there actually was Michael Weddle, who's still there third. Okay, so we're hearing there's a kart stopped down the bottom. Right.
Okay, so I was just keeping an eye. We lost track of the Duma battle, but Duma in that melee came in to cover off Endine and successfully did so. The interesting thing is, although he's been driving defensively, Duma, he has actually been driving very aggressively as well and going for it, trying to keep that gap with pace and not just blocking the road. But it does seem to have let Gavin Williams catch up. So now we've got a really interesting 4-way scrap, and I think that's for 4th place.
Yeah, Russell Endine is holding 4th place at the moment on the screen with Rob Duma, Nicky Dolan, and then Gavin Williams. So there it is. So Rob Duma is coming through now. Yeah, and that is Nicky Dolan, Gavin Williams, and Matthew Clark. That's the battle you're talking about, Spanners.
Isn't Duma in 4th? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Duma is in 5th. Endine is in 4th.
Roger.
So that's the battle we're talking about there. Rob Duma, the Polish driver, he is holding down 5th place, but it's Nicky Dolan who's trying to chase him. Gavin Williams there and Matt Clark at the tail of that group of 4. There's Duma now. Can Nicky Dolan close in? Certainly Gavin Williams closed in on Nicky Dolan, and Clark has closed in on the pair of them.
Well, look at that. I mean, Duma's earned that gap, hasn't he, from defending from Endine the whole race so far, and now finally Endine's under some pressure, and Duma can kind of breathe and relax a little tiny bit.
Well, Duma's actually running in front of Nicky Dolan, and that is where the tough action is. Russell Endine is some way up the road. So Duma...
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, there was a bit of a problem going on, and I think Duma lost a whole ton of time. But Duma's actually pulling away again, and Dolan and Williams are at it on the back straight. So Duma has made up quite a lot of time there in just a single lap.
Well,
so,
I blame Nicky Dolan for having also a white race suit like Endine had.
Yes, it's similar coloured suit. Yeah, he even looked over his shoulder and probably thought, hang on a minute, that's still Russell Endine, isn't it? But no, it's Nicky Dolan. Now, Nicky Dolan's fighting a bit more of a rearguard action now over Gavin Williams and Matthew Clark. They're on screen now. It's Dolan who's in the grey and black suit leading that little group. So here comes Rob Duma. He's now sort of pulled himself forward from that group in the red and the yellow helmet. And there is Dolan, there is Williams, there is Clark. And Clark now is making a move on Gavin Williams. It's a bit all action. They're down the field, but no let up in the action. They're fighting over 6th place there, and it's 6th that Nicky Dolan has as they come around the hairpin. There's Nicky Dolan. Gavin Williams has a contact warning. He's in the middle of this Dolan, Williams and Clark scrap, so he's had a warning for his contact. That's him there in the dark suit and dark helmet. And Matt Clark is trying to work on him through the hairpins of the revised section there. Down the backstretch, there's Duma disappearing distance. There's Rob Duma, so you can see the gap he's now created to Nicky Dolan. There's Gavin Williams, who did have a warning over contact, and then he's been followed by Matt Clark in the red suit. But here comes the leader behind them. So the leader, Sam Slater, it's going to be the last lap. So this is surely going to be either the last lap or second to last lap, just because Sam Slater and there is Sean Brolly. They're catching that battling group of Dolan, Williams and Clark. There's Sam Slater. Will they be bringing the checker out on this lap? We'll see. It's going to be very close. They might not. It's done on time, and if we run out of time, yes, I think they're going to be bringing the checker out on this one as that battling group, Dolan, Williams, Clark comes through. But here it is. It's going to be Sam Slater taking his second win of the weekend. Is he? No, they're going to make him do another lap. There's going to be one more lap in it. There wasn't quite enough... they hadn't run out of time with which to bring the checker out. There is one more lap in it, and Sam Slater's going to have to work his way through. He's going to be relying on blue lights, but there's going to be 3 carts. He's got past Matt Clark. He's past Matt Clark. So is Sean Brolly. Clark does everything he can to stay out of the way, and it's cost him dear in terms of being in his battle, but he has got out of the way of the leader, and that has helped Sam Slater because he's not going to catch the 2 in front in the time it takes to get round to the start line. Surely we're looking at a brilliant win here for Sam Slater. His second win of the weekend throws him up the order in points. There's Sam Slater, takes the win from Sean Brolly. Sean Brolly's shaking his head. Sam Slater punch in the air, and doesn't that say it all, Spanners? Brolly feels like he lost it. Sam Slater's delighted he's won it.
That's 2. Is that 2 wins then for Sam Slater?
It's exactly 2 wins. It's a brilliant result there by Sam Slater, and he's really put his year into overdrive, if you like. I don't think he expected to come away with 2 wins. This will really put him in a great position now for a semi-final place, if he can hold on to that. It's a bit early, even with 2 wins, to be talking semi-finals.
I'm going to make eye contact with Sean and see if he wants to come and chat to me. Unlucky Sean, you're going to come and have a word. I think he will. You come and talk to me, Sam, as well. And you can kind of tell when you're going to come and talk to me, and then the look in their eyes is like, maybe. Well, let's see. It's definitely interesting to chat to those 2. The handshake. Look at the emotions between those 2. Sean Brolly actually in despair, having lost that lead. Sam Slater offering a handshake of congratulations. It's always a little hollow when you're the guy who's lost out, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. Sean Brolly and Sam Slater definitely having a good chat down the bottom there. Sean was pointing across the track to the exact place where he got caught up with his back markers. Of course, there's no blue light on that particular corner, and there's only so much looking that people can really do. So it's just one of those things. But Spanners, you're going to get some great interviews down to you in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'll see if I can catch a chat with people and bother them as I'm coming up behind Smith in a very cool green race outfit with the skull of a Native American on the back. Very cool. Hey, Michael, 3rd place. You've got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, quite uneventful, really, just by myself. I'm glad that layout's over and done with. I'm useless at it.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Michael Weddle. Obviously, try and grab the drivers as they're doing their weigh-ins, but we'll move over to the fancy grid where the drivers I've picked out can come and have a chat with me. But it does take a little bit of time for them to shuffle out. Let's see if we can catch a word with Sean. Sean, come and say hello. Look, you did everything right on paper. You can't be too unhappy, can you? Qualified on pole, you got out on a lead, you even carved yourself a little bit of a space in front of Sam.
Yeah, I did. It's disappointing. Lost the race, something a bit out of my control. Two guys battling into turn one. Decided to let me pass on the outside instead of the inside, almost put me in a wall. Lost everything I'd made, and I came out just too far behind to do anything.
I think when you look back, though, you look at your own performance and say, actually, I was pretty competitive out there.
Yeah, I was competitive, but I mean, this championship's it's all about the extra tenth, the extra position, and it's going to matter later on.
I hope to see you later on as well. Thank you very much, Sean. Good race there. But we'll catch up with Sam Slater again. And the grin, unfortunately, might affect the lens on the camera because Sam Slater is looking pretty pleased and happy with himself. He's done it again from the pits. Sam, come and have a word. But the debrief is still going on if you have a little look there. Still clearly Sean not happy with that, feeling aggrieved. You have to say he did everything he could. And he was desperately unlucky to get caught up in that battle. Come over here, Sam. Sam, you're a wizard. You've done it again.
Yeah, I'm over the moon with that. That was brilliant. I never thought I'd beat Sean a couple of years ago. He was the one I was looking up to get faster. I saw the opportunity to pit when he was stuck behind the back marker. I was actually surprised that he didn't pit. So I took advantage of it. My pit stop was flawless. I thought I was going to get a yellow light. I left it so tight, but it was all or nothing, and I wanted that win. I needed that win.
Was that all on you, the pit stop?
Yeah, that was one on the pit stop, I think so. Yeah.
No, I mean, did you make that decision to pit there and then?
Yes, yeah, because this early in the morning, no one's here to support me, so...
So I think for the rest of the day now, when people see the green of Sam Slater pitting, they're going to start panicking because you've pulled it off twice now.
Yeah, actually, a couple of years ago in the semi-finals, I gained 3 places in a pit stop. So, yeah, seems to be my strong point. So,
congratulations, you get another shiny. There you go, congratulations. Well done. Tactical masterclass from Sam Slater. And I think for the rest of the tournament, when Sam Slater pits, pay attention.
Yes, absolutely, Spanners. Okay, so we're on heat number 7 now of the 3rd round. We've just got one more round to go after this of 10 races. This is the 7th of the 3rd round. And in this race, well, it's going to be another interesting one. Heading the entries here is Greg Smith, another one of the AOA Racing team drivers. We've just seen Matthew Clark out there earlier on. Dwayne Stoddart is in it. Mariusz Nowicki, Matt Barsh. He was 5th overall here a couple of years ago. We've got the world champion, Michael Schottler. Michael Schottler, the world champion, is in this race. So is Matthew Stark, the 15-year-old. Regis Goslan, Jamie Henderson, who you heard talking on the live stream yesterday and the TV coverage. He was helping with the commentary yesterday. Jamie Henderson went out and bagged an incredible 3rd place then in one of the races. Lucas Neroda and Eliana De Vos. So this is going to be quite a tough race indeed. And they head out to start the qualifying. It's Lucas Neroda, brother of Patrick, who's leading the way there to begin the qualifying runs here. So we're going to see the world champion in action now as there's Matt Barsh crossing the line to start his qualifying run, and they're all just peeling out of the pit lane and onto the track. So the first one to actually set a time is going to be Lucas Neroda. He's been followed by the world champion Michael Schottler, the German. He took the title last summer over in the USA. The World Championship does move around the world. It's a week and a weekend of racing, and obviously being a World Championship, it does have to move around in various countries. It's in Portugal this year, and of course Michael Schottler will be defending that title at the championship, but now he's starting his championship celebration year, if you like, here in Britain with the BRKC. He's the 2nd one in the lineup, and we'll see what happens when the times come in. So, we're going to be starting that qualifying run now. And the times are going to be coming in. Here we are. It's Neroda who sets the time, but what will Schottler do? Will Schottler go fastest? Yes, he does. Michael Schottler is topping the table there as the times are coming in. There's Greg Smith. Dwayne Stoddart. Can anyone challenge Michael Schottler, though? The world champion. Matt Barsh is 2nd. Matt Barsh is 2nd. Matthew Stark is 3rd. Regis Ghostland has moved to second, but so far it's still the world champion, Michael Schottler, in the lead. He's going to start from pole position, is he? Mariusz Nowitzki and Eliana Ross is in sixth. So it is Michael Schottler who will start from pole position in this race. He's going to be followed by Regis Ghostland and Matt Barsh, and Jamie Henderson is into fourth. Incredible run there by Jamie Henderson and Matt Stark, the 15-year-old, in fifth place. He's been followed by another youngster, Eliana De Vos. Eliana De Vos won the Polish Junior Championship last year. Mariusz Nowitzki there is in 7th place, Lucas Naroda is 8th, Dwayne Stoddart 9th, and Greg Smith is going to be bringing up the tail in 10th place there. So we're looking on screen there, that's the 26 to the right of the picture there. That is Regis Ghostland, the Belgian driver, many years in karting at the very highest level of indoor and rental karting indeed. Regis Ghostland spent the last 3 years actually on 2 wheels in motocross in Belgium, very major sport in Belgium is motocross, and now he's moving back to 4 wheels. Going to be racing in the World Championship again this year is Regis Ghostland, but it is the current world champion Michael Schottler that leads them round to take the start. Schottler keeping it really slow, really slow. Now he's starting to accelerate. He's building up the speed. He's taking them across the line and the race is on. So Michael Schottler leads the way from the Belgian Regis Ghostland, with Matt Barsh from Poland in 3rd place. And then Jamie Henderson holding down 4th place behind Barsh. Henderson's got Stark and De Vos after him, and here they come through the revised section. This will be the final time, because when we move into the round 4 set of 10 races, it's going to be on the original layout with the snail section. So here comes Michael Schottler. He's got a good lead on the opening lap, and there's Regis Ghostland. There's Matt Barsh working on the back of Regis Ghostland already, and a little bit of a gap to Jamie Henderson. Spanners, it's been a good start, and it's the world champion who leads the way.
Yeah, it's not a good start from everyone. I mean, Henderson was actually unlucky before the final hairpin on that start, got kind of into a little shoving match and ended up pulling a gap, and it's amazing how that little gap can suddenly change your race, because now he's defending and he's kind of already started to lose touch with the front 3.
Yeah, the one he's lost touch to is Matt Barsh, and that's not somebody you can really give time away to. Meantime, here comes the world champion, Michael Schottler, to put another lap into the books in the lead. Ghostland, Barsh, and then Henderson with that gap that you were talking about, Spanners. Maybe Henderson can close in a little bit, because he started to pull away from the cart behind him in 5th. And there's the world champion through the hairpins and out towards the backstretch. There's Michael Schottler, there's Regis Ghostland and Matt Barsh. So Schottler down the backstretch, there he is. And there's Ghostland, there's Barsh, there's Henderson that we were talking about, and then 5th place Matthew Stark. So another lap in the lead for the world champion, and it's looking pretty convincing as we speak. He's looking very strong out there.
Yeah, Schottler's, that is some scary pace actually, to pull away from those two. That is looking ominous as well. At the back there's a reasonable battle as well. Greg Smith, he's actually losing a little bit of touch with Stoddart there, who's keeping a pretty consistent pace.
Yeah, Lucas Naroda is 3rd from back. He's the one they're trying to chase down, but there's Dwayne Stoddart and Greg Smith. But now up at the front there, that's the 2nd place Regis Ghostland and the 3rd place Matt Barsh. An increasing lead by Michael Schottler, and Michael Schottler is not only in the lead, he's also fastest on the track on times. He's currently the fastest on track in this race. That's bad news for Regis Ghostland and Matt Barsh, who may well be forced into simply fighting over 2nd. Jamie Henderson's actually closing in on the pair ahead though. Jamie Henderson is moving forward. He's not the quickest in the race, reference Schottler, but he is 2nd fastest in the race, and he's closing in on the 2 ahead.
I think Barsh is the man in danger here. He's going to be looking at Schottler and going, ooh, I probably,
Barsh is
yeah,
in.
There we go. He's probably looking at Schottler thinking, I can do better on my own, and he's absolutely gone for it, standing up out of the cart, and number 12, Nowicki, has followed him in. They've not affected each other, and Barsh is away. I think that's as good as he could have hoped for. A good stop as well for Nowicki, and I was looking at that gap from Barsh and Schottler increasing, and it did look like it was almost a no-brainer really for Barsh to give it a roll of the dice.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling that he is quicker than Regis Ghostland, but not really fast enough to make an overtaking move. Meantime, Schottler comes through in the lead, and there is Ghostland 2nd, and then it's Jamie Henderson who's running in 3rd. Jamie Henderson now, having been trying to close in on Barsh, is now trying to close in on Ghostland. A pit stop.
Yeah, we've got Naroda coming in the 17 car. He's not happy because he was slightly hesitant getting away. He could have gambled a little bit earlier. I think he's beating himself up over nothing, but he's out cleanly. That's the important thing.
Absolutely, and the shaking of the head seems to be the order of the day in the pits this weekend, doesn't it, Spanners?
Yeah.
Nearly everybody seems to be, oh no, in the pit lane, but they're all doing all right.
And that was over nothing. It was that he didn't quite get on the gas as early as he could have done.
Yeah, it felt like he was sat there for half an hour when he's in the kart though, right?
Yeah.
Now, Matt Barsh, this is interesting because Matt Barsh is closing in on the two at the back, which are Greg Smith and Dwayne Stoddart. Yes, there's been some pit stops. Yes, there are people behind them. But the real tail of the field is Stoddart and Smith, and they're being caught by Matt Barsh. Now, up ahead, there's Jamie Henderson that we're looking at. He's trying to close in on Regis Ghostland for second place. Schottler is crossing the line now, then it's Ghostland, then it's Henderson that we're looking at on screen. There's Jamie Henderson. And there's Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh has got ahead of Greg Smith and he's chasing Stoddart.
That was very polite from Smith. I think he looked behind him. He's seen that
Smith's coming in.
Yeah, he's seen that not only is one of the race leaders coming through, but he also knew in his head that he was going to pit, and he's been incredibly gracious to make sure he doesn't interfere with Barsh's race. But if I was Grosland and I was looking at second, I think I might have come in by now.
Well, yes, it would be doing the same thing as those around to try and maintain the status quo, really, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that would be what would happen with Ghostland. Obviously, Matt Barsh is having to work his way through other karts. Now, what could help Greg Smith, who we saw in the pits, is if Stoddart loses time. But Stoddart's coming in now.
Yeah.
And those who follow more the tail end of the field will need to view this in terms of what's going to happen with Greg Smith.
I think Stoddart was smart there to come in. I don't know if he's got communications to the pits, but he was not going to have a better chance to hold his lead. He would have seen that Greg Smith lost loads and loads of time letting Barsh through, and that battle can resume now for 9th place.
Yeah, and Greg Smith has lost time really on Stoddart, to be fair. There's Matt Barsh we're back with, as he's going down the back stretch. He's on his own, and that's crucial in his battle with Regis Ghostland. Matt Barsh has made a pit stop, so now he's free to just set those lap times. Regis Ghostland, who he was battling with over second, has not stopped. And Matt Barsh, the whole point of his pit stop is to create this gap with which he can actually drive faster than Ghostland and sort of leapfrog him when Ghostland comes in the pits. Matt Barsh, in terms of lap time, well, let's have a look.
He was slightly held up on that lap with behind Stoddart, but it was still a 33. Dead.
It was, but it does show up. Ghostland did get a 10th on him there. These little things do add up. It's minuscule though they see at the time. But here's Matt Barsh, a great view of the Polish driver there as they run through. There he is across the start line. There's Jamie Henderson. They're back to Matt Barsh. Now, Jamie Henderson, he will be worried about Matt Barsh's pace because Henderson's really got the bit between his teeth this weekend. He's running in third at the moment on track. There's Barsh again. And Barsh's times, well...
Same.
Yeah, there's this. He's still 33.0. There's Regis Ghostland crossing the line, so we'll check what his lap is. 32.9. Yeah, it's not working out for Barsh at the moment. He does need to find some pace. It is working out for Jamie Henderson, though, because he's running very quick indeed, although a 33.1 on that last lap was not really what he's looking for. Schottler, meantime, the world champion, has set a new record for this race. He's the fastest on the track.
Oh, by some way as well. Yeah, he's 32.7, so yeah, he's pulling away, making it look very comfortable, isn't he?
Yeah, the kind of time that no one can match down there at the moment. The German crossing the line now. He is the world champion, and this is why. There's Regis Ghostland with the 26 on his helmet. Ghostland, a very distinctive European style, head tilted in, shoulders leaning out to just break the grip of the inside rear wheel of the kart, help the thing rotate in the corners. There's Ghostland. It's a great view of the European lean out style. As you can see, unlike what you'd expect, Ghostland is not leaning inwards, he's leaning outwards, and that's, as I say, very distinctive continental style. There's Regis Ghostland, a great close-up view of the Belgian ace.
Ghostland looks like he's... Sorry, James, beg your pardon.
Go for it.
Ghostland just looks like he's pushing hard. He's a lot more busy in the car. The karts are moving, whereas Barsh looking a lot more static and planted. But at the moment, it is Ghostland that's making the gap, and I don't think it's looking good for the leap unless something happens up front, some backmarker intervention.
Yeah, Ghostland, one of those drivers who really does visually work that kart, as we could see in that great close-up through the hairpins there. Ghostland, you could see a very smooth, fluid style, but an awful lot of body movement. More in the style of a motorcyclist, you could say. Not the same movements as a motorcyclist, but a lot of body work going on compared to what you would consider with a car driver who's literally just moving his head.
I don't know, motorbikes are witchcraft. Don't talk to me about those, James. They should fall down. They lean over.
While you're talking, we've got a great view on screen of what I was talking about with Regis Ghoslan. You could really see working one side, then the other, the body movements, the upper body movement in the cart, trying to help the cart rotate in the corner. Very smooth, very stylish action there by Regis Ghoslan.
So we've got Schottler coming through that back marker battle between Smith and Stoddard as well, so we'll see if he's held up at all. I don't think it's going to make any difference. I'm going to call it, James. He's quite good at go-karts.
Schottler, well, yes, he is. He's very good. He's good enough to become the world champion, even.
Yep.
So
that's very insightful of me.
The one he's been followed by Regis Ghoslan is the one we're seeing on screen at the moment. And Ghoslan really doesn't have an answer, with the best will in the world, doesn't have an answer to Schottler. He's got an answer to everyone else in this race except the leader, Schottler. So really, you'd have to say this is Schottler's race. Schottler's now got ahead of Dwayne Stoddart, but it is Ghoslan who's closing in on Greg Smith. Greg Smith waves him through. Now, looking at that, here's Eliana de Vos in the pit.
Yeah, that's de Vos coming in, concentrating like it was a maths quiz. That was a precision pit stop.
Yeah, a really good showing there by the Dutch youngster. Now, what's interesting though, we've been talking about Schottler being fantastic. We've been talking about Ghoslan probably having settled for second. But when you look at it on track, when you're looking across the line and stuff, Ghoslan is very close. He's only 3 seconds behind the German world champion there. So actually, looking out the window, looking at the track, if we get a bit of a view here, we're looking at Eliana de Vos there on track. He's in the mid pack there, being chased by Maris Nowitzki.
So
yeah, go for it, Spanners.
I just don't think Ghoslan's settling for second. I don't think that's quite right. I think he's actually having to fight for it.
He's fighting, but in reality, I think he's fighting to keep ahead of Matt Barsh.
Yes, correct. That's what I'm saying.
They're out of sync with each other because of pit stops, but in Regis Ghoslan trying to do his best to stay away from Matt Barsh when he makes his pit stop, he's actually doing a great job of sticking with Schottler. He's keeping the gap at around 3 seconds.
We've got Stark coming into the pits. Aggressive snap of the brakes and skidding. Gets himself away. A little bob up and down in the seat to make himself feel better. That was a good stop.
Yeah, good stop there by Stark. He, again, is another one who is new to the idea of a pit stop in a race. So let's have a look. At the front is Michael Schottler, the world champion. The one we're looking at now, Regis Ghoslan, the Belgian, is the one in second place. That's Stoddart behind him, and Stoddart is running 9th. He's a lap down on Ghoslan, who's in front of him. And then it's Jamie Henderson. Matt Barsh, despite having made the pit stop, has come through to 4th place now, and he is the highest placed of those who have made a pit stop. Spanners, we're only looking at the top 3 now to be making a stop. That's Schottler, Ghoslan and Henderson, and they are running to 1, 2, 3, not because that's where they've ended up because of everyone coming in the pits, but that's where they were anyway.
Yeah, Henderson did well to hang on to that 4th place.
Henderson's been doing great, hasn't he? I mean, he's 7.9 seconds behind the world champion Schottler. Now we're looking at the German. This is Michael Schottler. This is the style of the reigning world champion. As you can see, he's not leaning quite so much as Regis Ghoslan was in the corners, and a very, very cool, calm, collected, more in the Matt Barsh style, who we've got listed in 4th place at the moment. But there's Michael Schottler, the German, crossing the line again. He's got a 3-second, nearly 4-second lead now over Regis Ghoslan. This is the style that makes you a world champion that we're looking at here. This is the reigning world champion, Michael Schottler, in picture now.
I've attempted some maths, and I think Matty Barsh is going to fall short of trying to do his overtake in the pits. I think he's looking like around 12 seconds, certainly more than 10 to 2nd place.
Absolutely, Regis Ghoslan has done what he needed to do. He's been keeping some very, very fast laps going. A big string of very fast laps by Regis Ghoslan there in 2nd. Matt Barsh pitted out away from him, for those viewers who are new to this. He came in the pits to be able to get some clear space. He believed he was faster than Ghoslan when he was running 3rd, so he went into the pits to create some space for himself to set those times and effectively leapfrog Regis Ghoslan. But that's not how it's worked out. Regis Ghoslan has been able to maintain a very high speed, and Ghoslan, it does look like, has secured his 2nd place. Possibly not able to make inroads on the leader, but certainly it done enough to do the next best thing, which is 2nd.
If you want to look at the tactics of it, some tactical masterclasses here. Barsh wasn't being like actively held up. They weren't nose to tail, but he psychologically felt that if he went into the pit, he's in control then. He's made that positive move. But perhaps in reality, it's just let Grosjean off the hook a little bit. Not Grosjean, sorry. Because he's not had to go defensive. So what Bosch did, in effect, was free him up to go and set these lap times.
I think that's exactly what's happened, Spanners. Ghostland, without any kind of pressure, really. He's been seeing Schottler in front of him, but not in the challenging position, so he's not trying to fight him. He's seen Henderson behind him, but again, not in the challenging position, so hasn't had to defend him, and that has freed the Belgian, Regis Ghostland, to be able to lay down this string of incredible laps, which is exactly what he needs to do to stay ahead of Matt Bosch. We normally work on the basis of 10 seconds for a pit stop, and at the moment, Ghostland's got 12 in hand, so it does look very good for the Belgian in second place. Matt Bosch, of course, we're feeling, well, that's kind of one that got away a little bit. The strategy didn't work out. But Henderson could be coming into this mix, and we'll see if he can actually maintain that third place. At the moment, no, it doesn't look like he will, but a few more laps later, and we may see a change there.
Scrappy from Smith at the back there as he lets Bosch through. He was berating himself a lap ago as well, so I don't think he's very happy with his performance at the back.
Now, we're looking on screen at a very tight battle there for fifth place between Eliana de Vos in the predominantly black and grey and Marius Nowitzki with the green on his overalls and the white helmet. And well, in the pits is the world champion. Yeah,
it's the race leader as well, taking a very serene pit stop. He has got a big comfortable buffer, so he didn't need to take any risks. It wasn't aggressive, it was cool and calm, back out in the lead.
Incredibly laid back looking, isn't he? Really no pressure at all for Michael Schottler. Regis Ghostland has taken the lead now. He's the one of two who are yet to stop, the other one being Jamie Henderson. So Regis Ghostland is leaving it very late to make a stop. Then we're looking on screen at Eliana de Vos and Marius Nowitzki, and they are possibly going to be joined by Matt Stark, because Matt Stark is closing in on this pair that's on screen now. So there's Eliana de Vos, and there is Marius Nowitzki with Stark in shot in blue and the white helmet behind. So Regis Ghostland is not taken to the pits yet. There's de Vos, there is Nowitzki, and there is Matt Stark. We've got close by Matt Stark. There he is working his way through. 15 years of age is Stark, and he's showing very well. 15? Yeah, very well. He's only 15 years old.
Oh, I hate it when young people are good at stuff.
Well, he's actually up against a bunch of other young people, because Eliana de Vos won the Polish Junior Champion. He's a Dutchman, but he won Polish Junior Championship last year. So another youngster as well. So very junior battle going on here. And down the back straight they go. There, Eliana de Vos really being very defensive there. The inside line to block everyone out. As Brad Philpott called it, white lining. There's Matt Stark. He's caught up with that battle of de Vos and Nowitzki, and following him across the line there. He's now in contention with those, and may, at this rate, be able to pass them both and get up to fifth place. De Vos, Nowitzki, Stark. And Stark, wow, it's all a question of whether Nowitzki is aware that Stark is pushing him along, and he's moving to the outside. Stark's gone to the outside. Can he make it work? Not quite, not quite. He's now gone to the inside. Really aggressive moves there. It's not really anything that's going to work, but at least he's trying. That's the best thing he can do, and it'll certainly rattle Nowitzki. Nowitzki is no doubt that he's there now. Nowitzki's the sandwich in this, is the meat in this particular sandwich. And Nowitzki looking over his shoulder at Stark. He's aware he's there. Stark's taking the regular line, and that gives him the options and trying to get some momentum to make the pass. Spanners, Henderson in.
Yeah, Henderson's come into the pits. He shook his head even before he made the decision to accelerate away. They are so on the limit with these pit stops, taking them very seriously.
Yeah, he's come out ahead of Greg Smith, and that's going to be interesting, because I think generally when the front runners have been coming out of the pits, they've been coming out behind Greg Smith, as we've seen. So obviously Greg Smith may be losing a little bit of time there, but certainly Henderson coming out ahead is good. But here's Ghostland.
Yeah, it's pits. Second place man Grosland's come in. Matty Bosch is coming round the final hairpin now. It's not going to be enough for Bosch.
No, there's Bosch coming into shot. We saw on screen. There's Ghostland, and there is Bosch. Now, Matt Bosch made the early pit stop from third place. He was hoping to leapfrog Ghostland, Regis Ghostland there, but it clearly hasn't happened. A string of ballistically fast laps by the Belgian Regis Ghostland is what's kept him ahead of the Polish driver, who we're looking at now with the yellow. So on screen, there's Regis Ghostland, and there is Matt Bosch. So Ghostland leads Bosch. as they come into the end part of the lap. There's Matt Barsh, much more sort of upright style than Ghostland, who really does move around in that kart. You can see him leaning outwards to break the grip of the inside rear wheel, allows him to rotate the corner.
So I suspect it might just have been a very slight miscalculation from Barsh in that early running. He's looked ahead at Schottler at the head and gone, that's my target, and he's getting away. Had he known in retrospect that it was a battle for second place, he would have wanted to put the pressure on Groslin instead, because he'd let Groslin get ahead now and ended up in a net third. But you have to admire that he was going for first in this race. That's what he was looking at.
Yes, it was his best option to try and leapfrog everybody, but that was discounting the level that Michael Schottler's working to this weekend. Michael Schottler is leading the way. There's just over a minute to go. We're looking at Regis Ghostland and Matt Barsh on screen. So this is the battle for second place. Now, Matt Barsh, although he did lose out in his pit stop strategy, he's certainly come out in sight of Regis Ghostland, and he's trying to close that gap in. He won't have any back markers ahead. No, there's no one between them. There's Michael Schottler leading the way, and there's a 6-second clear space of air to Ghostland, who's second, and then third Barsh. Henderson has maintained fourth place though, Spanners. It's looking good for him.
Hang on, I'm just posing with race organiser Phil Park, but he's put his back
So
on.
we're looking on screen there at Regis Ghostland, and Regis Ghostland is, well, the gap's been brought down. It was about 2 seconds, it's now down to 1 second. Matt Barsh is creeping up on Regis Ghostland. Surely he's not going to have time. We think the checker flag is going to be out at the end of this lap, and the leader has taken the lap, and across the line to start the final lap there is Regis Ghostland, followed by Matt Barsh. Jamie Henderson's the next one we're looking at over the start line. He's crossed it now, so Schottler leads, and this is the battle for second place. There's Jamie Henderson just gone past the camera, and he's been followed by Dwayne Stoddart, who's running 9th from the lap down. That's Matt Barsh in third place, chasing down Regis Ghostland. There's not going to be time, but here comes the world champion, and the world champion, and they've got another lap to go still.
Yeah,
they're on the last lap. There's the world champion, Michael Schottler, and then following him will be Regis Ghostland, Matt Barsh.
Yeah, Barsh must be
There's
thinking...
Henderson. Here's the world champion, Michael Schottler. He's leading the way, he's fastest on the track, he's got the best lap in this race. So Michael Schottler, the German, he won the World Championship. It was held in the USA last summer, and this man here, Michael Schottler, took the title, and he's trying to take the British Championship. He's going to take the win. Here's the checker flag, and Schottler wins. The world champion, Michael Schottler, wins. Regis Ghostland's going to come through any second, being chased down by Matt Barsh. And there is Ghostland, there's Barsh. Barsh closer than ever, but not enough to challenge Ghostland for second. Jamie Henderson, surely he's going to be incredible fourth place. He's going to be the next one through. I'm expecting him through. There is Henderson. Henderson takes it. There's Stoddart a lap down. And Eliana de Vos, Marius Nowitzki, there they are. And where is Matt Stark? He's lost a bit of time there, Matt Stark. He crossed the line. He was a little bit closer early on. There's Greg Smith taking 10th. And there's Lucas Naroda, who's actually in 8th place. Greg Smith a lap down, of course. So, what an incredible race. Spanners, over to you in the pits.
Yeah, this is one of those examples where my karting friends who tell me that it doesn't always have to be wheel to wheel to be amazing racing. Sometimes the battle is against the lap times, and Barsh took himself out of that initial wheel-to-wheel battle, but still had a race-long fight with Groslin there, and Groslin just ended up on top. Very, very interesting to see what Matty Barsh decided to do early on in the race. Clearly seeing Schottler go away hurt him, and he immediately reacted to that, going for the win. I think in truth though, Schottler had that from start to finish. There was nothing Barsh could do, and I think he was chasing shadows to some extent. But
Spanners, can I just give you some information?
Yes.
We might help you if you do get to speak to Schottler. This is Schottler's first win of this weekend. He's actually been second twice. He lost to one Gerber, then he lost to the other Gerb, and now he's taken the win without any Gerb in the same race.
You'll have to help me up from out there as well to make sure that Schottler doesn't get past me. There's a lot of black race suits, but there he is. There's the race winner and the world champion. You're going to come and chat to me? He's looking tired. At least it's good to know that he had to put some effort in to take that win. Michael, a fantastic win there. Well done. Congratulations. Your first win of the weekend, but you've kind of stamped your mark now. Everyone can see what you can really, really do.
Sorry?
Sorry, everyone can see what you can do there. The pace was frightening.
Yes, really. Yesterday was a hard day for me. 2 tough groups, maybe not the very strongest karts, And yes, today perfect start in the day. Maybe one of the best karts, and I'm feeling very, very strong.
Yeah, a race like that, you weren't really looking behind you at all. You were constantly looking forward. How are you finding the track conditions? Quite cold this morning.
It's for me too cold, but for my driving style, it's good. Yes.
Let's see if the shine from this shiny medal for a heat win can keep you warm as well. Well done, Michael. A frightening performance there to tell everybody that the world champion is in business. I was hoping to catch up with Matty Barsh as well, but everybody's gotten away from me. So look forward to the next heat. Back up to you, James.
Okay, so it's heat number 8 of round 3, and let's have a look. So in this race we've got Cedric Wouters, Adrian Ziziewski, Matt West, Bjorn Vermeulen, Ramon Pinero, Brad Philpott, Conor Marsh, Bradley Shepherd, Giovanni Baccelleri and Joe Hamblett. Now this is going to be a very interesting race. They're about to head out to start the qualifying. Really got to look at a lead battle between maybe Philpott, Pinero, Marsh, possibly Baccelleri, possibly Cedric Wouters. We saw him win earlier on, and of course don't forget Conor. Well, I mentioned Conor Marsh, but Brad Shepherd as well. Brad Shepherd is a contender here, and so it's going to be a very tough one indeed. So they're heading out to start the qualifying. Matt West is the one who's leading the way here. He's first one out to qualify, followed by Bjorn Vermeulen, Ramon Pinero and Baccelleri. So really we're going to see some very quick times early on. Some of the people who are maybe contenders for the win are among the first to get out there and qualify. Bjorn Vermeulen certainly is the second one out on the track, followed by Ramon Pinero. We know he can win, and Giovanni Baccelleri, he's another one who can win, and they're third and fourth for setting the qualifying time. They're third and fourth in the run here. So they're starting their qualifying laps. They've already done their warm-up lap. Everyone crossing the line to begin that all-important flying lap. Cedric Wouters is going to be the one who puts his time in last, and he could end up being first. Anyway, here we are. It's Matt West. Matt West crossing line, and he's gone fastest. Bjorn Vermeulen is now fastest. Ramon Pinero has taken it from Vermeulen. Baccelleri has taken first place from Pinero. Ziziewski is into fourth. Philpott is into fourth now. Joe Hamblett has secured 8th, Conor Marsh is 6th, and Bradley Shepherd 8th, and Cedric Wouters has gone through to 4th. So Giovanni Baccelleri is going to be starting from first place, from Ramon Pinero, Bjorn Vermeulen, Cedric Wouters, Brad Philpott, and Conor Marsh down there in 7th place. Spanners, surely we're going to see one of Conor Marsh's now trademark early stops. He's starting from 7th, and this really is asking for an early race stop, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to do something. I think this lead pack's going to be very competitive. Really interesting there, talking to Michael Schottler. There's a mentality with the drivers. They will always pick out the tiny differences in karts, but I have to say a massive hats off to Formula Fast here. This is some of the best kart parity we've seen in a competition for rental karts. Did you say every single kart had won a heat so far?
Yeah, every single kart's won a heat, and Formula Fast tried to get them within 0.2 of a second, certainly. And what is very interesting, of course, at this level, with everyone driving so perfectly, any little difference in the kart would show up immediately. So it's incredible that the karts are this close. Right, now they're being brought round. It's Giovanni Baccelleri who's going to take the start here. He's leading the way, and he's got Ramon Pinero with him, Bjorn Vermeulen following him. Pinero definitely need points from this as well, so you can expect some aggressive moves from the Barcelona driver as Pinero maintains that second place. Baccelleri leads, Pinero, Vermeulen, Wouters, Philpott, and the rest follow suit. So Baccelleri through the hairpins. He's holding a bit of a middle line, Spanners. I know you can't see from there, but Baccelleri is definitely aware that Pinero is going to be trying something as soon as possible.
It's a really good pole position here from Baccelleri, not taking anything away from him, but he'll be delighted with that, and the fact that he's holding the lead as well.
He will, because from his point of view, he's got a lot of dangerous people behind him. Okay, Ruben Boutens isn't in it, Michael Schottler isn't in it, but there are certainly a lot of good people are, because Vermeulen, Pinero, Wouters, Philpott, they're all in there, and so's Adrian Zajewski. Conor Marsh is also going to be a threat in any race. Matt West, he was first out to qualify, he's in 8th, and Bradley Shepherd 9th, and Bradley Shepherd has won the BRKC O-Plate before, so this is not a slow driver, and he's down in 9th, and Joe Hamlet 10th.
It doesn't feel like anyone's being completely lost, does it? Certainly the top 5, 6, 7 all have a chance of staying with that front group for
Keep
now.
your eye on Conor Marsh in as predicted.
You called it. Conor Marsh comes into the pits. Yeah, timed that perfectly. So I'm tense because it's such an important pit stop. I think the most important thing is to get out cleanly there, which he has done. So now he's on his own. What's his thinking then? What's he planning? What's he hoping?
He won't know this, but Pinero has taken the lead. Bachelari and Philpott's making a move. Philpott, no, it's not Philpott, it's Vermeulen has lost a place to Wouters. So Ramon Pinero has taken the lead from Giovanni Bachelari during this pit stop, and another one in, it's Vermeulen.
So Vermeulen, did he get the jump on Philpott as well and then immediately come into the pits? That's an interesting pit stop. And then as well, number 16, Bradley Shepherd has followed him in. Everybody through cleanly, but where do they come out in relation to Marsh?
Well, Marsh has got Shepherd, but he hasn't got Vermeulen, so crucially from Marsh's point of view, I think Marsh was probably hoping he'd have a little bit longer on his own. Conor Marsh is sort of like the hero of the early pit stop this weekend. We're looking at the back of Conor Marsh there. He's got the green flashes on his race suit, and he's chasing down Bjorn Vermeulen ahead. Now this is at the back of the field. You've got another one in the pits.
Yeah, I think the Vermeulen stop has made Philpott try and cover him off quickly. It's an aggressive stop. I think he's nailed it. He's done as well as he possibly could, and he's out ahead of Marsh.
Yeah, Brad Philpott's come out behind Bjorn Vermeulen, but with Conor Marsh. Now, everybody has seen Marsh's moves yesterday, so people are really, willing to make that early stop. Marsh has sort of made it his trademark, if you like, for this weekend. I think the entire world was expecting a lap 2 pit stop by Conor Marsh, but the others have done so, and they've kind of blocked him out a little bit. Although Conor Marsh, it has to be said, it has worked for him because he's closer to Vermeulen and Philpott than he was when he was running 7th. Yeah,
I mean, Vermeulen, I was surprised with the stop because he was making progress up the field and he had no one in front of him, having made the move stick on Philpott. So now I think this group is going to need to move forward as one to try and hope to still be in the mix come the end of the race.
Absolutely right. We've got Ramon Pinero racing away in the lead from Giovanni Bachelari. It's very close to the top 3 with Cedric Wouters. We've been looking now down in the tail of the field with those who have made their pit stop. They're running near the tail, but they're not slow. It's Bjorn Vermeulen, it's Brad Philpott, it's Conor Marsh. Now, Brad Philpott is coming under increasing pressure from Conor Marsh. Bjorn Vermeulen is leading that trio. They're making it difficult in the sense that when any one of the leaders comes into pits now, they run the risk of coming out in that tight battle. So this is actually a little bit harder for the leaders because they'll come out in the middle of a tight battle of very worthy competitors.
So I think the wrinkle is that the leaders are close enough to each other to really be affecting each other, whereas Marsh, Philpott and Vermeulen have got a little bit of space to put the lap times in.
Yes, they have. So while some of the leads, we're looking at that lead group now. There's Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver from Barcelona. There's Giovanni Bachelari, and there's Cedric Wouters. Bachelari and Wouters certainly may feel that they are faster. Question is, are they fast enough to risk a pit stop and risk ending up in the middle of the Vermeulen-Philpott-Marsh battle?
I think Philpott will look back at that tape on the early scuffle and feel slightly aggrieved that he was going for the lap time. He didn't want to start white lining, and Vermeulen's gone for that punt, which has thrown them out of sync with the leaders. So there'll be a little bit of frustration there, but I think they do have an opportunity to get back into the mix here.
Absolutely. We're looking at the lead battle there, which is Ramon Pinero, Cedric Wouters, with in the middle of them Giovanni Bachelari. So there's Pinero, Bachelari and Wouters. They're really absolutely nose to tail. Look at the style of these drivers. Very similar styles on track, and they're running first, second and third. Bachelari is the one in the middle there with the Barcelona driver, Ramon Pinero up the front, and there's Cedric Wouters in the white helmet in third. Now that gap there is Adrian Zajewski, and he's been followed by Matt West and Joe Hamlet, who moved up into 5th and 6th respectively. Of those who've made the pit stoppers are being led by Bjorn Vermeulen, followed by Brad Philpott and Conor Marsh, as we watch the leaders come down with Bradley Shepherd at the back in 10th. There's Adrian Zajewski, so he kind of has the lead group in his sights when they're on the straight. Obviously, the gap between Tajewski that we're seeing and Wouters, who's the third of the lead group, is where this lot would be, who we're looking at now. And when I say this lot, that group's opened up a bit. Bjorn Vermeulen seems to have stretched out something of a gap over the one we're looking at, Brad Philpott, and there behind him, Conor Marsh. Conor Marsh, as we say yesterday, very much the hero of the opening lap or early pit stop. Hasn't quite worked out for him this time in the same way, although it has to be said he's a lot closer to Brad Philpott than he was.
So it'd be interesting to see if any of the team dynamics come into play as they come in together. So Ramon Pinheiro ended round 2 in 30th place. Bradley Philpott just 2 points behind in 50th place.
Yeah, that's going to be very important. It's the top. And Philpott giving this sign,
yes,
saying, work with me, work with me.
Yeah.
He wants Conor Marsh to not challenge him. Brad Philpott obviously feels he has the speed if he can just have a clear run to get to Bjorn Vermeulen. Philpott may actually feel that the reason that Vermeulen has pulled away is because they're battling each other behind. So Conor Marsh seems to have responded to that. He's taken the heat away from Brad Philpott.
We've got Waters coming in now. Now we're going to see a little bit more whether that lead group was able to get away and whether he comes ahead of Vermeulen. And I think he is going to. So that's answered some questions about where those two groups are relative to each other.
And Bjorn Vermeulen must be worried a little bit about Philpott and Marsh behind him, because as he came up, Wouters was coming out the pits and Bjorn Vermeulen gave him the kind of wave that says, go, 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 because he was suggesting that maybe he wasn't going to actually challenge him. He just wanted Wouters to just go for it, not try and worry about defending the position coming out of the pits, because if he did, they'd fall straight into the clutches of Philpott and Conor Marsh followers. That's Bjorn Vermeulen we're looking at, with Cedric Wouters in front.
I don't think Wouters needed the encouragement, but I get the sentiment. I think Wouters was going for it anyway.
Yeah, I think the point that Vermeulen was trying to make was, just go, I'm not going to fight. He didn't want Wouters defending. That was the key thing, and that clearly it would have been a disaster, because he'd been right back in the clutches of Philpott and Marsh. It would have been a four-way fight. Great for us, bad for them.
So Pinheiro's got to be a little bit careful, because now we've seen the gap of Wouters coming out. It shows you that Vermeulen is right on the back of that front three. So if they mess with themselves at the front, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Bjorn Vermeulen going for the Conor Marsh style strategy. Probably the one who's made the biggest gain here. He's certainly all over the back of Cedric Wouters, and we knew that Cedric Wouters came in the pits from being all over the back of the second place Bachelari and the leader Pinheiro. So certainly Bjorn Vermeulen is looking very good in this race indeed. There we are looking at Vermeulen chasing down Wouters. Wouters in the white helmet. There is Brad Philpott. There is Conor Marsh. They fall away. There's Bjorn Vermeulen we're looking at now, with the red and black on his helmet, chasing down Cedric Wouters. He did urge him on coming out the pits. Bjorn Vermeulen clearly saw that Wouters was going to come out ahead, and he just didn't want Wouters feeling that he had to get defensive. It was clearly all about speed rather than raciness at that point for Bjorn Vermeulen. So we're looking at Cedric Wouters working his way round, followed by the Belgian Bjorn Vermeulen. So Wouters turns in, Vermeulen turns in. Here's Brad Philpott in the distance behind. There's a few carts behind them. There's Bjorn Vermeulen.
I think
round in the final corner.
I think Bachelari's being smart. He's not forcing Pinheiro to go defensive. There's that kind of foot of gap between them, so they can both go fast. I think he's going to understand that pressure's got to come after the pit stops, because right now they've got to work as a unit.
Absolutely. The battle behind is probably too intense for these guys to be losing time. They're staying out. Pinheiro's leading the way, content to set the times. Pinheiro's very fast. The fastest lap in this race, though, so far, would you believe, it's Bjorn Vermeulen. And so it's going to be very tight when these two leaders make the pit stop. We're looking at Philpott and Conor Marsh, but the two in front, there's Bjorn Vermeulen just gone out of view. He is the one who's fastest out on the track at the moment. There's Philpott. There is Marsh, and there's Wouters, there's Vermeulen. Vermeulen, the second of these two drivers, is the one who's fastest in this race. Now, Wouters is in front of him. Obviously, he's in sixth place because of the pit stop situation. When the pit stops have all cycled through, we would expect Wouters to be third, but the pace they're holding down, it could well be that Wouters actually ends up second or even first, because Pinheiro and Bachelari are not able to rest easy. Bachelari seems to have read it and has taken the heat away from Pinheiro, although he's running absolutely right in his tail. He's certainly not trying to challenge him.
No.
Making challenges is what costs time, and that's exactly how those two leaders, Pinheiro and Bachelari, would lose the race at this stage. So, very intelligent driving going down across the across the board here. It'd be so tempting. Oh, Baccelari.
Yeah, Baccelari's decided to roll the dice now. Like you say, he has been very smart up till now, but oh my goodness, look at that.
He's lost the place. He's lost the place. He's lost it to Wouters. He's almost lost it to Vermeulen. But Baccelari has pitted out second place, and he's lost the place to Cedric Wouters. And in fact, he's losing it to Vermeulen. Vermeulen going through. Baccelari bundled out the way, and Cedric Wouters has taken the position from Baccelari, so has Bjorn Vermeulen. Bjorn Vermeulen fastest on the track, and now has got ahead of Baccelari, who was second. This bodes this bodes a very ill wind for the race leader Ramon Pinheiro, because Baccelari, who's been bundled back behind Vermeulen and Cedric Wouters following his pit stop, was actually on the back of Pinheiro, and so Pinheiro is going to be in exactly the same position, which may not be first place.
Well, did Baccelari do enough there with coming out and causing that ruckus? Did he do enough to give Pinheiro a bit of breathing space?
That's a very good point, Spanners. Possibly yes, because there was a ruckus. Possibly no, because Wouters had him pretty clean before the hairpin. So he may and he may not have. We've just got to see what happens. Let's look at the 10-second rule. The 10-second rule basically is what we're considering how long it takes for someone to come in and out of the pit. And at the moment, it's bang on 10 seconds, the gap for back to Wouters. No, it's 9.8. Cedric Wouters has possibly even made up a little bit of a gain. In fact, he's running faster than Pinheiro, so Pinheiro is under pressure. He's in the pit.
Here we go, and that inside line could prove crucial. I don't think Pinheiro could have timed that any better. This is going to be nail-bitingly close.
Here comes Wouters. Wouters has done it. He's done it. He's passed Pinheiro for the lead. Coming out of the pits, Ramon Pinheiro has been passed by Cedric Wouters. Bjorn Vermeulen moves up to what will be a nominal third place. We've got Adrian Suzuki in the lead. He's yet to pit. Would you believe it, Spanners? There's still over 7.5 minutes to go.
Really?
Yeah, there's a long way in this race, and Adrian Suzuki is in the lead. He's well clear of those others. He's got 3 seconds. Now, Cedric Wouters hasn't made a pit stop. He's crossing the line now. Sorry, Cedric Wouters has. Adrian Suzuki hasn't made a pit stop. Cedric Wouters will assume the lead when Suzuki comes in. There's Wouters, there's Pinheiro, there's Vermeulen, there's Baccelari, that's Philpott, and there's Conor Marsh. So this is an almighty first place battle right the way down to what will be 6th place. Now, Adrian Suzuki, Philpott has been passed by Conor Marsh. And Philpott comes back. Philpott gets position back. He bundles Marsh out of the way. So for a couple of corners there, Marsh was ahead of Philpott. Now getting pretty racy down the backstretch. Defending strong. Of course, at this point though, maybe Philpott won't be too happy about that, because he is trying to close in on the lead quartet, or what will be the lead quartet.
Very interesting, because Philpott basically asked Conor Marsh for some patience it all shuffled out, and to see if they could make it up to the front group, and that patience wasn't rewarded. So I wondered when Marsh was going to decide it was time to pull the trigger. So now I think that is the stop, that is the end of the battle for Philpott to get back up. He's going to have to be defensive to hold on to that 5th place now.
Clearly, if there was a deal, it's now off. So Conor Marsh laying down his intentions that he kind of got a little bit bored sat behind Philpott. He knows that Philpott's not going to take him to the front, and therefore he tried to make the pass there. Having tried to work with Philpott, not challenging him so as they don't lose speed, he then felt that he actually wasn't benefiting from this. And in fact, you can see from the whole the sort of Kart language, if you like, from Conor Marsh there in view, that he's run out of patience.
Yeah, the contract's broken, isn't it? And then you can see the Kart language change.
Yeah, talking of Kart language, Cedric Wouters extended his lead. He's somehow pulled away. Something's gone on behind. So here's Cedric Wouters on screen, and there's the gap to second. So that's quite a big gap now, 2 seconds. There's Ramon Pinheiro, closely followed by Bjorn Vermeulen, Giovanni Baccelari. But Cedric Wouters is pulling away in the lead here. There he is in the white helmet. So Cedric Wouters has got arguably the most comfortable lead we've seen of anyone. There's Adrian Suzuki up in the front though. He is leading the race, albeit without having made a pit stop. 5 minutes to go. Cedric Wouters continues in second because Adrian Suzuki has not pitted. He's leaving it very late, Adrian Suzuki. Now if he came in now, he would probably come out just behind Conor Marsh, and that will put him 7th.
Vermeulen was giving permission to the Kart in front there, saying, look, I'm not going to attack you, we're losing touch with the Kart in front of you.
Yeah, Bjorn Vermeulen obviously trusting Ramon Pinheiro, the Spanish driver. It's his best chance to get to the front is to follow Pinheiro rather than to fight. Very intelligent driving is what's needed in indoor karting. You just can't just go for it and hunt at people everywhere and jump on every passing move you can make. You have to work it out in your head as well. Here's Cedric Wouters, he's running very fast. The only way that Vermeulen and Baccelleri could even think about winning this race now is if they can follow Pinero to the front and then take the win from there. So they can't really go just randomly fighting with Ramon Pinero. So here's Adrian Zajewski, he's in the lead. There's Cedric Wouters in second. Zajewski hasn't pitted yet, so Cedric Wouters really has a lot of time up on the person, Zajewski, who is currently in the way. Now there's the important part of it. There's Ramon Pinero, and Ramon Pinero is being trusted by Bjorn Vermeulen and Giovanni Baccelleri right now to go to the front. Like we saw with Conor Marsh, that patience may be wearing thin fairly soon, those spanners, with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I've got a real feeling that battle for second place isn't finished yet. Just there's a threat bubbling up, and like you say, that pact can only last so long. I think we've got enough time for one of them to make a move.
Yeah, and I think the one who's going to run out of patience first, to be honest, will probably be Giovanni Baccelleri. Conor Marsh making a bit of trying an outside pass on Brad Philpott. Hasn't worked, but you can just see on the screen there. So there's Wouters, and there's a bigger gap now to Pinero, Vermeulen and Baccelleri. So with your two behind Pinero, seeing that gap extending, that patience will become correspondingly thinner. So now, sorry, Spanish.
You're just looking at Baccelleri and his race as it's panned out. So starting out in pole, was fighting for second, thought he'd made the killer move for first, ended up back in fourth place out of that kerfuffle. And if you look at the sort of the law of sunk losses, he may feel like he's on tilt, if you want to quote poker. So he seems like the one who's going to make the do or die move, if anyone.
Yeah, Baccelleri is probably going to be the one who feels he's the loser in this situation, so he'll be under more pressure to get to front. There he is, getting pretty racy in the tail of this three-way fight. That's Ramon Pinero in ahead of there, and there is Bjorn Vermeulen, and that's the one, Baccelleri. So Bacelleri's trying the outside move. He's the only one on what would be the normal racing line there, and looking to capitalise on anything that might occur. But I think Bjorn Vermeulen and Baccelleri will run out of patience. Zajewski in.
So the on-track leader there, he's coming to the pits, but he's going to come out and just behind Conor Marsh, I think. Oh, he's hit Philpott.
Yes, he has. Philpott's got in front, though. Philpott's got in front. Zajewski is now ahead of Conor Marsh, but behind Brad Philpott. So Brad Philpott made up an important place there. And really, Zajewski was doing very well indeed, because he should have come out behind Conor Marsh, but somehow managed to put some great laps in there before his pit stop, and that's got him ahead of the Englishman, the number 13. So, fairly inspired there by Zajewski. Yes, it's a bit further down the order, but he's lucky not to be 7th, he's actually 6th. Now there's Pinero, there's Bjorn Vermeulen with Giovanni Baccelleri behind them, and it's been very important for Vermeulen to follow Pinero, but really Pinero's not helping them now in their pursuit of Wouters. Wouters is the big gain here. He was way further down the grid than that, and he's leapfrogged an awful lot of drivers, including Baccelleri, who's getting pretty racy down the backstretch. So here's Ramon Pinero, there's Bjorn Vermeulen, absolutely nose to tail these guys, and Giovanni Baccelleri in that 3rd place in the group, but it is 4th overall. And then there's Brad Philpott, Adrian Zajewski and Conor Marsh, and they're not actually that far behind that lead group that's following Wouters.
What's the gap?
It's about 3 seconds, Philpott to Baccelleri.
I think if Pinero had not been ahead in the standings of Philpott, there might be a temptation from Squad Furio to get their man to back up the pack. But I don't think it's going to happen now, because I think Pinero's got an outside chance of being well placed in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Pinero, although it appears that he will be holding those up behind, he's actually still running fast. I don't think they can actually challenge him, albeit they do appear to be all over him. Certainly Philpott is doing everything he can to close down that gap there to Baccelleri, and that will just keep getting closer if this trio ahead start fighting each other. So Pinero, with a hugely patient Bjorn Vermeulen behind him, and the slightly less patient Giovanni Baccelleri, and there's Philpott, Zajewski and Marsh group, and they're trying to close in on this trio ahead. So there's the Pinero group, and there's the gap, and there's the Philpott group.
I don't think we're going to have enough time to see that close, but yeah, it is a lot closer than it first appeared, now that it's all shaken out. When that pit battle happened with Philpott just holding his place there was a telltale pump of the head. I think he was delighted to hold on to that position and not lose out.
Oh, absolutely, and it really has been actually a tough race here. Cedric Wouters has come out amazingly with a huge lead. He's done really well, and he's not even the fastest in this race. That honour goes to Bjorn Vermeulen. Bjorn Vermeulen, who we see caught stuck in the middle of a group of trio there. He's actually quickest, but Cedric Wouters, despite the furious competition behind him, has seemed to pull out one of the biggest leads we've seen in the whole championship. So it's the final lap now. Oh, and through on Philpott has gone Adrian Zuzki. Philpott's fighting against Conor Marsh there. They're side by side, and Philpott has managed to maintain the position. They're on the last lap, and checker flag has gone out. It's Cedric Wouters who wins, but here comes Ramon Pinheiro. Ramon Pinheiro in for second place. Can he do it? Yes, he can. And Vermeulen third, Baccelleri fourth, and it is Zuzki, Philpott, Marsh, and there is Matt West really close behind Conor Marsh, Joe Hamblett, and it'll be Bradley Shepherd bringing up the rear. There he is. But Cedric Wouters, what a win. Incredible performance there by Cedric Wouters, the Belgian, and really that was a race of aces, and he ended up being the most ace of them all with a massive lead in what was just tight battles all the way. When Cedric Wouters was before the pit stops, Cedric Wouters was certainly not looking like winning with this kind of margin, Spanners.
No, certainly not. And let's see if we can get a word with Ramon as well. I'll just give him a shout. Yeah, I don't think before the pit stops we'd have quite have called it like that. It looked like Baccelero had the aggression. It looked like he had the pace in that battle for the front two. And then maybe, it's easy to say afterwards, isn't it? Did he roll the dice too early for that pit stop?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Conor Marsh has sort of set the tone for these early stops, but everyone else sort of seemed to look at him and do the same thing.
You think you know what the drivers look like until we get into the pits, and I'm looking for Ramon to make sure we get a chat with him as well, and obviously we want to chat with the race winner too. It might be tell you what, I'll grab a quick one from, see if I can grab a quick one from Baccelleri. No, he's helmet on, walking away. Hang on, let's see if I can grab a quick word with him while the leaders are... I felt when they're weighing in, I don't want to accidentally like step on their scales and get them disqualified. Producer in my ear saying very kind things, but I most certainly would affect those weigh scales. Very interesting battle there. Before the pit stop, I don't think anybody could honestly say they were gonna have called that result. And I think I think Pinheiro actually will be happy with that to come out of it in second place. There was certainly an element of lottery, and yeah, it is Baccelero who will be least happy. And let's see if we can catch a word with Walters. You come over and chat with me. Hey, I tell you what, great race, congratulations. But before the pit stop, were you seeing a race win?
Not really. I made some mistakes again in my hot lap, and I knew that I had to take some risk with the strategy. But I knew that I felt that I was a little bit quicker than the top two, so I just made a gamble, and yeah, it worked out perfectly. Took a lot of risk with my pit stop, but in the end, paid off.
Big confidence booster. That was a competitive field. To come out on top, you must be buzzing.
Yeah, I mean, I knew this was one of the tougher heats I have, and yeah, to win this one is really a mental boost for sure.
It's not just pride you get. This is worth, I think it's worth £1,000. No, it's not, but it is worth a shiny one. Well done, Walters, fantastic. Good race win for you there. Let's see if we can catch him on. I saw him lurking. Did he get away? Let's see if it. Emotions running high from the Squadro Furio. Second place though. You were running 30th in the championship before that round. It's a handy result.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking for the win. Fortunately, we messed up the strategy. Should have pitted a couple of laps earlier, and I should have came out in front of Cedric and then just closed the door all the way because everyone has pitted already. So the win was in the bag, and I just threw away. So but that's how it is in Formula Fast sometimes, you know.
You have to take some positives with how well you controlled that group for second place, with Vermeulen behind you putting pressure on.
Well, I mean, to be honest, in this kart track, if you shut the door properly, there's no way they're going to gain. I mean, that's why the pit stop's in, just to spice up a little bit things. But when everyone's pitted already and you're in front, you just close the door and then that's it. You know, I know that it's not very pleasant to sit at the back of someone blocking, but I mean, it's what I had to do to finish second and take the points. But I mean, next race is probably my toughest heat with Edouard, Lewis Manley, Sean Briley, So it's going to be a tough one. I mean, if I could get a result in this one, why not in the next one?
Absolutely fantastic, Ramon. Good luck going forward in that tournament. Let's see. Have we got time? Have we got time up in the booth to speak to people?
Probably.
That's fantastic. I'm glad we've got time because we've got Vermeulen looking quite emotional. Hey, I know emotions running high. You were in that tight pack. I think you were urging Ramon on, weren't you, to try and catch Voltes to close the gap?
Yeah, so I did my pit stop early because I wanted to get out of the heat. I know I was faster. I was driving consistent, fast lap times. After that, Cedric passed me with the pit stop. He's my teammate, so we drove for the championship. If I wanted, I could have passed him, but I didn't. It's for the team. Then after that, Giovanni pitted. I passed him 2 turns behind after that. Ramon pitted, came in front of me. And he started blocking and brake testing after the turn and driving 1 second too slow. I mean, I passed Giovanni. I drove the ideal line. I let the doors open. Giovanni didn't pass me. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's clean. But, well, that's the championship, I guess. But I lost a few points because of that.
Very strong words from Vermeulen, but you've got to be happy you were in that position because of a great move on Philpott on the opening part of the race.
Yeah, but still, I'm a bit...
You go rest and relax. Are still good at 3rd place. Go get yourself a cup of tea. Very strong words there from Vermeulen. Passions running high now as we get to the real business end of BRKC. Back up to you, James. I don't think it's going to get any calmer and nicer from here.
Yes, they do, Spanners, and I think Bjorn Vermeulen there, he probably needed you to give him a hug, to be honest, didn't he?
You know, I was tempted, but I was thinking of the show reel. I don't think that would go down too well.
But certainly a very honest interview with Ramon Pinheiro. Ramon did everything. I mean, he drove like he had to, didn't he?
I mean, they're not happy unless
to get second.
They're not happy unless they get first, and then you know, gold painted champagne.
Exactly that. Spanners, it's shaping up to be a cracking BRKC this year, as expected. It's definitely living up to this 10th year hype, that's for sure. We're really at the business end, as you said, and we're coming towards the end of the round 3 set of heats. This is the final couple of heats to come now for round 3, heat 9, heat 10, and these are the last couple of races that we're going to see on the revised layout. Now, interestingly, we're going to be seeing some people we haven't seen since probably yesterday afternoon. In this race, we've got Guillermo van Pamelen, Matt Box, Marcel Hollink, Selena Balnega, Josh Nye, Gary Jones, Sam Spinell, Remy Drazga, Michael Seaborn and Mehdi El Gisa. And this is going to be a very, very tough heat indeed. They're going out to qualify now. Guillermo van Pamelen, Selena Balnega, Sam Spinell, Remy Drazga, these are all potential winners. The winner could even come from outside that, such as Marcel Hollink. We've seen a great performance by him. It looks like it's Selena Balnega who's going to be first one to start the qualifying lap. Yeah, she's on her qualifying lap now, the multiple ladies world champion, and she's won twice already this weekend, looking to make it 3 out of 3. A huge amount of points. Certainly, a win in this heat race would definitely instantly make a potential for the final. It's way too early to talk in such tones, but certainly we're looking good for a final place and definitely take the pressure off that. So here we come, and Selena Balnega is going to be across the line to complete her qualifying run. So she goes fastest, yes. Can anyone challenge? Spinell is second, still Balnega in the first place. Matt Box is third. Remy Drazga goes to second now. Mehdi El Gisa goes to fourth. Gary Jones is to sixth. Marcel Hollink has moved up to fourth. Michael Seaborn in fourth now. Josh Nye, and what about Guillermo van Pamelen? Does he go first or second? No, he's only sixth. Guillermo van Pamelen is only sixth. He's, oh gosh, that's going to be a surprise to him and his many supporters. He's a very popular driver, not only here in the UK, but definitely out in Europe. And there's going to be a lot of people watching the TV coverage and the live stream. Very, very surprised to see Guillermo van Pamelen. Not such a surprise at all is to see Selena Balnega taking the pole position here. She's going to be starting from the first place, and that's exactly what she needs. There's going to be a bit of a question mark over one of the carts, the 20. That's Mehdi El Jisa. Mehdi El Jisa, he's really having to fight hard to secure a semi-final place. Part of the Blue Star Racing team, Spanner. So, you know, a serious competitor is Mehdi El Jisa. There in the 20. There's been some question marks, and I wonder if we're looking at a possible change of car. We're looking at the back of the lineup there. There's Gary Jones. You can see his name clearly on his suit there. He's been around, one of the British hopes for a long time. That's Marcel Hollink to his left, slightly ahead of him. We saw Hollink move through, was originally 4th place, but actually got pushed down to 7th at the end. Sam Spinell is right up at the front with the big yellow S on the side of his helmet, and you can just about see the Union Jack flag on the top there. Sam Spinell has a joint Belgian and British nationality. He races as a Brit, but to talk to him, he sounds like a Belgian. And he's going to be taking 3rd place. It's Remy Drazga, and Remy Drazga, the organizer of the Polish Indoor Kart Championship, which takes place in April. So if anyone here fancies racing in the Polish Championship just like this, but obviously in Poland, in Szczecin, Remy Drazga is the man to talk to, and he is here at the event. Although, as I said yesterday, you might have a job talking to him about it, because he is sat in a kart taking a 2nd place start as we speak. So Gary Jones there is going to be pulling up the rear. You can see, looking further ahead, a couple further ahead, you can see on the back there, Guillermo Van Pamelen. Van Pamelen will be absolutely distraught really with that 6th place start. He's given himself an awful lot of work to do. But it is the Dutch racer, Selena Balnega, 5 times ladies champion, including last year, and she's going to take the start. She's accelerating now across the line, and Balnega takes the start, followed by Remy Drazga, followed by Sam Spinell. Now, Selena Balnega had to, one of her wins yesterday came against Ruben Boutens, who passed her, and she repassed an almighty move at the end of the back straight, which they're heading towards now. This is arguably, from her point of view, going to be a slightly easier race. So this is the race you really need to check out. Helping her no end is the fact that Guillermo Van Pamelen, who on paper might be regarded as the closest challenger, is mired in the midfield. Will we see an early pit stop, Spanners, by Guillermo Van Pamelen?
Yeah, no, super surprised, to see him in the pits, to see him back there, but not surprised to see him on the tail of Josh Nye, because you're right, he is going to find himself in a position now where he's losing time. If he's just had a bad qualifying, but still has the pace, he's in the wrong position now, so an early pit stop, you know, it might seem good for his fans.
Yeah, and Guillermo Van Pamelen, well, if Conor Marsh was on the pit wall for him, we know what he'd be saying. Selena Balnega crosses the line now, and in fact Guillermo Van Pamelen stays out in the race. He's working on the back of Josh Nye. Josh Nye has a gap in front of him, so the suggestion could be made that Guillermo Van Pamelen may feel a bit held up by Josh Nye, in which case that is lending itself to a pit stop.
Okay.
Marcel Hollink is working on the back of Guillermo Van Pamelen. Van Pamelen does need to get ahead of Nye as soon as he can. Nye is actually sort of staying more or less in contention. He's got Michael Seaborn in front of him, albeit there's a bit of a gap. Seaborn is running on his own in that very credible 4th place. And in the pits.
In the pits comes number 13, Hollink. A good stop for him, but I'm just looking at that gap at the front. Like oh no. Oh, that's not gone well. It's a valid stop, but he's misjudged it, and he was stopped for a couple of tenths of a second, which, as we know, is a disaster for these drivers.
Absolutely right. Marcel Hollink was looking to make up some places. He was looking like he was going to be starting 4th, but got pushed down the order. Selena Balnega, meantime, we can see on screen the Dutch lady. She has won 5 times the World Ladies Championship and showing really well here. She's pulling away now from Remy Drazga and Sam Spinell. They're not going to be showing any signs of coming in. It looks already like Selena Balnega is going to check out and win this one. Remy Drazga, he's maybe already settled for 2nd. Sam Spinell would like to get past him, I'm sure, but the eyes are going to be on really Guillermo Van Pamelen. Behind him, Marcel Hollink lost patience and pitted. To be honest with you, that's what I was expecting Van Pamelen to do. We'll see if he does it this time. So the leaders are coming through across the line. We're seeing them on screen. What will Van Pamelen do? Will he pit? No, he doesn't. No, I'm very surprised to see this, to be fair, Spanners.
Well, he's not as close as we thought he was going to be. So, like, he is between sort of half a kart length and a kart length behind. He's not at that crucial point where he's having to make Josh go really defensive. the argument might have been, if he'd have got a place ahead of Josh, he would have been able to go, well, I've saved my tactical pit stop. But actually, now the opposite has happened. Since he's not being held up, is he gaining anything from a pit stop?
Yeah, that is interesting, because Marcel Hollink, who did come into the pits, was right behind Guillermo van Pamelen, who we're looking at now on screen, and so he was in the same boat, if you like. His answer to the problem was to come in the pits, and Guillermo van Pamelen's answer is clearly not to go in the pits. However, van Pamelen, following Josh Nee, is going to be coming under increasing pressure from Mehdi El Gisa. Mehdi El Gisa is getting closer to the what is he? The Dutchman, that's right, Van Pamelen, and Josh Nee continues in front there. So Van Pamelen stays behind me. So sorry, Nye. Van Pamelen doesn't pit again. Spanners, I think Van Pamelen's content to run there with Josh Nye and see what this pulls out.
Yeah, it looks like it's genuine. He's genuinely there on pace and not being held up. But it's interesting to see Drazga really looking behind him now to Spinell. So do you think Drazga's now gone, well, this is a fight for second? And I don't think that's... Oh, he's lost the place.
Yeah, Van Pamelen's made a move on Josh Nye, and Josh Nye's waving, but Van Pamelen's made a move, and Josh Nye is coming under massive pressure now from Mehdi El Gisa. Mehdi El Gisa is now the next one in line behind Nye. Nye's defending as best he can, but Van Pamelen is already slightly pulling away.
Spinell's through as well, though, James, as well.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Well, good spot there, Spanners. Two change of place on the same lap, and two, it has to be said, very important change of place on the same lap.
Yeah, that was coming from Spinell, but yeah, so Drazga had kind of gambled on holding that second place, and that, I guess that's his early race plan out the window for now.
Absolutely. So, just to recap on this, we've got Selena Balnega pulling away in the lead. There she's going out of picture. There is Sam Spinell, who's just overtaken Remy Drazga. Balnega, here's Spinell, and here's Drazga. And there is the fourth place, Michael Seaborn. Guillermo van Pamelen is closing him in.
Pit. Josh Nile obviously deciding to regather his thoughts after losing that place to Van Pamelen, and it's a good pit stop, and he is out in front of Hollink, so he hasn't lost out there.
Yeah, that's an important one for Josh Nye. Hollink, remember, pitted from behind him earlier on, and I think Hollink's whole thinking was, well, I'm faster here and I'm getting held up, so I'm going to pull in, take the pit stop, and Josh Nye has managed to stay in front of Hollink, so that's very important. What Josh Nye now needs to do is keep some speed to prevent Van Pamelen from pulling away, and certainly prevent Gisa and Jones doing anything to him in terms of position once they have made their pit stop. So Josh Nye has to put some very fast laps together now. We're looking at Sam Spinell, who took second place away from Remy Drazga, the Polish driver there. So there's Spinell, a real good close-up there on Spinell's head, actually. Its quality of camera is huge, isn't it, Spanners?
that camera shot is fantastic, and the skill it takes deserves some credit there. But it's interesting, we were all screaming for Van Pamelen to get into the pits. I guess he knew better, and he backed himself to get that place on merit, and now he's got himself, he's basically saved himself a pit stop, and he's got options that we were crying out for him to throw away. And I believe we have a name on the crane operator.
Yeah, and we've got that fantastic crane shot. This time we're looking down over the battle there for second place. Sam Spinell and Remy Drazga there battling away for second place, and we can see them, they're going through the alternate layout. We're going to be switching away from the alternate layout for the next round of heats. And
it's Charles Mallard is the crane operator. Shout out for him, and shout out to Scruffy Bear Productions as well, providing these great pictures.
Absolutely, Spanners, and Giles is doing a sterling job with that crane shot, isn't he? I mean, we're seeing high level, low level. He's really on the case there, is Giles.
I'm massively impressed by the high level of the race leader. That gap's massive now, and Spinell hasn't disappeared from Drazga, has he, at all?
No, he hasn't. Remy Drazga lost the place, but he is keeping Sam Spinell very honest. Now, Selena Balnega has pulled out a lead of 3.4 seconds. That allows her the world's most comfortable pit stop, doesn't it? Surely she's going to be the one person we've seen who comes in the pits without shaking their head.
No, that's not in the spirit of this competition. You must be distraught at anything less than a perfect pit stop.
Absolutely. Once again, Giles on the case there with Selena Balnega. We could see a real good close-up there on the Dutch girl as she goes through into the lead and going out of view now. There she is, Selena Balnega. She's got a really comfortable lead. She's coming through with nearly 4-second lead. Now we've got a contact warning. Guillermo van Pamelen has been under investigation for some contact. He's running 5th place. He's trying to close down on Michael Seaborn.
I think that'll be from the earlier contact, James.
It'll be involving Josh Nye, won't it?
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I mean, it was a reasonably robust move. Didn't look too out of order, so just giving him a little bit of a finger wagging there. Josh Nye, of course, did wave as if say, oi, when Van Pamelen came through. So probably it's a good job Josh Nye isn't in the race control, isn't it?
I don't think a driver has ever in history not protested to that kind of thing.
Exactly that. Meantime, here comes Selena Balnega. She's on screen and going to get that fantastic crane shot close up on the Dutch girl there. 5 times ladies world champion Selena Balnega there, crossing the line now to complete another lap in the lead. She's extending that lead. She's 4 seconds ahead now. It is going to be a very comfortable pit stop. Arguably, she's got this one in the bag. Strategy will play a part, though, because she can't mess up and judge her pit stop wrong and come out with back markers, things like this. That would be disastrous, because Sam Spinell and Remy Drazga, you can't give them any kind of advantage and expect to get away with it. Selena's only ahead like this because she's very, very fast indeed.
Balnega's still pushing and still going for that every tenth. Every time over the start-finish line, trying to give herself just an extra bit of horsepower by shifting and adjusting the weight in the car.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Various people do various things. Some people are sort of hopping up and down the seat, even driving around on the track. You've got the different lean angles people are using. Some people aren't even leaning at all. Remy Drazga there, can see him leaning out purely with the shoulders, whereas someone like Regis Ghoslan, Sam Spinell, it's practically the whole body's out, you know?
And Josh Neal, like, really crouched over in the cart, looking like he's willing more horsepower out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Josh Nye, he sits very low in the cart, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So talking of Josh Nye, he's still running ahead of Marcel Hollink. So Hollink's early pit stop hasn't really worked out for him. I think his whole intention there was to leapfrog Nye and anybody who was behind Nye. That's not what's happened, because Hollink is in last place.
So it's where Van Pamelen comes out after his stop. So he should be well ahead of that battle with Josh Nye and Hollink, shouldn't he?
Yeah, now Van Pamelen seems to be closing in on Seaborn. The fastest lap in this race has predictably gone to Selena Balnega. She's quickest in this race as we speak. But Van Pamelen is inching up on Michael Seaborn. They've just crossed the line there. Michael Seaborn is running very credible 4th place, but he's got Guillermo Van Pamelen trying to close in on him. Van Pamelen, 2 years ago, he was European Junior Champion. Last year, he was 3rd in the world for the juniors. So Guillermo Van Pamelen, is beyond doubt one of the world's finest drivers at the moment. And he's going to be closing in on Michael Seaborn. So a lot of pressure really on Seaborn. Seaborn just goes out to you. There's Van Pamelen, and there's El Kisa, and there is Gary Jones. Now, Gary Jones started last, if you remember, but he's actually quite well placed when you consider how close he is to the likes of Michael Seaborn in 4th, Van Pamelen, El Gisa, and there's Jones, you see, who's just come through in the red suit.
He's not looking out of place at all, is he?
He certainly isn't. He's actually in the mix in reality. So there's the back of Jones. So Jones started last, but he's making great progress through the field. He's working on the back of Mehdi El Gisa, and Mehdi El Gisa is one of this absolute crack elite Blue Star team from Belgium. So it's not to be taken lightly, this effort by Gary Jones. In fact, he's getting closer in challenging now Mehdi El Gisa. There's Mehdi El Gisa in the yellow, and there's Gary Jones in the red. So El Gisa, Jones around the far end of the racetrack now, and El Gisa may be starting to look a little bit defensive. We'll see if he's using the normal racing line, or, as Brad Philpott put it, white lining it. Yep, he's white lining it. Mehdi El Gisa, he's on the defensive now. He knows Gary Jones means business. So there's Mehdi El Gisa, fantastic crane shot. And there's Gary Jones behind him. So Gary Jones really working hard now on Mehdi El Gisa. Spanners, it's been quiet in the pits. There's not been anyone in there for a while.
No, I'm looking at Van Pamelen, like you say, visibly closing that gap, and surely he's going to pull up to the back and then pit. I don't think he's going to try and risk that. He's done enough work on the overtaking. I think he can try and do this one in the pits.
Yeah, Mehdi El Gisa has managed to pull back about a cart length on Gary Jones, and we can see that El Gisa's taken a more moderate line now, normal racing line. Meantime, we're looking at Guillermo Van Pamelen. Now, Guillermo Van Pamelen started to close in on Michael Seaborn, but it has to be said he's sort of not making the kind of progress we were quite seeing earlier on. It's still quiet in the pits, and there's only been 2 spanners, and there's 7 minutes to go. We're looking at Guillermo van Pamelen. Surely his pit stop's going to be one of the crucial ones.
See, if you were in the lead by now, you would be hoping that the guys behind you, the ones that might make the gap problematic for you to come out into, would have made their stops. I don't think that's necessarily the case here, but people want to be careful, because as the race draws towards the checkered flag, more and more the pit stop is dictated to you, and someone who's not waiting any longer is Matt Box, who comes in for a pit stop, well timed initially, has time to adjust his visor, stops a little, oh look, the shake of the head. I tell you, Matt Box's crime that he's berating himself for, stopped just a touch short of the line, released the brakes, and then was able to carry on. And number 8 now comes into, it's Drazga, so Drazga comes in from that battle with Spinell. He is going to come out in a little bit of trouble, I think. No, he's going to slot in. Oh, he's in the mix there, look at that.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He's come out right in the middle of the Gary Jones and Mehdi El Ghisa battle. Now, Jones and El Ghisa have not pitted, so this is the only bit of good news for Remy Drazga. Of course, all the time he sat behind Mehdi El Ghisa, he could be losing time.
Yeah, and Spinell, I don't know if anyone's talking to him, but if you were on his pit wall, you'd say to him, you can relax a little bit because Drazga's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, now, Selena Balneger has... we deal with 10 seconds being ideal for making a pit stop. Over to you, Spanners.
Yeah, well, it's Gary Jones there. He's got nothing to gain from battling Drazga, so he's coming in for his pit stop. It looks to have gone smoothly, and he's going to slot in, I think, behind Hollink.
Yes, he does. He's come out right behind Marcel Hollink. Now, this is very interesting because that is where Drazga has passed Mehdi El Ghisa on the track. And if Gary Jones can keep the speed up, the fact that Hollink is going to leapfrog El Ghisa, he may well be able to follow him through when El Ghisa comes out of the pits. Because El Ghisa, no, he doesn't come in this time, but El Ghisa needs some very quick laps now.
I'll draw your attention to Van Pamelen, who has now made that gap up, so this is crucial for Van Pamelen now. I suspect it's going to be a pit stop very soon.
Yeah, Guillermo van Pamelen may choose to leapfrog Michael Seaborn, but Van Pamelen, a very racy driver. There he is, we're seeing him on screen there. He's chasing down Michael Seaborn, so it's Michael Seaborn with the yellow on his helmet ahead. And there's Guillermo van Pamelen. Now, will Van Pamelen or Seaborn come in? Spinell.
Yeah, this is crucial now from Spinell. Obviously, he's having less problems than Drazga had, and he should be able to come out comfortably ahead, and he has. As number 16, that traffic jam that we were talking about, Van Pamelen has decided not to fight Seaborn on track, and this is a disastrous stop, I think, here for number 20. Oh, El Ghisa, he stopped short of the line and not realised. That's not ideal, but he's now going to interfere with the race leader, I think, as well.
Yeah, Mehdi El Ghisa lost a huge amount of time there. He's lost place to Gary Jones, and he's certainly down the tail of the field. That was a disastrous pit stop, as you said, but everybody important coming into the pits.
Well, Michael Seaborn's coming in, so that's the battle with Van Pamelen to get ahead of him, but you need to look at Drazga and Spinell, who have reignited their battle. I don't think it's going to be enough, and Van Pamelen has made that move in the pits.
Yes, he has. Guillermo van Pamelen, and another one in.
Race leader coming in now. All she's got to do is be smooth. There's no time that needs to be made up. The track is clear as well. That could not have gone better. So our race leader resumes the lead.
Absolutely. Selena Balneger has come out with a huge lead. She's, well, it's showing on the timing screen, 17-second lead. It may well be a bit less than that once the time settles down and people across the line. But we're seeing a huge lead there. Selena Balneger with 3 minutes to go, just over 3 minutes. There she is on screen. She's clearly got this race in hand. There's nobody of note in front of her, there's nobody of note behind her. She's literally just got to cruise round at her very high standard of speed to take the win. It is an 8-second lead now that the timing has settled itself down, people across the line in reality, without being affected by pit stop. So everybody has been in the pits, so it's just this to the end now. Here's Selena Balneger, the multiple ladies world champion. She's won the world title 5 times now, the ladies world championship. She won it in 2015, she won it in 2016, she won it in 2017, 18 and last year. So she's going to be going for 6 consecutive world ladies titles when the championship goes to Portugal this year.
And is that the second win in BRKC this year?
It's her third, going to be her third win.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she may well even be topping the point scores, or at very least equal on scores with others who have had a similar result. So amazing performance there. But we've got Sam Spinell in second, and Remy Drazga in third, Guillermo van Pamelen fourth, Michael Seaborn fifth, so Guillermo van Pamelen did leapfrog Seaborn. Josh Nye has come through to sixth, incredible performance there by Josh Nye. There's Selena Balnega putting another lap into the books, just under 2 minutes to go for her, 33 laps in, and really just got to cruise it around. But the battle is resumed. There's Spinell, there is Remy Drazga crossing the line. Here they are, there's Spinell, there's Drazga. And so there they are coming through that hairpin there, and Sam Spinell is resisting the pressure. Oh, he's been urged on by looks of it by Remy Drazga. And Remy Drazga, this is going to be a good third place for him. So, Spanners, with a minute and a half to go, it does look good for Selena Balnega to put another win in there.
Yeah, I think she's going to win it, James. That's my prediction.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe prediction. She's actually almost a pit stop ahead of Sam Spinell.
Well, she could pit again.
Yeah, literally. So she got a penalty. She still potentially could have won. Anyway, here's Sam Spinell and here's Remy Drazga across the line. Now, Guillermo van Pamelen, this is the interesting one. He's had a very, very busy race, but he is 6 seconds behind that battle for second place. So it hasn't really worked out for him. However, he's come through from, what was it, 6th, 7th place on the starting lineup? There's Van Pamelen we're looking at on screen. Now, Michael Seaborn, who he actually had to overtake, is really keeping him honest. He's a second behind. So there's Van Pamelen, and behind him the next cart, that is Michael Seaborn, and then the incredible Josh Nye. So it's Guillermo van Pamelen here with that great crane shot, then Seaborn, and then there's Nye just going flashing through on the pitch. So there's Michael Seaborn there, as across the line, and there is Josh Nye. And there's Marcel Hollink and Gary Jones. And of course, Mehdi El Ghis has been left behind with a big problem in the pits, as you said, Spanners.
Yeah, he stopped short, and it's interesting, you know, you're so used to, you come in, you get the brakes on, you get ready for your next move, but if you haven't noticed that you didn't trigger the timing beam, you're just sat there doing nothing. But look at Drazga on the back of Sam Spinell. He's going to have to earn this if he wants that second place.
Yeah, and second and third there's Remy Drazga working on the back of Sam Spinell, and it's not often that Sam Spinell's pushed this hard. There's Selena Balnega, and where is Sam Spinell? Because it is a big gap, we know it's about 10 seconds. He's absorbing huge pressure. We're going to be seeing the last lap board coming out very soon. There they are on the backstretch. There's Sam Spinell being chased down by Remy Drazga. Remy Drazga maybe could put in a massive move on this final lap. They're about to start the last lap. Selena Balnega is on the last lap, and now are the two second and third. So Sam Spinell is absorbing huge pressure from Remy Drazga. Pressure like, well, really he's not used to, certainly not from Remy Drazga. Remy Drazga, it's a great showing by him. He can win anyway, but he's doing sterling work there. Here comes Selena Balnega to take the win. She's won. There's the checker. There she is. But what's happening behind with Remy Drazga? Can he make a move? Can he make a move? The question is no. He's still behind Sam Spinell. Will he make a last lap lunge? He tries, but it's not coming off. And there is Remy Drazga following Sam Spinell. So Sam Spinell second, Remy Drazga third. Into fourth place comes Guillermo van Pamelen. And then Michael Seaborn, Josh Nye. What a great result by him, followed by Marcel Hollink, Gary Jones and Mehdi El Ghis and Matt Box in the 10th place. There, though, is Selena Balnega. She's made it 3 wins out of 3. Incredible performance there, and certainly a candidate for a final position and possibly a challenger for the victory. Selena Balnega there, the ladies world champion multiple times and a multiple race winner here this weekend, and certainly a contender for the British Championship. No question of that, Spanners. Over to you in the pits now, Spanners.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a statement of intent, not just the fact that it's the 3rd win in the row. I think it's the manner of the victory, getting away from the likes of Sam Spinell and Remy Drazga by that margin. Very, very impressive. Sam Spinell had to really fight for that. Drazga will be frustrated. He lost that position on track and failed to get it back in the pits. Just on that final corner, there was a little tap from behind, you know, just to say to Sam, you know, I was there the whole time. And great battles down the field as well. Van Pamelen, I think from where he started in 6th, can be reasonably happy to have got his way up to 4th. Aggressive move on
Spanners,
Josh
can
Nye.
I cut in?
Yeah, of course you can.
When you speak to Selena, she's topping the point score. She's the only one with 30 points, and there's a bunch of them on 29, so you might want to tell her that.
All right, you keep an eye on her. Oh, there's Sam as well. So I'll make sure he comes over and has a chat with me as well. They're chatting with Drazga. It all looks in good humour as well. A really good fight there, and he certainly had to work for it. Let's see. Okay, so I've got Sam Spinell joining me over here. Hey, you had to work for that. Remy really made you fight.
Yeah, I knew if I left a gap, we would have taken it. Selena was too far ahead, so I knew if I defended, I wouldn't gain a position if I tried to attack. So yeah, it was all about defending.
You had to make the move on track. It was a decent move as well.
Yeah, I didn't touch him actually. He left quite a bit of space, and lucky he didn't fight back as well. So yeah, it was fair play on him, and yeah, it was a good move.
Well done, fantastic. That was very entertaining to watch. Thank you, Sam. Let's see if we can get Selena over. Yeah. So I'm just getting a word in my ear from the producer. Apologies to viewers who have been seeing on every driver interview that it is actually that every driver has shown up as Alex Van Gien. So just to be clear, I have not been interviewing several versions of Alex Van Gien, but I'm being joined by the very impressive race winner. Selena, you are top of the table with 3 wins, a perfect start to this competition.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy. I didn't expect it at all to win 3 races in a row. I had a really good qualifying. I think only 3/10 slower than my fastest lap time in the whole race. So it was really, really good, and I tried to pull a gap right away.
Which you did successfully.
Yeah, that worked. So yeah, I managed to race after that. So
But you were still pushing lap after lap, and is that a statement of intent just to show everyone how much pace you've got?
yeah, I was really fighting to get a 0.2, but I had a 3:08. But I did it on quali lap, but it didn't work.
I've got another medal here. Have you got room in your suitcase for that? Have you got room in your suitcase for that? I can hold on to some if you need. Fantastic, great race, thank you. Good luck going forward. Top of the table there, Selena. It's going to be very, very difficult for people to challenge her at this point in the competition now. That's what you need to do. If you're looking to be champion of this competition, you need to be winning every single race from here on in.
Nice set of interviews there, Spanners, and it was interesting when you were saying to Selena how she got room in her suitcase for that winner's medal. The way she's going, she might have to have room in her suitcase for the massive winner's trophy and the £1,000. So yes, maybe she'll be nipping out for a bigger suitcase after this. Now we're moving over to the final race of the round 3, and in this one, obviously, we have all the remaining drivers who we've yet to see in that 3rd round, which is Johan Medart, Tyler Mays, Stephen King, Ruben Boutons, the 6 times British champion, looking for 7th this weekend. Andrew Duff is in there too, George Massey, Ben Churchill, Richard Jute, Robin Kassam and Matthias Grooten. So, well, there's 2 world championships in the form of Matthias Grooten. There's 2 world championships in the form of Ruben Boutons in this race. So it's not to be sniffed at, this one. Johan Medart's capable of winning. Tyler Mays we saw struggling earlier on, but hopefully he will be back up to full speed that we know he can deliver. We've been seeing great performances. Richard Jute has won this weekend. Robin Kassam has been running at the front. You know, Stephen King, we saw great showings from him yesterday, and of course Andrew Duff has been putting in some very impressive midfield runs too. So really it's going to be quite a tough one, I think, this one, Spanners. Any race that Ruben Boutons is in, you can't rule him out for the win, but never can you rule out Matthias Grooten.
Well, sometimes we're quite lonely down here in the pit lane, but look, you know, we've filled up with, I think, is it the Belgian contingent that's come down to join us?
Well, they've got 2 very strong Belgians. I should imagine it's a solid blue star in the background there, Spanners. Talking of Belgians, it's worth pointing out that one of the drivers in this race, Matthias Grooten, is one of the organisers of the Belgian National Championship. So anyone who's racing here this weekend who fancies competing in the Belgian Championship, they need to be speaking to Matthias Grooten or Greg Laporte. Greg Laporte, many people know him through Facebook and everything else. The Belgian Championship is only about 40 miles away from the Dunkirk port. So from a British point of view, it's not a bad foreign race to compete in. So then, the karts are on their qualifier now. Richard Jute was the first out to qualify, and he's looking very impressive. Johan Medart, of course, is out there, but Ruben Boutons is about to start his qualifying lap. Always something to keep your eye on when Ruben Boutons is on track, particularly in a qualifying run. One of the masters of qualifying. He needs pole position for this. He really needs to be winning this race to help his British title chances for his 7th successive victory. So the flag is out, the lap time is going to be coming in. We've got Kassam on the pole position at the moment. Richard Duke goes fastest. From Kassam and Duff and Mays. Johan Medart is now quickest. Johan Medart and Matthias Grooten, the double world champion. George Massey goes through to 6th. Ben Churchill is 5th. What about Ruben Boutens? Ruben Boutens goes quickest. Ruben Boutens currently fastest, and Stephen King 4th. So Ruben Boutens will start from 1st place, followed by Matthias Grooten, followed by Johan Medart. Stephen King, fantastic performance there to finish that qualifier ahead of Richard Jute, Robin Kassam, then Ben Churchill, Andrew Duff, George Massey and Tyler Mays. So Tyler Mays, we're not used to seeing him at all making a 10th and last place start, Spanners.
No, that's incredibly surprising. Not so surprising at the other end, to be fair.
No, Ruben Boutens, a traditional pole position, I suppose we could say, and it is by, would you believe it, nearly half a second.
Yes, I would believe that. I would believe it a lot.
But we've got someone coming in the pit, Spanners.
It is, so that's number 16.
That's Tyler Mays.
It's Tyler Mays, so maybe that's the reason then. He's unhappy with the kart.
Yeah, he gets to draw another kart, so he's pulled a number out and he's going to go to it. Hopefully, it's a kart that has been out in action and is still slightly warm. He won't really want to be in anything that's cold. In fact, no, I think he's making the draw here, is he?
Well, he's made the draw, and now there's some discussion about whether he's accepting that, and I think they're accepting the first one that's been drawn, so he's going to be hopping into what is currently the 21 kart. They don't change the numbers, do they? So.
No. Now you can see in the pits there, he carried those 2 blue-looking boxes. Those are the weights. Everyone must be weighted up to 90 kilos, and the track provides weights, which is what we've seen Tyler Mays holding there. Those blue weights, the different weights are different colour-coded, and he's loading them into the side of the cart. Everyone has to weigh 90 kilos minimum. Tyler Mays needing those weights to bring himself up to that weight limit.
James, he's 8 foot tall. How is he not making the weight?
He's 8 foot tall with a waistline of about 13 inches, so I think that's where it comes from.
He's not getting fed, James.
Clearly needs to eat a burger, but he's loaded it up to bring up to 90 kilos. Now we've also been seeing a lot of drivers with a seat insert that brings them more precisely to the 90 kilos, and this case though, Tyler Mays is purely using the track's weight. Certainly the more regular European drivers will have a seat made weighted up to precise their amount. Of course, it was comical a couple of years ago with the very young Guillermo van Pamelen. He was noted for having a weighted seat that actually was his own personal body weight. He was that small, that light.
It took a team to shovel that in.
It did. He couldn't lift it. It was hilarious. He couldn't lift his own seat. It was that loaded up with lead. Meantime, Tyler Mays is now racing his way around to join the starting lineup. We're expecting him to take a 10th and last start, which of course is where he qualified and probably why he chose the option of switching kart. So Ruben Boutens, of course, all this time the karts are getting colder, the tyres are getting colder. Spanners, I'm assuming it's pretty cold down there still from the warmth of the commentary box.
Well, I didn't want to complain. You know me, never one to whinge, James, but I am freezing. I'm doing a dance and a jig as the race gets underway.
Okay, so we're looking now. There is Ruben Boutens on the pole position, and there is Matthias Grooten and Johan Medart. So Ruben Boutens, he's gone quite early. They've given it green, and the start is good. So Ruben Boutens has, well, he's made about the best start we've seen all weekend. He's got a gap already to Matthias Grooten.
I tell you what, King's ruined the party there with a big punt up the inside of turn 1. But I don't think Medart will be happy. He tried to make a move up the inside, and has he lost out a place?
Yes, he has. Medart has lost a place. Stephen King has made the move and is up into 3rd place. Incredible performance there. Ruben Boutens leads away, but look at it. The purple helmet there is Stephen King, and he has passed Johan Medart, the reigning Belgian champion.
Yeah, I think he might have been, he made contact before they went to the start-finish line at the 2nd place driver there, number 9. Who's in 2nd place for me, James?
Yeah, we got a lot of bumping and boring at the back there, and Andrew Duff looks like the big loser. Tyler Mays is trying to make up positions. The leaders are still Ruben Boutens from Matthias Grooten, and Stephen King is holding off Johan Medart as they enter the backstretch. There they are. There's Boutens. There is Grooten. And there is Stephen King with the purple helmet, followed by Johan Medart and Richard Jute as well.
Pit.
It's Medart.
So yeah, I mean, Stephen King had a big spoiler there getting in front of Medart, and Medart's gone, right, I've just got to cut my losses now because It was unfortunate. It was a great move by King, but he was so focused, Medard, on attacking Grutin right around that final turn, even before they'd got going, that he ended up losing out. So now he's going to be on a mission to set quali lap after quali lap.
Absolutely. Yesterday we were maybe underestimating Stephen King, and certainly Johan Medard had underestimated Stephen King. He's now running a fairly comfortable third behind the double world champion, or former double world champion, Matthias Grutin. Now Matthias Grutin, vastly experienced Belgian, arguably the leader of the Blue Star team, but over previous years, but now been running as Blue Star 2. And as you pointed out yesterday, Spanners, I wonder who had the dubious honour of informing Matthias Grutin that he was going to be in Blue Star 2 as opposed to Blue Star 1.
I imagine that they wrestle for it. That's what I'm imagining.
Yes, I should imagine it was probably one of the more senior members had to put that particular fact forward. But as it happens, it is a Blue Star 1 driver, Ruben Boutens, the world champion from 2017 and 2018. There he is on screen. He is also the reigning British champion, and he has been the champion of this event ever since it came to Formula Fast here in 2014. So arguably there's no better driver in the world around this track than Ruben Boutens. However, he's probably facing his biggest challenge yet. Selena Balnega is the one who's leading on points, where traditionally we were saying it's Ruben Boutens at this stage.
Is that you betting against Boutens, is it? That's brave.
For once, it's a case of, it's a bit more like the betting is evens, isn't it? Because only a real fool would ever bet against Ruben Boutens, because we have seen him on the back foot and come out of it. But this looks like being his toughest year so far, and one of his toughest challenges we have seen win the previous race, which of course was Selena Balnega. Here is Ruben Boutens though. He's pulling away slightly from in picture now. There's Matthias Grutin. Matthias Grutin was the world champion way back in 2008. He repeated that in 2015 and has always been regarded as one of the world's finest. One of the world's benchmarks, Matthias Grutin, just as much back then as he is today. There he is, Matthias Grutin. Very few people know how to drive a kart better than him. Ruben Boutens is one of those who can match him, but even Ruben Boutens will tip a deferential hat to Matthias Grutin, possibly the most respected driver in the world, Matthias Grutin, along with the likes of Ruben Boutens. So there is Matthias Grutin in camera. He's running second place. A great strategic brain. Matthias Grutin, alongside those World Championships where he's been racing individually, he also has a great amount of success in the endurance races, which of course arguably is Blue Star Racing's greatest sort of focus. They do field teams where it's multi-driver, in multi-driver races like 24-hour races, and of course, as you can imagine, they're very strong, possibly the finest team in the world.
I'm not going to argue with that at all, but I am just keeping half an eye on Massey and Duff, who are looking quite punchy. I think that's where we're going to see some action. But for Johan Medard, that's bad news. In fact, that's resolved itself as Massey decides he's had enough of trying to get past Duff, clatters the entry board, so the marshals are going to have to fix that, and goes for a very aggressive pit stop. But he's been really fighty, but that's good news for Johan Medard, because that's one more out of the way.
It's the only thing that's going to make Johan Medard's strategy work, I think, Spanners, because he pitted really without thought of what he was going to come out behind, more a case of what he was pitting away from. Another one in.
Yeah, that's Richard Jutes in, Milton Keynes, local driver coming in for a very slick pit stop, but it's going to put him behind Johan Medard, which I think he'll be fine with.
That's right, Richard Jute, he lives in Milton Keynes, but he is South African, in fact, by birth, and definitely when you talk to him, he's as South African as they come, isn't he? And certainly Richard Jute, so you interviewed him yesterday, Spanners. That's a great shot of Matthias Grutin, the former world champion. Seems an awful long time ago that he won that initial title in 2008. Another one in.
11 years ago, wow. Number 14, Robin Kazam, one of those drivers who can pop up with a surprise. At the moment, though, he's going to come out behind Richard Jute, so not going great for Robin today.
And fair to say, Spanners, it's a good job you're not on the pit wall for any of these drivers, because your maths is awful. 2008 is 12 years ago now, not 11.
You're not the boss of maths, James. Don't gatekeeper me.
I failed maths as well, but maybe I shouldn't be on the pit wall either. Maybe we should both have a punt at spotting for somebody and really mess their race up.
Any volunteers to let me be their spotter? I will do team radio live from the pit lane.
Excellent. Well, let's talk about spotting races. We're looking at a great midfield battle there with Andrew Duff and Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays, we saw him make that Kart switch, and Tyler Mays is tearing through the pack. He's now at Andrew Duff. Andrew Duff with the black helmet is being chased down by Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays in the red, white, blue helmet with the GoPro on. That's going to show some incredible pictures at the end of this. Hopefully that'll be on Facebook.
Pit. It's Grooten who's come into the pits. I think he's going to come out safely on his own, but it's a good pit stop, and he's being urged on by his pit crew to go out as the pit lane is occupied by Ben Churchill, who's getting his pit stop out of the way. He's going to come out safely as well behind Richard Jute. Kassam, beg your pardon, Kassam.
Yeah, and interesting here, we've got Tyler Mays being joined by Johan Medart. So Johan Medart is now on screen there. There's Andrew Duff, there's Tyler Mays and Johan Medart. Now, Johan Medart is, he's made a pit stop. Tyler Mays and Duff haven't. Johan Medart's movement through the field has been so rapid that this is a problem, and to ever think of saying that Tyler Mays is going to be someone who's in the way seems like a pretty crazy thing to say, but I think we would say that in this case because Johan Medart is finding his movement forward through the field stifled. He tried to pit to get around the now second place Stephen King, and all this time Stephen King is putting in fast laps, and it's negating Medart's plan.
Well, if Andrew Duff even wanted to be aware and get out of Johan Medart's way, he can't really, can he? Because he's got Tyler Mays behind him, and they're fighting for a genuine place.
Yeah, this is a battle for position. There's no blue flag involved, and it's costing Johan Medart more than half a second per lap, according to the timing.
Ouch.
So this is really unravelling now for the Belgian champion. There's Stephen King, and Stephen King is the one who's forced Medart into this situation. It's the threat of Stephen King not being as fast as Medart would like to be, albeit Stephen King running in second.
Oh, really?
He's running very quickly indeed. That forced Medart into that early pit stop, and it's hurting Medart and benefiting this driver we're looking at, Stephen King. An incredible showing there by King.
I think as well, it's just that how aggressive King was probably told Medart that even if he did get back past, King wasn't going to lie down and accept it. So I think just getting away from that battle was a smart move. It's just this in front. I mean, on another race, on another day, these guys have pitted by now, and it's paid off.
Yeah, we've never seen Stephen King race this well in the BRKC. He's good, but he's really putting on quite a show this weekend. It's an incredible performance by King, and he's running second there. Ruben Bouten's in the lead. King is hanging on as best he can, but he's been chased down by Matthias Grooten. Grooten is there on picture. There's Grooten, so we can see the gap visually. There's King. Sorry, that was Grooten, sorry, apologies. Who are we looking at? There's Matthias Grooten, and he's trying to close down on Stephen King. Now, Stephen King has a double world champion in front of him and a double world champion behind him, so no pressure, Spanners.
No, that is a very fine place to find yourself in. Hey, look at Medart, he's done it, hasn't he?
Yeah, let's have a look at Medart. Has he moved ahead? I can't quite. Yes, he has, Spanners. So Johan Medart has finally been able to get ahead of Duff and Tyler Mays.
And there we go, into the pits then. 21 Tyler Mays, after all that effort that Medart put getting past and doing it very well, Mays decides to get himself out of the way, and he slots in behind Ben Churchill. And probably have to say, Tyler's lost a lot of time behind Duff.
Yeah, and Medart's trouble is good news for Stephen King. He's still currently running in second place. King has not pitted, but he is running in second place. He's been chased down by Matthias Grooten, but the gap seems to be staying stagnant to Grooten. We're looking at Johan Medart. Now, Johan Medart, he was forced into a rushed pit stop by King, and it really, has to be said, hasn't quite worked out for him. No Connemara steam to the front there by Johan Medart there. He's had to fight his way through. He pitted, and everything in front of him has been a fight. He's not had people jump out of his way, as we've seen other people get slightly lucky. We've seen Medart be unlucky. It's Medart on screen, but he's clearly pulling away now from Duff and Jute behind. Johan Medart there, he's the current Belgian national champion. That was at the end of last year. Johan Medart also one of the best drivers in the world. There's Andrew Duff, perennial BRKC competitor Andrew Duff. It's the 10th anniversary, and we've seen Andrew Duff in action every year, but he's been chased down by Richard Jute, the South African. Richard Jute has won this weekend already, so Andrew Duff is really getting his work cut out to stay ahead of the South African. He lives in Milton Keynes.
It's worth saying, Andrew Duff, last two results in BRKC, 78th, 57th, being made to look somewhat ordinary in this field. He would definitely beat us at go-karting.
Yeah, he would beat most people because it's very deceptive, the high standard here this weekend. We are seeing the best drivers in the world for indoor karting here. So someone like Andrew Duff, yes, he's running mid-pack, but in any given sort of random championship, he'll be at the front and he will be winning. You know, that's his normal situation. The world champion's in the pit.
As butterflies, unicorns and deer race serenely through the pit lane, Ruben Boutins joins them and calmly goes into the pits to slot
Spanners,
himself
let me
ahead
cut
of
in
Stephen
outside
King.
your view. Jute had crashed. Jute has crashed. Richard Jute, the previous winner, has crashed. And he's now in the clutch of Robin Kassam. He got going again, but battling with Andrew Duff. He actually ended up being in the wall, it looked like, certainly facing not the right way, really, and he's been caught now by Kassam in his own recovery. So that really does help Andrew Duff, who's in 5th place. Richard Duke maintains 6th, but a long way back.
What a contrast between the serene picture I was painting of Ruben Boutins' pit stop. But
King.
Stephen King comes in now for his pit. His only threat really will be, does he come out awkwardly side to side with Andrew Duff? He's slotted in behind. Is that for position?
Oh my goodness, yes, in his position. Duff has not pitted,
right.
but yeah, that's not what he needed, because of course what happened, Medart was struggling behind the drivers such as Duff, and now Stephen King maybe. So Duff, well, he's got 7 minutes before the end of the race, well, 7.5 minutes actually, just under. This could be the situation going back to Johan Medart a little bit, because Stephen King has got to pass Andrew Duff. There they are passing you now, Spanners.
Yep, and he's not directly on it. Oh, he is. He's made a move up the inside.
He has.
I tell you what, I'm not going to say that Andrew
Duff's
Duff
got it back.
was caught napping there, but certainly I think Stephen King had kind of made it seem as if he was not going to make a move, and it was quite late. So interesting to see what the marshals make of that.
Duff got it back, and King's now made the move and made it stick, but Duff's got it back again. And here comes Richard Jute. Richard Jute's passing the pair of them. Down the backstretch, it's Richard Jute. He's making the move. Stephen King's been elbowed down the order by Richard Jute and Robin Kassam. An incredible battle.
And there's a problem with his cart. There's a problem with his cart from that manoeuvre. And there's yellow flag. No, it's green. The track's still green.
He's got going. Had he? Did he actually catch the wall or something?
Yeah, I think he got clattered by several carts and then came to a full stop that he didn't want to do, and then the engine's cut out.
This plays into the hands of Johan Medart. Stephen King, this is going to be a judge of his composure now. This is really important that Stephen King maintains his composure, because, okay, he might be out of the fight with Medart, lucky for Medart, but he's going to be very much into a fight with Andrew Duff, etc. Duff, of course, is yet to pit. He's one of the few up at the front who has not, so you'll be seeing him anytime soon, Spanners. But there's Stephen King. He's ahead of Tyler Mays, which is arguably crucial.
Yeah, and speaking of composure, shout out to the composure of the marshals there, who, for the fluidity of the race, came out onto track, quickly assessed where everything was, realised that he had a chance to get the engine running and get back off track, and that's benefited everyone.
It has to be said that the success of the British Rental Kart Championship over the years, and the quality of it and the drivers it attracts, is a lot down to the... Andrew Duff comes in.
Andrew Duff comes in. He's made himself a feature of this race, and he's going to come out well behind Stephen King, who has had obviously that problem with his car and the problem, but he's definitely made his mark on this race, and that was some really fine racing with Stephen King.
Yeah, some unbelievably tough racing. As I was saying, the quality of the event is a lot down to the Formula Fast team here. The marshalling, they get karting. You know, they're not just saying, oh, this is this, and you know, they're not making silly calls or anything. They know what's a karting nudge, and they know that gentle contact is made at this level, but then they do penalise crazy contact.
Yeah, it's been fair. I've liked the bad pass system, where, you know, they can avoid a penalty by just giving that place back, and it's worked really well.
Yeah, Phil Stanley runs a tight show here at Formula Fast, and it's hard to look beyond this as Britain's finest circuit, really, isn't it?
Well, I'm definitely going to say nice things, because my boy's joining their cadet programme, and I want him to get favourable decisions from the marshals.
Okay, so meantime on screen we have the former double world champion Ruben Boutens. Now he is the reigning British champion. He's from Holland. He comes over for this event as he travels to all the other major championships. He won the Polish Championship among others last year. I was commentating on that. That's Remy Drazga's championship. So Remy Drazga's in the pits at the moment. If you fancy doing the Polish Championship over there in Szczecin, he's the man to talk to. There's a contact warning for Stephen King. It is only a warning. It's not a penalty, but it clearly shows his intent.
It was a big move, you know, into turn one, and it came from quite far back. I think King Duff would have been surprised, to say the least.
Yeah, and there's also a contact warning for Tyler Mays.
Yep, lots of contact. And
yes.
And the thing is, Mays and King are on track together now, so it's probably not the last of it.
No, absolutely. Maybe another warning in there somewhere. But Ruben Boutens, who we're looking at there, he has got this race in the bag, and that's saying something when you're dealing with Matthias Grooten. Now, there's Stephen King and Tyler Mays. So we're just talking about them. Both of these drivers have contact warnings, and we've just been saying about how Formula Fast guys, they do know their karting. They know how to read the situations and the event, and so for these two guys both to get a warning, it must have been fairly serious indeed. But Stephen King fighting a rearguard action there.
I think the contact warning is a good way of putting it. It effectively means calm down, but at some tracks they have the calm down board, and there's nothing more guaranteed to get you to not calm down than someone flashing the calm down board.
Yes, because never in the history of calm down has anyone actually calmed down, have they?
Try it at home, guys. See if it works.
Exactly. So it's probably the right way of putting it. Certainly the standard here is very high of the officialing and the driving, and some of the high standard driving has come from these two here, Tyler Mays, but they've actually been joined in battle by Ben Churchill. Ben Churchill isn't a driver we've actually been mentioning much so far in the tournament, but Ben Churchill is in this fight now. It's a three-way fight with Stephen King and Tyler Mays over sixth place. Now someone in the pits is there. No, they just a bit of a deep run into the corner.
Nearly an accidental pit stop.
Yeah, that's right. So there's Stephen King defending the inside from Tyler Mays. So Stephen King comes around the crane corner here now, and I think that's a good name for it, actually, the crane corner, isn't it, with the great camera view we've been getting. So there's Ruben Boutens across the line. There is Andrew Duff, who's very much been a feature of this race, the robust Andrew Duff, and of course it's his brother that runs the catering unit outside, the Bandit Catering, isn't it? Of which we have not had a burger this weekend.
I would have been a lot nicer about Andrew Duff if I'd have known that, to be honest, James.
I'd have been a lot nicer if they brought a burger up here. Okay, meantime, clearly not having had too many burgers is Andrew King and Stephen King and Tyler Mays, but Ben Churchill there is really keeping them honest. I mean, Ben Churchill's been around a good while now as well. He knows how to pedal a kart, and he has but the race leader, actually, Ruben Boutens, I think is catching this battle, isn't he?
I think he'll be all right. I think he'll handle it, but he's got a big old lead, hasn't he?
Yeah, so the race leader and reigning British champion Ruben Boutens is catching this battle with Stephen King, Tyler Mays, Ben Churchill. There's a minute to go, so arguably what do we think we're looking at, Spanners? 3 laps to go maybe? Because it's like to the end of the timing then one?
Yes. I'm going to just say yes.
And in fact, Ruben Boutens has caught them. It is going to be a factor. There's Ruben Boutens we're looking at on screen, and he has caught the King-Mays-Churchill battle. So Churchill has moved out the way. He's trying to let Ruben Boutens through without losing time. He's done it. Now that's opened up the gap then to Mays and King. So Ben Churchill being very helpful, but obviously has lost time as a result. Now here comes King. There's Mays in the white suit behind him, and there is the race leader Ruben Boutens, the reigning British champion. So a great shot there, Ruben Boutens in crane curve, and there is King, there is Mays, and then it's the British champion Ruben Boutens. So yeah, it's worked out. There's now a little bit of a gap, so there's a bit less pressure on Boutens. Not that he's under pressure, but Grooten is only 2.4 seconds behind.
I don't think you've got the power to just name the corner.
I may not, but I'm doing it nominally.
Well, I'm getting one then. It's the left-right kink over the start-finish. That's the Spanners kink. All right, there we go.
Yeah. That's a bit on. So they're coming to the Spanners kink now, which is actually the start line. So they've gone through kinky Spanners, and there is Ruben Boutens closing in on the King and Mays battle through the revised layout. This, of course, the last time we're going to be seeing the hairpins of the revised layout. Quick shot there. Now we're back with the world champion. Now the world champion, the former world champion, has got ahead of Tyler Mays. and that has taken the pressure off Stephen King, oddly enough, because Tyler Mays is now no longer in contact with him. It's the last lap, the checker's coming out, King is going to have to do another lap, but the flag goes out to Boutons and Mays, and therefore backwards. So Stephen King has to do another lap because the checker came up behind him, but there is the race winner. Ruben Boutons is back on stream really in terms of results. We'd seen him struggle a bit, but Ruben Boutons has put another win in the bag, and that keeps his points total up there with a view to making the semi-final, and from his point of view, the final itself.
Now we've seen a lot of different reactions to crossing the start-finish line, James. We've seen people fist pumping, we've seen people slamming the steering wheel in frustration. Ruben just looked at the guy waving the checkered flag and calmly acknowledged him with a flick of the hand. And that's the mode he's in. If it's not the final, that's the mode he's in.
Absolutely, and those who've been watching over the years, there's Matthias Grooten just locking up in the pit lane. There's a little bit of a practice stop there from the former champ. And Johan Medart. Now, Johan Medart, an inspired pit stop, then it looked to be going wrong, and then because of all the action, it turned out right for him. Spanners down to you in the pit lane. It
was a quietly good race from Medart, because he essentially, in the end, started off in third, lost out early on to King, who we absolutely must have a word with. So Stephen, come and have a chat with me when you get out of the pit lane. But he was right to just get out of that battle, because King was so fighty that he was always going to lose time. And we'll see if Ruben will come over and have a chat with us as well. I do love mugging people straight out of the car, especially after an emotional fight like that. Oh, Stephen, firstly, amazing performance. You were just in there cage fighting throughout the whole round. Early on, Johan Medart in front of you, a fantastic driver, big feature of this championship, and you just thought, I'll have him.
Well, the way forward for me is everyone's the same. There's no one who I think's better than me or anything like that. I just go out there thinking everyone's the same and I can do as good as everyone else. So that's my mentality.
I mean, you forced Johan Medart essentially to pit out of that race because he knew he didn't want to deal with you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I'm quite a tough customer, to be honest with you. Once you get behind me, you ain't getting back past me easily. And yeah, I like to put up a good fight, if not pull away, you know. So
fantastic. You've been very impressive. Thank you very much for talking to me. He's off now to compete in some cage fighting championships, I think. Wow, you can see it in his eyes. He meant it. He is here to stamp his authority and his personality on track, not quite in the same way as this guy has. Ruben, a casual wave of the hand to the guy waving the checkered flag. The problem everyone has is, in these rounds, you make it look so easy that we don't realise how much you've got left in reserve.
Well, I don't keep anything in reserve. I go full out every round, but yeah, my qualification was excellent this time, which was the key for the win, I think, because in race pace, Johan, Matthias and I were all within 1/10, I think. So yeah, the qualification was very important, and it was one of my best laps in a long time. So yeah, comfortable race after that.
Every year we say the field strength has grown, and every year it does grow. This year in particular, the field is frighteningly competitive.
Yeah, it's extremely competitive. It's drivers from all over Europe that I'm facing all year long in different championships are now together in one weekend. So yeah, it's not getting easier this year.
This is still your competition, and they've got to come and take it from you. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think I did well so far, 2 wins and a 3rd place, so I'm right in the top of the ranking, and I have to stay focused on every race. So
fantastic. Well, you do get a shiny to add to your massive collection. Thank you very much. It was great watching you on track. Ruben Boutons there. Every year we go, oh, he's really under threat, but he says he's not got anything in reserve. When it comes to the semi-finals and the finals, you do see a different driver. You will see his body language changing, and we've got next to us. How did your race go? It was so fighty out there, like it was properly physical.
Yeah, it was really hard, this race, because I think in quali there was a wet spot in the last corner, and I understeered a lot on my quali lap, and at the start too.
How much time do you want to give yourself back in a League of Justice for that qualifying lap?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
2/10. Let's give you 2/10.
Maybe 5/10 because I was ahead of Ruben. No. But honestly, I'm happy because I almost switched karts before the start because everyone else had struggled with it. But yeah, just made it work, and yeah, happy that we have a Blue Star 1, 2, 3. So yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. A great race. Good to watch. Have a good rest of the competition. We're going to take a little break now, I think, James, as they reshape the track back to its alpha formation.
We just wonder about chat. Yeah. Feel you right? Yeah, muscle grump. Tell you what, I'll make one of them as well in a second. Yeah. It's all right to this guy. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's right. I'm holding my equipment.
You all right?
Take it. Yeah, I've got a second pair of socks, I think. I was never going to be those three, so I thought, what's the DE?
How did you feel about being third?
I was happy, but the win wasn't there as well, so it wasn't a perfect.
So we're going to have a quick chat with Jamie Henderson here, and Jamie, you were talking in the commentary earlier on, yesterday. After that, some amazing results. Third place and a great run today. How's it going for you? How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. I only had one race before I did commentary yesterday, and it wasn't so good, so I probably wasn't feeling amazing about the racing. But yeah, had a really, really good race with Sam Slater. He kind of pulled me along for his victory, and I would have liked a few more laps to stay out and see if I could maybe even jump him as well, but I had back markers in front of me, so I had to box quite early and had to settle for third, but I was sat right behind Medart, so not the end of the world. And then fourth this morning, losing out to who was it, Schottler, Medart and Goslin, so no shame in that really.
Absolutely not. You know, we're dealing with three of the finest in the world at the moment, including the reigning world champion, Schottler. One interesting thing with that, though, Jamie, is that I was talking to Sam Slater earlier on, and he was saying how, obviously, you'd gone with him on that on the early stop. The impression generally was that there was a four-way fight for the lead once you guys had pulled out, but you guys pulled out from the mid-pack. It wasn't like you pulled out from the front. And the impression from up in the commentary situation was that they started pitting to deal with each other, that top four. And the impression, definitely, I mean, Sam obviously is, he's known abroad. You're not known abroad. And it's as if the other four, they plain didn't see you coming, especially you, who slotted into third. Was that the impression you got?
Yeah, definitely. So Sam had a lot of support on the sort of pit lane where the barrier is, and he was getting lots of thumbs up and people telling him to push. And I knew if he was in with a shout, I must be, because I was staying close-ish to him. I didn't want to attack him because I wanted him to know there was enough of a gap there for him just to get his head down, because if I'd gone for a move, I wouldn't necessarily got past him, and I definitely wouldn't have pulled away from him. So I did just want to work with him. And yeah, I think I could tell by how excited people were for Sam that there was something on, and I was just hoping I would come out in amongst it, and I did.
Yeah, so basically, clearly something exciting was happening for Sam. So if you stay with it, you'll be part of whatever he benefits from. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting way of looking at it, and probably the right way to go in the circumstance, especially if you haven't got really anyone telling you what to do, whereas Sam's clearly getting quite a lot of information down there. So yeah, a great show, Jamie. Really impressive to watch, and you did catch him napping. You caught us napping as well, because it was almost and Jamie Henderson there as well, so when the pit stops all cycle through. So great job. Okay then, folks, so that was Jamie Henderson. You heard him talking about that fantastic third place yesterday. Jamie, if you're in the commentary later on, that's great. We're going to catch a few words with some others. Going to kind of push in through some of the foreign regulars. We've got Mediel Gisa. Yeah, is Gisa correct? Yeah, how's your English, Medi? Oh, no problem. But you're doing great. If we can catch a word with Johan Medart, that'd be fantastic. Johan, that race, it started off looking bad, then it looked good, then it looked very bad, then it ended up good. Stephen King, very difficult customer to deal with today, yeah?
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised that he attacked me, in the first lap. I was thinking, okay, he just will follow, and then he attack me, and I was thinking, okay, it's useless, but I will try something else, and then I pit, and yeah.
It may have been hard for you to see, but because you then, having been in the pits, you came out and all the time you had to pass. People weren't pitting out of your way. You had to actually overtake them, and it was looking bad. And then, of course, the same happened with Stephen King, except he didn't get through them in the same way as you got through them. And there was some collisions and incidents and things like that, and flags and whatever. So it ended up working well for you. Really, your experience helped you in that, do you think?
Yes, I think so. I was a little bit lucky also, because if Stephen King pit directly and come back in front of me, I will be in difficult way. But I was a bit lucky. He didn't pit, and then I just go on and try to manage with the traffic.
And it's a very tough competition this year, isn't it? There's a lot of high scorers. We've got Selena Balnega leading the way with 3 wins, but there's a couple of drivers on 29 points, 28 points, 30 points is what's first place. Very difficult to make the final this year, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's one of the best level we have here since a couple of years. So you need to be a little bit lucky with the group and the kart and the quali especially. Yeah.
Which is interesting, Johan, because people such as yourself are those who are making the level difficult. So, top competitors coming in from all over the world. Johan, just one final thing. Going forward now, you've got one more heat race to go. Naturally, you'll be going out for the win. Have you got any feeling of where you need to be guaranteeing semi-final and final place?
Honestly, right now I just will try to push 100%, and I'm not thinking about the rest of the championship,
And just one final thing, sorry. As the reigning Belgian national champion, great win with that, by the way. That's one at the end of the year, this year, and you'd be recommending a lot of people it's worth entering that one, is it?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of the best championship, and really fair, and also cheap, so it's interesting also.
And from a British point of view, easy to get to, because I think this year it's going to be a lot nearer the coast, isn't it?
Excuse me?
Sorry, it's going to be easy for British drivers to get to. So if anyone here today was interested in competing that, it's not far. Once you get over the water there, it's fairly close.
Yeah, definitely. It's 5 hours with a car, so I think they have to come in Belgium.
Well, there you go, folks. You heard it from Johan Madart, the reigning champion. Johan, best of luck with the championship. We'll catch you later.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Johan Madart. Going to try and push in and have a word with Brad Philpott, who we saw in action. He's actually eating at the moment. And so, Brad, obviously, organiser, it's the 10th championship. How do you feel about it all? And I'll keep talking while you swallow.
I feel that it is ridiculously difficult from a personal point of view. I'm having my worst championship ever, which I think is a good thing, because it means it's just got harder. I think the karts are performing as closely as we ever have, so massive props to the guys working on them.
Sorry, Brad, can I just cut in? I don't know if you know this, but every kart in the fleet has won.
Yeah, I had heard that stat, and not even that. Every kart I get in, for me, it feels with a better driver it will win. And yeah, just the fact that so many drivers can jump in so many different karts, and it's still the best ones that will generally move to the front. And yeah, I think the atmosphere this year has been brilliant. It always is, but it's just one step higher. And I think hopefully everyone appreciates the fact that if they don't win, or even if they don't make the top 4 or 5, that doesn't necessarily mean they're doing badly. It's just a reflection on how tough the competition is.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of, obviously all the Europeans and those who compete internationally know that. Sometimes that fact has been lost on some of the Brits who have purely entered this event having done their other they won championship everywhere. They assume they're going to be competitive, find themselves like 9th, 10th, and feel that there's an outside influence in that, when actually it's just the overall standard. This event definitely has its place in the international scene. We've seen that with all the high number of worthy international entries. Champions of this country, champions of that country, and how many world champions have we got? We calculated the other day. It was a lot, wasn't it?
Yeah, obviously multiple world champions throughout the field, and I bet in pretty much every race where someone's finished last, that person in last has won a significant amount of things, and quite often will be a champion of their local circuit. So anyway, massive thanks to you guys in the commentary booth and the camera crews down working in the cold for bringing such great coverage. Obviously the mechanics and the guys down in race control, everyone's doing a great job, so thanks.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic year so far. Thank you, Brad, and we'll see you later. We'll let you crack on with some food and a drink. Cheers, guys. Going to grab a quick word, if possible, with Lewis Manley, Lewis Manley last night was definitely feeling on the back foot. Lewis, talk to us.
Yeah, don't know what to say actually about last night. One of my worst ever. I can't say any more about it. I need a miracle today to make the semi or even the final. So
obviously that miracle, there is a calculation for what that is. Do you know what sort of position you need from here on in?
A win. End of story. That's the only thing I need. Because even if I come about third or fourth, that might be tight for the semi-final. Because that's my target at the minute. Because I need to squeeze in, hopefully.
Yeah, and to actually achieve that kind of result in this the standard how it is today, it just basically means aiming for that win, doesn't it?
Exactly, because the standard this year has been mighty, because there's so many fast drivers this weekend. So, as I've really struggled because I haven't had the pace in the karts I've had this week, so it's not had the best of luck this week, really.
So we move from one top Brit, Lewis Manley, to another top Brit. Certainly this weekend showing the form level up. Stephen King. Stephen, you're really lighting the place up. How are you feeling? It's been a great tournament so far. I know things were getting a bit heated in that last race, but you've been putting on a great show. We've mentioned you an awful lot more this weekend than we ever have before.
Yeah, really enjoying it. Just going out there, thinking I can do as well as everyone else, regardless of your credentials. I've got the same playing field, so that's my mentality.
So obviously, against this international competition, do you fancy doing some more of the national championships elsewhere? Because obviously they all run to this same format, so a one-weekend series.
I would love to do a lot more karting, but I've got a lot of work commitments that I have to take care of, so it's very hard for me to get out a lot, to be honest. So,
well, for what it's worth, the Belgian Championship at the end of the year, the Belgian National Championship, obviously Matthias Grooten here is one of the organisers. He was telling me it's going to be in Kortrijk, which I believe is something like about 40 miles from Dunkirk. So if you fancy doing one, that would be the most local one if possible.
I've got some family in Belgium, so maybe I can go and stay with them and have a little go at that one, yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Excuse to see the relatives, yeah?
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
Excellent. Well, Stephen, thank you very much. You've been doing a great job and really giving us something to talk about. Thank you. Well, we're going to try and have a word with Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh, it's a tough year this year, isn't it, mate? I mean, you're driving great, but gosh, so is everybody else.
Yeah, this year it's more difficult, I think, from this year. I am a little unlucky before another races, but I hope so on the next sessions, and of course in the semi-final will be better. But I'm happy about results, so keep pushing, of course, and it will be better.
Well, you're always running at the front. Whenever you come here and in the various national championships, you've obviously been one of the world's top drivers. That battle there with Regis Goslan, it's interesting with Regis because he's been away from karting for a little while. Has he come back a little bit more composed? Because obviously, yes, he's always been fast, but he's kind of feisty, isn't he? When you were racing with him there, he was looking pretty composed and maybe even more deadly quick than before.
Yeah, of course, but I think we fighting with Regis on the same level. Of course, I want to catch him. I have another strategy, so finally we're fighting for the finish line, and I finished third, so he's second. So finally, it's good.
Superb, Matt. And one final thing, we've seen you win here before at Formula Fast. You've got one more race this weekend. Probably could do with winning for the sake of points, looking ahead to the semi-final and final. Can it be done?
Yeah, of course, easily.
Super. Well, thank you, Matt. We'll see you later, and probably see you in Poland later on this year as well. Okay, so that was Matt Barsh. We saw with some stirring results earlier on. Going to try and have a word with Cedric Wouters. Cedric, can we catch a word? What a race there earlier on. That was a fantastic victory. Strategy and pace.
It's turned out really well, to be honest. Didn't really expect it after the qualifying, as I only managed fourth during the hot lap. Wasn't really happy about my hot lap, but the strategy really paid off, and in the end, the win is always good.
Yeah, it was a really good performance there. Did you feel that you were going to win by quite a margin? Because I knew it looked like it was a race that was close. It's not like you qualified on the pole, and the race was very close. And then all of a sudden, when the pit stops had worked through, you were there with a massive lead. There must have been a lot of time running on your own that you were able to make that gap.
Yeah, I was just when Ramon did his pit stop, I knew it was very important to get a gap, so I didn't have to defend on him. And then he had to start defending on Bjorn, and that's where I managed to gain a lot of time, because otherwise I think it would have been really close right until the end.
Well, you've been putting on a great show so far this weekend, Cedric. How do you feel about semi-final and final going forward? I know it's hard this year.
Still a long way to go. Still a normal heat and then the semis. I think, as Ruben just said, I think after the semis the overall classification will be completely different again. I'm not in too bad position, so we'll see what happens. But going for that final, obviously.
Well, you're driving great and putting on a good show, so thank you very much. That was Cedric Wouters. We saw him win earlier on. We're now going to move over and catch a quick word with our most recent winner, who's already spoken Spanish, but he's going to be speaking to me now. So, Ruben Boutens. Ruben, it's really tough this year, but as ever, you're looking pretty composed, mate.
Yeah, it's very tough. I think it's for sure the highest level of BRKC in all 10 editions. But I'm also feeling comfortable, and it's going well so far, so I'm enjoying the competition.
And it has been really tough, but you've still been able to score the points. It is very tight at the top, isn't it? We've got Selena in the lead with 30 points, then a couple with 29, and then a whole bunch of people with 28 points. It's going to be very, very difficult to get into that final, isn't it? Just one or two places in the next heat, and certainly the semi-final, could make it or break it for some people.
Yeah, I think the semi-final will be crucial. I think there every year a lot of people make a jump or go down in the ranking, so that will be definitely one of the most important races of the weekend. And I think there can be at this moment 25 people making the final, so it's going to be very, very close.
I'm glad I'm having to talk about it, not actually driving it. Not that I'll be a contender for the final, but it must be very, very difficult. Ruben Boutens, reigning British champion, going for 7. This would be unprecedented. This is actually, despite the fact that you're a Dutchman, this is your most successful national championship, isn't it?
Yeah, by far. I'm also feeling the track comes very natural to me. It's always a pleasure to drive here, and I've also raced it all the years. There are some other championships like in Poland or in the Netherlands, which I didn't even race for 6 or 7 times. But still, I think it's one of my most successful tracks where I've ever raced, so it's always a big pleasure to come back here.
Fantastic. It's always a pleasure having you here, Paul. You're hearing there from the reigning British champion, Ruben Boutens. He won it incredible 6 times. He's going for 7 this year, but there's a strong competition. Certainly someone who came second to him in the race we've just seen, Matthias Grooten. Matthias, we're going to talk to you about the Belgian Championship a little bit as well today, won't we? Any updates on that?
I'll talk to you in a few hours about it. We're just finalizing the details now, but I can give you all the info in a few hours.
Excellent. Well, that's fantastic. Obviously, however, some people, when they compete with you, anyone bumping into you now is probably going to find that their entry's turned down. Is that correct?
No, not at all. We welcome everyone, and especially the Brits. I can tell you already that it's a venue actually quite close to Dover, Calais, so I'll talk to you in a bit about it.
Yeah, we'll be having a chat with Matthias Grooten, former world champion. Of course, he was one of the organisers of the Belgian National Championship at the very end of the year. From a British point of view, as he said, it's very close. I believe it's going to be held about 40 miles. So, 60 kilometres if you're European, but 40 miles to us sounds even closer. So, encouraging for some of those British competitors. And one we're going to have a little word with Marcel Hollink here. Now, Marcel, we've seen you run at the front, run at the tail, run in the middle this weekend. It's been a really, really tough weekend. We've seen you here a lot, though, so you know your way around the track, Marcel. How are you feeling about it so far? It's very tough this year, right?
Yeah, the level of competition is insanely high this year, and it's just very tough to even make the semis, and I don't even think I'm going to make that this year. Compared to the last 2 years, I did make it, but it's not on the cards this year.
Yes, because we have seen you right up there, but the standard this year, do you feel, is a little bit tougher?
Yeah, it's much tougher.
And it's making for a lot harder race, and of course the points are going to be very, very close because people have taken points off each other. What would have been a real heat of death a few years ago is now normal, and so everything's very, very difficult. So we're talking with Marcel Hollink, the Dutchman. Marcel, what's your plan for the rest of the year? Are you going to be contesting the World Championship as well?
Yeah, that's the plan. We'll be in Portugal. My brother as well. He isn't here this year, but he will be joining Portugal, and we'll see how it ends up there.
And of course, the Dutch Championship is between now and then, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be competing there. It still depends on some financial situations and things like that. But well, I'll be driving around Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, some different races.
Fantastic. So as you've heard there, Marcel Hollink, he's one of these guys who competes a lot, and it's this format which really is why it makes it so difficult. Marcel, a pleasure talking as always. We'll see how it works out for you. Somebody who you were actually battling with in the early part of that previous race, Guillermo van Pamelen. Guillermo, we've gone from the incredible height of Marcel Hollink to the slightly more James level of Guillermo van Pamelen, but who has actually grown in stature. Guillermo, I remember a couple of years ago, we always joke about this. It's not fair, I know, but it was such an amazing sight where you were carrying so much weight, ballasted up to 90 kilograms, that you couldn't even lift your own seat. Now, of course, you're bigger and stronger and the seat is comparatively lighter. However, the Marcel Hollink out of camera shot has actually got his arm on the head of Guillermo van Pamelen. Marcel Hollink, one of the few drivers who can be in the building here at Formula Fast and touch the ceiling. So, Guillermo van Pamelen, how do you feel your contest is going? It was really tricky in that last race. Qualifying, what, 6th, 7th, wasn't it?
Yeah, I qualified 6th, I think. Yeah, it wasn't just a good kart. I was losing a lot of time. I don't know why. Yeah, on the straight wasn't fast enough. But yeah, the rest of the championship is going great. To 2nd place and won 5th place. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because the points are going to be very tight for the semi-final and more seriously the final. Do you feel you could make a final, you could be in the final this year?
Yeah, of course, because when I win the semi-finals, you have a big chance to be in the final, right?
That's right there. You see the optimism of youth there from Guillermo van Pamelen. Guillermo, it's looking really good. What are your plans for the rest of the year? What championships have you in line? The World Championship for starters?
Yeah, I will be driving the World Championship and Polish Championship and the Belgium also, and hopefully, but the rest I don't know actually. European Championship.
So a lot still to come for you then. Well, we'll see how it goes, and Guillermo will be following your progress in this. You're doing great. Well done indeed. Thank you. That was Guillermo van Pamelen that we were talking to there. We're going to move around a bit. Going to try and see if I can have a word with Giovanni Baccelleri. And Giovanni, we saw a really tough contest you were in a couple of races ago. It's been a tough all weekend, hasn't it, mate?
Yes, it was difficult, but this morning I can do the best because I do a big mistake, but that's the race and that's why I love the race.
Yeah, the championship is very, very strong this year. Are you finding it difficult to almost create a space to work? You're always in combat with somebody. You've been in action. Every time I've been mentioning your name, it's been in relation to being on the tail of somebody or in a fight with somebody at least. You've had quite a racy weekend already. Has it felt tough?
Yeah, it's really tough. And that's why I asked you the question before the championship. Yeah. It's like the World Championship, and that's it. We saw that on the race. Absolutely,
it's all the same people, and one of the people making it tough is people like you. So well done indeed. Giovanni, after this event, what are your plans for the year? You competing in the World Championship for starters?
Yes, normally I will go to Portugal, but I don't know what I am going to do.
With the other national championships?
I don't know. Maybe a Belgian championship. I don't know. It will go.
It will work itself out. Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you very much there, Giovanni. That was Giovanni Baccelleri, off camera, of course, but that's the one we're talking to. We've seen him being really racy. So well done there, Giovanni. Going to try and push in and catch a word with Bjorn Vermeulen before moving on to Alex Goldschmidt. So Bjorn, haven't spoken to you much this weekend. Normally talk to you quite a bit, but gosh, it's tough out there, isn't it? And you're one of the guys making it tough. How's it been?
It's been really tough.
I'm glad I haven't had the worst sessions yet. Because like heat 5, heat 7 in round 2 was really incredible. I mean, if you're in a session like that and you pull out a bad kart or a bad pit stop or whatever, a bad move, you're screwed. You will lose a lot of points. And
even brilliant people who were coming at the tail.
Yeah. But for me, this year was it's tough. I had 2, big sessions with Selina, with Grote, and it's a good championship. It's really tough. The karts during the practice were a bit off pace, but now it's really close. It's about 2-3 tenths, I think. So no, it's fun. I'm enjoying it for sure.
You're doing great, Bjorn, and it's great to have you because you're one of the guys who makes this event. You know, one of the visiting international drivers. You compete in various other championships. World championships for you this year, or what other national championships you got in mind?
Well, I'm going World Championships because my dad lives about 2 hours away from the track, so I'll be there for a long weekend as well this year.
A good excuse to visit Dad, really, isn't it?
Of course.
Excellent. So, well, you'll be fighting against the same people as you're fighting this weekend. It's going to be another tough World Championship. I believe it's outdoor, is that right?
Yeah, it's outdoors. It's a big track. It's going to be fun as well.
Do you know the venue? Do you know the track?
No, but my dad is there today, so he's testing it out. He's actually there.
He's actually there, that's great. So, Bjorn, will you be doing any of the other national championships between now and then as well?
Yeah, I'll be driving the Polish Championship again, like every year. And maybe a little championship here and there, but 24-hour races like that with Traxxas, and we'll see.
Fantastic. You're listening now to Bjorn Vermeulen, obviously off camera, so thank you very much, Bjorn, and best luck for it.
Thanks, man.
Well done. Going to have a little word with co-commentator from a few years ago now, Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, it's been an awful long time since we met, but obviously we've spoken on social media and things like that, but last time we were together in person was here at Formula Fast. Since then, you've really moved on with your media work and everything else. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, yes, 2017 was when I joined you in the commentary box for when Ruben actually secured his 4th successive title, and now I'm commentating across Europe. I'm now working within the Rotax Racing family, the Euro Trophy official commentator, social media manager, promotional editor. The list goes on and on. I'm doing 3 Rotax championships this year, travelling across Belgium, Germany, Italy. We're even heading to the UK mid-July to PF International, the home of British karting in terms of owner-driver. I've been up and down the country, travelling to Europe. I was at the Rotax Grand Finals last year, which is absolute bedlam. I mean, it's to see, first of all, great to be back at the 10th anniversary of BRKC, and for it to also be, the great work from Darren and the guys at Scruffy Bear Pictures, obviously Motorsport TV, broadcasting live. It's great kudos for the work that both you and Bradley, did in the championship starting back in 2010, and to see 40% of the competitors here, as Bjorn was telling me, are all from Europe.
Yeah, and it's this sort of international crowd that they're meeting each other in various other, they all know each other well, they take each other on in various other championships too. Alex, obviously, with the European sort of bias towards the commentary these days, especially, I know it's a personal favourite of yours. Will we see you commentating on the DTM anytime soon?
That's definitely a pipe dream. That's something I'd love to do. It's a category I've followed since the mid-1990s with the old ITCs, with the Alfa 155s, the Mercedes C-classes, when the likes of Frank Hitti, Bernd Schneider, Alessandro Nannini, and the rest. That would be a pipe dream. I mean, the cars now are severely advanced. They've gone into Class 1 for 2020, turbocharged 2-litre engines, pushing out 620 brake horsepower through the rear wheels. And I've been to Brands Hatch actually this year, just gone, when we saw Aston Martin, who went into the DTM with our Motorsport for 2019, having Paul di Resta, leading for about 15 laps before he had to serve a stop-go penalty for an apparent jump start, and the footage was very, very close. You couldn't tell whether because they've changed a lot of regulations. Gerhard Berger is now running ITR, who are the promoters. They've been racing in Fuji with the Super GT, so It's a great category, but my heart is quite clearly with karting very much at the moment, my friend.
And talking of the karting, what you've seen so far, hopefully you've been watching the TV coverage. I mean, that's been amazing for Darren, hasn't it, to be with Motorsport TV. And a kudos for the championship, and one that the championship has to earn, and hopefully that reflects in that. From what you've seen so far, though, Ruben Boutins has been pushed like never before. Every year we say it, but every year he manages somehow to find what it takes to win. Could that happen again this year? Anyone beating him is incredible, but winning for the 7th time is incredible. So something incredible is going to happen.
They do say that number 7 is lucky for some, and who knows what might happen, because as Spanners said earlier in the broadcast today, that when we get to the semi-final stages, that's when everything goes back to ground zero, and we see a different driver. We've seen that for 6 seasons. Michael Schöttler from Germany, the current reigning defending world champion, who's beaten Rubens, who was a former 2-time champion in 2017 and 2018.
We're going to start with that. And so getting ready for round 4. It looks like they're all ready down there, and they're out on their qualifying laps. So we're back with the racing here, and I'm getting back into position, having been talking there with Alex Goldschmidt, former co-commentator. Now let's have a look as they're starting their qualifying laps. We've got Dan Healy in this one. We've got Matt Stark. Adrian Zajewski has just put a time in. He's gone to 3rd place. Mandipira's 4th. Josh Nye is up into 4th now. We saw him putting a great performance earlier. Logan Sune's 5th, and he's been pushed down. Matt Barsh, who we talked to earlier, has been pushed down again by James Martin. James Martin goes to 3rd. Incredible. Where's Johan Medart? He's only 6th. Johan Medart is only 6th. Harvey Bull has come through to 5th place. Incredible run there by Harvey Bull. But it is Dan Healy who's qualified on the pole. The last one out there has qualified on the pole. Dan Healy, an incredible performance there to put himself on the pole position for the start of this race. Now, this is quite staggering, because Adrian Zajewski is going to be there in 2nd. Oh, Logan Sune is 1st. Logan Sune and Barsh to 6th. James Martin to 5th. So Logan Sune will take the pole position, and Johan Medart is 2nd, and Harvey Bull ends up in 10th. So the outlap there gives us a bit of an indication of how it's shaping up, but the actual qualifying result itself is like this. Logan Sune is qualified on the pole position from Johan Medart, from Dan Healy, from Adrian Zajewski, from Matthew Mandipira, and James Martin is there in 6th, with Matt Barsh has been pushed all the way down to 7th from Matt Stark, Josh Nye and Harvey Bull in 10th place there. So this is going to be quite a race. Now, Logan Sune is really fighting for his position into the semi-final. So Logan Sune under increasing pressure more than ever to pull something out of this race, but so is Johan Medart. Johan Medart does need to do well. Dan Healy especially, he needs to translate that 3rd place into a win just for the sake of points there. Yes, he would like it for the kudos, and yes, he would like it just for the pure fact of winning, but from a points point of view, that is the most important thing now to Dan Healy. So going to try and see if I can find where he is on the point situation. But Logan Sune, I know, is on the bubble for the semi-finals. They're being brought around. They're being brought back into the pits for some reason. We'll try and find out. But Logan Sune is 30th on points as we speak. The pole sitter, Logan Sune, is 30th on points, and that is the last place for a semi-final position. So Logan Sune, our original pole sitter. We'll see what's actually going on here. We're not entirely sure what's going on here, why they've been brought back into the pit. So, yeah, we're not sure what's going on, but they've all been brought back into the pits. Maybe there's a timing issue. So, yes, the marshals are looking at something on screen there, and maybe an issue with the track, and they wanted to get the carts off. Maybe there's been some form of leak. Now, there's Phil Stanley in the grey jacket. He's the one in charge here at Formula Fast, and he's directing operations down there, and the marshals are clearly aware of something that's down there in the corner on the course. This corner is the one that's the end of the very fast back straight, and it's an important one. It's the one where we saw the pass and pass back between Ruben Boutens and Selena Balnega earlier yesterday. So it is a very important corner on the track. There's clearly some moisture down there, as if something spilt from a kart. The karts, of course, have been fueled in the break there while the track was being changed back to the standard format. We've been running on the revised format just to spice things up a little bit for 2 rounds, back to the standard format with the fabled snail section. First time is looking the ceiling. It makes me wonder if maybe there's something coming through the roof, because obviously not assuming it's fuel from a kart. The karts have been fueled.
Apparently there was a patch on the track on the last qualifying session, as Grutin pointed out, so it could perhaps be related to that.
A patch?
A patch of moisture.
A patch of moisture? Do
Like
we know
some
the
sort
nature
of
the
non-alcoholic liquid?
Well, it clearly wasn't any of the production team involved in that then. So the patch is being investigated. Whether that's a patch from it's in the braking area by the looks of it. They're sending a cart out. The organiser actually got one of the mechanics in a cart. He's obviously going to arrive at speed at the fabled patch. So he's in the snail section now, and the marshals are standing off the course. They probably want to see what happens when he gets down there. There's Phil Stanley in the grey jacket. So Phil Stanley very much involved there in the situation with this mystical patch that's appeared on the track.
It's mystical now.
Yes,
That's
mystical.
incredible. What else can we assign to this patch?
I don't know, but it's mystical on the basis we don't quite know what it is. Well, I'm assuming that's not the marshal having spun on the patch. I think he's just actually effectively handbrake turned it. So he's going to have another look at it.
He's going the wrong way. This is highly unorthodox. Or is that the new layout?
Well, it could be a new layout, but he's a track marshal, so he's well entitled to do what he likes. So he's heading down to the area where this patch has appeared. Of course, it is the braking area at the end of the long backstretch, so it's a very important part. He seems he's pointing at something, so he's obviously found something there on the track. Obviously, these guys, they know their own circuit very well. Logan Sune, of course, has the pressure at the front there. We're looking at that shot. The 21 car is Matthew Mandipira. Matthew Mandipira, he's settling back down in. He's obviously been sort of lifting himself up to have a look over the top, see what's going on. In front of Mandipira in the little side picture there was Adrian Sajewski. So there's Mandipira. Now behind Mandipira is James Martin. Now James Martin won the Club 100 regulars, very competitive driver there. And Matt Barsh, who we were talking to in the interval, is in the predominantly orange helmet behind James Martin there in the 13 kart. Obviously Logan Sune, who I was talking about at the head of this queue, he's really on the bubble, because to make a place in the semi-final you need to be in the top 30 of point scorers out of the 100, and Logan Sune is exactly in position 30 as we speak. So Logan Sune pretty much on the bubble. There's Dan Healy. So Dan Healy talking to Phil Stanley. Phil Stanley has moved back from where he was discussing about the end there. He's obviously telling everybody about this area they were investigating at the end of the backstretch. It's probable that they're going to do their best to make sure that the track is as clean, but they are making people aware of what that was all about. We'll see what happens. Of course, they're not going to start from the pit lane, if you like. So they will actually arrive there, and they will be able to get to see it. It's not like the first time they're going to hit this area at the end of the backstretch, this fabled patch. That they will be. They won't hit it first time under race conditions on that one. They will actually have to drive over it first, whatever happens.
Okay, I've got the skinny. I've got the lowdown. So the staff are just warning the drivers. There has been a drip that has come onto the track to form the mystical, magical patch of moisture. They've cleaned up what they found, acknowledged that it was a bit slippy in qualifying, but what they're saying to people is just look out for it. We don't think it's going to be a problem, just be aware.
That's a very good approach towards the whole event, actually, isn't it?
And life, James, and life.
Yes, so we're getting very mystical now. We've got a magical, mystical patch, and we're now relating it to life. So clearly thinking about life is Logan Sune at the head of the queue there. He's ever so slightly out of shot. There's a banner. Well, there's actually a stanchion there with tyres around it. We can't really see Logan Sune. We can just see the very front of his helmet. Behind him, of course, is Johan Medart. Now, Johan Medart under less pressure than Logan Sunne. So Johan Medart could get away with the second place. Stop Spanners.
I've got news. I bring tail from Phil, who is the boss of things here. And what they're going to do is they're going to actually rerun quali, because they feel it was unfair for those results to stand. What it is there's frost that's built up on the inside of the windows because it's been really, really cold, and it just happens to have melted then and gone onto the track. So that's not going to be an ongoing issue, and it's something they've cleared up.
Yes, and we were having a bit of a look at the gantry there. There's, in fact, we can see a number of drivers. There's Ed White in the middle in the dark suit, and to the left, as we see in the red, is Gary Jones, and there's Michael Weddle next to Ed White, and it looks like Sean Briley. Anwar Barul Smith is there. Sean Briley with the hat on. Anwar Barul Smith next to him. In fact, there's Sean Briley waving. Anwar Barul Smith, we've seen him win a couple of times.
Yeah.
There's Sebastian Räikkönen looking at his phone, which is normal, and so on down the line. Obviously, a lot of the drivers come with other people as families and friends. It's going to be very interesting, Spanners, if people's mentality's right when they hit this patch. Logan Sunne theoretically is going to be first to hit it under race conditions, you know, and how it affects people.
Well,
but that's Harvey Ball, isn't it?
The word we're getting is that it is no longer an issue. But you know, there's only so much you can clear it. They're just telling people, yeah, is there going to be like a mental block where people approach it and go, uh-oh, there's the patch?
Well, they're rerunning qualifying, Spanners, and
I know
that's bad news for Logan Sunne. He's going to have to replicate that performance. Johan Medart is going to be one of those preventing him, and especially so will Dan Healy. So we'll see what happens. They're out on their outlap now, and then they're going to start their qualifier. So qualifying is now underway. Logan Sunne is the one who is first out to qualify, and so we'll see what his benchmark is. He was very fast in the earlier one, and that was with patch. We'll see what he's like without patch. That's the area we're looking at on the camera, just at the bottom of the back stretch. So Logan Sunne now is approaching that patch area. Now this is the area where the patch was. There's Logan Sunne, who did qualify first. Now here comes Johan Medart. Johan Medart is coming through now, and then, well, that looks like Dan Healy. Yes, it is. And Adrian Zatuski from that. Now Logan Sunne has taken the flag. That's provisional pole for Logan Sunne. Can he be beaten? Johan Medart? No, Medart is still in second, but Dan Healy's topped the pair of them. Dan Healy has gone to first place. Adrian Zatuski into fourth, and Matthew Mandipur into fifth. What else have we got? James Martin to fourth, and top in the list is Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh has gone fastest. Matthew Stark has gone to fourth, the 15-year-old. Josh Nye is up to fifth, ahead of Johan Medart, would you believe? And Harvey Bull comes through in 10th, so Matt Barsh will lead the way this time. Logan Sunne has found himself pushed down to third by Dan Healy. Matt Stark is in fourth, incredible fourth place for him, the 15-year-old. Josh Nye, we've not seen Josh start that high up so far. He's doing great. Johan Medart, that's a good measure of how well Josh Nye is doing. Johan Medart was going to be starting second originally, but now he's starting sixth. James Martin seventh, Mandipura, Zatuski and Bull. So the big losers there, Spanners, are definitely Sunne and definitely Medart.
See, if you're Sunne, how do you treat this? You know, do you treat it as a pole position lost, or do you treat it as a good third position in a really strong field? It's very difficult not to see it as a loss, not to go on tilt and then be like desperate to make up for that loss.
You know what, Spanners? It's like the glass half full, half empty argument, isn't it? Whatever happens, it's half. It's half,
James,
and that's where Logan Sunne is. He's third. Whether it's good, bad, or whatever, he's third. Meantime, here comes Barsh. Barsh is taking him real slow round. He's got Dan Healy on his tail. He accelerates away. Barsh makes the start. The start is good, and they're heading for the snail section now. They've reverted to the original track for this fourth round. That'll be the format as well of track layout for the semi-finals and the final, which will follow this. So here we come with Matt Barsh. He's got a huge lead. He's heading around the outside onto that back stretch. Matt Barsh leads way down the back stretch, the first time under race conditions onto the fabled patch, and it's all good. There's Logan Sunne still in third. There's no problems for anybody. I think the patch has disappeared now. The marshals have sorted that out, and Matt Barsh leads the way from Dan Healy. Logan Sunne is in a very strong third, and there is Stark in fourth. What do we think of Stark, Spanners?
Well, at the moment, he's holding up, and he's probably going to end up creating that gap, but it's fantastic to see him up there.
And maybe Johan Medart will consider himself with a bit of a Stephen King situation from the previous race he was in. And will we see Medart he doesn't really know Stark, he doesn't know what to expect. Will he pit out of this or will he stay running? We'll find out in a second, because here comes Matt Barsh. And here is Dan Healy. Now, Dan Healy is starting to apply the pressure. Johan Medart does not pit, but somebody else has.
Yeah, pit from near the tail of the field. That's Josh Nye there. Good qualifying. He's looking strong. He wants to give himself some clean air. And actually, I'm not discounting him from moving up the field from this.
Now, I wonder why Josh Nye pitted from that 5th place there.
Yeah, I don't think he was 5th. I think he was a little bit further
Sorry,
back than
a bit
that.
further back, was he? Yeah, it might have been previous that I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's paying more attention to the front, I guess. Talking of the front, here comes Matt Barsh, and what a view there. Medart was trying to move on that camera turn there, the crane turn, and
Crane corner.
Yeah, crane corner. And they move to the snail section, and it's still, there's the 3 leaders, but here comes Stark. He's fighting a rearguard action against Johan Medart, and what a rearguard action it is. And the lead is still Barsh, who's coming on the backstretch now. This is the backstretch. There's Barsh, there's Healy, there is Sune. Into that turn there, Matt Barsh leaning out, the Polish driver. He's a regular in the Polish Championship. He's been a regular here at the BRKC. We've seen him win before, and we might well see him win in this race. Johan Medart is still behind Stark, and it's backing up a bit behind Stark. There's someone in the... No, that's just a late turn. I'm looking out the window, Spanners. It looked like someone hadn't made the corner. But there's Matt Barsh, there is Dan Healy, and there is Logan Sune. Now, it's backing up a little bit behind Stark. Will Medart see this as the time to come into the pits and pit
Yeah, I mean,
himself away?
that gap really is opening up now. Unless he can make a move stick, I think he has made a move stick into that big hairpin. Great move from Medart. That was decisive. And then now he's overtaken him, he gives the symbol, you know, let's carry on, work with me, now that I've mugged you. Interesting to see Barsh in that lead group, really on this final hairpin, like hammering the apex every time, giving a good strong hit on it, using every single inch of the track. But I have to say, I'm impressed with Songe and his attitude here. He has seen it as a glass is twice as big as it needs to be situation, and he hasn't tried to just, you know, desperately win back the pole that got taken away from him.
Absolutely, Matt Barsh is leading the way here from Dan Healy. Logan Sune, there's a little bit of a gap opening up there, but Johan Medart has definitely got ahead of Matthew Stark, and that's what Medart needed. And to be honest with you, it probably takes a little bit of heat off Stark if he hasn't got Johan Medart onto him. However, now onto him is James Martin. James Martin's been very, very strong this weekend. And so James Martin is now all over the back of Matthew Stark. The leaders continue through. Here's Johan Medart. He's trying to pull away. James Martin is now working, and we've got someone in the pits. It's Mandipira.
21. Mandipira comes into the pits. Really love how seeing people who are skidding in, really trying to take every tenth of a hundredth and thousandth of a second out, and he's done his best there, and he's gotten out on his way in front of Nye.
Yeah, that was Matthew Mandipira. I believe he's Peterborough based, so he's not too far away from the track here at Formula Fast. Now, it's still Matt Barsh in the lead, and we're looking at the backstretch. Now, the fabled patch was caused by condensation on the window. Kart's not running on the track for a time there, and condensation, now that we've gone above freezing point, was coming off the window and onto the track, and nothing was sort of burning it off, so that's what that was about.
It's toasty now.
Yeah, nice and warm down there. Lovely in the commentary box, Spanners.
Shut up, James. It's freezing down here.
Yes, absolutely. So was the heat. Anyway, so we're looking good now as Matt Barsh leads the way. He's got Dan Healy, and these two seem to be holding a bit of a watching brief, to be honest. Matt Barsh is running very quickly. He's taking Dan Healy with him, but Dan Healy is not looking to make a challenge, I don't believe, at the moment. Really, the main thing is a lot of points needed. Logan Sune is probably the one who is the most on the bubble on paper, being 30th and last on points from a semi-final point of view. There are 100-point scorers, but it's the top 30 that go through. So Logan Sune at the moment is in that 30th place, so he does need to really be turning something on here. This is his final heat race of the weekend, so it's a bit now or never for the driver in third place.
I tell you, Healy's not giving this up on Barsh. Just when you think that the lead is disappearing, thank you very much, bro. Just when you think that he's able to squeeze a little bit away, Healy's just clawing him back and hanging on in there. So I don't think this is over, even though it looks like Barsh is in control.
Absolutely. Matt Barsh is one of the most experienced and finest drivers in the world at the moment. He is one of this set that will move around the tracks. And Dan Healy certainly showing up also. He's the measure of Matt Barsh. In fact, I'm sure he's closing in a moment there, Spanners. Matt Barsh, yes, in fact, Dan Healy is the fastest in this race. He has got the record lap for this race at the moment, and that's him in pursuit of the race leader, Matt Barsh, the Polish driver. We're going to be seeing Matt Barsh in action later in the year in the Polish Championship, and there's a flag being pointed at somebody. Not quite sure what that's about. I've got a feeling it might be James Martin. He, of course, has moved ahead of Matt Stark, and that might be for a contact. Yes, it is, contact. So it was obviously contact Martin Stark on his way past. James Martin has moved up to 5th place.
Okay, I think, you know, Barsh's line has just changed ever so slightly to a slightly more defensive line as we see James Martin come into the pits. Was that a response to the board? That wasn't a penalty, was it? Is this a scheduled stop?
Yeah, he's been given a penalty.
Oh, well, there you go then. So he served that, and he's out behind Mandapira.
Now, what might be interesting, Spanners, is the penalty thing came up on screen once he was in the pits. Was the penalty for a pit lane infringement, or was the penalty for the contact?
No, I think it was before, so I don't think it would have been for
right.
pit lane infringement.
Okay, so yeah, maybe he'd had the contact warning and then did it again, so we'll see. Anyway, certainly we've seen James Martin in the pits and out back into 9th place. Meantime, at the front of the field, it's a half-second gap between Matt Barsh and the English driver, Dan Healy. And Matt Barsh, as he says, is starting to get a little bit defensive. He's gone back to the normal line, though, so I think he's kind of negated the challenge, if you like. Logan Sune is dropping back. He's 2 seconds behind Dan Healy, and Logan Sune, if anyone needs to win this race, it's Logan. He is on the bubble of making the semi-final. He really needs the points.
Medart not eating into the gap to Songe, as you might have thought he would have done.
Yeah, it's a 3.5 second gap at the moment for Medart. He's still got Stark behind him in 5th place. Beneficiary, of course, of James Martin coming in the pits, but Stark putting a great performance there in 5th. We've not seen him before, and we're very much seeing him now with the young Englishman in 5th place. Of course, Johan Medart ahead of him is the reigning Belgian national champion, and again, one of the world regulars, so he's really in serious company. Adrian Jadzuski's behind him. I think we've got someone in the pits, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Stark.
It is Stark, so yeah. He's going to find himself out of sequence and hopefully get out in front of 21 Mandapira would have been the aim, and he is going to just about manage that, but Mandapira is going to have some momentum.
He's got a huge amount of momentum, and this is the layout, the momentum counts, and it's carried him past. Mandapira has passed Stark. Matthew Mandapira has passed his namesake, Matthew Stark, and that is 4th position. However, I don't believe Mandapira has been in the pits yet, has he? Yes, he has. So that's really is a place for Mandapira. Big jump there, but we've got a drive-through penalty for Matthew Stark. Did he blow the pits, Spanners? Because there's a drive-through penalty for Stark.
Well, no, it's Mandapira has come in again, I think.
No, it's Stark come in.
Right. Oh, yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. I apologise, Stark. So that's put him in with the leaders. I don't know if he's going to make any effort to get out of the way, but Barsh has had to go round the outside, and that's affected Healy more than Barsh.
Yes, it has. Healy's making a move. We're seeing on screen there, Healy made a move down the inside of Stark, so he's lost a fraction, but it could have been a whole lot worse. As Stark came out of the pits, obviously, Matt Barsh had momentum on him, past him going into the snail, and in the middle of the snail, Dan Healy was able to put a move to keep the distance, but it has maybe hurt Healy a little bit, not very much. It could have been a lot worse. I think Matt Barsh was hoping to make it worse with Stark being in between the two of them, but so it's not worked out for Barsh as such, but it's definitely worked out for Healy because he could have had Stark between the two, and that would have hurt his race quite a lot. But Dan Healy definitely looking to make up points in this race and trying to hang on in there for a place in the semi-final.
Well, the dynamic of the pit stops has changed, hasn't it? Because you didn't want to be the guy pitting first out of the group, because if you were level, the guy coming out of the pit second had the advantage on the inside. I think that's changed somewhat.
Yeah, we're getting a close-up on Dan Healy, and yeah, I think you're right. What's happened is there's been Conor Marsh opened the door to the early pit stops yesterday, didn't he? But very few people have actually been able to pull it off properly. And so that kind of trend, if you like, seemed to have backed off this morning. Those who pitted early don't seem to have got quite the result they were looking for. Johan Medart, it has to be said, was fairly lucky himself that it worked out for him with the troubles for Stephen King. It nearly failed on him, so we're seeing people staying out quite a long time. We've had people in the pits who are running at the tail of the field, but none of the established front runners, that's Barsh, Healy, Sune and Medard, Zajewski, have been anywhere near the pits in this race, nor look likely.
Yeah, so just to clarify from my head more than anything, Stark was a lap down when he came out of the pits there, so he's still a lap down on the leaders.
Yeah, because of that double stop, really, isn't it?
Oh, a bold move down the inside there by James Martin. I think that's optimistic, to be honest, onto Mandapira. I would be surprised if some kind of board didn't come out, and yes, there's some kind of flag coming out. I think this could be serious.
Yeah, that's right. It's well, we'll see what they come up with. There's probably been more intervention into this race. I mean, when it comes to the messages, they're quite thick and fast with drive-through penalties, penalty, contact warning, all sorts going on in this one. So it doesn't look that overly dramatic, but it's all happening from an organisation point of view in this race. Meantime, there's Matt Barsh, there's Dan Healy, and there's Stark, and then Logan Sune. So Logan Sune hasn't been able to pass Stark, who we know is a lap down because of the double pit stop, because of his penalty. So Logan Sune is actually dropping away from the leaders a bit, really. This is not what the Belgian needs. He is fighting for a place in the semi-finals period. If he finishes third, yes, it's points, but that means he needs slightly iffy results for other people. If he can get to the front and win this race, that puts him a bit more in control of his own destiny. Spanners, Logan Sune's pit stop's going to be pretty crucial here, isn't it?
Why'd you say that, James? I mean, he's sort of on his own. Is it more about where it pops him back out?
Well, I think what I'm thinking is that he needs to make up some time on those leaders. It's more about what his point score is, and his only worthy point score is going to come from a win, I believe. Otherwise, he's on the bubble points-wise. He's 30th out of the 30 people who could get into the semi-final. So Logan Sune, the pressure is on to maximise everything. Because bear in mind, when it comes to a final position...
Oh, contact, sorry. It's Martin again, who's in the wars, and I don't think the marshals are going to look too favourably on that.
No, well, James Martin might be well on his way to another visit to the pits. We'll see what happens, but certainly, you see, with the semi-finals being the right to continue scoring, it's not like top three, it's not like race yourself at the front of the semi-final, you're in the final. Logan Sune needs those points, not just for the semi-final point of view, but for any intention he had of a final result here.
Well, Van Pamelen's already bagged one of the semi-final race wins, so that's one of the wins gone.
Yeah, I mean, talk about optimism of youth. That's he really is feeling confident, isn't he, Guillermo Van Pamelen, and he's already figures he's going to win his semi-final. That's a lot of points, of course. Talking of somebody who could be right up there in the semi-finals, Matt Barsh, leader here, and Dan Healy. I'm going to try and see where we're at points-wise with Dan Healy, because I don't think he's doing too badly, but I could imagine he must be another one of those who's on the bubble for a semi-final place. He's capable of doing it, it's just whether the points stack up enough to stick him in there.
We've got Harvey Bull in the pits here. I think he's not going to be interfering with Songe, which is going to be good news, but he is neck and neck there with Matthew Stark.
Yeah, it's Stark again now. Stark's been in the thick of this race in a variety of ways, and now Harvey Bull is right in front of him, so Stark's going to try and put the pass on him. It is for position, I believe, although Stark actually is probably a lap down. Yes, he's a lap down, but I've got a feeling that might actually be for position anyway. Right, let's see what's happening. Matt Barsh comes through there. We're looking from the crane camera corner, crossing the line. And there's the finish line there. Here comes Logan Sune next, and we've moved over to the snail section. There's Matt Barsh, the leader, and there's Dan Healy. That's close first and second. Now, there's a bit of a gap to Sune. Further back, that's Mandapira, but here comes Matt Barsh. There is Dan Healy, and where is Logan Sune? He's quite far behind them, you know. It's more than 4 seconds. There's Barsh, there's Healy, and what's the gap to Sune? Third. Because he really is somebody who needs to make up that gap.
I'll Mississippi it for you, if you want. Oh, here comes Matt Barsh. He's come into the pits now for his pit stop, which releases Healy. I do feel a bit sorry for Healy as Barsh is doing his stop, because that momentum and pressure that Healy was putting on kind of dissipated when they got tangled up with the back marker. Barsh is on his way with a good pit stop, and following him in is Johan Medart. And remember that Medart earned the right to use this pit stop later by that decisive pass early on in the race.
Absolutely, it was very decisive indeed. Now, what's interesting though is Matt Barsh, the people he's come out behind, he's not in contact with them yet, but it's the very much battling side by side Harvey Bull and Matthew Stark.
Yes.
Now, obviously, blue flags are going to be involved in this because they are a lap down, so that might help him. But anything is going to cost him time, and you can't give away time to anybody like Dan Healy.
Yeah, so he's probably got about 3/10 on Dan Healy overall, and you can definitely lose that with the back markers. But that's the thing, that battle ahead of him is, is a new battle, and they're right in the thick of it.
Sorry to interrupt there, Spanners, but we've come into that battle now. They had a big moment in the snail area, and that battle's opened up. So as Matt Barsh catches it, Harvey Ball has pulled away from Matthew Stark. So we'll see what happens. Someone in the pits.
Songe from third place is pitting. It all goes smoothly, and he should be coming out on his own. He is going to have Zaleski behind him, but he's well clear.
Yes, he is, and now Matt Barsh has caught the battling pair ahead, but Stark seems to have caught back up with Harvey Bull, so this could yet be a problem. No, Stark moves out the way. Matt Barsh has got through immediately on Matthew Stark. Stark, ever the sportsman, has moved aside for Matt Barsh, race leader.
It's a big one. It's Dan Healy coming in to see if he can do anything to make inroads, but there's back markers involved as well. This is going to be chaos as they come out and go into the snail section. Dan Healy's ahead.
He's done it, and he's got a back marker in the form of Harvey Bull in between him and Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh takes the back marker. He's now on the tail of Dan Healy, but that's the key. He's on the tail. He's not in front. Dan Healy has done enough in the cycling of pit stops. He's managed to keep the speed. Matt Barsh has lost a bit of time somewhere, and now Dan Healy has the lead. This is the win he needs. This really is the win he needs. The fight goes on behind him, but that's for the lower order. But Dan Healy now has Matt Barsh, who has to pass him on the track if he wants to win. There's just under 3 minutes to go for this race before we get the last lap board, and it is Dan Healy who's now taken over the lead. We're looking on screen at Dan Healy being chased down by the Polish driver Matt Barsh. Both of these drivers are well capable of winning this race. Logan Sune still in third.
Well, that's it. Matt Barsh blinked first, and that brought him out into that, behind that traffic, whereas Dan Healy left it long enough to be ahead of that traffic. So I guess, you know, that's where being able to read the timings, maybe having someone on the pit wall to help you. He's from the Bantam Harstead, isn't he? So maybe his team have helped him there. It will be interesting to find out.
They are, but then that team, to be fair, isn't noted for their strategic analysis.
How dare you,
yes, they
James.
might bench race, but they'll be bar racing. They'll be the front running team in the bar rather than the front running team with the calculator.
That is slander, but also true.
Absolutely. It's so they'll have probably had a wonderful Saturday night, but their discussion probably won't have been how are we going to get Dan Healy to the front of this race in the morning. So Dan Healy is in the front of this race. Matt Barsh is second. It's very close. There's Logan Sune coming up to the battle behind. I think Logan Sune's third is best for him, but there's a pit visitor.
Yeah, we've got Adrian Z in the pits, pitting from third place. I think he's going to come out, a net fifth? He could be in the thick of things here.
Yes, he is. He's
contact.
I think he is. He's had to fight off Mandapira for starters, and that also means James Martin as well. So it's Zuzewski, Mandapira and James Martin are in close contact. Near the tail of the field is Harvey Bull and Matt Stark, and Sune is in the middle of that Bull and Stark battle, which is what we're looking at now. At the lead of the field on screen. And Dan Healy's got Matt Barsh ever close, and Sune makes the pass on Harvey Bull. He's had to fight his way through there, and Dan Healy now has Matt Barsh closer than ever. So Dan Healy's got race on. There's less than a minute to go before we get the last lap board, and Matt Barsh knows that, and he's taking the fight now to Dan Healy. Dan Healy's definitely got a race in his hands through the crane camera corner, and Dan Healy across the line, followed by Matt Barsh there on screen. The Englishman is fighting off the Polish champ as they come round the snail section there, the tightest, slowest part of the track. They're accelerating out now round that long corner leading to the backstretch. Now momentum is key here, possibly even the slipstream as well. Matt Barsh is chasing down the Englishman. Healy gets defensive, but Barsh takes the normal line.
Yeah,
that really shows what's going on here. Healy recognises he's in the fight now. 20 seconds till we get the board.
Healy had to go very defensive into patch corner there, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Dan Healy has the lead, but it's only just. There's Matt Barsh really keeping him honest. Into the snail section. Will it be a lunge down the inside? No, Healy's got it covered. And so there is Dan Healy. The clock is now ended. It looks like we're going to be getting the last lap next time around, I'm sure. If not the checker this time, we'll see what happens. But it's side by side down the backstretch. Dan Healy maintains the lead from Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh trying this way and that in his pursuit of the Englishman. He's on his tail. He's really got 1 lap to go now, so 1 lap to go for these race leaders. It's all to be done now by Matt Barsh if he's going to pass Healy. I think Healy could hold him off. He really could there. Spanners, your money's got to be on Healy, but it's going to be close, surely.
I think it's fair to say out of the two of them, Barsh has got just that overall edge on pace in this race. But
He
hard
has.
to pass
Sorry,
him.
Spanners, they're on the backstretch. Just want to cut in because they're going the backstretch. Healy's gone defensive. Barsh is trying to follow him. He's gone to the outside. Will it be a move on the final corner? No, it won't. Healy's held him off. They're in Crane camera corner now. Onto the final turn. Here they are. Dan Healy's going to do it. Dan Healy takes the win. It's Dan Healy over Matt Barsh. Dan Healy wins it. He's delighted. And I'm sure Mum Jo will be watching this. She's probably one still up in the air with a gigantic leap. Probably spilt her beer already. As Logan Sune does come through in 3rd place, Johan Medart is 4th, Adrian Suzuki 5th, Matthew Mandapira 6th, James Martin 7th, Josh Nye in 8th, Harvey Bull is 9th, and Matthew Starr a race in 10th, if ever there was one. They're still fighting. There's Logan Sune there, just weaving down the backstretch.
As Dan Healy crossed the line, he just gently put his hand up in the same style as Ruben Boot. No, I'm kidding. He went absolutely mental. He's absolutely loving that battle, and I really, really hope we can get a word with both of them because they were both on fine form and given us a real spectacle there. Both leaders pulling away from Sunge. Wasn't quite expecting it to go down like that. I think one person's going to be more keen to talk to me than the others. And Matty is going to come and talk to me as well. I'm certain Dan will.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be speaking with Dan Spanners. We're going to go down to the pit lane with Spanners.
Yes, I have a camera pointing at my face, which means it's time to talk to people in the pit lane. We're going to speak to Matty Barsh, who has said he's going to come over and chat. He's going to be very disappointed with that. For long periods of that race, he was really controlling it out the front. They were trading lap times, Dan Healy and Matty Barsh. You just felt that Barsh had the edge, and then the clock was ticking down. With neither of them having made a pit stop, the race starts to dictate to you. And in the end, that was it. It was Barsh blinked first. He was behind that queue of back markers, whereas Dan Healy was ahead. And I know he's not going to be... In fact, I don't think I've seen Barsh without a smile. And we'll see what happens. This is the first time. I bet there's still one underneath his balaclava there. So we'll see him come over. Understandably, after a race like that, you're going to be a little bit emotional. Sometimes they need a bit of encouragement after a race like that. Hey, I know that's disappointing in the end, but you were in control to start with. I mean, you were on fine form.
The race is very surprised for me. Good pole position, of course, and great first part of the race. But of the second part of the race, I have the two opponents, slowest opponents on the front, and my tactic will be going early to the pit. I'm not sure to be pit will be okay, but Dan have lucky and have 2 laps faster, going at the front, and we're fighting for the finish line. I'm happy it's okay.
Dan also had some bad luck with back markers earlier, but when the time's ticking down, you know, what's the deciding factor to pull the trigger and pit?
Yeah, because we have I have opponent on the front, so I think on the next lap I catch this guy. So I don't know to make a good pit. So of course decision too early, but this is racing. Yeah, it's okay.
Desperately unlucky, but always a good contender. Matty Barsh. See, there's still a smile on his face. Just for a second, though, it did drop. I swear, I promise. There's no video evidence of it, but I saw it. We've got to get Dan Healy. Tell me Dan hasn't escaped having a look around. Can anyone see Dan? I'm going to have to try and go and chase. There he is. There we go. He disappeared. He's having a chat there. You're having a chat with Matty. He pushed you all the way. Fair to say, he had great pace, and you probably did need that intervention at the end, but wow, what a race.
Yeah, I was under a lot of pressure this race because I've had one bad race where I came 8th, so I needed to win this one. So when it's got the likes of Medart, Barsh, Sune in, I was under a lot of pressure to win, and thankfully I came up with it.
Now, you've been accused of being the party team. Are you going to celebrate that win pretty hard?
Yeah, why not?
Congratulations, I can see you're really pumped, and you've got a shiny somewhere. Here you go, a race win. Well done, Dan Healy, race winner.
Okay then, Spanners, I think we're staying with you, sorry. Okay then, so now we're in round 4. This is the second heat race, and of course it is the final race for many drivers this weekend, this round 4. People are fighting to stay in the event, because after this it's all about the semi-finals and the final itself. So we've got a bit of a serious race on here, with actually a lot of people who need the points. So let's have a look. Heat 2, we've got Ed White, we've got Lewis Manley, we've got Marcel Holling, we've got Ramon Pinero, George Massey, Sean Briley, Conor Marsh, Joris Sturm, Rob Duma, Johnny Elliott. And at the moment it's Ed White who's just gone fastest from Lewis Manley. Rob Duma's pushed himself up to 3rd ahead of Ramon Pinero. Joris Sturm is 4th, Sean Briley is 5th, Conor Marsh 6th, 7th for Johnny Elliott, Marcel Holling 8th, and George Massey 9th. Now, the first thing I'm looking at with this screen is this. Conor Marsh is coming in 7th place, and that's been Conor Marsh's standard starting position this weekend, and it's also been exactly what has triggered his early pit stops, and he's the one who set the trend yesterday for those early stops. He's been the only one really to make them work. Almost came a little bit unstuck this morning with that gutsy early stop, but it did work for him yesterday, and so I'm expecting an early stop again from Conor Marsh. But it's Ed White. Ed White definitely is important that he gets some points. Lewis Manley is pretty downhearted at the moment. He knows he's actually fighting to stay in the whole competition, and he hasn't won a heat race at all this weekend. Normally we would expect to do that. We're looking on screen there, we can see Ramon Pinero up at the front of that. He's actually starting from 4th place, and behind him is Joris Sturm, and there's Sean Briley, and then backwards we can see Johnny Elliott is down there in 8th place. Marcel Holling, talking to him earlier, is going to be behind Johnny Elliott. Very tall Marcel Holling in the dark suit there. So there is Conor Marsh and Johnny Elliott, Marcel Holling, and bringing up the rear there is George Massey. Now Ed White's bringing him around very slowly indeed, very slow, and he's building up the speed and he's racing across the line. The start is good, and Ed White takes the lead and holds it from Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, of course, fighting to stay in the contest. Rob Duma, the Polish driver, way up there, fending off Ramon Pinero, fending off Joris Sturm, and Sean Briley is way down by his standards in 6th place. We saw him win earlier on. Now, as they down the backstretch, it's still Ed White. Lewis Manley. Now, Lewis Manley knows this is a make or break race for him. He has to win this. He has to win this for his own mentality. He has to win this to stay in the competition, as Ed White leads out towards the snail section for the second lap. Spanners, well, it's a bit of a late pit stop by his standards for Conor Marsh.
Well, I've actually noticed that Conor Marsh tends to make early pit stops, James. That's an observation I've made.
Yeah, that's a very good observation.
Thanks. But with Lewis Manley, you're right, he is a bit down. He is a bit frustrated by the results, but can he channel that into something positive here rather than let it drag him down?
Yeah, if there's any criticism of Lewis Manley, it has to be said that criticism is that he's laying the blame at his own door, whether it's his own performance or his own luck. But you've got a visitor.
Sean Briley's come to visit, lifts himself off the go-kart, actually makes a bit of contact with the pit sensors, and he's gone. So what position did he pit from?
Oh, he was quite way down the order. He was 6th place. So
why not then?
Sean Briley was... but basically, he was taking a leaf out of Conor Marsh's book. He qualified down. He felt he was out of place, so he threw it in the pits to give himself the clear air. Now, Ed White's continuing. So is Lewis Manley. The hero of the early stops is coming in. It's Conor Marsh.
Wow, who could have predicted that? Conor Marsh has made a pit stop. It's smooth through the first set of lights. He's only got Briley to worry about, and I don't think he's going to do enough. Now, Sean's gone through there.
Absolutely. Conor Marsh making an early pit stop is about as predictable as Ruben Boutins winning a race, isn't it? It's going to happen. So, Conor Marsh, importantly, has come out behind Sean Briley, and maybe actually he's further behind Sean Briley than he was at the start of the race. So that's an interesting little telltale, because down the back straight there's Sean Briley and there is Conor Marsh. So round they go through that final turn. Meanwhile, up at the front it is Ed White. There he is on screen. Now, Lewis Manley. This is very, very important for Lewis Manley. As I was saying earlier, if there's a criticism this weekend of Lewis Manley, it's that he believes that it's to do with him that the results haven't been coming, whether it's his own performance or his own luck or this or that. But actually, I think the standard around him has been very high, and that's been what has knocked him down the order a little bit.
Well, twice, James. He's just had real bad luck with how the pit stops shook out.
Well, his real bad luck has actually, he might have got away with that and it not appeared to be bad luck in previous years. The standard's so high now that, that bad luck has then been filled in by a whole bunch of other good people.
I'm having a look at Pinheiro, who strikes me as a very intelligent and tactical driver. If he can't find a way past Duma now, he might have to find himself having to do something, having to pit.
Yeah, and Ramon Pinheiro, one of the more fiery drivers, the Spaniard who actually has raced cars up to Formula 2 level and been a race winner after a glittering karting career. Certainly Ramon Pinheiro means business, and he's definitely the sort of person. He's got two strings to this particular bow. He's very good strategically. As you say, he will come into the pits if needs be, but he's also pretty good on track as well, and he is the sort of person who will put in the crazy lunge even if he has a pit stop in hand.
I think this is going to be it. I think we're going to see Pinheiro coming in.
Yes, it is. He's in.
Well called by me. Well done, me. Good pit stop. Screeches to a halt to get away. I think that was absolutely the smart thing to do. Slightly less than perfect, and he's not going to come out in front of Sean Briley. Oh, he is.
Sean Briley's got momentum. Pinheiro's got track position. Sean Briley's trying around the outside. They do touch, but nothing serious. And Pinheiro's held on. Pinheiro's held on ahead of Sean Briley. We can see on the screen, and that is ahead of Conor Marsh as well. In front of them, of course, is George Massey. George Massey's also been in the pits. This is for position. So, sorry, George Massey hasn't been in the pits.
Well, it could be bad news for Pinheiro as Duma tries to cover him off, and I think he's got every chance, James, and I think he's going to do it.
Well, they've passed Massey, and Duma has done it. Duma has definitely done it. That hasn't worked for Ramon Pinheiro, who probably feel that coming out behind Massey was the factor there, but Rob Duma was very quick on that lap in between their pit stops. So, we resume with Ed White in the lead, Lewis Manley second. It's now Joris Sturm in third, and guess who's fourth? It's Johnny Elliott.
Where did that come from? He sneaked up there.
Yeah, it came through from about 7th or 8th place, that's for sure. Marcel Hollink has gone with him. In the pits is Hollink.
Hollink has come into the pits. Looking ahead, I think he's going to slot in nicely behind Massey, actually. But it's a... Yeah, I think Massey's definitely got the momentum there.
Yeah, Massey's got him fair and square as they go into the snail section. George Massey is holding that position ahead of Marcel Hollink as they go round the snail. In fact, it's a couple of kart lengths as well, so pretty convincing there. George Massey getting ahead of Hollink when Hollink pitted. Now, George Massey has yet to pit though, so there will be ultimately a change there. Now, we're looking on screen at Rob Duma. Now, Rob Duma, he of course has been into the pits, I believe. Yes, he has, as he continues his way, and he's been chased down by Ramon Pinheiro and Sean Briley.
Massey.
Massey.
Into the pits. He's going to come out all on his own there. In fact, it's a bad pit stop. He's had to take another jab at it. The net result of that is that he won't interfere with the lead battle as much as he might have done.
Well, interestingly, from Massey's point of view, Spanners, when you say it's a bad pit stop, does that mean it was bad, he's got to do it again, or was that just not a brilliant one?
Yes, it was not a very good one, rather than a bad pit stop.
Well, but at least that's good news from Massey's point of view, isn't
it? Sean Briley's got past, though, as well there on that
Yes,
lap.
he has, you're right, absolutely right. He's ahead of Ramon Pinheiro, so this really hasn't worked out with Ramon Pinheiro. We're seeing on screen, in the snail area, the predominantly yellow is Sean Briley, the Spaniard Pinheiro is behind him, and behind that is Conor Marsh. There's Conor Marsh. But it is Sean Briley who's managed to get ahead of Ramon Pinheiro. Now this will be quite worth the order. He's trying now to close down the gap to Rob Duma. We can see running ahead of him mostly in red. There's Rob Duma, and there is Sean Briley, and there is Pinheiro and Conor Marsh. So this is tightening up a little bit in what is at the moment the mid-pack, which will become close at the front of the race. Probably even a battle for third place.
Am I imagining it, or is Lewis Manley closing that gap to Ed White?
You know, let's have a look. Lewis Manley is the fastest in this race, and he's right on the tail of Ed White. I think he has. And saying that you're closing in on Ed White is saying something indeed. This is the Lewis Manley of old. This is the Lewis Manley that knows how to win. This is not the down in the dumps Lewis Manley we've had all weekend so far. And Ed White is under massive pressure now. There they are. There's Ed White with the orange, and there's Lewis Manley in red. They come down the backstretch. Ed White actually has to go defensive. Now, any time you're good enough to make Ed White go defensive, you're doing very well indeed. And that says everything about this turnaround in performance by Lewis Manley. He's got his head up again, and he's now really taking the fight. Lewis Manley is a multiple track champion here at Formula Fast, so he knows his way around. But in the pits.
Pit, it's Johnny Elliott bouncing up and down in the pink helmet, part of Squadra Furio, and he's going to slot in behind Conor Marsh.
Yeah, the Squadra Furio driver has taken the pit stop there, but he is down the order. This is a lot further down than we normally associate with Johnny Elliott, but the standard is high. We'll see what he can do, whether he can pull through the field. Meantime, all eyes are on Manley's pursuit of Ed White. Ed White's got 15 laps in. There's still a long way to go, more than 12 minutes to go. There's Joris Sturm, and next will be Rob Duma. That's Massey, but next should be Rob Duma.
The thing is, Lewis Manley will make a move if there's one on offer, but Ed White doesn't tend to make the kind of mistake that's going to leave a big wide gap.
Yeah, if there's a move on offer, Lewis Manley will make it, but Ed White's not going to be doing the offering, really, is he? A long way back, though, to third place, which is Joris Sturm. So there's Ed White, there is Lewis Manley. There is George Massey in between Manley and Joris Sturm. So an awful long way back. There's Ed White. Such is the pace of the two leaders. They are the fastest on the track. It's still Lewis Manley who holds the best lap of this race so far. There he is in red. On to the back stretch. And here they come. There's Ed White. There's Lewis Manley. It's an enormous gap, and it should then be George Massey who's a lap down. Oh, one way then the other for Lewis Manley. Here comes Ed White. This is on the camera crane corner. They're coming back past Hugh Spanners.
Yeah, I don't think that was a mistake, but certainly Ed White looked a little busier on the wheel into Patch Corner than he normally does. So he's feeling the pressure from Lewis Manley. I don't know. I think Lewis Manley's got a big chance here.
Yeah, I think you're right, and he's making the chance. That's the difference. He's making the chance because he's all over the back of Ed White, working Ed White hard. The only way you're ever going to beat someone like Ed White is to pressure them into something, and even that takes some doing, but Lewis Manley's doing that right now. I don't think there's going to be unnecessarily any errors, but the pit stop's going to be crucial for Ed White, and that's the kind of heat that he needs to be put under to be beaten.
Well, I think Sturm is far enough back that it means Ed White can white line it. A phrase that I'm using with authority, having only just heard it yesterday, but he can white line it without the threat of Sturm interfering with their battle.
Yeah, it was a phrase thrown in by Brad Philpott. I think he might have even invented it yesterday. He was in an almighty five-way fight for position, which he was at the front of, and by being, well, I wouldn't like to say ridiculously defensive, but he was about as defensive as you could ever get, and not get completely mullered out of the way. And he referred to that as white lining it, completely on the inside everywhere.
I think just claim you invented it, James. No one's going to know.
Well, Ed White is going to be in a position of having to think about white lining things soon. He's taken the normal racing line, which is to the outside of that backstretch. You can really see what a driver's thinking and the pressure he's feeling when we see down the backstretch, because they will automatically then go to the inside if they're feeling like they have to defend something.
And for some of the teams there that we won't name, they're getting excited when you're talking about white lining. Just to be clear, it is a defensive driving move you're describing.
Exactly, which is why there's great care being taken when using the phrase white lining. And Lewis Manley is actually, there's Ed White now. He's holding a middle line there. That was very interesting down the backstretch. Ed White is feeling that he needs to keep speed. He just wants to stop Manley thinking about something. He's not worried about immediate attack, which is why he wasn't far over to the left-hand side there. But he was wanting to probably more like stop Manley thinking about it, would be the best way of putting it.
Hey, I tell you what I'm looking at here at the moment is Duma.
Manley on the inside. Manley's going through. He's on the inside of Ed White. He's managed to jump him coming out the snail. They're side by side onto the backstretch, and Manley has done it. He's on the inside. Surely he's got the position. It's going to come down to a braking battle. Manley takes it. Does he run wide? No, he doesn't. And Lewis Manley has gone into the lead. An incredible overtake. Probably one of the overtakes of the weekend. He did it somehow on momentum out of the snail. How he did it, I don't know. Only Ed White and Lewis Manley know, but here comes Ed White. He's trying to come back at Lewis Manley, but Lewis Manley has got it. He's made it work, Spanners. Unbelievable.
Oh, I'm glad you caught that. Yeah, fantastic move. He's going to be delighted under his helmet. I was just looking at the Briley-Duma battle as well, because Briley is overlapping on a lot of the corners, and it looks like there's definitely a move coming there at some point.
Absolutely, and Ed White is not giving in. Ed White clearly wants to win this. It's not enough for him to be second. He knows he's probably comfortably into the semi-final, but he needs more points if he wants to get in the final itself. So Ed White, well aware that he could do a winning. There's Joris Sturm in third place, but here is Lewis Manley under enormous pressure from Ed White. Ed White's not taking this line down. He's going to come back at Manley. Expect Manley to be on the inside. Yes, there he is. Ed White moving to the outside to the normal racing line. That sends Manley wide. Ed White could cut back under him, but not quite enough. Here's the crane camera turn. Lewis Manley is You can see he's looking at this way and that going into that final turn and looking again.
He needs to look forward at some point. I think he knows this track well enough to not have to be fair.
Yeah, if anyone could drive this track blindfolded, it is Lewis Manley. In fact, if anyone could win a race around here blindfolded, it is Lewis Manley. But he's trying to win against Ed White here, so he probably does need both eyes open. Expect him to be on the inside. Yes, he is. Well, he's actually gone for the middle line. It's a discouraging line more than an outright defence one. A super blocking line will be to the inside. That discouraging line is the middle, and the normal racing line is the outside. Anyway, Lewis Manley, another lap in, and of course neither have taken their pit stops. The top three who we're waiting to see in the pits, so that would include Joris Sturm, the Dutchman who is from Middelburg in Holland, who is racing around in third place, some way behind the leaders, 4 seconds nearly. There is Sturm, slightly into picture. So here's Manley onto the back stretch. Expect him on the inside. There he's on the extreme inside.
Conor Marsh and Raymond Pinheiro have joined that battle with Sean Briley and Robert Duma, and that is shaping up beautifully.
Yes, it is. It's a four-way fight for fourth place. Joris Sturm pretty much on his own, but the battle for fourth place as the Manley and Ed White battle continues. This is really, really tight. Ed White looks like the kind of driver who can make a run at any moment. He's trying to do what Lewis Manley did. I think Lewis Manley took a wider line out of the snail, and that's what did it for him before. Ed White's sort of trying to follow a similar thing, but look at that. That's extreme defence by Lewis Manley rather than the discouraging middle line. When he's taking the line that tight, he's expecting imminent attack. That is the Brad Philpott white lining move. Across the line then, Lewis Manley, and up the inside into the snail. Ed White has made a move up the inside. He's done it. White has taken the lead back from Lewis Manley into the snail, but Lewis Manley's coming back at him. Lewis Manley's trying to get him coming out of the snail. Joris Sturm in picture there, but Lewis Manley's been pushed back second by Ed White. And look at that, again, extreme defence by Ed White. He knew an attack was coming. That wasn't just to be discouraging, that was absolute having to block him off. And Ed White continues in the lead now. Ed White has got the lead back, continues there. Joris Sturm has actually closed in the middle of all of that lot. Now, they weren't slowing each other down by contact, they were just slowing each other down by the fact they were offline. So there's Joris Sturm. You see he's a lot closer in picture. That's key. Now, Lewis Manley, this is what did it for him last time. A wider run out of the snail, but Ed White has got it covered this time. There's going to be no move up the inside by Manley. And again, Ed White, extreme defence to the inside line there down the backstretch. Very interesting.
Manley's going to be desperately disappointed to get overtaken there, knowing this track as well as he does. I think he'll be disappointed. But the thing is, I think he was quite defensive in the final hairpin, and Ed just got a big run. And with this layout, a good run out of that final corner is quite useful. So you don't have that same impunity to just go ultra defensive on the final hairpin.
Absolutely not. Now, it opens up a bit of the front, but the battle is there in fourth place with Rob Duma, as he's fending off a big battle behind him with Briley, Marsh and Pinheiro. So Sturm closes on the leaders, but there's the battle there. That's it. It's Rob Duma with Sean Briley, Conor Marsh and Ramon Pinheiro. Good grief, Ramon Pinheiro's gone right to the back of this group while we've been watching the leaders, as there's Duma, Briley and Conor Marsh and Ramon Pinheiro.
So James, Pinheiro went to the back of that as a result of the pit stop, so he's been catching up. Briley's been super attacking, but Duma's like my man of the race so far. It's been a fantastic defensive drive. Briley's been giving him everything, and they've been side by side overlapping, but Duma's just kept his cool.
Absolutely. Now, the battle with Duma is being caught by no less than Johnny Elliott in 8th place. So Johnny Elliott, although he's in 8th, is going to be in a fight for 4th place. There he is. There's Johnny Elliott, and he's closing in that group ahead, the Squadra Furio driver. Manchester-based is Johnny Elliott, and he's always a contender in any championship he drives in. And he's closing on this group here. He's getting a lot closer. There is Johnny Elliott crossing the line. There's only 3 minutes to go. We're waiting for the top 3 to come in, Spanner. So they'll be.
They've not pitted, have they?
No, exactly. That's the incredible thing. And Manley's in.
Yeah, Manley's coming. I was hoping he wasn't going to get his head down after that move. It looked like Ed White was bringing in a slight gap, but Manley's normally very, very good on these pit stops, and that's no exception. That's perfect. If Ed White so much as blinks wrong on his lap before he comes in, I think Lewis Manley's going to have a chance.
He has been off our radar a bit, but I think Joris Sturm could be a threat when these pit stops cycle through. Meantime, we're back with the Rob Duma battle, and Rob Duma, Sean Briley, Conor Marsh and Ramon Pinheiro, and there's Johnny Elliott getting ever closer to the back of that group. It is, of course, Rob Duma, the Polish driver, holding off Sean Briley, and only just leader in.
We've got Ed White in now. This will be crucial. He's got his second stop. Do you know what? It looks like he's got enough. Lewis Manley's going to have momentum, but that gap, it's closer than I thought it was going to be.
Absolutely right. Lewis Manley trying it on, go into the snail area. He's moving to the outside, but he can't make it work. He's trying coming out of the snail. Lewis Manley trying to the outside. Can he do the undercut? He's trying. This worked for him before. Can he cut under him? No, he can't is the answer, but he's still trying. Ed White's going to be massively defending. Yes, he is. Look at Ed White to the inside there, holding him off. There's Ed White in the lead. There's Lewis Manley. And you can tell what the driver's feeling down the backstretch. If he's really worried about immediate attack, it's to the inside completely. If he's just trying to be discouraging, it's to the middle. And if he's on, not expecting any kind of problem, it's to the outside. And of course, Ed White on the extreme inside there. Now there's Lewis Manley moving to the outside, coming out the snail. That gives him an easier run through this section here that we're looking at, and that is why he overtook Ed White last time. Tried again, look at them, absolutely over to the inside here. And there's Joris Sturm in third. Joris Sturm could be closing in on this lead battle. It is Lewis Manley who's still fastest in this race. 1.5 minutes to go. Ed White over the line with Lewis Manley, and here comes Joris Sturm. Joris Sturm, the Dutchman. And then it's the almighty... Oh, and there's been a collision at the back there.
Yeah, so I saw that. I got a good view of it. Pinero came down the inside, acknowledged it was too heavy a contact, apologised and has given that place straight back.
Yeah, he's given it back, but what that has done is created a gap to Sean Bradley. So the heat's off Sean Bradley. The heat is definitely on Ed White, who we're looking at now, as Ed White is fending off Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley means to win this, it's quite clear. There's going to be some desperate lunges. Lewis Manley is probably feeling it's a win or bust in this race to get himself into the semi-final. He's going to be very difficult. This is the Lewis Manley of old. This is the most formidable Lewis Manley we've seen all weekend, and he's challenging Ed White. Ed White, one of the best in the world, certainly regarded as the top Brit at the moment. They're being chased by Joris Sturm, so Lewis Manley, and there's Rob Duma. Lewis Manley is still fighting.
Conor Marsh not happy. Pinero's managed to get that place back again. I didn't see where that happened, but yeah, Conor Marsh not happy.
Yes, he is, and there's Ed White looking at. There's Conor Marsh ahead of Johnny Elliott. He's now under pressure with Johnny Elliott. There's Marcel Holling talking to the pits earlier on. Now, here is Lewis Manley. They're in the final few seconds of this race. He's gone to the outside. Is he making a move? No, not quite. He's gone to the outside again. This is what worked for him before. It hasn't worked since because Ed White is wise to it. So, there's Duma, there's Briley, and a big gap now. There's side by side down the backstretch. It's Ed White who just holds off Lewis Manley for the lead. Ed White, Lewis Manley catches the inside, and Joris Sturm is joining this. Joris Sturm in third place has joined the leaders now. The leaders have lost time fighting with each other. It's now a three-way fight for the lead. It's Ed White versus Lewis Manley and the Dutchman Joris Sturm on the last lap. It's the last lap, and Ed White has the lead. Ed White has the lead on the last lap.
Both the top two have broken the lap record during this race.
Absolutely, yes they have, and it was held by double world champion Matthias Grooten, but not now. It's held by Lewis Manley, as Lewis Manley breaking the track record during the BRKC event of all time to challenge Ed White, but it could be Ed White wins. Yes, Ed White is going to come through. Surely Ed White's going to take the checker flag. Ed White does. Ed White wins from Lewis Manley and Joris Sturm in a fighting third. Joris Sturm closed that gap right up. It's going to be Rob Duma in fourth, and it's Sean Briley fifth, Ramon Pinero sixth, and seventh for Conor Marsh, eighth Johnny Elliott, ninth Marcel Holling, 10th George Massey. And what a race that was, Spanners. That was truly epic. Hopefully Lewis Manley takes heart from that. There's George Massey just taking the flag, the final finisher there.
I didn't want that race to end, James. I wanted, could we not just add 10 laps when it's going that well? Because Sturm was joining it as well. I'll make sure that Ed's going to come and chat to me. Also, I was really loving that battle with Duma at the back. Pinero being super fighty. I would have loved to have seen what Elliott could have done with some more laps as well. Just fantastic action. I'm frightened at the moment. I definitely don't want to get in between Pinero and Conor Marsh. There's going to be words for sure. The spirit normally very good, but Marsh really unhappy with Pinero getting past.
Contact warning for Pinero as well. So we'll go down to you in the pits, Spanners.
So definitely Marsh is gone, and the contact warning probably justified. I think it was the fact that it came twice after he'd gained the place and then given it back. I want to speak to Duma as well, so I'll make sure that we get hold of him. Can you come and chat, Robert? Can you come and chat to me when you've got your helmet off? That was a fantastic defensive battle there for fourth, and he was under pressure literally the whole race. So we're going to get to speak to Ed White. I want to speak to you as well. I tell you what, let's speak to Robert first. Robert, I've not spoken to you yet this event, but for fourth place, Sean really made you fight for that. It was excellent.
Well, Sean is a really good driver, 13th of the world, so I knew I have to cope with him, you know.
There was no sense of giving up, was there? I mean, you covered him off in the pits perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, my team worked on it really all race, so I knew exactly what's happening. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm here for, just to learn from people like Sean and others, you know.
I think tonight when you go home and have a drink, you'll think about that, and that feels like a race win, doesn't it?
Well, in everyday racing, I race amongst lighter people, so I sort of know what pressure is like. But obviously, Sean is a great driver. You know, I couldn't believe I qualified on front of him. But I mean,
you earned it and you kept it. Thank you very much, Robert Duma. Fantastic racing, great to watch. Let's go get Ed over here. In fact, let's get both of them over, because that was such a fantastic battle. Ed, ding-dong battle between two of them. You passed him in one of the most unlikely places. How's that? How was that?
Yeah, what a race. Yeah, Lewis was defending so well. Yeah, defending so well. That was the only place. I had a few laps before, thought I could do it there, and he went slow out of this corner and had a good run and just stuck it.
You can't quite block on that corner as you could in the other format. It does punish you.
Sorry?
You can't quite just block and slow down in that corner, because it does punish you all the way up down there.
Yeah, punished you the whole way up there, and luckily I just managed to get up the inside of him.
Another race win. Don't go anywhere. I need to grab you your medal. But we've got to speak to Lewis Manley. The win was on. I think you can't be too downhearted. What a scrap with Ed White.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very exciting race. So, as Ed's saying to me, when I got him, he clipped the barrier, so I made the switch back, which was nice. So he got me back a little bit later on. I didn't expect it, to be honest. Bit of a contact. I felt it was a bit so-and-so, but it was fair play. But I wanted to try the undercut, but I knew he would come in straight away. I had an excellent pit stop, and Ed had an equally good one as well. So, as he say, I had the chance to win. I had a very nice kart for once, so I was happy with that. I'm hoping that's just enough to make me get into the semi-final.
Well, I think just to be involved in a battle like that, you can take a lot of heart. Well done, Lewis. Sorry to make you hang around, Ed. Here we go. Look. Not your first one, and I'm sure not your last. Thanks very much, Ed White. What a battle, not just for the lead there, but a great battle for fourth place.
Right, so we've got round 4, heat 3. This is the final round of heats in this year's British Rental Kart Championship, the 10th edition. It's really shaping up to be quite a tussle here. There's a lot of people who are laying claim to a place in the final. A lot of people losing points, a lot of people gaining points where weren't expected. So far in this final round, the last chance really for people to get enough points to get into the semi-final. We've seen some desperate moves, and we've seen some really sterling performances. In this next race, we're going to be having some of our sort of previous favourites as well. Wojciech Zerb is in here, Tim Dawson, Ruben Boutons, the 6 times British champion, is in this one too. Gary Jones, Ryan Smith, Regis Goslan, Remy Drazga, Dominic Muir, Lucas Niroda, and Jarni Verbreken is in this one as well. So we're looking down the line. There's Remy Drazga there, and there's Regis Goslan. Now Regis has been a long time competitor in karts, taken 3 years out doing motocross. Now he's back into karts. The World Championship in his sights this summer. There's Gary Jones. Gary Jones he's finding the opposition tough, but putting in solid performances, as we know, to expect from him. That's like Dominic Muir there, and this is, of course, Ruben Boutons. Ruben Boutons, the double world champion. These days regarded as the benchmark in terms of who to expect results from, and a challenger in any event. He has so many trophies, so many championships to his name. He really is the benchmark. The 6 times British champion, going for 7 this year, although it has been said by many that this is his toughest year by far and the biggest challenge he's ever had to face. So back with Remy Drazga, and in front of him, that looks like Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, just getting something checked out on his kart there, and there we are. That team there, AOE. Let's have a look. And who have we got in front? The 8. We'll be getting these numbers with some of these drivers sorted out just as soon as they come up on screen. But I think that might be Lucas Neroda, who's right in front of us. Yeah, Lucas Neroda in the blue suit is there ready. He's going to be one of the earlier qualifiers. Now, Ruben Boutens is going to be near the tail of the lineup when they go out to qualify. They literally do run in this order. There's not really any overtaking in the qualifying itself. They're pretty much in their own space. So Ruben Boutens, what the most likely pole sitter here, is going to be one of the last qualifiers, second to last. So it's going to be very interesting indeed. Other potentials for the pole position come from Wojciech Zerb, come from Regis Gosselin and Remy Drasger and Jan Verbreken, former Belgian champion. There's a kart being removed from the lineup, so they do sort of cycle the karts around during the event, and they've just taken that one out of the equation. That was one that was at the very front. I think it's Wojciech Zerb who's going to lead the way. I'll obviously double check when we're out there.
So 21 was going to be Tim Dawson's kart. Is he getting another one? Or?
Is Tim Dawson a non-starter?
There you go. That might be the issue.
Yeah, for some reason Tim Dawson's a non-starter, and we'll find out about that later on. So not necessarily just cycling the kart out of the equation, to keep everything fresh. Actually, Tim Dawson looks like he's a non-starter. Well spotted there, Spanners. Now, they're out on their outlap, and the first one out, of course, was Wojciech Zerb. And Wojciech Zerb is leading the way down the back stretch. He's going to begin his qualifying lap at the end of this lap here. So there he is round the crane corner. There is Lucas Neroda, brother, of course, of Patrick Neroda, we saw earlier on winning. There's Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith is going to be the third one to set qualifying time. It looks like Remy Drasger is following him. And then, of course, Regis Gosselin. So Wojciech Zerb is on his qualifier now. And over the line there's Gary Jones. And there's on screen there, that was Drasger, Remy Drasger. Now here comes Wojciech Zerb, one of the two racing Zerb brothers from Poland. Both of them winners this weekend already. There's Ryan Smith, and here comes Remy Drasger. The checker flag is out. So Wojciech Zerb is on the pole at the moment. 31.5 is very fast. Lucas Neroda into second. Ryan Smith and now leapfrogs up to second, but Wojciech Zerb is still like half a second away. Remy Drasger's second, but he's been pushed down by Regis Gosselin. It's still Wojciech Zerb, Gary Jones into fifth, Dominic Muir into fourth. That's a good show by Dominic Muir. Ruben Boutens, the reigning British champion and double world champion, is only fourth. He's been out-qualified by Remy Drasger and also Regis Gosselin and Wojciech Zerb. But Ruben Boutens, my goodness,
Right,
this is the biggest struggle we've seen in any BRKC.
See, James, I'm not celebrating because I don't like Ruben. I'm celebrating because knowing he's fourth means we're going to have a really good race. So I'm like, yes, he's fourth. We're going to see him coming through.
Well, Ruben Boutens, one of the favourites for this race. He has won it 6 times. He is going for 7th, but my goodness me, this is really hard work this year. You see, with the elevated standard, it seems this year, the standard's really high. The situation is that Ruben, when they qualify through to the semi-final is literally the right to continue scoring, and then when they are in the final itself, they make the kart draw based on points positions going in. So if you want to pick your favourite kart, for whatever reason that might be, if you're picking first, that's really good. If you don't get to pick first, if you're picking 5th, maybe someone else will pick it instead. And that is what the likes of Rubens are basing this on. So round, it's all with an eye on the final. So as they go round, it is Wojciech Zerb leading the way. The start has been good. He's got Regis Gosselin chasing him. Drasger is in 3rd. Ruben Boutens is in 4th, as per the starting order. And Dominic Muir is 5th. And Dominic Muir is chasing down the reigning British champion and double world champion Ruben Boutens. Even he would barely believe this, as some pushing behind going on. I think Gary Jones getting a good old thump there from Lucas Neroda. A bit of a gap opening up, and the tail, of course, is it Verbreken at the tail? Yeah, Verbreken.
Like when you said of course, I'm like, no, it's Verbreken.
Yeah, Verbreken is at the tail there. Now, as we come out of the snail there, down the backstretch, it is, of course, Zerb leading the way. Zerb leads from Regis Gosselin, then Remy Drasger, then Ruben Boutens. Now, Ruben Boutens is playing about the most aggressive waiting game that you could think of. He's probably not going to pit. He's certainly not going to attack yet unless a gap appears between Drazga and Ghostland. Certainly Ruben Buiten's in 4th place there in the blue suit. We'll be looking at the leader, Wojciech Zerb, and considering whether he's pulling away or not. That will affect either his strategy, his racecraft, his thinking. There's a little bit of a gap opening up now. Ryan Smith is trying to challenge Dominic Muir, who is the one behind, albeit with a bit of a gap now, Ruben Buiten's the reigning British champion. So there's a close one. Buiten's through Crane Corner there as they go past the start line. It's Wojciech Zerb, Regis Ghostland, Remy Drazga, Ruben Buiten's, Dominic Muir, Ryan Smith, Gary Jones, Luke Snarodi, Jan Verbraeken, but in the pits.
It is Verbraeken there, who was, as you say, in 10th place. So not too much to lose, and hopefully running on his own he can do a bit better, because I don't feel like that was his natural position in the race.
Yeah, he definitely got... he was in quite a contest there with Lucas Nroda and Gary Jones. They're pretty fighty, but here's Ruben Buiten's, a really good close-up. Their cool style there of the Dutchman has been winner of many championships, including 6 of them here at Formula Fast in the British Championship. He's twice been world champion as well. He was deposed last year by Michael Schottler, who is also racing. We're going to see him soon, the German Schottler. But Ruben Buiten's is the one we're looking at the moment. He is 4th in this race. 1.6 seconds now behind Wojciech Zerb as they go down the back stretch. That, of course, is where the mysterious patch was earlier, Spanners, but that seems to be no problem at all.
Oh, they'll sing songs and tell tales of that patch for years to come.
Yes, I'm wondering, is it Patch Corner or is it Buiten's Corner from yesterday, if you remember?
Well, no, let's stick with Patch Corner.
Patch Corner. Yeah. Okay, and well, Buiten's we mentioned, and Buiten's we're looking at. There he is in the blue suit. He's running 4th still at the moment. It's Remy Drazga he's working on. Now, it looks like Ryan Smith has got past Dominic Muir, so Ryan Smith is going to try and close down Ruben Buiten's. Now, Ryan Smith, points-wise, is probably out of the event. There's contact warning for Gary Jones. He has been in repeated shenanigans. There he is in the red suit. He and Lucas Nroda have been hard at it near the tail of the field. Ruben Buiten's is working his way around, but the next one through should be Ryan Smith. Yeah, there's the Scotsman, Ryan Smith. And there is Dominic Muir and then Gary Jones. So Dominic Muir has been pushed out of position by Ryan Smith, and he's now under attack by Gary Jones. There's Ryan Smith, the Scotsman.
It's a fair gap back behind Ruben, though, isn't it? So
it is.
Mr. Buiten's to me, sorry. So I don't think he's going to be under pressure from that point of view. It's just how far away is he willing to let the leaders get?
Not very, I think, but he, of course, one of the finest racing brains. Now, we were talking earlier on that, was it Logan Sune was getting information from the pit wall, and it was from Ruben Buiten's.
Yeah, no, that's unfair. I've seen Buiten's coming down here into the pit lane, giving hand signals, giving instructions. That's an unfair advantage.
Yeah, the leader of Blue Star Racing Team 1 is Ruben Buiten's at this event. He's now really working on the back of Remy Drazga. I think we're going to see either a passing move or a pit stop very soon from Ruben Buiten. If you look out the side there, Spanners, you'll see that Wojciech Zerb is now increasing his lead. Regis Ghostland is pulled away from Drazga as well. So Ruben Buiten's now really needs to get past Drazga if he's going to be a factor in the win of this race. Drazga's going for that middle line back stretch. We've already been talking about that in the previous race. The middle line is just a kind of a discouraging line. Yeah, a bit blocky, but will Buiten's come in? No, he doesn't.
No, looking behind, is he going to pop out somewhere awkward? That's the problem, isn't it? Is he going to pop out behind 13?
Yeah, I'll have a look at the time. Yeah, he would come out absolutely alongside Lucas Nroda. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, that's not fun.
No, that would be a bad idea. In fact, well, the time's just reset. He would be a little bit ahead, but he'd be behind Gary Jones. Behind Gary Jones, but close to him, so that would be a problem as well. He's probably better at this stage following Remy Drazga than he's following Gary Jones and Dominic Muir. And that will be something that Ruben Buiten's, I'm sure, himself will know. A lot of these drivers at this level, they know exactly what's going on right the way around the track. There are sort of boards around the track giving positions. Also, the likes of Ruben Buiten's will be looking across the track.
Yes, I was going to say, I bet Ruben's got a point where he knows that's the 10-second point.
Absolutely, he knows what's in that area, and at the moment, in that area is Gary Jones, Dominic Muir, and he'll probably, at the very least, wait until he is clear 10 seconds of Dominic Muir, Gary Jones, because then there's about a 5-second gap up to Ryan Smith, who isn't slow. And Ryan Smith is actually the one following him now, so it really isn't near anything, you know. So that that gap. It's ahead of those two who've just gone out of shot that Ruben Boutens wants to get into. I think we'll see that gap go to just over 10 seconds, maybe 11, 12, then Boutens coming in, because I don't think he's going to pass Drazga on merit unless Drazga, you know, just kind of a little unforced error somewhere and Boutens has a clear shot. We do see Boutens get aggressive though sometimes, so we'll see if that does play a part, but I reckon it's he's waiting for that Muir and Jones. Now Jones is now 10 seconds behind, so it may well be in the next 2, possibly 3 laps that we see Boutens pits if he doesn't take Drazga on the track.
Okay, so in the last race, as they were approaching Patch Corner, you could see Manley really weaving, being aggressive, putting his nose in, trying to intimidate, force a mistake. Boutens does nothing until he does something, so it's quite binary, so it could just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's a bit of the killer shot, is Boutens. I mean, we saw that on Selina Balnegger yesterday. It didn't work for Boutens, he ran wide, but it was like nothing, bang, wasn't it? And in fact, if I remember back in 2014, that was the exact move he put on his sister, Annalene. Annalene was leading the final, Ruben Boutens' sister, and Ruben Boutens actually took the lead from her in that corner and went on, won the whole championship and £1,000. So as I've said a few times since, that was probably a very quiet drive home back to Holland.
Well, he did it last year as well, didn't he? He did it into the same corner in the final.
It is pretty much his corner. That is, he's been pretty moved. In fact, the only time a Boutens move hasn't worked on someone was Selina Balnegger yesterday, and she was able to come back on him and get the position back. So I reckon now the window is starting to open up for a Ruben Boutens pit stop. If he cannot pass Remy Drazga, now might be the time to pit, because he is 11 seconds clear of the Muir-Gary Jones battle for 6th place, which he would want to avoid, and we're allowing on average about a 10 seconds for a good pit stop.
Still interesting though, because I think even then he's still looking at 3rd place in this race, and you've got people who have you've got someone who's won 3 races, you've got people who've picked up 2 race wins, so you know he's not guaranteed to be right up the front in the final.
No, he's not at all. I think this is his hardest BRKC he's had. He is 11 seconds. I mean, here we are talking Spanners. We are imparting strategy advice to Ruben Boutens of all people.
Listen to us.
What I must stress is, in the commentary box here, I am merely speculating rather than advising in this situation. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised to see Ruben Boutens in the next couple of laps. He's got enough space to do it, and he's not really making inroads on Drazga. But he's not coming in, Spanners. He obviously knows something that we don't, which is no surprise. But this is very interesting and probably a little bit of a lesson to us all.
Watching a battle between Dominic Moore here and the now pitting Gary Jones. Gary Jones decides to come out from behind the exhaust of Moore, and he comes out clear on his own.
Yeah, and he's come out behind his early race nemesis, which is Lucas Niroda. So that could lead to further fireworks, maybe. Okay, so it's still Drazga, it's still Boutens. Boutens is not pitting yet. He's 12 seconds ahead of Dominic Muir. And now it's coming into the situation, if someone's coming in the pits.
Yeah, we've got a visitor here in the pits. It's Dominic Moore, so he's trying to cover up that earlier Gary Jones pit stop, and it's going to be really tight. So here's one for you to watch, if you like. Up.
Yeah, he's coming out, and he's been passed by Jones across the start line.
It's a big gap as well, so well done, Jones.
And in fact, it's Jones, Muir, Verbraeken in quite close contact. There's Jones on screen, there's Muir, there's Verbraeken, and that is the battle at the tail of the field. I wonder how close they are to Lucas Niroda. I think it's a reasonable distance, but it might not be if Niroda's yet. Yeah, Niroda's yet to pit. I think Niroda will come out in the middle of that lot, and we're going to have a battle at the back.
Can't wait.
But if you look at it up at the front, Drazga is still holding off Ruben Boutens, and it's gosh damn stretch. Drazga goes defensive. Boutens to the outside, no passing going on there. 10 minutes to go. Ruben Boutens is now he's staying out. Ryan Smith is 7 seconds behind the leader. Is actually only 2 seconds behind. Actually, I've been reading it slightly wrong, I think, because Ruben Boutens, if he came out now, came in the pits now, he would only be 1 second ahead of Niroda, maybe 2 now. So maybe now the real pit window is opening to Ruben Boutens. I believe I was maybe reading it wrong. I was considering the leader, which is normally the position I think of with Ruben Boutens, and that's why I was sort of reading it slightly wrong myself.
James, don't be so hard on yourself. Reading is very hard.
It is. I'm not used to reading anyone other than Ruben Boutens when I'm talking about a race that he is in. But when you consider he's actually 5 seconds now away from Wojciech Zerb, which means with Lucas Neroda now 18 seconds away from Sherb. Ruben Boutins could come out of the pits now comfortably ahead of Lucas Neroda, which is what he wanted to do. So that pit stop window now has opened again, reference Neroda. Ryan Smith is only 2 seconds behind Ruben Boutins, so it would be quite a big hole he came out into, but he's clearly trusting Remy Drazga, trusting the pace of the Polish driver in front of him.
Well, it's interesting because Drazga is defending moves that aren't coming. It's almost like Drazga is defending from the ghost of Boutins' future, isn't it?
Yeah, and well, we will see. We will see. There is Ruben Boutins we're looking at, the 6 times British champion. Remy Drazga is getting pretty racy down the backstretch. He's really not interested in Boutins making a move. He knows he's there for sure. In comes Ruben Boutins.
Okay, he's in, so he's had enough of that, and I think the looming Ryan Smith may have been a factor as well. You would expect this to be a near-perfect pit stop by his standards at 99%, but he's clear now, and you've got to think he's going to have the pace to leapfrog Drazga.
Yeah, and of course, that will be the whole point of the pit stop span as well. Drazga's looking, he's looking this way and that, and he actually catches the wall. Drazga looking for Ruben Boutins. He didn't know he pitted. He looked to the outside, couldn't find him, so looked to the inside. In comes Drazga.
Yeah, he's in. He's trying to cover this off, and that is what he had to do. This was his only opportunity, I think, to fend off Boutins. And Boutins isn't as close as I would expect, and I think he's going to hold it, you know.
He could. It's going to be the snail. It's going to be Drazga. Oh my goodness. Ruben's got to make a lunge down the inside. He's going to make it. He's going for the inside. He's going for the outside. He can't make it work. And Ruben's to the inside. Boutins done it. No, yes he is. He's on the inside. Somehow he cut to the inside of Drazga coming out of the snail. He's made it work. Only Ruben Boutins could have done that. Well, look at this defensive line down the back stretch there. He's got Drazga blocked out. Ryan Smith is in.
Yeah, Ryan Smith's in. This could be significant as well if they've taken enough time out of each other.
Yeah, where's he going to come out? He's coming out in the middle of the group. Oh, look at that. He's got Drazga to his outside. Drazga trying to go around the outside. This is to Boutins' benefit, and Drazga's been blocked out by Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith has got in between Drazga and Boutins, and that is incredible because before the little set of pit stops started, Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, was about 2 or 3 seconds behind this pair. So what a performance there by the Scotsman, Ryan Smith. He's taken big time advantage of that. And the net loser there is this one, Remy Drazga. We're looking at on screen.
Do you know how I know that I'm not a racer? Okay, because I'm looking at that and going, don't say it too loudly, but had Drazga just waved Rubens by on, say, lap 3, he'd be in 4th place now.
Yeah,
instead
and
of 5th.
What we're seeing is some of the most amazing racing in the world. The indoor, oh yes, in the pits is the leader.
We've got the leader, we've got Gerb coming in, and this should be a fairly relaxing pit stop. It's a brilliant pit stop, actually, and he's out well in the clear.
Yeah, he is, and Wojciech Gerb continues out of the pits there. Regis Goslan assumes lead. My goodness, when we have the excitement to a level in a race and it doesn't involve Regis Goslan, we haven't mentioned him at all yet, and we're 26 laps in. I can't think of that ever happening in the past before.
Yeah, he's second. He's second.
Yeah, Regis Goslan was second all the way. Now he's in the lead. Wojciech Gerb, in comes Goslan.
Yeah, so effectively he's going to come out comfortably behind Gerb, I think. Not close enough to have a sniff, but close enough to know that he is at least in sight of the leader.
And incredibly, he's comfortably ahead of Ruben Boutins. All those laps behind Remy Drazga have hurt Ruben Boutins, I think. Remy Drazga has been excellent. He's been carrying amazing speed, but the pair of them have fallen away from the two leaders, Gerb and Goslan. The Gerb in question here is Wojciech. Ryan Smith has managed to get between them somehow. That was a bit of a Jamie Henderson sort of mystery appearance there, wasn't it, by Ryan Smith?
Yeah, it was coming, it was looming. You called it quite early on.
Yeah, it was very strange. But and he's staying there. It's not like he's out of place, but Ruben Boutins is up to 3rd place now, but this is not the result he was looking for from this race. I'm sure he knows he's under more pressure than ever. If ever there was a year that Ruben Boutins could be defeated here at Formula Fast, it's this year. But you know what? There's something slightly sad about seeing such a great champion struggle.
Well, you might be in a minority there, James, to be honest. I'm sure there'll be a few people thinking, look, this is great that he's got a real fight on his hands.
Yeah, probably the number one thinker of that will be Selena Balnega, who's top of the points, you know, going into this round. The only one with a clean score of 30 out of a possible 30. So, yes, but certainly Ruben Boutins, you know, it's a great salvage job if it's not a win, isn't it? Third place.
Yeah.
Although Regis Ghoslan, what a performance. Regis Ghoslan is back into karting this year, having had a few years out in motocross. I believe he's going to be continuing with motocross in Belgium, but he's returning to karting, including the World Championships. He's already stated his claim. I'm assuming, being the World Championships, he's probably already got an entry in. So Regis Ghoslan there in second place. Wojciech Zerb is about to come into view, I think, on screen. There's Gary Jones, who's next. Is that... No, it's not Zerb. That's Zerb. And next up should be Ghoslan. Should be Ghoslan. And there is Zerb. He's closing in on Jan van Breken, the former Belgian champion. Ghoslan is going out of view. There's Wojciech Zerb. Wojciech Zerb turning in at the end, and he's got quite a healthy lead, hasn't he? It's 3.2 over Regis Ghoslan, but it doesn't look that up. Wojciech Zerb, sorry, that's 17. That is Dominic Muir. Dominic Muir is on the screen. That was my mistake there. Wojciech Zerb is in the number 8, but very similar colour scheme. So Wojciech Zerb is crossing the line now. There's Wojciech Zerb, and here comes the second, Regis Ghoslan, and Wojciech Zerb there. Round the snail, here comes Ghoslan. Now that's the gap, first to second. It's a bigger gap to Ruben Boutens behind them. Wojciech Zerb looking at the screen, which is next to the camera. You can see he really leant out there to have a look.
James, when you were a racing driver, what colour was your outfit?
Do you know what? I dislike you even more, Spanners, because when you were a racing driver, I'm technically still a racing driver, albeit in a dragster at the moment. Yeah, I've been racing 30 years. What colour was my what?
Well, you called it an outfit earlier, so I'm...
Oh, I've been in competition for 34 years, so I've raced with every colour you can think of. I mean, name a colour apart from purple.
Blue.
Yes, I've raced in blue. I was racing in blue in the USA when I came second in the championship in Legends.
Put me on the spot there, trying to think of a colour. It's harder than you think.
Yes, it's well, at least you went for a primary colour, didn't you? Anyway, Wojciech Zerb is in talking of primary things. He's in the primary position, which is first. There he is on screen, going around the final corner. He's been chased down by Regis Ghoslan, who pretty much looks like he's in a solid second place now. Ruben Boutens, I don't think we've ever said this before, is in a solid third, and he's 4 seconds behind Ghoslan. So there's Ghoslan, and it's a 4-second gap back. Now there's Zerb, and here is Ghoslan. Now on the inside there, that was Boutens. That was quite an interesting shot. We've got someone in the pits.
Yeah, we've got a late stop for Naroda there. He's looking over his shoulder. I think he was hoping he was going to be competitive with Moore, but he's behind him, but comfortably not interfering with the leaders.
That's it, and that is Naroda, the brother. Patrick Naroda we've seen win. This is Lucas Naroda who we're looking at, and at the moment he's actually running in ninth.
Do you have a favourite Naroda as well as a favourite Zerb?
Well, I don't actually have a favourite Zerb.
Wow.
I was going to... I mean, of course, Lucas would be straight up here to probably deck me if I was to say Naroda the lesser, but Naroda the other is Patrick, and he has been doing some winning. As opposed to brother Lucas, who is in ninth. So this is the other brother, shall we say. Meantime, the other Zerb, Wojciech, is actually going to do some winning here, because he's in what's looking like a very believable lead over Regis Ghoslan. Regis Ghoslan there is in second, with Ruben Boutens in third place. So what a performance there by Wojciech Zerb. Here he is on screen now. There he is in the number 8, on to the backstretch. He's got the length of the straight in the lead. So there is Zerb with the lead. That's the lead he's got over the Belgian Regis Ghoslan, who's turning into Boutens' corner there. Regis Ghoslan really with that European lean-out style.
It might be worth having a look at Drazga, because he's getting pretty fighty behind Smith. I don't think he's happy. There's lots of contact going into the last corner nearly every time.
Yeah, because Drazga was actually in the battle for third place, and now he's fighting to get out of fifth. And there's Drazga in the yellow. So that's the one you were talking about, Spanners. The red of Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, versus the yellow of the Polish driver, Remi Drazga from Szczecin in Poland. So there's Ruben Boutens. He's quite there, serene in his third place. Here comes the battle behind for fourth. It's Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, and there is Remi Drazga, the Polish, as they come around the final corner. We're on the last lap now. It's the last lap for another Pole, Wojciech Zerb, a champion of Poland in his own right. Wojciech Zerb, he's leading the Belgian Regis Ghoslan. So the Regis Ghoslan clearly from the French part of Belgium, as they, in fact, he's from Jumet in Belgium, and there's Ruben Boutens from Rotterdam. Ruben Boutens, Rotterdam. But here's the checker flag. It's Wojciech Zerb. I'm not even going to pronounce the city he's from. Regis Ghoslan from Jumet. And here's Ruben Boutens, the Rotterdam-based driver. The checkered flag comes out for Ryan Smith and then Remy Drazga. Ryan Smith, of course, he's from West Barnes, which I believe is Edinburgh way, isn't it? It's close to Edinburgh.
James, it's Vasekia. It's a very famous town, Vasekia. That's where Gerb's from.
What is Vasekia?
That's where Gerb's from, the town that you were too scared to say.
Did you actually make that up, or have you spoken to a Pole?
How dare you? No, I just made it up.
So, given that all the trouble we've had over a 5-letter word like Gerb, we managed to get his name, his town with many letters in one go.
Let's see if we can tell you what.
Spanners, we're going to go down the pit lane with you, and you've got a great set of interviews there for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely want to catch up with Gerb there as well. I don't know if Ruben's want to chat. We chatted to him last time round. I want to speak to Ryan Smith as well, because that was quite a stealth performance, wasn't it, to sneak up into 4th place? Or 5th? Did he? No, he ended up 4th, didn't he? That was a great performance. I don't think we've spoken to him yet. Good battles going on all throughout the field there as well. The front two simply disappeared. So not the great adventures we've had from Groslin. He's on his way there, taking his helmet off. Let's have a look around. Congratulations going around. Boutens acknowledging that battle there that he had with Gerb. Congratulating Gerb, I beg your pardon, as he ends up in an unfamiliar 3rd. So let's speak to our race winner. Oh, he started making his way over to me, and then he stopped. He's been accosted by Lewis Manley. Shall I just give Lewis the mic? Give Lewis the mic. Hopefully Ryan Smith will come over as well. Hopefully Ryan Smith will come over as well. Help me out. How do you pronounce your name properly?
Yes. Number 8 is very fast card. I am very good qualification. I am I am very speed.
You are very speed. No, that's absolutely true. You've got a race win. I've got a medal for you here, so that's a race win for BRKC. Congratulations. And just help me out. How do you say that? Your town name?
Vidichka.
Vidichka. Vidichka. Yeah, that's what I said. See, I said it, James. Congratulations. Let's see if we can get a quick word with Ryan Smith. Ryan, I wanted to chat with you there because it looked like you were so far off the back of that battle for 4th place, and in the end, like, you took it when the chance came.
Yeah, I could see once I got past Dominic, I think it was, I got past him, I could see that Ruben was trying to get past Remy. He was going a bit defensive, so I thought if I could put the laps in, I managed to get the times down 10th by 10th, and they paid. I got close and I saw them fighting on the way out. I was going to try and stay out longer, but I saw that Ruben had got past. I thought, right, now they maybe held each other up enough. So I tried to get past. I came right out in between them. It would be nice to get Ruben, just because it's Ruben, but...
That would have been a nice feather in your cap, wouldn't you?
It would have been. It's not been a very good weekend, so that would have been a definite highlight. But to be mixing it with those guys is pretty good, so yeah.
Absolutely, in the commentary we were very excited about that race for you, Ryan. Well done, great racing there. To get up into a field like that and find yourself in the mix with Ruben Boutens and Remy Drazga, beat one of them, finish up in 4th place. I hope that's some consolation for Ryan this weekend. Back up to you, James, for the next heat.
Yes, Banners. Well, we've got the qualifying going out now. I'm just in the driver area at the moment. The drivers here. I'm going to be just down trackside for this one, and Spanners, if you can just talk through the qualifying, if you can see the screen, that would be great.
Give it my best shot, James. Yeah, drivers lining up right next to me here. Let's see. Number 20, we've got Ross O'Mara here, who's very fighty and has given us lots of entertainment. So that's going to be one to look out for in this heat as well. Looks like we've got Nicky Dolan at the front, who's going to be going out first. No, number 8, so that's Bradley Shepherd. He's going to be leading the qualifying out, followed by number 12, so Robin Kazam. And yeah, so qualifying ahead for Heat 4.
This one, isn't it? It's really going to be, well, strategy, racecraft, all sorts is going to come into play there. They're back in the pits, though. What's actually happened?
Okay, so I think that's my bad. I thought you were going to a bit of video clip. Sorry if I made it seem like qualifying had concluded, James. No, they're still in the pits waiting to go out. So they're going to be led out by... I was just saying that Robert Kazam is probably due a performance. He said he's one of these drivers who can pop up and do something special. We haven't seen it yet, but I believe. I believe it's in there, James.
Well, yes. The question is, does he? Right then, so we're heading out for this qualifying session, and yeah, a bit of an all-star one again, isn't it? Isn't every heat race an all-star? We've been saying that all weekend. But really, from this one, we're looking at some of the entries here. We've got Nicky Dolan's in this one, Patrick Neroda, so we've got the other brother Neroda, Adriano Medeiros from Sao Paulo, he lives in Bedford these days, Lucas Sullivan, Ben Churchill, Ross O'Mara, Bradley Shepherd, Robin Kazam, Gavin Williams and Joe Hambler. Now, really, this is not of the same calibre as some of the heat races we've seen, so this is a great chance for some other drivers to score a big load of points. Now, I think this one is wide open now for Patrick Neroda, but what I was saying before, the racecraft and the strategy is going to play a very important part in this race, because arguably, without meaning to talk anyone down, this is potentially an entire midfield battle, isn't it? When you look at the lineup.
That's harsh.
Well, not really, because we're talking about people who so far this weekend we wouldn't necessarily see running at the front, maybe except for Patrick Neroda. This is a great chance for these guys who normally will be maybe pushed down a bit by some of the other competitors to actually score well. So I think this is a great shout.
James, did you say that someone had swapped Sao Paulo for Bedford?
Yes.
How bad must Sao Paulo be to do that?
Well, it must be pretty awful, actually, when you think about it. Yes, Adriano Medeiros is the driver in question. He's round out the qualifying there in 8th place. So we've got Bradley Shepherd, the Oak Plate BRKC winner, so the summer champion. He's taken the pole ahead of Patrick Neroda. Robin Kazam is in 3rd. Gavin Williams 4th. Joe Hamblett is up there in 5th. Lucas Sullivan 6th. Wow. Ben Churchill 7th. Adriano Medeiros 8th. Ross O'Mara and Nicky Dolan round him out. I've got to be honest, Spanners, I was thinking this is the exact sort of heat race that someone like Ross O'Mara does throw it up to the front.
The fact that he's a little bit further back will mean we're guaranteed a bit of action. So that's good.
Yes, because he does get pretty racy, does Ross O'Mara. Very, very pleasant guy out in the kart. To be honest, he's a really nice guy. He's the sort of person you would happily spend the afternoon with. Unless, of course, you were karting and you were right in front of him, in which case he might change that opinion.
From looking at it karting, I would have assumed he was a right git.
Is that right? Yes. Luckily, he's in the kart, so we can't even say that, and therefore justify the comment. But now we're heading off, and it's Bradley Shepherd now. Bradley Shepherd does need a load of points here. He could do this. He really could. Bradley Shepherd leads the way around. When's he going to pull the pin? It's now. And he accelerates away. Patrick Neroda is behind him. And then, of course, Robin Kazam. So Shepherd is actually defensive into Snail. He needs to be, because he knows Neroda wants to get this job done as soon as possible. So Patrick Neroda this time. We've been talking about Lucas Neroda in the previous race. It's now the other Neroda, Patrick, his brother, as they head down the backstretch there. It is Bradley Shepherd with the lead there. Getting a little racy behind, but there's Neroda, a bit of a watching brief in second. It's Kazam behind him. In fact, Kazam's Kazam in 3rd, isn't it? Yeah. So Bradley Shepherd leads the way from Patrick Neroda into the Snail section for the 2nd time. There's no real breakaway group as such, although at the back of the field, Nicky Dolan does seem to be just struggling to hang on to Adriano Medeiros a little bit. And Adriano Medeiros has been passed, by looks of it, by Ross O'Mara. So down the back stretch, it's Bradley Shepherd, and there is Patrick Neroda, there is Robin Kazam, and the rest of them. So there's Gavin Williams, of course, chasing down Kazam. Kazam in the white helmet, very distinctive there with the green flash on the top of it, especially when everyone around him has got a fairly dark helmet.
See, if Neroda just keeps that little bit of pressure off the front, those two could disappear, couldn't they?
Yes, they could. Yes, they could. The question, of course, is how patient is Neroda going to be? He knows he can trust Bradley Shepherd to be there on speed, but I'm sure Patrick Neroda will feel that he is the rightful leader of this race.
I don't think Shepherd trusts Neroda to not make a move, though. I think that's going to be the problem.
No, I don't think he does. They are pulling away, so it's working to plan, and in the pits.
Oh, we've got an early pit stop here. Rolling the dice early is Lucas Sullivan. And it looks good, and he's out on his own now.
Yeah, so there's Lucas Sullivan. A lot of TKM experience. We were talking about him yesterday. He's got a lot of outdoor experience, some of which actually doesn't help him from an indoor point of view. Oh, and Bradley Shepherd getting very defensive there over Patrick Naroda. As you pointed out, he's expecting a move, and that was the move he was expecting.
Yeah, I don't think
a little bit of touching coming through the final corner.
I don't think they're working together at all, James.
No. The only thing they're interested in is winning the race. I think Bradley Shepherd wants to win. Patrick Naroda probably feels he should be the rightful winner of this race, really on merit, and obviously he needs to get ahead of Bradley Shepherd to prove that. Robin Kassam's still looking quite content in third.
It's good, isn't it?
But and Joe Hamlet's probably worthy of mention. They're in 5th place, because so far we've seen him a lot further down the order than that. So Joe Hamlet is halfway up the order, in fact in the top half. There he is, coming past you now, Spanners.
Yeah, I'm trying to have a look at what happened to Ross O'Mara as well. I think he's found himself in a net 7th.
Yeah, Ross O'Mara, having moved ahead of Adriano Medeiros, so Lucas Sullivan's been in the pits, of course. Nicky Dolan is running 9th, Medeiros is 8th, Ross O'Mara is up to 7th. Ben Churchill is next one on his list, and then of course the one we've just been talking about, Hamlet. Meantime, up at the front on screen, that is Bradley Shepherd leading the way. He won the BRKC O-Plate, the Summer Championship, and he is now trying to stake some kind of claim on the actual main title. Bradley Shepherd, he's had a bit of a tough weekend so far. This has certainly been his best run, and he is leading the way here ahead of Patrick Naroda. So that's a pretty good benchmark. You're leading Patrick Naroda, you're doing very well indeed. So Naroda working on him. Naroda is going to clearly want to get ahead of Shepherd, I'm sure. Well, obviously he's going to try and win, isn't he? That goes without saying.
Comment, James.
Yeah, I mean, that's a natural thing to say, but I think he's going to want to do it sooner rather than later. I don't think this is let's work together and clear off in the distance. That's really what I'm aiming at, Spanners.
I'm with you.
So as they come out of the snail section, it's Shepherd and Naroda increasing their lead. They've got 3 seconds over Kassam, with Gavin Williams up there, and then Joe Hamlet. That's sterling effort in 5th. So there is, there's a quite tight battle. It's Adriano Medeiros trying an outside pass on what looked like Ben Churchill, was it? Or was it actually O'Mara?
So there was a little bit of contact there that slowed Churchill down, I think.
Yeah, I think Adriano Medeiros was trying to move. Let's have a look at who it is. Someone's coming in the pits.
Yeah, Ben Churchill's decided he's had enough. So I think it was contact between Churchill and one of the dark race suits. Sorry, I didn't catch who
Medeiros,
it was.
maybe.
Medeiros, yeah. And then so there you go. He's decided to get out of that battle, and that's probably wise, because I think they were taking chunks out of each other.
Yeah, I think. I mean, as a personal friend, I've actually known Adriano Medeiros for. Gosh, now not far off 20 years, but it's certainly pretty much the whole time he's been here in the UK, which is a long time. I've never asked him about the sense of a move from Sao Paulo, but he seems to prefer Bedford. But anyway, Adriano Medeiros, originally from Sao Paulo, he is very Brazilian. You talk to him, he doesn't sound like a guy from Bedford, you know what I mean? So he's known as affectionately as Gringo to his friends, simply because a lot of people were struggling with Adriano Medeiros. His actual full name is Adriano Medeiros Gramini, which lends itself well to a shortened version, doesn't it?
A nickname is well called for.
Yes. Meantime, up at the front, we've got Bradley Shepherd leading the way, and that's Patrick Naroda still working on the back of Bradley Shepherd. Now, no massive lunges as yet from Naroda. Clearly, as far as he's concerned, it's way too early in the race for that. It's worth pulling away. Bradley Shepherd is maintaining a very good pace. Naroda is the fastest on the track in this race, but they're still running, quite significant 31-second lap times, and they are, obviously at the front of the race, but they're also up there on times as well. There's no reason to sort of do anything silly at this stage. Robin Kassam, I think he's looking pretty good there in 3rd place. He's fighting off Gavin Williams though, which is no mean thing.
If you could get points for niceness, Kassam deserves this 3rd place. He's a really nice, quiet bloke.
I think Kassam would be up in 1st place in most people's view, wouldn't he, if it was a niceness point score?
But it's not.
Talking of Kassam, here he is coming towards us on screen, and he's having to turn a little bit not nice if he's going to be holding back Gavin Williams, because Gavin Williams all over him. There's Robin Kassam with the green on his helmet and green on his overalls, and behind him is Gavin Williams. Gavin Williams very much a dark colour, dark blue, dark red, and then behind Williams there's Hamlet and Mara and the rest. So there's Hamlet. So there we are looking now at Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam, he's in 3rd place. There's Gavin Williams. as they race down the backstretch into this final turn, and here in the crane camera corner.
Naroda's using every centimetre, every last millimetre of the track, and whilst some drivers, just do that watching brief, Naroda's really making sure that Shepherd knows all about him. And into the pits we do have your good friend Adriano Medeiros, who, he's had to take a double stab at that now.
Yeah.
It's not a penalty pit stop, he's just been a little slow, but he's out on his own.
And guess what? He's come out of the pits, thumping the wheel.
Only dissatisfied with
yes.
that slight loss.
Two reasons for that. One, everybody's been doing that, haven't they?
Yeah.
No one's felt happy. And secondly, he is South American.
Are you saying that they are passionate and red-blooded?
Yes, he's South American. We've got another pit visitor. Will this be another steering wheel?
Another South American? No, it's Nicky Dolan, who's listed as from Peasley, and he is looking quite satisfied with that pit stop. There you go.
Where on earth is Peasley, Spanners?
Peasley, I don't know, north.
No idea. Anyway, as long as Nicky knows where it is, he's come out of the pits then. He's 10th place behind Adriano Medeiros. I don't think he's that far behind Medeiros, to be honest. I'll have to have a look out the window to see where they are. At the moment, we're concentrating on the lead battle rightly, which is Shepherd versus Naroda. They're coming out of the snail area now and onto that backstretch. It's a fast run onto the backstretch there, and Shepherd is hogging that middle line, just dissuading Naroda from any kind of movement one way or the other. Shepherd still. Oh, Naroda at the inside. He's taken it. He's taken the position into the final turn. It's always got to be a gutsy move there. It doesn't often work out. This time it has for Patrick Naroda. We'll obviously have to take a bit of a double check on what the organisers think of that.
I think that's fine. I think that was a great move.
I think it was an amazing move.
Yeah.
It's there was we had a great view from the crane cam, by the way, on that one, Spanners. It was amazing. But Bradley Shepherd has been pushed back by Patrick Naroda. Now, we were expecting something from Naroda, whether a pit stop or a past position. It's turned out to be a past position. The organisers seemed quite happy with that. You were quite happy with it.
Yes, I was, yeah.
So the situation there is now that Patrick Naroda has the lead. He hasn't stopped either, so if he starts catching back markers, now the interesting thing for Patrick Naroda is nowhere on the track is there a big gaggle that he's going to run into. So he doesn't necessarily need to save that pit stop to pit himself out of a problem. Equally, whenever he makes the pit stop, he's never going to be too far away from everyone because they're pretty much spread evenly out on the track. Let's have a little look at this. So if Naroda made a pit stop right now, he would come out behind Rosso Mara, and he'd have Rosso Mara, and then immediately in front of that Joe Hamblett, and then the gap to Gavin Williams and Robin Kazam. So obviously he's not going to want to do that now, is he, Spanners?
I just think that Shepherd will be disappointed that he left the door open that much, and he'd been pretty good at being defensive, and I think Naroda might have, at first he was very busy behind him, and then he adopted a more Boutins-esque watching brief, and he was just there ready to pounce.
Exactly, and then he picked his moment, and he did, didn't he? I mean, that was quite a decisive move into the final corner there. It makes you wonder quite what inspired that, because, from when you look at Shepherd, it wasn't like Shepherd had braked earlier or anything like this. It's just Naroda thought, I'm going to do it now.
I think Shepherd may just have been a little bit more conscious of taking the natural line, and that's all Naroda needed.
There was a space, it was the size of a cart, and Naroda threw it in.
It was nearly the size of a cart.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So we're looking on screen now. That's Joe Hamblett, I believe, and he's being chased down, yes it is, by Ross O'Mara. Now look at O'Mara's style there. He's very much sort of leaning forward. He's quite low in the cart, isn't he? Yeah. He's the absolute polar opposite of the likes of Regis Gosselin and Sam Spinell, isn't he?
What are you saying about his posture? You're right, he is hunched over.
He is completely different.
It's like he's pulling the steering wheel towards him in an effort to gain another tenth.
Yeah, he's absolutely chomping at the bit there. Look at that white helmet. We're talking about Ross O'Mara there. Ross O'Mara, who's been in the BRKC for a number of years now. We've even seen him win. He's actually from Manchester, and he's got tight hold of that wheel. He's leaning into it, isn't he? As I say, he's doing the sort of slightly European lean though.
I know where Manchester
but
is.
maybe the difference in height and the fact he's leaning forward as opposed to leaning back sort of makes him stand out against the different style of Spinel and Ghostland.
So it's obvious to you why people are leaning out in karting, but when I've run karting events and I've looked through the photos of the action shots, so many people who are not out-and-out racers will just naturally lean in. That is the natural tendency, is to lean towards where you're trying to go.
Yeah, and also it's worth bearing in mind as well is in Britain, indoor karting isn't as major in British motorsport at the moment as it is out in Europe. I mean, things like the BRKC are really changing that, because it's a form of motorsport in its own right. There's karting outdoor and there's karting indoor, and they're very different things, and very often the skill doesn't transfer across as obviously as you would think. I mean, think of a champion like Lucas Sullivan. There he is in 7th place, you know. Obviously still a skilled driver, but you know what I'm saying. So the indoor has its own style, and it's often a little bit slower, but it's definitely a little bit tighter, and you've got to work the kart a bit more. You can't have the kart skating around, for instance. We're hearing some tyre squeal, but the tyre squeal can't be the kart randomly skidding about. The kart loses too much time on indoor track if it's skidding about. So you see, that's why these drivers are very, very neat and tidy, almost cornering on rails in order to minimise any speed loss, whereas flicking it about will actually gain you some speed in an outdoor kart. So from that point of view, that would be why you'd see that, Spanners, because it's not a normal thing to an outdoor kart. You've got you can use the drift a bit more, whereas indoor kart you can't.
I see, yeah, so 21 there, Naroda, yeah, definitely leaning out the kart in that style. I'll remember that.
Yeah.
That's all gone on board.
Give it a try.
I'll be here next year. Carl can take over this, and I'll be in the racing.
Of course, if you were as tall as the likes of Marcel Hollink and Regis Ghostland or Sam Spinel, then, you know, it would be even more noticeable, Spanners. Now, there's Patrick Naroda, down the back stretch. There's Bradley Shepherd. Now, do you know what? There's a little bit of gap appeared there. Bradley Shepherd has dropped back ever so slightly. Let's have a look at the times. Patrick Naroda is the fastest. No, he's not. Bradley Shepherd is the fastest on the track by 1/1000th of a second over Naroda. So the two fastest on the track are definitely heading the way. But the honour, if you like, has gone to Shepherd, who is in 2nd place.
We've got Joe Hamblett in the pits. I spoke to him yesterday. He said his big ambition was just to get these pit stops right, and that is certainly an improvement.
Yeah, did he look pretty right there, Spanners?
He looked all right, and he wasn't thumping the wheel.
I was going to say, was he shaking his head?
That was progression for him.
Excellent. So we're back on screen now with the leaders. Now Patrick Naroda is increasing his lead by looks of it. It's gone to a second now to Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd is the fastest on track of all the laps, but Patrick Naroda is ever slightly quicker now.
Gavin Williams comes into the pits, and I think Lucas Sullivan would have been hoping that Williams would have come out behind, but it's not the case, because Lucas has got himself in a battle with Ben Churchill that has probably slowed them both down.
Yeah, Gavin Williams there will have been very pleased to see that he has come out ahead of Lucas Sullivan, Ben Churchill.
Pit, big one.
The leader.
It's Ben Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, I keep saying Ben Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd has in, so I think you're going to have to find Naroda responding now, and following him into the pits is Robin Kazam from 3rd place, and he's going to slot out behind Ross O'Mara, who hasn't yet pitted, I don't think.
Well, that's interesting, Spanners, because Naroda in contact with the pits, because as soon as your man Shepherd had come into the pits,
yes,
leaders in,
yeah, he's responding straight away. He does actually need this to be good.
They called him in from the pits.
Wow, he took a real gamble, I think, getting across and getting the perfect pit stop, and it's paid off.
Yes, it has. It's a bigger lead, isn't it? Look at that over Shepherd. Gosh, you're right. I mean, that looked like a huge gamble, Spanners. I mean, did it look very close?
Yeah, no, it did. He got going at quite a fair pace. You know, it's a real crawl normally, and people wait till they've seen the green. He seemed to kind of just really just go for it and hope, not hope, but let's call it skill.
Yeah, quite a gamble, considering that he didn't actually have to there, did he?
He went for it, and there was high energy coming from his pit crew, and that must be a huge advantage turning up with a good team at an event like this.
Yeah, because while you were following the Shepherd pit stop on screen, because obviously we have the small picture of the pit stops and the big picture of what's happening on the track. We actually had a great view coming out of the snail of Patrick Naroda getting some signals and actually responding to signals from the pit. So clearly that pit stop was organised while Shepherd was occurring. Obviously Naroda knew it had to be a good one, and it was. So, Patrick Naroda continues the lead. He's put someone on the lap down. It's obviously going to be Nicky Dolan, I believe.
Sharp work from Nicky Dolan to make sure he didn't interfere with the leader's race there.
Absolutely, and Shepherd now is looking towards Dolan. I'm sure Dolan's just going to be the same with Shepherd. He's on form, is Dolan, isn't he? He knows what to do. He's an established driver in his own right. You know, he's got some decent credentials. I mean, the well-named, in fact, better name than we've got anything here, the Amen Corner Iron Man. He was second place way back in 2009, but equally in the Carmel karting, he's been a race winner as recently as 2018. So Nicky Dolan, obviously quite vast experience behind the wheel of a kart. And some good credentials, but unfortunately he's gone a lap down to Patrick Naroda, but only because of the standard on offer here, not because Nicky's bad.
The racing standard is equaling a racing consistency. You know, it's like in golf. Anyone can make that shot from 50 yards, but then you look at the pros and they do it time and time again, and the grouping of the circle is smaller, and that's what you're up against, relentless pace.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is what makes it a killer, because if you're just, say, 0.2 or 0.3 off the pace, and you're doing everything right, you'll feel like you've driven the perfect race, but you're down the order, and that's what makes it feel, particularly stressful and feel like you've done a poor job, because you just don't know what to do to improve, and it's just the overall pace needs to come up by that fraction, and that's often the case. I know I felt that way in times when I've contested the World Championship. I remember the first time I contested the World Championship, I think out of the 200 diamonds, I was something like 168th in the world, but it's not because I put a foot wrong, it's because the standard there, and you've got to recognise it, and that can be difficult for a lot of people, especially first timers into an event of this level, particularly indoor, when they're used to not seeing indoor to the same level. It can be a bit of a difficult one to get your head around. There's Adriano Medeiros crossing the line on screen there. Adriano Medeiros is 9th. He's another one who faces that particular situation where he's not an indoor karter. He's not really a karter anyway. He's been racing cars. He started racing cars in Sao Paulo at the track championship at Interlagos, where the Grand Prix is. Sorry, coming in.
Sorry, well, we've got the number 20 car, so that's Rosso Mira, who's coming in to pit. But looking up ahead at the road a little bit, Robin Kazam is coming under a lot of pressure for that third place.
Absolutely, Robin Kazam is increasingly under pressure from Gavin Williams. Gavin Williams has been on his case for a long time in this race. So while the pressure decreases at the front, just one sort of grouping back, the Kazam-Gavin Williams pair in third and fourth is increasing now, because it's only half a second. There it is. Sorry, that's Rosso Mara, wasn't it? There's Medeiros in 9th place, just going out to view. So we're looking further back. There's Patrick Naroda, I believe. Yes, it's Naroda coming down the line. There's O'Mara and Hamlet.
They nearly came together.
So in the Snell section there, we have O'Mara, Hamlet, and there's Adriano Medeiros, the Brazilian. As I say, Medeiros there, who's just exiting the Snell section, and now we're up ahead. That's the battle we were looking for, Kazam. Now, Kazam has been joined not only by Gavin Williams, but Sullivan and Churchill. It's a four-way fight.
Yes,
this is for third place Spanners. This is going to be very, very close indeed. We've got Robin Kazam, who's been holding off Gavin Williams all race, but they've been caught by Lucas Sullivan and Ben Churchill. This could get nasty.
How long have we got left in this race?
We're just about to end the timing. 3, 2, 1 on the timer. It's going to be the last lap next time around for Patrick Naroda.
I've beaten
Naroda, the brother.
I've beaten Kazam in a race once. That's my claim to fame.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a really bad race and got punted, but it counts.
He did? Okay. So you were in a 250 supercart and he was in a cadet car, was he?
No, I did my Lance Stroll tactic of just careful, don't hit anyone, careful.
Excellent. So, well, we're looking for an interview with him when he comes in with this result, if he gets third. So, the checker is out, and of course, Patrick Naroda has won, Shepherd is second, but what's going to happen behind? That's the real race of it. So, we're looking for where Robin Kazam is, Williams, and then Sullivan and Churchill. What's happening? Yes, it's kicking off, because there is Kazam, and behind him there's a battle. Sullivan was making the move on Williams. It's going to be Kazam from Williams, Sullivan, and Churchill. It really got racy at the end there. Lucas Sullivan was looking to make a move. He couldn't quite pick off Gavin Williams, but he certainly tried. It ended up being a pretty secure victory there for Patrick Naroda. Spaniards, you're going to have some great interviews there. What a race there, but what a great result for Robin Kazam. He came into third place there and held off 3 other karts to do so.
Yeah,
excellent performance.
It's a good one for Naroda. He didn't disappear off. He definitely had to fight for that, and Shepherd put up a really great fight. We'll make sure they come. Yeah, come and have a chat with us as well. I keep saying Ben Shepherd. Apologies, Bradley Shepherd. There's a few I want to speak to. If we can get quick words with people. That's number 12 there, isn't it? Is Kassam in the black and green? Come and have a word with me. Yeah. Once again, as we get into the pits, everyone suddenly looks the same. I'm sure they know by now. If you win a race, make sure you come and speak to me so that you can get... I've been handing out these all day, all weekend, but there we go. That's what they get for winning a heat. I'm sure they want not only 3 or 4 of these. It's not a coaster production team. It's actually beautiful. Well done to Bradley Philpott for sorting these out for people. So, yeah, Bradley Philpott handmade these in his garage with glue and love. That's what he did. Okay. Patrick, it's great to speak to you again. It's a race win. I tell you what, Shepherd made that difficult for you at the start. What a move to make it stick.
Oh, thank you. I've got a cold Kart in qualification, and I make a very big mistake, so I lost probably 1 second.
Patrick, you just won a race. Cheer up.
Yeah. And I have to pass him somewhere. He was blocking everywhere. That was only one corner when I can do that.
Spotted the gap and just went for it.
Sorry.
Did he make a mistake or anything?
No, probably not.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I've got a medal for you here for winning that heat. Well done, congratulations. Moving forward in this competition, let's speak to, I keep saying Ben, I don't know why, Bradley Shepherd. Tell you what, you did a good job holding him off for that long.
Yeah, well, it's just disappointing not to get the win, obviously. I'm not going to make the semi-final now. It's had a really bad result earlier, so yeah, but overall a good race, so yeah.
Absolutely scrapping, fantastic. Thanks for speaking to us, Ben. Well done, good race. Robin, I'm so glad you've got yourself a result. 3rd place, had to work for it though.
Yeah, I had to work a lot for that. Gavin made that really hard. I tried my best to pull away from him, but he's obviously keeping up. So I decided I'll just wait until he pits. I'll pit to make sure that I come out in front of him. But then, not only was he just behind me, then like 5th and 6th. So I just started becoming a train.
Were you aware that you were just going to just park it on the corners?
Yeah, that's what I just did. Like, I thought that was the best option for me at that point. Just for the last 2 or 3 minutes, just make sure it was impossible to overtake.
Great 3rd place finish. I'll see you at Buckmore in April. Good racing, well done, Robin. I'm glad you've got a result there, a popular result, I think, as well. For Robin, a great fight from Shepherd too, but ultimately Patrick Naroda showed his quality and picked up another win.
So we're in heat race 5 now of the 4th round. We're getting very close to the meat of the competition. There are actually only about 9 races left to go, because we have 6 qualifying heats of the 4th round, and then the 3 semi-finals and the final still to come. So let's have a look down at the entry list. We've got quite an all-star cast in this one. There's Guillermo van Pamelen in this, Dwayne Stoddart, Russell Endine, Matthias Matisse, Christopher Powell, Jeff Lund, Fabian Siegman, Michael Seaborn, Anwar Barul-Smith and Eliana de Vos. So some fierce competition. It looks like it's going to be Guillermo van Pamelen who leads the way out to start the qualifying. He's going to be the first one to set a qualifying time. And as we look down there, they're getting ready to head out there. This is going to be a very, very tough heat indeed. Multiple winners in this. It looks like it's going to be Van Pamelen leading the way. Looks like Powell second, and then Dwayne Stoddart is heading out 3rd. So as they head for their warm-up, we're looking at Jeff Lund maybe in the result here. Definitely Van Pamelen, possibly Russell Endine, certainly Fabian Siegman, Anwar Barul-Smith, we've seen him win twice already. Eliana de Vos could win. It really is quite a set of names here. So Van Pamelen starts his qualifier. Guillermo Van Pamelen, he's a very formidable driver. He's European Junior Champion, and he really is one of the fastest. He reckoned he was going to win a semi-final race, and he was pretty confident saying that as well. So he wasn't joking. And he probably is going to have to win this if he's going to guarantee that. There's Dwayne Stoddart leaning out like a good European. That looks like Russell Ending on screen there, and keep filing through. Now, Van Pamelen starting his qualifying. So he's on his qualifying lap now as Guillermo Van Pamelen. They're crossing the line. That's Powell. And then it's going to be, I believe, Stoddart. Yes, that's Stoddart next. As they bring out the checkered flag. Waving the checkered flag. I think they're a little bit late with that one. So we've got Guillermo Van Pamelen fastest so far. Siegmund gone to second. Seaborn third. Michael Seaborn. Aliana de Vos into third. Guillermo Van Pamelen still leads the way in the scores. He's leading the way from Siegmund, the German. And it is Anwar Burrell-Smith into fourth. He was the final qualifying attempt there. So Guillermo Van Pamelen does lead the way. He's going to be making the start from first place. And it's going to be Fabian Siegmund, the German, followed by Eliana de Vos, Anwar Burrell-Smith, Matthias Matisse, Russell Ending, Michael Seaborn, Christopher Powell, and Dwayne Stoddart bringing up 10th place there. So quite something in this race in the lineup here. Van Pamelen, a lot of fairly new names at the top there. Now, well, gosh, Fabian Siegmund, he was the European indoor champion of 2019, and of course Guillermo Van Pamelen is a former European junior indoor champion, so it's going to be quite a contest there. Eliana de Vos, I remember, was the champion in Poland last year of the juniors, so these really are all some young names and some fierce competitors. But Anwar Burrell-Smith is at the opposite end of that scale. He's been around a long time, and Anwar Burrell-Smith has been a world champion in what was then called Formula Blue. So Anwar Burrell-Smith in fourth place, ahead of Matthias Matisse, another Polish driver. And Matthias Matisse was actually 18th overall in the BRKC last year. He's in fifth place on the grid. Russell Ending has won a number of races, mostly in the past when the BRKC was actually a multi-round, a multi-venue, mostly outdoor format it was running to, and he has actually won more recently the 24 hours, the British 24 hours Russell Ending has won. That was back in 2016. Russell Ending, he's in sixth place. Michael Seaborn there is in seventh. He's been the Castle Coombe kart champion, so he's a double champion down at Castle Coombe, both in 2018 and last year 2019. He's in seventh place in the lineup, and Christopher Powell is there in behind him in eighth place for Powell. Of course, Club 100, he was third place in the championship. Dwayne Stoddart is in ninth, and we've got a listing of Kart 17 which means a non-starter, and that would be the American. The American Jeff Lund appears to be a non-starter, but then there's a kart appearing at the back, so maybe it's a timing issue. Something has happened possibly to Jeff Lund. Maybe he was late getting down there, but they've allowed him to join. But it looks like it could be Jeff Lund who's making a start from the back. He's already talking with Dwayne Stoddart, and we could see full attack from the back from Jeff Lund. So Jeff Lund recording no time, so it would appear that he was too late to head out onto the track. So we have 31.4 for the pole position, 31.4 for second, 31.4 for third. So it's very tight indeed between those top three. Young drivers, everyone looking to make a name on the international scene. Van Pamelen, de Vos, we've seen for ages. Siegmund are a little bit newer than that. So as they come around, European junior champion, Guillermo Van Pamelen. No, it's a bad start, and they're waiting for Jeff Lund. Jeff Lund appears to be taking his time to get away. Now, was that a bit of gamesmanship by the American? Just looking for that extra warm-up lap.
Surely not.
Who knows? But Guillermo Pamelen's going to have to bring him round again. Jeff Lund was not able to put in a qualifying lap. I think he appeared too late. Spanners, did you see what was going on with Lund?
No, I think you might be right that he turned up too late. Certainly very confusing. But yeah. I'm going to say that he didn't do that on purpose to have an extra lap.
I don't think he did either.
Well, it sounds like
just late to the pits and late to the start, wasn't he? They're bringing him to a stop, and then they're going to restart this this rolling start. So there we go. Guillermo Van Pamelen leads him around again. Marshall in the corner there, keen to see that everybody's tight before giving the off. They'd like to see a nice tight start. Guillermo Van Pamelen takes them across the line to begin the race. There's Guillermo Van Pamelen in the lead, Siegmund second, de Vos into third, and he's ahead of Anwar Burrell-Smith. Now, a bit of bumping and boring around the Snell section. There's a lot of fast people in this race. Guillermo van Pamelen leads them around the fast corner onto the backstretch, down the backstretch, into the corner there where we had that wet patch earlier on. Guillermo van Pamelen, no problems there at all. That's long since disappeared, caused by some condensation it was. But Guillermo van Pamelen leads them across the line, and he's followed by Fabian Siegmann, the German, and another Dutchman, I believe it is. Yes, a Dutchman from Barandrek is Eliana de Vos, and he's in third place in this race. And it looks as if there's a little bit of gap opening up ahead of de Vos, behind Siegmann, as they go down the backstretch, but no, de Vos has got that covered. So there's Van Pamelen leading the way, Siegmann, de Vos, and Anwar Barul-Smith. Anwar Barul-Smith, very experienced indeed. He knows what to do to get himself out of this fourth place. Experienced in a variety of classes of karting. Couldn't have more varied performance and varied results. And if anyone has driven in almost any track that exists as a kart track, it would be Anwar Barul-Smith, vastly experienced over many, many years. And onto the backstretch again, it is Guillermo van Pamelen. Here he is leading the way down the backstretch into the corner at the end there. We've seen some real desperate lunges around the final section of the track into the start-finish area. There's Guillermo van Pamelen across the line. He's looking over his shoulder just to check where Siegmann actually is. In the Snail section, very famous part of the track, the Snail section. It's a very tricky area. It tightens really tight, and then it opens up a little bit coming out, and it's very difficult to get exactly right. And we have seen people get a lunge going in, working for them, or losing a place, and also good momentum coming out has been crucial to a run down the backstretch and a change of position there. So Guillermo van Pamelen looks to be opening up a bit of a gap. It looks like Siegmann caught the wall there, Spanners. Did you see that?
No, I didn't catch that, but we do have an early pit stop here with Stoddard getting out of the way of Lund with his pit stop. I'm not sure if that was his intention or whether he just felt he had to go too defensive with Lund behind him.
Yeah, it's quite interesting though with Jeff Lund, because Jeff Lund, I was expecting him to come through the field, but he's actually losing ground. He's not able to pull up on those in front, and he is in last place. Obviously, Dwayne Stoddart is now because he's made the pit stop, but in reality, Jeff Lund is actually at the back, and he's dropping back all the time. So we'll see what's happening there. And then we have to wait a few laps before Kart is fully warmed up, perhaps, for Jeff Lund to really turn on the style. The American driver there, from Charlotte, USA.
Well, he's in the net last place with Stoddard in 9th place at the moment. Stoddard driving a specially adapted extra long kart. Really nice of the track to put that on for him.
Yeah, Stoddard, very tall, isn't he? There's a number of tall drivers who do well in indoor karting. Aerodynamics isn't such an important factor here. So sticking up out the top of the kart. Oh, you've got someone coming in. I think it's Powell.
Yeah, we've got Powell making a pit stop. He was in a little three-way fight. It didn't look desperate, but he's decided that he's going to come in. That she's going to come in now and get that out of the way. Green, it's a good stop.
Yes, it was, and he's come out ahead of Dwayne Stoddart. So Chris Powell needed to stay ahead of Stoddart. They're going to try and catch up with Jeff Lund. They're quite some way behind Lund. Of course, Lund has yet to stop. There's a close-up of Eliana de Vos. Great view there of the Dutchman, and he's working now on the German in front of him, Fabian Siegmann. Fabian Siegmann, of course, already been saying that Siegmann was the European champion last year, European indoor kart champion Fabian Siegmann. He's currently second in this race, and he's being chased down by the Polish junior champion, Eliana de Vos. Eliana de Vos, of course, was Polish junior champion. He's, of course, a Dutchman, just another one of these who travels around Europe, taking the major championships during the year.
What a life, eh? That's better than my life.
You travel around talking about the various championships.
Yeah, it's talking out loud. It's not as good as go-karts, is it?
No, but you always get the last word.
That's true. Yeah. And Seaborn decides to come in now with a very good stop. He's nodding his head. He's very happy with his day's work there, and he's off.
Yeah, Seaborn there, Michael Seaborn, he's a double champion from Castle Coombe. He's the champion in 2018, the champion in 2019, and he resumes the race there in 8th place.
Stupid question. Is that karting at Castle Coombe?
Yes, not on the kart track. There's a kart track to the side of it. It's sort of kind of actually around the back, if you like. If you think of Castle Coombe where the pit area is, those who know the circuit, the kart track, I believe, if you consider the pit lane for the cars was at the back.
Hey James, I'm hearing that there's a pit lane penalty for someone there, and I think, it is Seaborn. So that penalty, that pit stop wasn't as good as it looked. He seemed happy with it though.
Yeah, well, he's the only one not shaking his head. He's the one who's got the penalty. In fact, he's actually waiting.
Do you know what?
Gosh,
That is
decent of him,
that
isn't
is
it?
good form. That is good form.
Yeah, I think he realises he's out of this race and he's just here to complete the laps now. So there is Michael Seaborn. He, as I say, he's double champion over there in Castle Combe. Yeah, considering Castle Combe, when the way they normally draw the track would have the pit lane at the bottom, the kart circuit, I believe, will be about 2 o'clock in such a diagram. So those who know the circuit, the kart track over at the top and at the back there at Castle Combe. So Guillermo van Pamelen is in the lead, Fabian Siegmann is second, Eliana de Vos is in third, and Will Smith is still fourth. Now that's the qualifying order, and they are cancelling each other out on speed, although there are gaps opening up behind the leader, Van Pamelen, and then behind de Vos in third. So the actual fight in that group there is between Siegmann and de Vos, the German versus the Dutchman.
De Vos is looking threatening, James, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I think de Vos he's looking threatening, but he's not really trying anything yet. I haven't seen Siegmann get defensive or have to, really. De Vos probably is just matching Siegmann for speed. He's certainly not feinting anything. He's not actually made any effort to overtake as such, unless he's playing a Ruben Bouton's sort of do nothing and then pounce kind of approach.
They've been listening to the commentary and they've gone, aha, I will deploy that tactic also.
Yeah, that's it. Because as we saw going down the backstretch, that's normally the teller of what's actually happening on the track from the driver's mentality point of view. Certainly Fabian Siegmann, he was taking the normal line. De Vos is right in his tail, but Fabian Siegmann certainly wasn't getting defensive, doing a Brad Philpott white line job. He certainly wasn't in the middle of the track doing a slightly dissuasive job. He was actually on the normal line as if he knew De Vos wasn't going to try anything.
It sounds evil when you say it like that. I'm going to dissuade you from taking action.
Yeah. Well, that means you're not going to swing across, but you're not really entirely helping the situation either.
No, it's Bond villain stuff, James.
There you go, a bit of dissuasion. Anyway, crossing the line is the dissuading person, who is Fabian Siegmann, and he was dissuading Eliana de Vos, as Anwar Barul Smith behind them would be the beneficiary of any sort of contact. That's going to be important, because if they were fighting each other and taking time with a bit of bumping and boring, it would be to this man's advantage. Oh, and he's making the move. De Vos has taken the jump down the inside. He's gone wide, but he's back again and does manage to hold the position. So Eliana de Vos, he's there in the picture with the black on his helmet as the plain white of Siegmann. And well, that was the move. It was he did what we said about the Ruben Bouton style of do nothing and then pounds. He pretty much caught Siegmann napping by the looks of it.
Wow, do you know, I'm suspicious of the move, because I saw Siegmann raise his hand up in a gesture, which means there was definitely something wrong with it.
Right, was that to his crew? Are they calling him in?
No, I don't think so. I think that was at the manoeuvre. But
right, that's about the manoeuvre. Well, we'll soon find out. Eliana de Vos is continuing on his way. It didn't look that dodgy. Yeah, it was a bit rough in the way that anything at the bottom of the hairpin there normally is.
I think if you lose the place, don't you, you throw your hands up and just try and trigger an investigation.
Exactly. It's a bit like what I was saying, because I'm old enough and been racing long enough, long before electronic timing, that if you were side by side across the finish line with someone, if you cheer more, the officials tend to believe you're the winner. So you're going to get the result. I think it was probably a little bit of that going on with Siegmann.
And you've got to shake your head and like,
yeah, make it just look worse as it could be.
This guy,
mind you, there's some waving on. I notice some waving from a lady, clearly I think involved with Eliana de Vos somewhere in the pit lane. Yeah, if we can find out, Spanners, who the lady waving, she's in the back of the pits there. If you can go and find out, that would be great.
Is it this lady here in
yes,
the scarf?
Yes, it is.
Is there secret signals going on?
To De Vos or who?
Are you giving signals to De Vos?
Yes.
What are you telling him to do?
I'm nervous.
Who is she,
Does he need to
Spanners?
pit soon? Okay, I think it's just encouragement as into the pits comes Siegmann after losing out the place to De Vos. Probably best to just, clear your heads, get yourself in the pits, get yourself a bit of clean air, and he's going to pop out, I think, ahead of Seaborn.
So
that was very mean of you to make me accost that lady over there.
Did you actually ascertain who she was?
I think she was nervous for De Vos, a supporter, perhaps a family member.
Excellent. Okay. So
I'm going to say sister. That's what I'm going to go for.
Sister, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, Spanners. Well, so you've obviously spoken with Eliana's sister, and she's encouraging him on. He, of course, has moved up to second place. The pass was fairly robust, yes, but clearly fair. And in fact, Eliana de Vos is trying to maintain his lead from Anwar Burrell-Smith, who we're looking at now. Is second place for de Vos, third place for Anwar Burrell-Smith. There's Dwayne Stoddart, and he's been passed by the leader by the looks of it, Guillermo van Pamelen.
Yep.
And really, so we saw Siegmund in the pits. Now Siegmund's come out in 7th place. Really, there's no reason for de Vos to come in now, or Burrell-Smith. I don't see any reason for any of them yet, but they all obviously know what they're doing, and they've got their own plans.
There was no real reason for Siegmund to come in either. I think that's mental. Just get out of there, clear your head.
Well, Siegmund is the next person ahead of him is Jeff Lund, and we've seen Jeff Lund pretty much struggle in this race ever since he appeared to miss the the qualifying. So maybe he's on some kind of massive back foot here. Jeff Lund, we'd seen great results from. We saw he was very fast. Remember yesterday we were talking, and he was the fastest in the heat race he was in. He was set the best lap for the heat race he was in. So there's no question about his speed. He was, he was noticed in the World Championship last year when it was in Charlotte, North Carolina. That, of course, is where Jeff himself is from. Here he is struggling, unfortunately, in this final heat race. Anyhow, meantime, it is still Guillermo van Pamelen, 23 laps in from Eliana de Vos and Anwar Burrell-Smith. Matthias Matisse is 4th, with Russell Ending up to 5th ahead of Jeff Lund. Fabian Siegmund has been made pissed off. There's me in the commentary box up in the control room there. Now, as you can see, Spanners, it's nice and warm. Although I've got a jacket on, I'm not feeling any cold at all. As I, from my comfortable surroundings, watch Guillermo van Pamelen take another lap in the lead across the finish line.
I'm just going to have a quick chat with Stoddard's team here, I think.
Yeah, go for it.
How's your boy doing?
He's doing pretty good, actually. He's out there to enjoy it, as you would expect. It's obviously a tough competition. It's very tough, actually, with some of the best in the world there. But you know what? The only way to get faster is to race the best, and he is getting faster.
Absolutely. It's worth noting that these guys improve year on year, James.
Excellent. That's probably very true. You know what? Talking to Dwayne's crew, he's just waved Eliana de Vos through on the backstretch. There they are, supporting their Dwayne Stoddart in this race. But out on the track, Eliana de Vos has now got Dwayne Stoddart between him and Anwar Burrell-Smith. So Anwar Burrell-Smith's going to be looking to make the pass on Dwayne Stoddart. It's his to put him a lap down. There's Stoddart. There's Anwar Burrell-Smith as he moves to the inside. He's taking him down the inside, is he? Yes, he is. Anwar Burrell-Smith moves ahead now, Dwayne Stoddart, putting him a lap down. Now back into contact with Eliana de Vos, who is in the battle in position. I think Anwar's dropped a bit of time, though, Spanners. He'll probably be a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah, because he was threatening to get right on the back of that, and he could have really benefited from the Divorce-Siegmund battle.
It's the American
there.
Lund.
Yeah, Lund's in. He's coming from the back. It's actually, not the slickest pit stop. He's going to come out on his own and slot in just behind Seaborn.
Yeah, what's interesting is he's a bit closer to Seaborn than he was before, because it appeared he was dropping away from Seaborn. But now has made up a little bit of time. A fairly slick pit stop, it's got to be said, by Jeff Lund there.
It was all right. I think he was a little bit hesitant. You know, when you come into a race with less than ideal prep, you've lost out on your little mental space of getting in the zone. I think that's got a bigger effect than other people might think.
Yeah. What's interesting is he's sort of a bit of a Lewis Manley from America, if you like, because Victory Lane Karting is where the World Championships was held last year, and Victory Lane Karting is what Jeff Lund is the track champion of. So that's where he comes from. That's in Charlotte, North Carolina. He's a multiple winner, a bit like Lewis Manley is here of Formula Fast. So, bit of a sliding moment there. There's Guillermo van Pamelen coming up towards it. It did look like Michael Seaborn, actually. Was that Seaborn? In the 12, yes it was Michael Seaborn. Now, we've got Jeff Lund in 7th place. We're talking about him. He's a multiple track champion of Victory Lane Karting, as he continues, but in the pits it looks like Ending.
Yeah, Ending's into the pits very aggressively, actually. He's going for it. And, do you know, again, a slight tilt to the head, disappointed, it wasn't perfect, looked pretty good to me.
least it wasn't a penalty. And on the screen now, we've got Jeff Lund that we're talking about. As I said, Victory Lane Karting in Charlotte, North Carolina. Jeff Lund is their representative. Bit of a struggle in this race, which began with missing qualifying, which is always going to hurt. But Jeff Lund, he's a multiple track champion over there in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I, of course, know that area of the USA, having raced there, but in cars on the ovals. But I've not been to Victory Lane Karting. I wish I had now.
Well, Lund is a bit more aggressive through the final hairpin than the others, so it's interesting to see the different styles. Number 9, Mattis, has come in and got his stop out of the way.
Yeah, Mattis, he was 18th in the championship last year, and we continue to watch Jeff Lund. As I say, he's the American driver. It's good and fairly new to see a US entrant. Oh, in the pits, the leader.
We've got Van Pamelin in the pits. This needs to just be smooth and silky, and he's going to get out ahead of Stoddard as well. So he's clear. That's worked out well.
Yeah, that was important for Guillermo Van Pamelin. He did have a healthy lead, but not of the sort of lead he could afford a messed up pit, and heaven help him if he'd actually got a penalty in it. Jeff Lund there, back on screen. He's, as I say, he's from Charlotte, North Carolina, Victory Lane Karting. I'm sure they'll be watching this. They might even have it on screen in the karting centre themselves, although, depending on the time, it could be a bit early in the morning for that sort of thing.
It's always good to have an American round. It makes it seem like the telly, doesn't it? Oh, speaking all American, number 18, DeVos, he's in the pits.
Eliana De Vos, he drops down below Guillermo Van Pamelin as a result of that pit stop. He does not lose a place, but it's all going to be down to Anwar Burrell-Smith now. Can Anwar Burrell-Smith close that gap to De Vos and actually challenge? Because when Burrell-Smith comes out of the pits, De Vos will have momentum as he goes in to pass him, but if he can stay on the inside all the way around the snail, Burrell-Smith may have track position on De Vos. So we'll see what happens. It's all about Burrell-Smith's pit stop now in that second place battle. Burrell-Smith is in the lead at the moment, yet to make a pit stop. So there is Anwar Burrell-Smith. He's the current race leader, yet to make a pit stop. In fact, he's the only one on the track who hasn't made one. Michael Seaborn, of course, had to make 2, and that is her too. Now, Jeff Lund has come right up into 7th place, we talked about him earlier, but now we're looking at Anwar Burrell-Smith, who is yet to make a stop. Will it be on this lap? Only a minute or so to go. No, he's leaving it really late, isn't he, Anwar Burrell-Smith? This is the last of the late stoppers.
And he's going for it. He is pushing.
He is. He's only 2.8 seconds ahead of Guillermo Van Pamelin, so he won't come out in the lead. In fact, he may comfortably drop behind Eliana De Vos, because Eliana De Vos has 8.5 seconds behind Anwar Burrell-Smith. And to be honest, that was the only thing Anwar Burrell-Smith can do. The reason he's leaving it this late is he has to spend more time out on his own trying to increase. He's coming in this time, his arms up. He needed to make a bigger gap to De Vos, which is why he stayed out so late.
Well, he gave it a good go. He had to take a double stab at the brakes, though, so not quite ideal, especially when the margins are this fine. And it looks like that group with De Vos is going to get comfortably ahead.
In fact, he's going to lose to Siegman as well, so Anwar Burrell-Smith drops right the way down. We didn't really factor Siegman into our thinking there. I was just thinking he was going to come out behind De Vos, but he's lost to Siegman too, because De Vos is circulating there with Siegman right on his tail. We've got them on screen now. There's Eliana De Vos in the black on his helmet. So there's Stoddart a lap down, but here's De Vos, here is Siegman, and there is Anwar Burrell-Smith. Round the turn, round the camera corner here, the crane camera. There's De Vos, there's Siegman, and there's Burrell-Smith, and behind Smith is Matthias Matisse. Well, so there's Burrell-Smith.
He was behind those two in relative terms anyway, but the gap has increased. It looked like he was putting pressure on them, but it's not happened.
Yeah, he really actually does seem to be quite a fair bit further back than I'd reckoned on. I know he wasn't as close to De Vos in the, with the time allowance for 10-second pit stop than he would have liked. But I didn't realise it'd be quite this gap. Although he's closing in, but maybe that's the concertina effect down the backstretch. There's De Vos, there is Siegman, here is Burrell-Smith. So as they continue on for another lap, the last lap in fact, when the checker flag is being prepared, it's going to be for Guillermo Van Pamelin. Guillermo Van Pamelin, 37 laps in, going to be receiving the checker flag this time round. He's on the backstretch. There's De Vos. This is the fight though. De Vos and Siegman in the battle for second. Guillermo Van Pamelin's coming around the final turn. He's going to take the checker flag. It's Van Pamelin for the win. And there it is on the screen. But what about De Vos and Siegman? His late move? No. They're caught behind Stoddart. Stoddart's crossing the line there. And there's De Vos. There is Siegman. And there is Burrell-Smith. So, gosh, that was close, wasn't it? Caught Stoddart right at the end. Almost a change for position in terms of Siegman's point of view, but as it was Van Pamelin who won from De Vos, Siegman, Burrell-Smith. Matthias Matisse was 5th, Russell Ending 6th, and Jeff Lund had come through from last to 7th. So some great moves there from the North Carolina driver in the USA. Obviously, I'm thinking that'll be it for the event for Jeff Lund Spanners, but as you say, he's always a great interview. Sounds great with the accent, doesn't he?
Yeah, it makes it sound like it's off telly.
Oh, yes. Well, it is on telly, because we're on Motorsports TV now, Spanners.
Yeah, all right, glamorous. It makes it sound like glamorous Hollywood telly. Let's see if we can get a word with DeVos. I think would be a good person to speak to. Hang on, I'll just tap him on the shoulder. Yeah. Hey, come and have a quick chat with me. He was getting a lots of support from the sidelines, and I think it was more nerves from his team that he was going to hang on to second place rather than any tactical element. It looked like a straight fight, really, of get your pit stop done and then hold it. Another one of these drivers with a massive racing seat. He looks like he's got 2 inserts there to bring him up to weight. It's 80 kilograms, is it, this year? Is it 90? James? Is it 90?
Sorry, sorry, Spanners, missed that bit there. I was just expecting a screen. Yes, so repeat that.
Is it 90 kilograms the weight limit?
Yes, it is 90 kilos.
So some of these drivers really do need like massive seat inserts, but I think DeVos has 2, which is why it stood out in particular. And then, of course, we try and get a word with Van Pamelin, a very young podium here for this race. Makes you feel old, doesn't it, James?
Yeah, I mean, when I was going through their stats going into this race, it was, when I was talking about the championships, I was using the word junior a lot, particularly with Van Pamelin and DeVos and Sigmund, so yes, very young indeed.
Of course, as a millennial, the effect is not as great for me, James, but my sympathies.
No, I'm glad I lived when I did. It's going to be some very interesting interviews in this one, though, yeah?
Oh, well, I hope so, because there was a lot of emotion there, and from the sidelines, obviously DeVos's team was getting increasingly nervous, hoping they'd put that performance in. Hey, a great result there, second place. There was a bit of doubt that you were going to hang on to it. How did you feel?
I feel very good about this result. I need it for the semi-finals because I was too low on the points, so I need this result.
Big points. So how are you feeling going into the semi-finals? I guess you've got to go from it from where you are.
Yes, I feel very happy with my points, and now it's possible to get a high result.
You're going to fight, so we're going to see some aggressive, punchy driving from you.
Not aggressive, but I will fight for my place.
Thank you very much. Well done. A hard-fought second place. Well, here we go. Get to speak to you all the time, don't I, Van Pamelin? Another win there. You made it look easy. Not really in any doubt at all.
No. Oh, I'm so happy, man. Holy shit. I'm happy.
I apologise deeply for anyone offended by that. No, the excitement is there. I mean, it means a lot to you to pick up even these heat wins. You're in great shape for the semi-finals now.
Yes, I think so. But the last heat was very good, but this one, it felt great.
What made this one better?
I don't know, man. Pole and fast lap and just the race win. Feels great.
Fantastic. You're going to be a real threat in the semi-finals and the finals. Go get him, son. Absolutely fantastic to see him and his family, a great support system around him there, being congratulated by his friends. A popular victory. And DeVos as well, quietly confident, I think, of doing well in the semi-finals. I can't wait.
Yeah, always a smiling interview there, isn't it, Spanners, with Van Pamelin?
It's not, sometimes, you get like Neroda's like, oh, I won, but I didn't win well enough. It's good to see like real excitement there from the team.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, we've got a little bit of a gap now while they just tend to some of the karts refueling and giving them a check over. We are now 5 heats into this, completed of round 4, so it's time to refuel the karts. We've got heat number 6, heat number 7 and heat number 8 coming up. At the moment, in the team standings, MG Racing Team leads the way from Briars Racing and Black Horses, but it's only by 1 point over that first place, and so that's a pretty strong performance there from MG Racing Team. The drivers are scoring points in teams of 3, and they're all scoring as the event goes on, so it's like a combination of drivers. Wojciech Zerb leads the way on points from Patrick Neroda, Ed White, Ruben Boutens, Guillermo and Pamelin, 39, 38, 36 points respectively going down there. So Wojciech Zerb actually leads the way. However, People high up the order in terms of points, remember that these are the guys who have driven 4 races. We're still yet to see a 4th race from Selena Balnega, who was the one who's actually unbeaten so far. She's won 3 out of 3, so she's yet to appear in the 4th round. And of course the world champion Michael Schuttler, who we're due to see in this next race, he has of course yet to appear as well. So Wojciech Zerb currently leads the way. Ruben Buten's in 4th. What's a bit serious from Ruben Buten's point of view is he is 4th with some serious heavy hitters yet to come. So that is quite an important factor. We're having a great look on screen there of the pit lane at Formula Fast. So you can see the karts down in the pits down the bottom there. Just to briefly explain this to those watching on TV at home, you've got the pit's almost on 2 levels. You've got the outer part of the driver lounge. You can see with the open door, someone just going through there. That is the enclosed part of the driver lounge, and the outer part of the driver lounge has is outside there, and it's on the upper level, as you can see. Lots of people there. Now down below that is the pit entrance. The way to access it would be, you can see to the left, it does say pit lane on the wall. The drivers are going out of there, down some steps, and into the pit lane itself. Now, the karts that are going to be used for that particular race are all lined up just the other side of this tyre barrier that's in the forefront of the picture. The spare karts and the ones that are just standing down these competitions to the back wall there. The checkerboard and the sort of podium area for Formula Fast ordinarily we'll actually have the presentations later on the start line, but where you're seeing Spanners make his interviews on screen, that's the checkerboard that's sort of in the middle of the picture, as you can see. The scales are where there's somebody in a green suit, and is that no, that's not him, but anyway, there's a chap in a green jacket there. That is where the scale area is, where the drivers come down and do the weight check to make sure they're up to 90 kilos, as we've all been discussing. So that's the pit area here at Formula Fast. It is one of the best circuits in the country, if not the best. And if you can see a little flame on the upper level there, that is just a space heater. It's not someone's dropped a cigarette or anything like that. So no dramas. Just looking up on the top there, we can see a few people. The little flame to the right, just in front of that, there's Dante Dillon with the jacket on. You can see the red suit on the bottom there, and it looks as though he's having a little chat there with somebody, probably Ross O'Mara or similar, and everyone's a little bit far away for proper IDs. But as you go down, people are waiting to race and just checking out. It's a great place, that balcony. Of course, it's the famous balcony where once Alex Van Gien was involved in a falling can of Coke, which necessitated a yellow flag, and the racing was brought to a halt in a BRKC event in the past. So the Formula Fast crew here are attending to the karts. They're just moving down the line there. They are getting fueled. Everything's done at the same time, so the karts aren't running different fuel levels, everything else, all part of their parity program there. A lot of fans around, you can see. When I say fans, I don't mean people who enjoy it, I mean literal fans, just moving around. With it being an indoor kart centre, it's obviously very important to move air around, extricate exhaust fumes, things like that. Major fans on the walls, through doorways, and keeping the air movement. The race control is to the left of the screen there, with the fans above that. And the race control, of course, is where it's right in the middle of the track. They get a great view. When you sat on one of the seats there, you get the best view in the house, to the left, in front, and to the right of the circuit. That's where the race control operates on a normal day at Formula Fast, because they do have regular ride and drives. You can literally rock up here any day of the week and throw in a few laps at your whim. And of course, it's where the race control is here for the British Rental Kart Championship, like any other event they put on. Phil Stanley is often the one in control there. Phil Stanley runs the show here at Formula Fast. He's been running it a long time, now an integral part of the British Rental Kart Championship, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him later on in person too. So just taking a little look down at the point situation. As I said, there is a team points and an individual driver points. Now, the individual driver points, they get 10 points for a win, and down to 1 for 10th. The points are scored during the heat races, and that puts the driver in a position to make the semi-final. There are 3 semi-finals. The top 30 point scorers go through to that, and then the top 10 point scorers. The semi-finals aren't knockout, it's just the right to continue scoring. Wojciech Zerb leads the way in the individual points from Patrick Naroda and Ed White at the moment. And having continued to score, those top 30 will be whittled down to a top 10, and those top 10 will be in the final itself. Now, the points still count because the top point scorer going into the final gets to pick their kart first. Now, although we've been talking about kart parity a lot, it is still an important factor because it's not just about there's no real difference in the kart search. Formula Fast, with the same driver, managed to get the karts within 0.2 of a second. So there's no real question mark there. However, people will have their own personal favourites. And if you go into that final as the top point scorer, you get the first pick. So you're naturally going to pick the kart that you think is going to give you the best result. Even if it is just mental, who knows? It's certainly an important factor, certainly at this level. People who are sort of just on the edge there. Lewis Manley has pulled himself up into contention. He's in 19th place, just ahead of Logan Sune. Now, Logan Sune and Lewis Manley were ones on the bubble of missing the cut in the semi-final. And talking of Lewis Manley in particular, that is a very serious issue for him because he's always been a front runner here at Formula Fast. He's excelled in the British Rental Car Championship, always been the most likely Brit to do well. He's always been a finalist, or nearly always, and so it'll be quite something if Lewis Manley actually misses the semi-finals. He's had a really tough weekend so far, brought it back a bit in this final heat race, which we saw earlier on today, and he's just going to be waiting to see how things pan out when everyone else has driven the final races of the round 4 here. Although we've got a few minutes to go yet, we are going to be seeing the world champion out in this next heat race. And as we look down, see where he is. The world champion actually isn't in the top 20, I don't believe yet. No, it does seem that Michael Schottler isn't in the top 20. I mean, obviously, he still has to make this 4th race. That should push him in there. Oh, yes, he is. He's just outside the top 20. He's currently listed as 22nd in the points. He's got 28 points. Now, if he's to win this, that would move him to 38 points, which will put him right up near the front. However, he will be keeping an eye on the Dutch lady, Selena Balnegger, who has got 30 points going in. And if she wins her heat race, which could well happen, she's won all the other heat races she's been in, that would give her 2 points more than the Germans. So she would go forward on points there as the highest scorer. So they would both be comfortably into the semi-final. So I think Michael Schottler is probably going to be online for a semi-final position here. It's never good to speak too soon, but I think he's looking pretty comfortable there. He's certainly 22nd on points right now with another race to go, and we'll be seeing him in that other race almost immediately. So talking about next race, Michael Schottler is probably the main entry into this one. He's certainly the one most likely to take the win. He's going to be up against Alex Van Gien, Cedric Wouters, who we saw with an amazing win earlier on, actually. Tyler Mays, this is his last chance in the BRKC this year. Matthew West, Joe Lagould, the Spanish one, and Callum Conway, Philippe Deneuve, Dan Truman, and Matthias Grooten. Former double world champion Matthias Grooten is certainly favourite in this race to be taking the fight to Schottler, who you've got to look for the overall victory in this race. He certainly will be wanting that, not least of which for a huge point score. So Schottler, the German, leading the way here. Now, Alex Van Gien is worthy of mention. He's going to be in this race. He's actually down there taking to the scales. We can see he on the screen here. If you're watching on the live stream and the Motorsport TV, there's Alex Van Gien in the blue and white suit, just with his helmet on the side. He's just been getting ready pretty early here. So Alex Van Gien really up for it. There's going to be a little while yet before he gets into his kart. So Alex Van Gien, nice and ready. So, the kart's getting fired up by the sounds of things. So, heard the engine from 1. And Alex Van Gien, well, You'd have to worry about him letting down some tyres down there. He's just done a quick double check on the way. Alex Van Gien, the reason why he's important is because it's the 10th edition of the British Rental Kart Championship this year. Alex Van Gien was instrumental in the formation of it, and Alex Van Gien certainly was one with Brad Philpott, who was doing negotiations with Kart Tracks in the past when it first started in 2011, and Van Gien certainly has been in nearly every BRKC event that has taken place. He's run in all sorts of positions. I've certainly had some incredible battles with Alex Van Gien, particularly in the early days, and we had some good races on the outdoor tracks. But Van Gien has stuck with it and is just as strong as ever before, really. He's had some down years, some up years. This year, overall, looks like a fairly strong year for Alex Van Gien, and he will be in the next heat race. Going to take a few minutes now before resuming for the final part of the fourth round, heats number 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. We'll be back soon. Stay with us. Always doing the battery while we've got... It's down to 1. Sorry. Probably good time. Is this yours? No. It's just tuck in, John. Yeah, I'll definitely have a slice. I might just do that. While I got a second. Oh, superb, mate. Thank you very much. I can do a web browser. The semi-finals longer. Not sure. I forgot. The final course has the 2 bits. It's a brisket. I've never had one. It's a brisket. I was with the guy downstairs and I said, what do you want? I went, just food, mate. Food? Yeah, well, we did all sorts of fine. I don't really know. I said, anything, can you just speak to me? Is it Duff's brother? Who's actually... No, it wasn't. I even asked that. Yeah. He said... Must be doing well. I've just got employees, got millions. Really caught on the fly. None of the other competitions have coverage rights, and so she's been gobsmacked with the guy who has it on. Especially live. And in a foreign country. Probably very ambitious too. Like for ours, we do a highlight package. I'd love to do it live, but it's unless you do it well, like, is it Alpha Timing? WTF did the same event we did the week after, or the week after. So they used Alpha Timing to do it live. It just looks slow and dull. So what do you think scores for this one? What? What do you think scores for this one?
camera positions and the way that it's properly directed. Because the other time was just a guy switching between static webcams, really.
Right, so it's almost like
the D-Max cover.
Right.
It's not live. It's after.
Oh, okay. Is the
Did
the commentator there talk over the highlights?
No, just take the audio from live.
Right, okay, so he is talking live. It's not like he's commentating something.
I can do this.
A couple of times a driver turned up for an interview and I didn't know who it was. So I just go, oh, how did that go? And then from the accent, I'm trying to think about, oh, he's Dutch. Who had a Dutch name?
Oh, good, you must know who Rubens is.
Which one's he? The black guy?
No, that's Lubin. Speaking of which, Darren.
We're returning to the action at the British Rental Kart Championship 2020. It's the 10th year of the BRKC. It's been some epic racing so far. Now, what we're looking at is the final round, round 4 of 10 heats, and we're on heat number 6 of that final round. This is the last chance for many of these drivers, for all of these drivers in fact, to get into the semi-final, and for a lot of these drivers, this is the last race they're going to be making in the competition. The qualifying is now underway. The qualifying is about to start. It looks like the Spanish driver, Joel Arguls, who's going to be leading the way. He's the first one out, but Philippe Deneuve maybe as well is setting a good pace on the outlaps, but that's not the one that counts. It's the qualifier that comes afterwards. So as they come around, starting that all-important qualifying lap. There's Alex Van Gien. He's in the blue suit. We were talking about him earlier, one of the principals behind the BRKC and one of the most regular drivers. Alex Van Gien, he's going to be putting in potentially his last performance. We've got the checker flag out. So Joel Arguls, the Spanish driver, puts on pole position. He's been beaten by Matthias Grooten, the former double world champion. Philippe Deneuve comes in behind in 3rd. In 4th is Matt West. In 5th is Daniel Truman. And Cedric Wouters. Cedric Wouters gone fastest. Cedric Wouters, we saw him win earlier. Callum Conway comes in 6th place. Into 7th comes Alex Van Gien. And Michael Schottler, the world champion, has taken the pole position. Tyler Mays in 10th. Tyler Mays has gone 10th, but it's a very tight qualifying. Less than a second separating 1st to 10th. Spanners, we've got the world champion in the pole position, but Tyler Mays, unbelievably, is the one in 10th, albeit within a second of the world champion.
If we were going to bet, I was going to bet Schottler for pole.
Well, that would have been a good bet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been a great bet.
As he is the world champion.
I'm going to go for him for the win as well. And also, Arguls corrected me on the pronunciation of his surname.
What are we settling on?
It just went in my head. I said, yeah, mate, no worries, and forgot. Okay. So, Arguls.
Well, talking of Joel, he is in 4th place, so we may end up having to mention him quite a lot in this race. Joel. So Joel Arguls is in 4th place now. Who is he behind? He's behind the former double world champion Matthias Grooten. Cedric Wouters, an epic performance earlier on, is the second. Michael Schottler will lead the way, and he's leading the way now as they come around to start the heat race number 6 of round 4, the 4th time we've seen the world champion this weekend. So Michael Schottler, he's got 1 win in the bag already. He's looking to make it 2. He accelerates away from Cedric Wouters and Matthias Grooten and Joel Arguls as they head towards the snail section. They're back on the standard layout here at Formula Fast. Anyone turning up and putting in some laps midweek. Alex Van Gien in a battle as normal. Alex Van Gien, that's fairly normal to see Alex Van Gien in the thick of the contest. He's down the tail there. It's Callum Conway, Dan Truman, Tyler Mays and Alex Van Gien bringing up the rear in an almighty scuffle in the snail section there. But here comes Michael Schottler, the world champion, around to start lap 2. There he goes across the line now to start the 2nd lap. He's leading away and he's pulling 2 of them with him.
Alex Van Gien there, he took a real aggressive move actually there into the puddle corner, but it didn't quite pay off. I think he got his nose in, perhaps a little optimistic. Yeah,
Alex Van Gien and aggressive moves go hand in hand, and of course he's with fairly aggressive people. He's with Tyler Mays, he's with Callum Conway and Dan Truman. So that's a fairly aggressive section of any race. Meantime, Schottler leads the way. He's leading from Wouters and Grooten. And on his own in the middle there is Philippe Deneuve. Philippe Deneuve has got ahead of the Spanish driver behind him, which is Joel Arguls, and into the pits already.
Yeah, we've got someone in the pits here. It's number 9, Kart 9, Daniel Truman from Leighton Buzzard, making an early stop. It's all gone smoothly, and he's through.
Yeah, Dan Truman, another one who's been in and around the BRKC over almost all of the years. He's one of the original drivers, like Alex Van Gien, Dan Truman. And same can be said, actually, of the likes of Callum Conway and Tyler Mays. They've been in it since the start as well. And here comes Michael Schottler, followed by Wouters, followed by Grooten, followed by Deneuve, another pit visitor.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I think Callum Conway was under pressure from Van Gien. He's pitted himself out of the way of that battle, and he's going to resume on his way. He should get ahead nicely of Daniel Truman.
Absolutely, the Scotsman. He's switching to cars for next year. He's going to be racing the Scottish Citroen C1 Cup as he makes his way to the snail section. But meantime, it's Michael Schottler. Cedric Wouters having to defend heavily against Matthias Grooten there. Schottler, he's the one in the front there, he's leading the way. There's Cedric Wouters, there is Matthias Grooten, and there's Philippe Deneuve. Now, Philippe Deneuve, not really someone we'd expect to be this close to the leaders with names such as Schottler, Wouters, Grooten. A great showing by him. And he's got Joël Aguls behind him, and there's Alex Van Gien, and there's Tyler Mays at the tail.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the... Yes, that's the second place battle. That is between Cedric Wouters and Matthias Grooten.
Well, Gruten's urging them on to work together to catch up with Schottler. I don't know if that's an option.
Yeah, great racing brain there by Matthias Grooten. He's been what regarded as the best in the world for many, many years. Possibly handed that mantle over to Ruben Boutens, but certainly putting a big stake on it is the current world champion, Michael Schottler. And we're seeing him in action here and now, and even better than that, we're seeing him lead the way. He's down the backstretch with a good lead now, Michael Schottler. He's leading Cedric Wouters and former world champion Matthias Grooten. And very much the man of the moment is Michael Schottler, the German. He's leading the way. He's from Fernwald in Germany and has the world championship belt at the moment. There's Cedric Wouters, there's Matthias Grooten. So Schottler, Wouters, Grooten, and here is Deneuve. Philippe Deneuve, we've not said much about him this contest. This is his best showing this weekend. So after Deneuve, who's there, then we're moving down to Joël Aguls. But here we are with Wouters. So Schottler leads. Wouters defending. Matthias Grooten up the inside. He locks up the brake, sends the kart sideways, maintains control though.
There was contact there, wasn't there?
Not quite. There almost was, but thanks to...
how was there not?
Simply because Matthias Grooten had the brakes solidly locked, Spanners. A bit like entering the turn on the handbrake, I think. But certainly a big sideways moment for Matthias Grooten early in the race here. Schottler leads from Wouters and Grooten, and that's to the benefit of Philippe Deneuve. The least little thing costs time here.
So Van Gien's in a battle with Tyler Mays defending at the moment. I had a little visitor in between the heats though, James, so I've got to give a special shout out to Phoebe, who's supporting her dad, Alex, in this race. Has got the coolest hat and is the cutest little girl in the world. So big hello to Phoebe.
So Phoebe Van Gien has dad Alex in mind there as his dad Alex goes around the racetrack. She'll be watching now, and obviously it's a bit tail of the field, so she might be giving Dad some stick at the end of this one, will Phoebe, but we'll see what happens.
She seems nice. In fact, in comparison, I'm thinking of my own daughter, who just seems boring and horrible now.
I'm sure she loves you as well, so no problem there. But there is Alex Van Gien that we've been talking about. Now Tyler Mays with him. Now Tyler Mays, is it coming into the pits to you, Spanners?
Yeah, Tyler Mays has dipped out of that battle thinking he can do it on an overlap in the pits, but if he's going to do that against someone who's as quick and competitive as Van Gien, he's got to get it right, and actually he's just put himself behind Callum Conway instead.
So here comes Alex Van Gien. He's on screen. There he is in the blue suit. Alex Van Gien making his way around the course. He's on that long backstretch now. Here he is down to the turn at the end. It's the great camera from the crane. Oh, look at that. Great shot of Alex Van Gien, one of the longest serving competitors. I haven't raced in a BRKC race since about 2012, and I've had a lot of good races with Alex Van Gien, which suggests how long he's been around.
Who was better?
Yeah, that's right. Who was better?
Yeah, you or Van Gien?
Well, I think we finished ahead of each other fairly equally. I've got photos of me in front of him, photos of him in front of me, photos of us both on the podium in different places as well. So,
pip, pip.
Well, it's fairly even. Alex Van Gien is always good, always fast, always fair. And
pit stop here. We've got Grooten, who's decided to come in and get himself out of that lead battle. Felt like he was being held up, and we've got Alex Van Gien coming in, going for it. Can he stay ahead of Tyler Mays? It's going to be close. I don't think it's quite enough.
That's right. Alex Van Gien has just dropped behind Mays. Mays just managed to leapfrog in there in the pit stops. I can see going through this now. There we are. There's Mays. There's Van Gien that we're talking about. And there behind that is Dan Truman. Now, if you remember, Dan Truman, Van Gien, Mays were in a huge battle, including Callum Conway earlier on, and it's going to be battle resumed there.
Wouters is in now, so we're going to see whether that paid off. Oh, do you know what? That was very close, that pit stop. I think he's made it. It's okay, and he's out ahead.
Yeah, Cedric Wouters there. We'll see how that works out when Schottler comes in. Philippe Deneuve is in second, 4 seconds behind the race leader Schottler, the world champion. So there is Alex Van Gien. That's Dan Truman at the tail there. So Dan Truman's bringing up the rear at the moment. They've all been in the pits. Michael Schottler is currently the fastest on the track with a new record lap for this race, and 31.4 is very fast. So, round the snail section go the group there, and it is Matthias Grooten all over the back of Cedric Wouters. There is, who on earth is that? That is Callum Conway. Yes, it's Callum Conway. And he's holding off Tyler Mays. So Tyler Mays has kind of leapfrogged Alex Van Gien. He was behind Van Gien. Oh, is a little bit of a deal being done? Maybe. Wouters and Grooten side by side down the backstretch, waving at each other. Clearly some kind of discussion going on. They were absolutely side by side. They're crossing the line now. There is Callum Conway. A great shot of Conway there. The car racer from Scotland.
I actually think Conway just shrugged his shoulders in response to that deal, because I don't think he thinks that a move won't come, because I think Gruten's just going to go for it the second.
Yeah, you mean Cedric Wouters, yeah?
Wouters, beg your pardon, yes.
Yeah, well, obviously the deal gets offered and the deal gets accepted. I mean, it depends what their own opinion is. Cedric Wouters, if Gruten's saying either get a move on, mate, or let's work together, well, Gruten's moved ahead of Cedric Wouters, so there was a pass for position, as we look on screen at Tyler Mays, who's running ahead now of Callum Conway. So Tyler Mays is moving up the order. This is the best showing we've seen. He's now up to 7th, as confirmed as they cross the line. So Tyler Mays is on a move. He's on the move. He has been in the pits, so anyone he catches now he has to overtake on merit. He can't sort of pit stop his way around any sort of issue he finds. The ones who have yet to pit, there's only 4 of them. It's Schuttler, Danuz, Arguls and West. So Grooten, the former world champion in 2008 and 2015. He's also the first person to turn up here to a British Brembo Kart Championship race and win his first heat race without any practice.
Wow.
As I might add, that was quite an incredible show. Of course, it's been done since then, but Matthias Grooten was the first to do it. Of course, we're going to be seeing her in action later on, but Selena Balnega is actually unbeaten in a BRKC race. She's only raced in 3 of them, and she's won 3. So there's Tyler Mays, and across the line, well, that looked like it was Cedric Wouters and his battle with Matthias Grooten. There's Tyler Mays, and there, of course, is Callum Conway, Alex Van Gien and Dan Truman. So well, I can see these lot closing in before the end. The karts sort of have some sort of magnetic pull, especially when it's friends and rivals like this. They've all been racing an awful long time. Certainly Tyler Mays, Alex Van Gien and Dan Truman have been in since the beginning, pretty much. Callum Conway's been in an awful long time as well. So these are people who've known and raced each other, not just here in the British Rental Kart Championship, including when it was a multi-round format. They've also been racing each other over the years in different categories and raced as rivals and on the same team in situations like British 24-hour karts, things like this. So yes, they all know each other, and to be honest with you, especially in this situation, neither of them are going to make it through to the semi-final. A good old dust-up will be on the cards for them. Here's Tyler Mays through the crane corner. Tyler Mays been around a long time now. As Tyler Mays, Club 100 regular, so he spends a lot of time in 2-stroke karts as well as his normal 4-stroke affair. Like now, he has multiple championships to his name and has always been highly regarded. Why I've been saying a lot about Tyler Mays having a bit of a struggle this year. I mean, he's lower down the order. He's running 7th. He did actually qualify last, if I remember rightly. Tyler Mays has been in the past, as recently as 2017, he was 12th in the whole championship. 12th. So that gives an idea of how much of a difficult weekend Tyler Mays has had.
All right. How old is he?
Not as old as us Spanners, but a lot older than Guillermo van Pamelen and Eliana Vos.
James, I'll have you know I have a media age of 31.
A media age?
Yep, it's a thing.
Excellent, yes. So, so you're 42 then. Right, so we're looking at Tyler Mays, and you can actually see the Club 100 badge on him. The Club 100 obviously is a 2-stroke, so it's a multi-round one. So it's a different format to this, not what Tyler Mays is used to. As he has been a champion in several occasions with Club 100, and he's always been competitive. There's Callum Conway from Scotland. He's switching to the Scottish C1 Citroen Championship, so he's another one from Scotland on 4 wheels in cars, a little bit like Ryan Smith, who he's going to be racing with him against in the pits.
Joel Arguls is coming into the pits, bouncing up and down. I guess the theory is you're taking some of the weight and pressure off of the engine to help yourself bounce along. He comes out in front of Philippe Denous side by side.
Yeah, no.
And out of my view.
Sagan Spanners. Another friend of mine has a similar name to yours, and I've been trying to avoid reverting to that. What it is that Tyler Mays is the one who has leapfrogged him. So Tyler Mays has made up what looks like another position. Now, when they cross it, he's signalling to Arguls to just work with him. He feels he has the speed. Now, the timing hasn't upgraded yet. They have yet to cross the line. That's why. But when they cross the line now, we're going to see Tyler Mays listed in 6th place. And there it is. There goes the switch. That's up from last place, Spanners. So quite a performance.
Yeah, very good. I'm looking at Schottler up at the other end, though. He's kind of disappeared in all the heats I've seen him in. Have we got a real good impression of just how much of a grip he's got on this competition at the moment?
Well, he did get 2 second places earlier on. And he lost one race to one Sherb onto another, in the pits.
Yeah. We've got Matthew West there. He's going to struggle to come out but in anything like clear air. He's right in the thick of it.
Yeah, he's alongside Arguls, the Spaniard.
Yes.
Arguls is trying to gain more momentum, but he's made it work. Matt West has stayed ahead. Oh, and a lunge down the inside by, it looks like Callum Conway in the Snell section there. So Tyler Mays luckily got clear of it from his point of view. As West came out, and West actually come out of that pretty much in profit, I think. He's in 6th place. We're looking at the German on screen, the world champion Michael Schottler, and Michael Schottler's chasing down Dan Truman. We saw Dan Truman up ahead. Now that's bad news for Schottler because Truman is the back of the Van Gien, Arguls, Conway, West and Mays battle into the pits.
Yeah, into the pits comes kart number 8, Michael Schottler. It's the world champion into the pits. It's looking serene. I have to say, he does spend a bit more time stationary than we see from some other drivers, but that could just be a I'm in the lead, zero risk approach.
Do you know what? I think that was actually a relatively slow stop, Spanners, because he elevated his lead to something crazy like about 7 or more seconds, and he's they're a little bit closer than that now. He's come out, relatively speaking.
So most of the guys seem to come to a complete screeching stop, immediately start going, but then don't apply full power until they want to gamble or till they see green. Schottler there came to a complete stop, waited for green and then went.
Yeah, by pulling away in the lead, as we know, Spanners, he'd given himself the scope to be able to take the most gentle pit stop, didn't he?
He could have had a meal, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could have nipped outside, or even had a famous Formula Fast pizza, couldn't he? Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes, of course, not only is it famous for its racing, over the years it's become standard amongst BRKC competitors to have a pizza. They sell so many pizzas during the event that it got calculated that Phil Stanley has, when you added all up the size of pizza, it's nearly a mile's worth of pizza gets consumed here over a BRKC weekend. That's an interesting stat, Spanners.
This whole thing is just a front for the pizza industry mafia. No, but my son, we came karting, I suggested we go, he looked at me and he went, Dad, we haven't had pizza yet. And it was like, but we're at Formula Fast, of course we have pizza.
Formula Fast, famous for its pizzas, absolute fact. So a mile of pizza getting consumed over the average BRKC weekend, according to owner Phil Stanley's calculations. Mind you, Philippe Deneuve, he's in the lead at the moment, and clearly he hasn't had a pizza because he's well in the lead there, 29 laps in. We're looking at Matt West on screen. Now this is interesting, is Matt West is fighting off Callum Conway there, and he's got Joel Argulas behind him. So there is Matt West, there's Conway, there's Argulas, the Spaniard, and they're in quite a close contest. They're actually racing for 6th. Dan Truman just out of shot there.
But that could give Van Gien a sniff of getting to the end of back of that tail as well.
Yeah, and if he does, he's going to bring Dan Truman with him, because they're running close on track. There's Van Gien, there's Truman, and that will make basically half the entire field in the same battle, led by Matt West.
What we need is Phoebe to cheer a little bit louder to help her dad catch up.
Yeah, absolutely, because if Dad catches up and gets to the front of this group, we'll not hear the end of it. There's West, there's Conway, there's Argulas, there's Van Gien, there's Truman. So there's Tyler Mays. Now here's that battle, West and Conway and Argulas, Van Gien and Truman. So Van Gien and Truman, if they can close in, it'll be a 5-way fight over 6th place. Tyler Mays, who we were talking about before, he's come through right from last. He's up to 5th place, and most important from his point of view, he's clear of that battle. So there's West, there's Conway, there's Argulas, and Van Gien and Truman are doing their best to catch up with this, but they're not in contact yet, Spanners. They're crossing the line. And here is Alex Van Gien that you're talking about. So a little bit of gap still. There's Alex Van Gien with Dan Truman, another BRKC regular over the entire length of the competition, which has been 10 years. Alex Van Gien working his way out of the Snell section. Now side by side there, that look like Joel Argulas. It is Argulas, the Spaniard has got the Scotsman. Joel Arguelles down the backstretch has made it work on Callum Conway for position. He's now going to head towards Matt West and see if he can pick off Matt West in the red suit in front of him. Alex Van Gien looks as though he's almost in contention there with that main group. Philippe Deneuve continues on in the lead though. Michael Schottler's close to it. Oh, and a contact there. Callum Conway makes the move on Arguelles. It looks like Arguelles may be taking it back. I think unfair pass, but Van Gien's coming through on Conway. Van Gien's got the inside through the long corner. He's done it onto the backstretch, getting defensive straight away. And here comes Dan Truman as well to the outside. Dan Truman has joined the mix. It's a fight over 7th place as we speak. Matt West is able to get a little bit clear. Now, if this settles down, will we see Matt West get caught? Let's have a look at the lap times.
Well, I'm completely neutral, but go on, get in, Jeansy.
Yeah. Matthias Grutsen is the fastest on the track with a 31.1. Is that a BRKC record, we have to ask? So we'll see. Where are we? We've got Cedric Wouters going through on his own there. He is a little bit further down in 4th place. Philippe Deneuve. Oh, and look at this contact at the back. Callum Conway just about fends off Dan Truman. This is really combative stuff. Dan Truman on the tail there. He's crossing the line. There's Van Gien, Conway, Truman. They're the ones we're talking about.
Leaders in. So Deneuve comes into the pit, screeches to a halt, only just stops in time, by the way. So he's really going for it. And he's away, and he's going to pop out just in front of Cedric Waters. Wow.
And this has been quite interesting. What's very strange here is that when you look at the times and the positions, we've got Michael Schottler in the lead, as we know. Matthias Grutsen is 3.5 seconds behind him. Philippe Deneuve's 8.6 behind him, but Cedric Wouters is some 10.9 behind Schottler, the winner, the leader, and more importantly, that means about 6.5, 7 seconds behind Cedric Wouters, who he was battling with before.
James, you just gave away that the result's predetermined, like wrestling, like WWE.
Yeah. Well, I think this was a clear done deal, but we've got Schottler from Grutsen, and Grutsen was battling with Wouters, and yet now there's something like a 7.5 second gap between them for some reason. So, it's Arguelles across the line from Van Gien, from Conway and Truman. This battle's raging. It's not quite nose to tail now, but it is definitely on. Van Gien checking over his shoulder to check the progress of Conway, and to actually check it still is Conway.
You know what? I don't think it's unfair to say Van Gien wasn't on the pace of that group necessarily, but when it came to the wheel-to-wheel, that's where he excelled. So now it's settled down again, he might have to find himself fighting off from behind.
I can tell you from bitter experience, Van Gien excels with the wheel-to-wheel. I have first-hand experience of a number of battles with Alex Van Gien. They've always been pretty tasty, to be fair. It's the thing with Alex Van Gien is if you are in a battle with him, expect it to stay that way. He's not the sort of man that you're going to settle down with and just sit there. Yes, they've opened up gaps here, but if anyone closing with Van Gien, expect a fight. If Conway pops one up the inside, Van Gien will be coming back at him straight away.
It's good that you resisted saying he likes a punt. No one's saying that.
That he likes what?
A punt.
A punt. Well, there you go. And he's willing to give a punt as well, that's for sure. Alex Van Gien, one of the raciest men out there, although he is just trying to bridge that gap now to Joel Arguelles, the Spaniard, is taking advantage to pull away. Now they bring out the checker. It's going to be Schottler. There, Schottler takes the win. Grutsen and then Deneuve, incredible result by Deneuve. So there's Grutsen. There's going to be a big gap to Philippe Deneuve. But what about Cedric Wouters? That's the question here. Here comes Philippe Deneuve for 3rd. And here is Cedric Wouters. Somehow Wouters has dropped back. I don't know what went on there. Tyler Mays, incredible run by him from last right up to 5th place. And then the Matt West, Arguelles, Van Gien, Conway, Truman combination, which it has to be said spread out near the end. But it certainly was an interesting one, that, for the second half of the race. So, Spanners, that was quite epic indeed, wasn't it? I don't know what went on with Cedric Wouters there. He seemed to be a believable 2nd place and then ended 4th.
Yeah, I was surprised. You could hear it in the commentary when I was talking about Deneuve coming out, and then I slowed down, coming out into 2nd, and it was, I didn't quite track that.
Okay, so over to you in the pit lane, Spanners. Tyler Mays obviously is going to be delighted with this, isn't he?
The drivers from the next heat are just basically jumping into the graves of the drivers. Get out! This is my car. They're so up for the racing. But yeah, no, it's strung out early at the front, and without doubt, very much in control was Schottler, and it will be very, very interesting to see him really testing up against the top guys in the semi-final. I can't wait to see it. So we'll wait for him. I'll try not to get distracted by Weddle loitering, I think, here supporting Philpott and trying to give him some advice from the back. We're speaking to Schottler, he's just getting his helmet off. Let's see, do I get a camera? Not for my face, obviously, but you do want to see Schottler. I'm speaking here to race winner Michael Schottner. 2 wins now, that's good. Now you're getting to grips with the track.
Yes, nice to be here, second time in a row. 2 wins today, perfect day still.
Are you feeling a difference between how you started the weekend and how you're feeling now and driving now?
No, not more. I think I am strong since Friday last practice, and yes.
Fantastic. Well, good luck. I've got another medal for you. You're starting to collect them. Well done. Have a good one. Good luck in the semis. Fantastic. I think we're going to try and get a word with Alex Van Gien as well. But yeah, come and have a chat. Quite a fight there at the back, wasn't it? Sorry, quite a fight there, and we expected you to pop out in second. What happened?
Well, yeah, there was a big battle between me and Cedric. You know, pre-race we tried to say let's try not to screw each other, but...
Oh, that you had a little contract, did you?
Yeah, but I think the fight was okay. It was pretty fair. A few little bumps in that, but...
I saw you suggest a contract, and I saw Cedric shrug his shoulders as if to say no.
Yeah, the thing was just there was a big gap to P4, 5, 6 behind us, like a couple of seconds, and I saw them closing. And I think that cost him third place. I think I could have gone with Schottler to the end, but we'll never know. So yeah.
Good race, well done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for talking to me there. Tell you what, if we've got a little bit of time, I'm just going to wander over and see if I can get the camera guy to follow me. We have a quick word with Van Gien. Alex, hey, that was pretty good. You made up 2 places there.
1, but yeah. Kart felt horrible, to be honest. It rattled all the way down the straight, but with me and Truman fighting each other, we've been level in practice the whole session, the whole build up to this, so it was difficult. I think there's someone else who wants to have a chat.
Yeah, we've definitely got to have a word with Phoebe here. Were you watching your dad race?
Yeah.
You're very proud of him?
Yeah.
Fantastic. The best supporter here at BRKC. Well done, Alex. It was great watching you. Back up to you, James.
Fantastic. Well, clearly Alex Van Gien has the support, doesn't he? So we're going to be looking at the next heat race, and we saw an epic there. Schottler really stamped his mark on that. Now, although he hasn't won every race, he's only 2 points off a perfect score. And the reason that's interesting is the person who is on schedule for a perfect score is in this next race. We're talking, of course, about Selena Balnega, the ladies world champion of 2015, 16, 17, 18 and 19. Now, she has got 10 points in each of the 3 heat races by being first, she's taken place in so far. Now she's in this heat race here and looking to make it a perfect score of 40 out of a potential 40. That'll obviously see her clearly into the semi-final and theoretically into the final from that. It'd be difficult to push someone out the final in that situation. So Selena is definitely trying to put herself into the final at this early stage. However, against her, we've got a pretty tough heat, to be fair. We've got another lady racer, Nicole Egner. She is actually the European Women's Champion from last year. So Nicole Egner, the German, she's really going to be difficult too. We've got Andy Hewitt, we've got Phil Prime, we've got Sam Slater. We saw him win twice this weekend now. Brad Philpott, the series organiser and potential winner. Tobias Lauber, the German, who was 7th in the World Championship last year. Tobias Lauber. Matt Box, the Frenchman Kevin Gelly-Rafat from Saint-Mariens in France, and Dante Dillon from Surrey, who was 21st last year in the British Rental Kart Championship. He's in this mix as well, so it's going to be a tough one. They're out for their qualifying now. They're all starting their qualifying laps as they come around across the line. So we'll see what happens when this shapes out. This is going to be quite a little bit of an open one. I expect to see Selena Balnega at the front, but there's a whole bunch of questions over who might be second, third or fourth. It could come from anybody. Lauber, Philpott, Slater and Nicole Egner. They'd be the ones, or even Dante Dillon as well. So we'll see what happens as those times come in. So they're all started the times. Matt Box is the first one to record one. He's still on pole position. Matt Box from Phil Pryor. Kevin Gelly-Rafat comes in 7th place. Nicole Egner. Brad Philpott takes the provisional pole position. Brad Philpott provisionally pole, and Dante Dillon comes in second. It's still looking good for Philpott, but Selina Balnega has overtaken Brad Philpott. Tobias Lauber comes in third, and Sam Slater into fifth. And then it's Andy Hewitt who will be ninth. So Selina Balnega has put herself in the first place, pole position for the start here. Selina Balnega, the Dutch lady who's 5 times ladies world champion, and she is ahead of Brad Philpott by just over half a tenth of a second. And Tobias Lauber, the German, who was 7th in the world last year, in third ahead of Dante Dillon. Sam Slater, British driver, who probably most prolific international British driver we have, certainly from a European point of view.
James, I'm seeing deal making already down at the pits.
Really, talk us through
that.
Yeah,
it's Philpott and Balnega who are having a chat, and Philpott's making that gesture of, look, just go, let's go, let's get away, let's build a gap. And I think when Bradley Philpott says it, he actually means it. It's not a trap leading to an inevitable betrayal.
He's not the sort of person to break a deal, to be honest. If he makes such a deal, he'll do wonders to keep it. However, there's good reason for that, because behind them are Tobias Lauber, Dante Dillon and Sam Slater. Now, in a straight fight from what you've seen this weekend, with Selina Balnega versus Brad Philpott, who would you favour to come out on top?
Oh, I think you've got to give it to Balnega there at the moment for this.
And she's starting ahead, so if anything, Philpott is probably looking to be sort of drawn ahead. He's probably more than anything saying to Selina, listen, do you know what? Go and win this. I'm not going to challenge you, which means that Selina will not be looking to make any kind of defensive action anywhere around the course. And that will be Brad Philpott's best chance of pulling away of Tobias Lauber and Dante Dillon and Sam Slater, because it is a bit job on behind. I think Selina Balnega might be odds on for victory here, but second is up for grabs. Philpott's there at the moment. Here we go for the start. Selina Balnega leads them round. She's on the power now and across the line, and Brad Philpott has got that kind of start he wanted. Selina Balnega is in the lead, but Philpott is in as comfortable a second as you could have at this early stage. And Selina Balnega through this snail section, she's really clean and crisp, and she knows she's not under threat because of that deal with Brad Philpott that Philpott himself made. To the backstretch, let's have a look on the screen here. They file through the final turn there, onto the backstretch, that's it. Selina Balnega has the lead from Philpott and Tobias Lauber, Dante Dillon and Sam Slater. Now, despite all the deals, this is not really a clean-cut race, because Selina Balnega is trying to pull away, but Philpott's staying with her, Lauber's staying with him, Dillon's staying with him. There's a little bit of gap maybe to Slater, but I think Brad Philpott, even in this early stage, a deal with Balnega about maintaining position would ideally have drawn him a little bit further than half a cart length from Tobias Lauber. Philpott is definitely under threat,
Well, we're making a lot of assumptions. I mean, he could have offered a deal and they could have said no, bog off.
Well, what Selina should have said is, yes, Brad, and I'll pay half price my entry next year. Is that all right?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be the deal I'd be making with Philpott. But Selina Balnega is ever so slightly pulling away. I think we're going to see Philpott having to go defensive, because although Selina Balnega is in the lead, she's not actually holding Brad Philpott up, and Brad Philpott's going to be all on his own in a rearguard action against Tobias Lauber, the German who was 7th in the world last year. So Philpott is against the world number 7 in a rearguard action.
So what I noticed though in qualifying, Sam Slater, who's normally quite composed in the kart, was really, really uncomfortable shifting around, driving very differently to what we'd seen. So I think for some reason he's not quite comfortable in this heat, as we see the number 20 of Nicole Egner come into the pits here for a pit stop, get it out of the way. Now she's off on her own.
Yeah, that's right. She was second in the Team Kart Cup last year. That's an event in Germany. More importantly, as a representative thing, she's the European champion for ladies of last year. So Nicole Egner, who was just in the pit there, the German lady, was certainly in fine form in the European Ladies Championship. She came out the champion last year. So as they continue around in the snail, there's Selina Balnega with a slightly increasing lead over Brad Philpott. Tobias Lauber is still glued to the back of Philpott. Dante Dillon is there behind Lauber, but it's all about Lauber on Philpott at the moment here. We're looking at Selina Balnega there with an increasing lead. The Dutch lady is coming around. This is going to be the camera corner. There it is. Look at that. Brad Philpott with Tobias Lauber. That's how close it is in the battle behind. So there's the first place. Selina Balnega. Brad Philpott's in second. Tobias Lauber, the German's third, is putting increasing pressure on Brad Philpott as they enter the snail section. Philpott's second place is not looking secure. If anyone can hold on to it with fairness, it is Brad Philpott. He's very good at this kind of thing, but but he's going to have to be on top form if he's going to hold off Tobias Lauber, because Tobias Lauber has got no respect. A little bit of a shake of the head with the close-up from the camera. It's amazing what a camera close-up shows, isn't it?
Also, like, at what price? At what price is Philpott willing to go defensive and hold off Lauber? Is he willing to let go of the leader? Is he willing to let the carts behind catch up? So, you know, it doesn't come without cost.
That's true. That's very true. I mean, Lauber, I wonder even if Lauber does feel as though Philpott's holding him up, if he's going to come in the pits. It would be a pretty gutsy move, because that'll put him right alongside Andy Hewitt right now, on our reckoning.
Oh, well, that would certainly change everything, because you'd free up Philpott to go chasing.
Lauber's probably best off staying there, putting the pressure on, isn't he, really?
I think so, because we saw that we saw it earlier with Barsh, didn't we, where he took the pressure off the cart he was chasing to try and undercut. All he did was make that cart go faster, because he no longer had a Barsh in his mirror.
Exactly that. And although Balnega is pulling away slightly in the lead, with a number of cart lengths, it is a bit of a three-way breakaway when you consider how they're pulling away from Dillon and in turn from Slater. So although Selena Balnega does have a second up on Brad Philpott, it is still within sight, you know. So Tobias Lauber is probably best placed just sitting there with the leader Balnega and Brad Philpott. As I say, although Selena does have that lead of just over a second, it is kind of a bit of a three-cart pulling away from Dante Dillon in fourth. I'm sure that'll turn in one cart. This gap is getting bigger all the time, and I'm sure each time through we'll see Selena Balnega, who is the fastest in this race so far on pure lap times, pulling away clear. Certainly Tobias Lauber, it would be a mistake, I think, at this stage from what we've seen, but he is the world number 7. He will probably know a bit more than us Spanners about how to approach this situation.
We're knowledgeable AF, James. But I think Brad doesn't quite get the credit he deserves here. As we look at number 18, Rufat, coming into the pits. Let's just see if he can get away cleanly. He's urging the car on, jumping around as around the corner comes Nicole Egner past him, so he's unable to make any kind of progress through the field. Is Rufat doing that? But Philpott doesn't quite get the credit for the fact that he is absolutely working his butt off all weekend at BRKC, organising this, putting it all on, as well as the week leading up to it, and then he has to go and jump in the car.
Yeah, I mean, well, it sounds like the crazy, a bit of an odd thing to say, but he's within the same week, he's gone from painting the Lose to leading a British Rental Kart Championship race. You know, that's the kind of week Brad Philpott has had here at Formula Fast. Now, Brad Philpott, he's not like an employee of the circuit, but as the promoter of the BRKC, he does work very closely and very strongly with the organiser of the event itself on the day or on the weekend, which of course is Phil Stanley. So Brad Philpott, he's the one who presents the event, you know, he promotes it, he gets the entries in, he deals with that kind of thing, and then Phil Stanley runs it on the day. So Brad Philpott, who we're looking at, he's the one who came up with the idea. I remember way back in the day, there was myself and Brad, we were looking for championship racing, we couldn't find any of rental karting, so the only thing to do was to invent one, and that was the BRKC. Alex Van Gien became involved and was helping Brad, you know, with dealing with the organisations, you know, the various tracks that were running it as a multi-kart venue. Brad's girlfriend, Rebecca, was closely involved in that too, in the organising those early days. But now it's a one-track affair, and much better for it, really.
And while we talk about him, he's managed to just eke out a little bit of a comfort zone.
Yeah, and it's actually, talking the comfort zones across the board there, because Selena Balnega has pulled out to 1.3 now. Brad's got half a second on Tobias Lauber, and Lauber has got no one behind him till Dante Dillon, who's not really in sight unless we're talking about the backstretch. So it is looking as comfortable as can be for those top ones. The top 3 have to race absolutely on the limit. Well, everyone's got to race on their own personal limit, but the top 3 have to be setting almost record times, but they are sort of maintaining that status quo there. There's Balnega at the end of the straight with Philpott and Tobias Lauber behind. So there goes Brad Philpott, there's Tobias Lauber. Tobias Lauber, of course, the German, as we've been saying, he was 7th in the world last year and part of the Nations Cup winning team as well. That was a German team. He's racing with Eco Racing Germany. Part of Eco Racing Germany includes the world champion Michael Schuttler. Like with Blue Star from Belgium, they also have an Eco Racing Germany 2, of which Nicole Egner, who's currently 9th, the European Ladies Champion, currently 9th. She's part of Eco Racing. She's part of Eco Racing 2, which is their second team, running in 9th in this race as we speak.
Blue Star. They're like the Death Star of this championship, aren't they? Dominating.
They've been on
looming.
top for a long time, have Blue Star. Now, Blue Star, particularly are endurance specialists, and when you imagine if you were to team up in the same team...
do you think they'll ask me?
Well... Several of them are here.
I'm open to offers.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt. They can always say no, although a punch in the mouth often offends.
Wow.
Yeah, but if you were to imagine you had an endurance racing team and it had Johan Medart, Ruben Boutens and Matthias Grooten in it, you would think that was a pretty formidable team. Well, we're talking about Blue Star Racing. Now, that's how it is. Logan Sune is a member of that team. You know, it's a pretty all-star cast. Greg Laporte, of course, is part of the team there. Vastly experienced, very quick, with a huge set of credentials behind them in terms of championships won. They do turn up and they do very well. But Eco Racing from Germany is very strong too. One of their drivers is the current world champion.
A bit of an impact with the wall there from Balnega on the exit of the final hairpin. A shake of the head. I don't think that's going to cost her the race.
No, she actually contacted the wall, did she? So
yeah,
that's probably
a fairly significant slap here.
Yeah, a certified hit, was it?
There was definite contact.
Well, that's probably the one single error that we've seen from the Dutch lady all weekend. She has won 3 races. She's looking to make it 4 out of 4, which means she'd be unbeaten in a British Rental Car Championship race. Obviously, just exploring the limits there. You're talking of the area against the pit wall, was it?
Yeah, I mean, I can point to it there.
Yeah, I can see that. So that actually is a really easy place to hit the wall here at Formula Fast, because people are so keen to get on the power, because you've got such a run across the start line into the Snell section. It's the longest time when you're on the power, and yet there's a tight hairpin leading out of it. So the temptation to get on the power really early is high, and a fraction early and you're going to touch the wall, which is what we've seen from the leader, Selina Balnega. However, no harm done. She's got a 1.7 second lead over Brad Philpott, who in turn has almost a second over Tobias Lauber, the German. And so there's Selina Balnega, and she's going to come into view now. There she is, the race leader, Selina Balnega. Here's Brad Philpott. Back to Selina, but Philpott's behind by nearly 2 seconds now, 1.8 seconds, and then behind her, behind Brad Philpott in turn is Tobias Lauber. There's Tobias Lauber with the mostly white helmet.
Andy Hewitt skids into the pits with 2 really aggressive and well-timed stops, and he's on his way, and he will take up his place behind a Kart that has gone out of my view, if I'm honest, James.
Yeah, well, he came out just behind the leading 3, so he came out right behind Tobias Lauber, who was there in 3rd place. So I think Lauber would be pretty relieved to have jumped him, because it'll cost him time over Brad Philpott. And the way the lap times are shaping out, the tightness and closeness with which they have to each other, I don't think that's time he'd make back. There's Selina Balnega on screen.
Yeah, the leader's coming up against some traffic now then, so it's Rufat that she's coming up against now.
Yeah, Kevin Gelly Rufat, the Frenchman, and Nicole Egner, the German lady who's the European champion. They're about to go lap down to Selina Balnega. Now, as there are 2 karts in front, I wonder if Selina's going to pit this time. She's got nearly 9 minutes left of the race, so she's not really in the pressure to do it. She's going down the inside, but can she make it? Yes, she can.
I mean, Rufat couldn't have left any less space without being physically in that space.
Yes, it was definitely a block pass there by Selina Balnega. We've seen Gelly Rufat being pretty forceful all weekend, to be fair. He's pretty racy, no matter what kart's around. He's probably even racy with those stationary in the pit lane.
Philpott's doing his Sebastian Vettel impression, calling for blue flags to be waved at the back markers.
Yeah, and Philpott would know a lot about that, because he has actually beaten Sebastian Vettel in the
Oh,
Race
look
of
at
Champions.
that. He's telling off Rufat as they go down the straight. He leaned forward out of his kart so that Rufat would be able to see him, signalling to stay out of the way. He's not happy at all. And into the pits comes number 17. So that is Tobias Loeb, who was behind Philpott, and actually, I think might have been closing the gap a little because of Rufat holding up Philpott, and now he's seen this as a good opportunity to pit.
Yeah, that's an inspired move by the world number 7, Tobias Lauber. Lauber has obviously seen that everybody has lost a little bit of time behind Gelly Rufat. Now, what he's done, he's pitted himself away from it. Has Gelly Rufat, he has been in the pit, so Lauber's actually going to have to catch and then deal with Gelly Rufat anyway, but not yet. So he may make up some time, and when Philpott comes in the pits and then goes out, Lauber may have created a situation where Philpott has now lost time behind the back marker, which Lauber doesn't have to suffer for. So what I'm saying is that if Lauber finds that Philpott pits before Lauber catches Geli Rufat, there could be a difference there that will benefit Lauber, the German.
I think Philpott's got to stay out now and consolidate what was an increasing gap over Lauber.
Yeah, Lauber has done an inspired move, what could turn out to be an inspired move. It's very technical, this indoor karting. That's the thing. If people are new to the indoor championships, we've got people watching on Motorsport TV, we've got people watching on the live stream on YouTube. It's not all about just being fast and trying to overtake everybody. You've really got to master the strategy of it. Now, Brad Philpott's making a move on the German, Nicole Egner, the European Ladies Champion. He gives her a wave of thanks. Nicole Egner straight out the way there. She actually hasn't lost time. There is a thing in racing, and it's particularly important in endurance racing, and we've already seen that Nicole Egner has been an expert in that, where you can let people through. It's almost like lapped management. If you're a slower vehicle, or you're running a different class, an endurance race, something, you can let people through without losing time, and that's what we've seen there by Nicole Egner. Geli Rufat, you make a fight of it. Not only do they lose time and get annoyed, as per Philpott, you actually lose time yourself because they're going to force their way through. Whereas when they catch you, they're going to think, oh yeah, well, it's Dwayne Stoddart, it's Nicole Egner. They always move out the way straight away, so they don't give you any hassle, and you save time as well in your own race.
And if you're Stoddart, you use that as an opportunity to follow the quicker guys and improve your own racing. As into the pits comes Matt Box. This should be fairly standard. We're getting it to the part of the weekend now where the drivers know what they're doing. A little bit of a stutter, but he's away.
So we're looking at the tail of the karts going down a long backstretch. There's Brad Philpott, series organiser. Brad Philpott, a long list of credentials behind him. Selena Balnega's heading now towards the snail section.
Yeah, we've not really mentioned Bradley Philpott is a series champion at the Nordschleife, is it?
Yeah, he's won the VLN Championship a couple of times. That's the endurance race series that they run there at Nürburgring, the Nordschleife. He's also competed the 24 hours. I myself have been very fortunate to be twice third, second and first in class in the Nürburgring 24 hours. But Brad Philpott has actually won the championship for the series which has that as a round, the VLN series. They alongside the 24 hours, they run 4 hours, 6 hour races. And Philpott with Net Motorsport has been a part of that scene for a while now and has twice won the title in class, which is a very impressive performance indeed. It's as scary as it seems, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it's been famous recently for the Brundles going and competing in that same series in a different class, and yeah, it looks frightening.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, especially when it's dark, mate. It's fairly leery. But Brad Philpott also has been doubling up in karting as well. He's not left karting behind, and in the TC UK series, which is based in Corby in Northamptonshire, they have an indoor kart track there. Brad has also taken the title there this year too, or last year, shall I say, 2019. So amongst everybody who seems to have a championship under their belt, a recent championship, there's one for Philpott in karting too. There is Brad, we've been talking about him. He's on the crane camera turn. There's just less than 4 minutes now. Selena Balnega does seem fairly secure in first place. However, the top 4 have yet to pit. Yeah. That includes Selena Balnega, Philpott, Dante Dillon and Sam Slater. Now, we've been fairly quiet about Dante Dillon and Sam Slater in this race, but they are doing particularly well, especially Dante Dillon. He's been coming on. There's someone in the pits, I think, Spanners.
Yeah, we've got the kart 13 there, so that is Phil Pryor. He'll be looking to come out ahead of kart number 8, Matt Box, but it's not going to happen. I think instead he's going to have to settle slotting in. But he's between the 2 leaders.
Yeah, now that he may incur the wrath of Philpott if he doesn't get out of the way. PDQ. Philpott's coming down the inside. Pryor's out of the way. Yeah, Philpott's made the move now. Out of your view, Spanners, but Philpott's made the move. He's still got in sight. Dante Dillon in the pit.
Dante Dillon has just scared me more than I've ever been scared. He's just flown into the pit without slowing down for a second. That was crazy and good. Crazy good.
Yeah, there's Selena Balnega. She's another one who has not stopped. She's got 32 laps in, leaving the pit stop really late. She's obviously been saving the pit stop in case she ran into trouble, but luckily it's been one of those races where a big gaggle has not formed. Selena, with the speed that she has and the ability to control the pace at the front and slightly pull away to give breathing space, has given herself the comfort zone of if a gaggle of back markers should appear and she should catch them, she always has that option of making a pit stop. It's going to come fairly soon, that, and it'll come soon for Philpott and Slater. Lauber we've seen in the pits, and Lauber's going to be the one we need to keep an eye on. Here's Philpott.
Philpott's in, and he's
stalled.
had a stall.
What about Lauber?
Okay, so Philpott's in. Lauber's coming around the corner. I'll tell you what happened to Philpott to see if he can stay ahead.
Slater.
No, I think it's been a disastrous pit stop. Basically, he stopped. The engine cut out. The marshal went to get it, but then I think it did restart itself. But yeah, that's not of his own doing at all.
Right, so coming out the Snell section, there's Brad Philpott and there's Sam Slater. Sam Slater's just waving, saying go, 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 because Slater's yet to make a pit stop. It'll probably happen on this lap.
Race leader is in the pits. All she has to do is keep this smooth. It looks perfect, and she's back out in the lead.
And she'll want to come out ahead of the back marker. Is that, I'm not sure who that is, Gelly Ruffat. She wants to stay ahead of him.
Sam Slater doesn't fancy that scrap with Philpott. Comes in for a pit stop. Not going to challenge Dante Dillon and comes back out exactly where he was. But yeah, it wasn't great for Philpott. I don't think that stopped. So where does he ended up there on the final?
Well, Spanners, it's not worked out bad. Now Philpott will be mortified about what's been going on, but Tobias Lauber somehow, while we've been looking and talking about others, has lost some time. Remember, he was right with Philpott. He's actually, despite all Philpott's issues in the pit lane, or what seemed to be issues, he's still 2.5 seconds behind.
So he would have had to have negotiated Ruffat and Pryor as
absolutely.
well.
I think that's cost Lauber. Tobias Lauber, that early pit stop looked like it was going to work. It turned out that it didn't. And what's interesting is Sam Slater was urging Philpott on. He knew he was going to come in this lap anyway himself, and it was just like, look, just get on with it. He clearly saw that Philpott was flustered, and Philpott is I hope you won't mind me saying he's a fairly emotional guy when it comes to it. Effective but emotional would be the way I'd describe him.
I would say he's emotional, but not out loud. Not out loud.
Yeah, don't say it on air, Spanners. But Selena Balnega continues to lead from Brad Philpott, who we're talking about. Here's Andy Hewitt, where is he? He's got the best pit stop of them all in this race. So Andy Hewitt, although he's 10th, is actually the best on pit stops. So as they come around, we're looking at the last lap being given. Surely Selena Balnega has the lead there. Oh no, we've got 10 seconds to go. So 10 seconds to go. Selena Balnega leads from Brad Philpott, Tobias Lauber. Everybody's been in the pits. Dante Dillon is still 4th and Sam Slater 5th. There's Selena Balnega, the ladies world champion, 5 times in a row. Coming around on that big sweeping bend now towards the back stretch. She's going to be getting the last lap warning. No, they're bringing the checker flag out by the looks of it. So the last lap now. Here comes Selena Balnega. She's coming through to take the win. She makes it 4 out of 4. An unprecedented BRKC performance there by Selena Balnega. And here comes Brad Philpott. He takes 2nd. And then Tobias Lauber, where is he? There he is. He takes 3rd. Tobias Lauber, the German, 7th in the world last year. And then it's Dillon. There's Dillon. And next up will be Sam Slater. A little bit of a gap there. There he is, Sam Slater. And then Matt Box, Phil Pryor, Nicole Egner, the Frenchman, Kevin Gelly Ruffat, and Andy Hewitt rounding out the finishes. There's the start line as they continue to cross the line. And yeah, into the pits now. That's the race winner, Selena Balnega. Unprecedented British Rental Kart Championship. It's 4 wins out of 4 starts. This is her debut here in the British Championship, and so far is absolutely unbeaten in any race. Down to you, Spanners.
4 wins out of 4 for Balnega there. Absolutely fantastic. We go towards the back of the pack as well. Sam Slater in 5th place, looking a little... You'll have to repeat that, crew. Sam Slater looking a little bit out of sorts at the back. Definitely looked uncomfortable from qualifying. And then Dante Dillon as well, running around, having for once a quiet, uneventful and quick race, which is good news for him. I think that's him out of the competition now, but a nice one to finish on. As we see the next people lining up, we can grab a word with Bradley Philpott as well, and we'll make sure we get a win with race winner Selena Balnega. Hey, Brad, come on over. I'm here with race organiser and 2nd place in that heat, Bradley Philpott. Let's start with the race. It was quite eventful, actually. The back markers made it interesting.
Yeah, the back markers did lose me a little bit of time, but to be honest, I had a big enough gap to Tobias in 3rd place that it was a minor stress at the time, but in the grand scheme of things, it didn't really affect it. Something which almost affected it was my engine stalling in the pits.
Did it actually stall all the way?
It stalled enough so that the throttle didn't respond anymore, and it just about fired back up into life. Probably lost around half a second, but again, didn't affect the result. Selena was just too quick.
How do you have the mental capacity to issue instructions to back markers while you're in the cart, leaning forward enough for them to see it?
So just to explain that, I was being allowed through, but I kind of was only half being allowed through, and I was asking him to allow me onto the racing line rather than kind of holding position. So
you need just like transponders so you can talk to them. But if it's any consolation, that was the same situation for the leader as well. What was the agreement you made with Selina beforehand?
I just told her at the start that I wasn't going to do anything silly. I needed the points, so I said basically I wasn't going to attack her till after the pit stops, and as it turned out, there was no opportunity for that either, so it didn't really matter.
Fantastic. Race organiser Bradley Philpott, fantastic watching you race. During the semi-finals, please come and keep me company sometime in the pits and we'll have a chat. No, to talk to me. Let's have a chat with race winner as well. Selina, if you'll come over here. Selina Balnega, 4 wins out of 4. Wow, that's frightening. Were you expecting that level of success so far?
No, I wasn't really expecting this. Well, I had 21. That's one of the best cars there is around. So I knew my quali was really going to be important because there were fast guys. Also Bradley with Kart 19, also pretty fast. And Tobias Laube. But I did a pretty decent qualifying. And Bradley said, I'm not going to fight you, so...
Did you believe him when he says stuff like that? You go, oh yeah, I've fallen for that before.
Well, I believed him because he said to me, I need some points. So I think he's really happy with his place right now. So
you're going to be right up the front in the semis, aren't you? Like, you've got to be looking forward to that. You're up for it?
Well, it depends on the card. If I have a good card, I hope to be top 3 or something. But I'm scared, honestly, because maybe you don't know what's going to happen. So
see, I think that you were worried that you were underweight, so you're collecting these medals just to increase the ballast for the next race. Congratulations, well done. 4 wins out of 4, superb watching you race. That is the end of the heat, and we're getting ready for qualifying in the next heat.
And this is Heat 8 for the round 4. Only 3 heat races to go now, 8, 9 and 10. This is number 8. Qualifying is well underway for that. They're all starting their qualifying laps in this race. We'll see how it shapes up. Spanners, just very quickly, talking to Selina there. She seems almost like not surprised to be doing so well, but the nervousness you can get when things are going almost too well.
I know. If you're nervous, it means you're doing something worth doing. And if you come in here with no expectation, that's fine. When suddenly you're winning 4 races out of 4 and you're going to be up the top of the semi-finals, hey, you've got something to lose, and there is a buzz and an excitement, and it's wonderful.
Absolutely. It's almost like, well, all right, when's this going to stop kind of thing, isn't it? You know, so how long can I keep this going? But she's doing a great job there, and as we say, 4 wins out of 4. Can't ask for more than that. Now, Sam Spinell has gone fastest in this qualifying session. Bartosz Grosek. Now, gosh, we've seen him put some results together, not someone we've seen in the past. Scott McIntyre is up into 3rd, Slavik Piskor's 4th, Stephen King in 5th, Michael Weddle 6th, Jamie Henderson 7th, Adam Preston 8th, Sebastian Raikkonen 9th, and Andrew Duff is into 10th place on this qualifying heat, the final one for a lot of these drivers. They're going to be lining them up, but Sam Spinell has gone fastest. This Bartosz Grosek, he comes here with almost no result credentials at all. Don't know how experienced he is, but he's certainly showing us something. He spent a lot of time appearing second on those screen spanners.
Yeah, didn't you call him a bandit last time? What's his team name?
I didn't call him a bandit, but he's like a bit of a bandit because he hasn't actually got any credentials. He's turned up from nowhere, unknown. Yeah. He may well be known to the polls. Obviously, I'm sure Remy Draska knows exactly who he is. It's just on our information, we've got no knowledge except that he does some track days in a Mazda.
Oh yeah, that guy. No, I like him, and he owns like a Mazda. If you own a car good enough to go on a track day, you're doing something right.
Yes.
Aren't you?
Do you own a kart good enough to go around Formula Fast?
Yeah. My Peugeot 2008 wouldn't be much good on a track day. I'll give it a go.
There we go. Right, Sam Spinell is leading them around here. He's looking to really check out in this one. Sam Spinell does need a result from this. So do those behind, but particularly Spinell, in his eye, will feel the important result here is his win. You know, for points for the semi-final. Anyone else getting points he feels will probably be more, they're not going to make use of them. So what if they're higher up than they would have been but not in the semi-final? Sam Spinell is probably fighting to be in the semi-final, so that's what is important in this race from his and quite a few other people's point of view. So, heading down the backstretch into the final end of the lap there, he's got Bartosz Grosek still behind him. And Sam Spinell completes the lap in the lead with Grosjean, and they're trying to pull away from third place with Scott McIntyre. Scott McIntyre, of course, he's a car expert as well, but Scott McIntyre, he's Junior Saloon Championship. That's with the Citroen Saxmax, isn't it? I think Spanners, yeah. So identical course, Saxmax Junior Series, racing on all the main circuits. He's had to adapt to indoor karting, which isn't necessarily his forte. Yes, lots of other karting, but not necessarily this. And we can see how he's been improving every race. He's now looking really good there. Someone in the pits.
Yeah, Weddle's going for it. Good lad. Why not roll the dice? Go for it. It turns out people do listen back to their races and they hear the commentary we say about them. He's out cleanly, but he did say to me, "Oh, hi, Spanners, you said a bad thing about me." So I've got to be nice this time.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Oh, he'll mention that to you. And another thing with Michael Weddle is that he's not going to be one to just casually roll the dice. He'll be one throwing it to the far end of the alley, won't he?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's pretty punchy, yeah.
Yeah. Sam Spinell now with Grosjean, they have a little bit of a gap behind them. That's, of course, has developed because Scott McIntyre is falling back a little bit into the clutches of Slavik Piskor's.
Andrew Duff coming into the pits there, related, of course, to the food vendor outside, who did me a very nice... I've even forgotten what that beef thing was called. It was great.
I didn't even know what it was. You tried to explain what it was, but I'm too old school for that.
It had some sort of foreign name,
It wasn't a burger, but it was meat. So anyway, here we go. We've got Sam Spinell. Sam Spinell actually being almost pushed across the start line by Bartosz Grosjean. They're entering the Snell section now. There's a gap developing to Scott McIntyre, so I think it's the front two are pulling away. Grosjean is the fastest on the track in this race, and he's making Sam Spinell work for it. Now, looking at the screen, I can see as the field file through, here comes Sam Spinell down the backstretch. He's not gone for the defensive action. He's just content to sit up against the outside wall, which is the normal racing line. But look how close Grosjean is on this nice, tight close-up. So there's Sam Spinell, a great close-up there through the crane corner turn. Sam Spinell and Grosjean across the line. And then that gap to Scott McIntyre. Slavik Piskor's is up to fourth, which, surprising to say, is actually the best result we've seen from, or the best running we've seen early on from Slavik Piskor's this weekend.
He's got the best coveralls in the event, hasn't he?
He has, if you like, purple and pink Spanners.
I do. It's dashing.
Clashes a little bit with the yellow of the helmet, doesn't it?
I don't think so. I think he pulls it off.
At least he's not running a coloured beard.
I've already had the first person get angry at me for calling it coveralls.
Coveralls. People are spending hundreds of pounds to look original, honestly, and distinctive, and you're calling them coveralls.
The producer in my ear is livid.
What, for calling them coveralls?
Yeah. Well, that's the last time I'll be at BRKC, so I can say whatever I want now.
Yes. So we've seen the last of Spanners due to the coverall gate. Spanners, obviously Slavik's racing suit is quite bright and distinctive. There it is on screen, actually.
Fourth place is great.
This is what has sparked the conversation and in turn sparked the sacking of Spanners, the purple and pink suit there. That's Slavik Piskor's. Now, Slavik Piskor's, we've seen actually over a number of years, he has won races in the BRKC, but it's been a bit of an off weekend for him in terms of what we expect. He's under pressure from Stephen King. Slavik Piskor's spent many years racing Speedway in his native Poland, which is a very, very strong motorsport over there at Speedway. But over the last 5 or 6 years, he's been in karting, and he's been doing most of it over here in the UK. Brightly coloured helmet, brightly coloured suit, which I guess you'd expect from a Speedway rider, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but Stephen King's giving him a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, Stephen King has really come alive in the competition this year. We have seen him over the years, but not performing like this. Every race he's been in, he's been a factor. It's gone up, it's gone down, he's been in collisions, he's had penalties, but he's also been running very fast and very well. I spoke with him earlier on today in the driver lounge, and you know what, he's got a pretty solid head on his shoulders. He knows what he's doing, and I think when he does something once, he's able to do it twice, you know.
A tiny bit of contact there from Sam King, just reminding Piskor's that he's there and a move might be imminent.
Yeah, and Piskor's is trying to close the gap to Scott McIntyre ahead. I think Spinell and Grosjean are pretty well on it, and they've got clear of Scott McIntyre, but Scott McIntyre's a little bit on his own there in the middle, but he's going to be keen not to fall into the clutches of Piskor's.
Spinell's gap, actually, he's given himself a little bit of comfort. I mean, even a few laps ago, that there wasn't a kart length between them. Now it's about 3 or 4. And into the pits comes number 20. That is Stephen King. So obviously didn't fancy being on the exhaust of scores for much longer. Perhaps it was jealousy from his race suit that he wanted to avoid.
Well, how long would you want to spend looking at that race
All
suit, Spanners?
race long, James.
Yeah.
All race long.
Clearly, Stephen King is sick of the sight of a purple and pink race suit, and he has decided to come into the pits. There's another one in the pits, right?
Yeah, this one just wearing the white cover pants of Scott McIntyre, really performing well up in third and getting this pit stop, I guess, more out of the way than anything, but he's going to find himself behind some battling karts before long.
Yeah, he's pitted out from the front of Slavik Piskorz, so that puts Piskorz up to third. I've got to be honest though, with the best will in the world, I can't see him closing on the leaders ahead, not least of which because the gap had gone up over a second, gap to Spinel Grosjean, but Grosjean, by being faster, has pulled it back down to under a second, so Grosjean is actually on the move. Now, Scott McIntyre's got to drive through penalty Spanners. Anything you can think of?
Well, it's got to be pit related because he's just come into the pit. As I'm watching Piskorz come in to do a stop, hopefully avoiding that same mistake. He looks okay. Oh, it's rough in the pits. This is a worst case scenario as Raikkonen comes into the pit to take the penalty pit. Scott McIntyre is right behind Raikkonen and he's had to stop before the pit box, then do his pit. He's had to drive to the second pit box, stop before it. It couldn't have gone more wrong.
Yeah, it's in the blink of an eye. Scott McIntyre was looking at finishing well up in this race. A bungled pit stop. I mean, it's an easy error to make. I'm assuming he's probably gone too early, has he, Spanners?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I think he was unsettled. He'd hit the pit entry. It was all just going wrong.
Something had happened, but not only did he have to make that second pit stop, he had to make it right behind another driver, in this case Sebastian Raikkonen.
He effectively stopped 4 times during his penalty pit stop.
Yeah, we are showing Scott McIntyre as having the best pit stop, but I suppose that'll happen if you've gone fast. You know, you've broken the rules.
If you just go through, yeah, it's pretty quick.
Yeah, unfortunately from his point of view, Sebastian Raikkonen was actually the slowest pit stop, and it was him that McIntyre had to follow through the pit lane there. So we saw Sebastian Raikkonen make his pit stop. He's running in 9th place now, and he's trying to chase down Andrew Duff, who's about 4 seconds in front of him.
So sorry, James, just to say, to round that off, Piskorz did come back out in front of King, and he's now actually got a little bit of a comfortable gap for a minute.
Yes, he has. It's about a second there, isn't it, Piskorz to King. Sam Spinel has increased that lead, though. It's back over a second to Grosjean as Bartosz Grosjean continues in second. It's 1.3 now, so Spinel seems to have pulled the pin. He is listed as the fastest on the track, 31.1. Maybe we'll get into the 30s sometime soon. I think we may end up in the final for sure.
Now, I'm looking at the gap. I think Henderson has got enough of a gap to actually get out ahead of Piskorz and King, which is certainly useful.
Yeah, now Henderson started sort of fairly low down the order. He's moving up to 3rd place, but if he makes a pit stop, nominal sort of 10, 11 seconds or so that we allow for that,
I think he comes out.
He'd still be behind Preston, but he might be ahead of Piskorz, as you say.
Preston has to pit as well.
Yeah, so he'd be in this gap in front of Piskorz in the bright pink and purple race suit.
Race pants.
Yeah.
Raceralls.
There we are. As Piskorz entering the Snell section there, that gap in front of him is where we're anticipating Jamie Henderson would come out, but Henderson is not pitting.
There's no rush.
Henderson has been continuing on, and here he is now. He could be coming in. No, he's not. Jamie Henderson continues. He's got a long way to go. It's 11 minutes still in this race. There he is crossing the line. That's Jamie Henderson there. He's in 3rd place as we speak. So Henderson into the Snell section here. And Henderson, of course, has put in some pretty stirring performances and got the results to match.
Well, I'll tell you what, Adam Preston's taken himself out of that equation now by getting his step out of the way. He's coming out behind Raikkonen and in front of the many adventures of Scott McIntyre. So just compounded the misery of Scott McIntyre now. He's dropped behind Preston.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's the last race of the competition, probably for Scott McIntyre. He may not make the semi-finals. He's putting a good show, and you can see his performance being improving across the weekend, which is very difficult in this elevated environment. The people we're looking at are among the best in the world at driving indoor karts. So no matter what your motorsport is, even if you are a champion in your Sax Max, you are still going to be on the back foot in this kind of environment. You wouldn't expect one of these guys to just be able to jump in the Sax Max and run at the front, so by definition it's not fair to expect the same from Scott McIntyre. So on that basis, the results have been very good and getting better, which is key. Slavik Piskorz has been a bit of a board wave. I'm not sure what that's been about. Contact warning Stephen King. Well, that's not the first time we said that, is it?
Nope.
So Stephen King gets a contact warning. Piskor's King, and then is that Michael Weddle? Yes, it is. Well, there's Slavik Piskor's now. Piskor's and King and Weddle have actually had to tackle each other a number of times over the years in the British Rental Kart Championship. They'll know each other well, and it really is race on here. We're looking at Slavik Piskor's, and there's King, and they're being caught by Michael Weddle.
This is a bit of a killer combination, actually. Weddle and King behind Piskor's. It's not ending cleanly. I'm calling it.
Well, there's already been a contact warning in that group, and you've got to assume if ever there was a part in this race, an area of the racetrack here, that there could be another contact warning. It's this area that we're looking at now, isn't it? The Piskor's, King and Weddle. If ever there was a contact warning board to come out, you'd expect it to be to one of these three.
And they can't pit out of it because they've all pitted.
They've all been in. In fact, all but the first three have been in. That's Spinell, Grosjean, and crucially, Jamie Henderson. Where would Henderson come out? Now, Henderson has got almost enough of a gap over Piskor's that he might still be able to pit and come out in third. Now, Jamie Henderson has actually really come on just in this competition itself this weekend, because talking to him on Friday and Saturday and today, you're talking to three different Jamies. A lot more confidence today after great results so far this weekend. I think Jamie's really come alive in this, and certainly he will have the brain to see what's going on and to think about that 10 seconds that he needs to pit and come back out into third place. He's in the 11 kart. I'm not quite sure on the track where he is, but he's out there.
I'm surprised that gap was out to about 11 seconds, so somewhere he's lost a little bit of time.
The gap is 11 seconds,
right, okay.
Berners, yeah, you're right.
Good.
Yeah. Spinell, Grosjean, Henderson is still the running order, but this battle is Piskor's, King, Weddle. Now, the more they fight, the better it is for Henderson. Henderson could come in now, I think, and come out with the lead, but he can't afford a botched pit stop, or he'll be in the middle of this scrap coming, as he comes out of the pits, and you don't want that. There is the fight we're talking about. Henderson does not want to end up in that. Now, Jamie Henderson, who's third, needs to make a pit stop, but he's just going to come out in front of this three-way fight that we're looking at going down the back stretch. That isn't a place he wants to be.
Now, I'm feeling confident on his behalf. I think he can get in, be actually reasonably conservative and come out in front. The problem is Piskor's and King are taking chunks out of each other time-wise, and you can see that because Weddle's caught right up to the back of it. Now, I'm not saying before Weddle gets upset that he wouldn't have caught them anyway, but it does seem to have closed up pretty quickly.
Yeah, it certainly helped him, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Yeah, so Jamie Henderson still playing a bit of a waiting game. The time is on his side. It's just under 7 minutes for the race, so he does actually have quite a lot of time. Let's have a look at the lap times, man. He's got a 31.5 on that last lap, plays 31.7 and 6 and 5 for Weddle. So
Weddle's ahead.
Weddle's in.
Yeah, he's got.
Yes, he has. You're right. Good move there by Michael Weddle. He is the fastest of those three last time around.
I think in general, if you had to pick out of those three from the beginning of a race, you would put Weddle just edging those two.
You probably would this weekend. It would be pretty much neck and neck between Weddle and Piskor's, though, because Piskor's we have seen more recently win BRKC races. It's been a while since we last saw a win by Michael Weddle. It has been done before, but in recent years, Slavik Piskor's has actually been a race winner, as a predictable race winner, you know.
Yeah, and I don't think you won't find Weddle like looking behind him and white lining and trying to defend.
No, I don't think so.
He'll let King come at him if he wants.
Yeah, and I think Weddle's of the attitude that if King does come past, he'll try and get back past him immediately. It'll be one of those undercut jobs, won't it? A scissor pass.
I've learned a new word, scissor pass. I like
scissor
it.
pass.
I'm going to make things up
Yeah,
as well.
a good example of a scissor pass. It's more of an oval racing phrase, which I learned in the US myself, actually, when I was racing ovals there. A good example of that will be the Selena Balnega and Ruben Bouton's incident yesterday at the hairpin. One dives through but runs wide, the other one cuts back to the inside and takes the position back. That's a scissor pass. Looks like a pair of scissors. Right, so, well, there's no scissor pass going on here because King is not close enough to Weddle as we speak. Andrew Duff is closing in on that battling trio, though, and even more reason for Jamie Henderson to want to pull out a more secure lead over Slavik Piskor's in fourth, because this is brewing up to be pretty heavy, to be honest, because Andrew Duff is now closing in on the three in front. It could well be a four-way scrap by the end of the race, because we've still got 5 minutes to go.
Okay, so this is not controversial, but Piskor's knows how to defend, doesn't he? And Weddle will definitely attack, so I'm looking forward to this.
Well, Piskor's can defend on two wheels.
Oh, here comes King.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not one of these motorbike cyclists, is he?
He was. He used to race Speedway. Contact warning, Michael Weddle.
That's not the biggest surprise of the day.
No, nor is the biggest surprise of the competition. The only big surprise is that King. Oh yes, he already. I was going to say he has.
Yeah, he's already had several.
Yeah, both. Well, we said it earlier on, didn't we? There's plenty of contact warning potential in this little fight there. If it's going to happen somewhere in this race, it'll be amongst those three, and it's gone to Weddle.
Oh, look at this. Look, King is really kissing the back of Weddle's car.
Yes, he
like
is.
Chronically, like loads of times.
Yeah, he's really pushing along Weddle, isn't he? He's probably trying to get back up to Piscours. Now Andrew Duff is closing on. We can see there Piscours in the pink and purple overall in race suit. There he is, Weddle, King, and here is Andrew Duff. So it's getting a lot closer on screen. We can see how that's tidying up. And there is that Sam Spinell who's closing in on that group. Sam Spinell, I think, is closing in on that group ahead that we've been talking about. There's Andrew Duff now almost on the tail of it. Yeah, it certainly is Sam Spinell. He's got a couple of hairpins away, but I think the pace delta is significant. It is. It's going to take a bit of catching. He's going to have to pit anyway. There's only 3 minutes remaining. He's going to have to pit anyway before he gets to these guys, I think. But certainly, if there was a lot more racing, I don't think Spinell would even think about trying to put these guys a lap down. It would be, let's go to the pits. So Grosjean still runs in second place, but the gap's opened up to 4 seconds now. We're looking at the battle with Slavik Piscours leading the way in fourth place. Did you see King having a real look down there into the final hairpin? Yeah, it's cost him some time, though. Yeah, it has, yeah. When's Jamie Henderson going to pit, though? He's going to be coming near to the close to the pit entrance very soon, I thought. Yeah, he's just turned the final right-hander now. Will it be this lap? No. Wow, oh look at that, Andrew Duff is in the mix. They're fighting this side by side. Down the backstretch, all over the racetrack. It's Piscours, Weddle, Duff has gone through on King. Stephen King's lost place to Andrew Duff. Andrew Duff has caught and passed. Stephen King up the inside. Big contact with Duff. Now I'm calling that as a fair move. It looked rough, but I think that the gap was definitely there. Henderson in? Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. And Spinell. So we've got Spinell in, the race leader. That's looking clean. And just behind him, we've got Grosjean as well. So they've come in behind each other. They haven't held each other up. And Henderson is going to be right up behind. And in fact, Henderson's going to cost himself time because he still needs to pit. Yeah, now Henderson is right with Grosjean. Grosjean, of course, is second place, Henderson is third. Now what's crucial in this is that Henderson isn't actually in the battle with him because he's yet to make a pit stop. Grosjean has made a pit stop. So what's really crucial for Henderson, he doesn't lose time and get drawn back when he comes out in the pits into this battle. Okay, he's coming in now. He's coming in now. Yeah, he's in. Yeah, he's in. I thought he was going to miss it for a second there. Yeah, I mean, if he could have psychically known, he would have come in a lap earlier to make sure he avoided losing any time. However, it is going to be comfortable. Ahead. Yeah, he's comfortable. Yeah, it's good. And he will be... Oh, yes, he's even actually a bit of a fist bump. He obviously saw that battle was brewing, and I think he stayed out knowing he had to pull some time on them. He just didn't want to be part of that. That would mess him up big time, wouldn't it? But Piscours, due to various bits of contact, has pulled ahead of he's with Weddle, and they both pulled ahead of Duff and King. Scott McIntyre is behind them, which isn't bad when you consider he's had to make an extra pit stop.
I'm
made
really
2 stops.
Impressed that at no point nobody has just forgotten to pit, because I would definitely forget at least once.
It's been done before. In fact, we've had a number of infringements. In fact, I think this might be the first BRKC where we haven't had anyone forget to pit. I mean, we're not talking about moderate people either. We've seen Matt Barsh, for instance, fail to pit. Now, there's Michael Weddle. He's battling away with Slavik Piscours. These two are on their own now. They were part of a 4-car battle. We're very close to the end of the race. Michael Weddle, the Scotsman, is battling with the Polish driver, Slavik Piscours.
Did you see how much Weddle got out of his seat and thrust itself forward?
Yeah.
To get a bit of that can't do anything.
No.
You've got to take away as much in the opposite direction as you have putting it into the forward direction.
So each action has an equal opposite reaction, is what you're saying?
Controversial, but I think science is real.
Yeah, I think it might be, and I'm not even sure it does much except make him feel as though he's doing everything he can. Piscours, look at that, that's the defensive line. We were talking about that this morning. To the inside. And there's Michael Weddle. This is that crane cam shot. And they're across the line now. There's Piscours. And we're going to be bringing the checkered flag out soon. It's surely going to be the last lap very soon indeed.
Well, we've got a chat with Piscores, haven't we? Because he's been the feature of this heat.
Yeah, and he's been a feature in the BRKC for a number of years now, Slavik Piscores. Turns up every year, performs every year. In fact, this is since he started winning heat races, I think this is the first year he hasn't won one.
And he takes a mean photograph, so you want to get on his good side.
Yeah,
so
he's quite the photographer, actually,
So
isn't
that he will take a picture of your good side.
Yeah, let's hope so. We'll need to be an expert for that, won't he? Right, let's have a look. So we've got the last lap board is out. We know it's going to be Sam Spinell. Here he is around the final turn. Sam Spinell, the checker flag is out. We're going across the line. It's Spinell. He wins. He's delighted. Where's Grosjean? Grosjean second. There he is. Jamie Henderson third. Where's Henderson? He's going to be coming through in a second. About 15 seconds back is Henderson, so we have to wait a minute. Now what's happening? Piscores, Weddle, King, Duff and McIntyre. So there's Piscores, there's Weddle, and King and Duff have closed right up on the two ahead.
Well, King got that place back from Duff as well.
Yeah, he did, and they caught back up on that group, and considering the time that was lost, they made a great effort to do that, didn't they? 8th place was Scott McIntyre, then Sebastian Rake in 9th, and Adam Preston at the tail in 10th. So a good race there. What a race that was mid-pack. I mean, quite an impressive one throughout, really. So down to you in the pit, Spanners. I think you got multiple choice on who to talk to this one.
I will catch up with Sam, and then I think we need to just pay a little bit of lip service to that battle, which was for 4th place in the end. But Piscores created that with some fantastic defending and did enough to hold on. First, he had to hold off King. Then he had to see off the threat of Weddle, who got through King as well. Then they all had to see the threat off of Duff. And it just made for fantastic racing. So I'm delighted that we all got to see that, especially some of those drivers probably not making it through to the finals.
Spanners. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you carry on talking. I'm going to ask you something in a minute.
Can I have a chat with you? Get your helmet off. Get your helmet off. You're all right. Yeah, go on. Ask me it now. Ask me it now.
Jamie Henderson came into this, he wasn't expecting much, but with a couple of 3rd places and some good results, do you think we can see him in the semi-final?
I haven't done the math, so I'm just going to say yes. Yeah, I think we could. Jamie. Yeah, we'll have to look at
He's going to be close, isn't he?
Certainly that performance was great. Here, come, let's see it. I think I'm joined, I'm joined by what I think is fair to say was the star of that heat. Piscores, hey, yeah, absolutely. You made that battle behind you. You held off everyone. You held off King. You held off Weddle. Those are not easy people to hold off.
Oh, yeah. Finally, I did qualify quite all right. So that's because all my weekend is really bad, except the first heat. My next 2 heats, I finished 8th, both of them. So I'm way down on the classification. And yeah, I knew Steven and Michael. They are really fast drivers, so
not just fast, but there was lots of contact boards, so you were constantly just having to feel being hit.
I didn't touch anyone, so they contact.
It wasn't me, Gov. It wasn't me. Fantastic. Also, we need to show off the best race suit, I think, of the competition as well. I think so.
That's actually a replica of the suit for my speedway times. There were 5 or 6 or even 7-time world champion Tony Rickardson is like this, and yeah, that was the idea for.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. It was great to watch. And then race winner Sam Spinell. Hi, well done. That was a great result there. You looked very comfortable, so you have to wear that now. That's the rule.
Yeah, it was a good race. I was trying to beat Cillian's lap time because she had the same car, so it was just a battle against her really. But yeah, it was fun.
Look at that. Oh yeah, the race was fine, but I was in a personal time trial battle. Did you make it?
I don't know. Yeah, I think the track improved a bit. I think I'm slightly off, but I'll get there.
Feeling confident for the semi-finals now?
Yeah, I need a good result to get into the final, but it's still possible, so yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
Good luck. I think you can do it. Well done. Cheers. Thank you very much, Sam. We've got the next round coming up for you now. No time to rest.
All right then, so we've got the 9th race of round 4, only 2 more heat races to go. These are the the races that people are scoring points to try to make the semi-final. It's getting more and more obvious about who's going to be in it. We keep an eye on the scores later on. Meantime, we've got heat number 9 in this. We've got Carl Stevens, Marius Nowitzki, Dennis Holler, Robert Schechel, Arnaud Tinet, Michael Gerb, David Kart, Richard Jute, Giovanni Baccelleri and Mitch Powell. And what a lineup that is. It's going to be quite a tough one. Dennis Holler, of course, second in the World Championship last year. He was part of the Nations Cup winning team as well. So Dennis Holler, really spectacular there in the World Championship. Second in the championship to Michael Schottler, the German. Who also German actually, Dennis Holler German too. Marius Nowitzki, we've seen great things from him. Robert Schechel, yes. Arnaud Tinet, everyone's favourite Frenchman. And Michael Gerb. Michael Gerb, incredibly, Spanners, we've not had the two Gerbs have to race each other.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we'll see who's the best.
Yeah, we might end up with them together in the semi-final or the final, should they do it. So that'll be interesting. David Kart, he's another potential there for victory. And of course, Richard Jute, you can never rule him out. Giovanni Baccelleri, well, he's going to be the first one out to qualify, and then Mitch Powell as well, and Carl Stevens too. So let's have a look then. So there's Gerb, there's Michael Gerb, we're seeing on screen now. I don't know where he is in the line. I think he's near the back, further towards the tail of the lineup for the order to qualify. There's Arnaud Tinet, the Frenchman, heading out onto the track there as he begins his qualifying run. They're on their warm-up lap. They go out in the pits, there's a warm-up lap, and then the time starts. So Richard Jute taking to the track. And there's David Kart. David Kart is going to be the last one out by the looks of things. Now there's Baccelleri, Giovanni Baccelleri. He's going to take take to the line for the beginning of his qualifying lap. Giovanni Baccelleri. We've seen some great performances from him this weekend. He is up there in points, but another one who's really got to fight hard to be certain of a decent semi-final likelihood and position, and one who may even scrape into the final if things go his way. So Giovanni Baccelleri is leading the way on the qualifying lap. Dennis Holler, I think, was one of the early ones out as well. So we'll see how this shapes up. Now here comes Baccelleri. Baccelleri crossed the line. He's going to be fastest, obviously. So there's Baccelleri in the first place. And is he going to be beaten? No, he's not. It's Carl Stevens in second place. Baccelleri still is up there. Nowitzki into third. And Baccelleri still hangs on in there, but he's been beaten by Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler, the German, second in the world last year. Arnaud Tinet is in fifth. Mitch Powell is down there in seventh. Michael Gerb is third. It's still Dennis Holler. Richard Jute to third. Schechel into seventh, and David Kart comes through to fourth. So Dennis Holler has held on. Dennis Holler has put himself on the pole position, 31.3 with a lap time, 31.3 all the way. Oh, it's the top three actually for Dennis Holler in first place. Giovanni Baccelleri into second. Richard Jute, the South African, in third. David Kart, Michael Gerb, Carl Stevens, Marius Nowitzki, Robert Schechel, Arnaud Tinet and Mitch Powell brings them out in 10th place there. So they're getting that lineup sorted out as Dennis Holler prepares to lead the way.
James, I think Holler's just going to disappear here. I think in the last heat we saw him in, he was out of position, pitted in the clear, and then just ended up winning just by going around on his own.
You could be right, Spanners. The problem he's got is it's Giovanni Baccelleri in second place who's fighting to get into the semi-finals. So Giovanni Baccelleri may well have something to say for that. But you are right, on paper it would look to be Holler's race purely on paper. But behind him, I think there's a few people with a different idea. Now, Richard Jute, remember, he favours this setup at Formula Fast. The South African is actually a regular here in the championships, and he's good on this way around. But the alternate layout, he struggles. Now, there's Holler taking the immediate lead, of course, from the pole position, with Giovanni Baccelleri behind him, and then the South African Richard Jute behind him too. So, David Kart is in fourth as they go round the snail, coming round the sweeper into the backstretch. So round the sweeping bend on the outside part of the racetrack, down the backstretch to the corner there where we saw the patch, the mysterious patch this morning, and round they go through camera corner, crane camera corner, and real big close-ups we've been seeing as they cross the line. It is in fact still Dennis Holler with Baccelleri right on his tail, Richard Jute on the tail of David Kart. There's nothing to choose from. Michael Gerb is in fifth place behind David Kart. No reason to pit yet. There's a little bit of a gap opening up there to Carl Stevens, possibly from Gerb. and then there's a bigger gap back to
Wow.
Levicki and Chechel.
Did you see that move from
Yeah.
Kart?
And what a move from Kart. He's taken Jute. In fact, Gerb nearly went with him.
I think he got away with that quite cleanly.
He did. It was good. And so it's now Huller and Baccelleri being chased down by Kart into the pits.
Yeah, Nowicki's into the pits. He's going to have an open road ahead. He's mistimed that a little bit, but it's not critical. There's no one around him.
Yeah, that's it. Maris Novitsky, he's come into the pits. He's doing a Conor Marsh, isn't he? So there is Dennis Huller with the lead. He's got Baccelleri right in his tail. A bit of a gap, David Kart, but David Kart's already opened up a gap to Richard Jute and Michael Gerb. So David Kart done everything he needs to do. All he needs to do now is get onto the back of the leaders, Huller and Baccelleri, and make it a three-way race. Richard Jute.
Yeah, Richard Jute into the pits, and saying he's favouring this layout, then perhaps he's just giving himself clean air to go and do what he does best here.
Yeah, a bit of a settle-down job there, I think, for Richard Jute. He's not going to do himself any favours being in the tight scrap, especially if that tight scrap is Gerb.
Baccelleri, you
Yes,
are
he has. He's done
absolutely
it.
right. That wasn't as neat and tidy as Chart's move.
It wasn't as neat and tidy, but it was as effective because Baccelleri has taken Dennis Huller. He's taken Dennis Huller. Now David Kart is all over the back of Dennis Huller. Dennis Huller has obviously lost time because of Baccelleri, but David Kart is trying to make the jump. He's trying to capitalise on that loss of time. Dennis Huller, second in the world last year, is under incredible pressure by Giovanni Baccelleri, and David Kart is now behind him. So the pressure from Baccelleri up front is that Baccelleri is going to get a lot of points. David Kart is under pressure. He's going to try and pass him. He's piled on the pressure and passed Huller.
I can't believe it. Kart's done it again in the same place.
Yeah. I think the only reason that was because Dennis Huller didn't see him do it before.
Yeah, but Kart's got so much pace here. Like, he's got frightening pace. He's on it.
It shouldn't work, but David Kart's been very difficult to reason with. He's making it work. And David Kart, now the question is, can he catch the race leader, Giovanni Baccelleri, and actually pull the same move on him?
I think he can. I'm saying yes.
Yeah, we'll see if Dennis Huller can actually do something about clawing his back, and will Dennis Huller actually even come in the pits?
I think he's in shock. I think Holler will be in shock from
Dennis
that move.
Huller is in.
Yeah, I think, it's a compose yourself kind of move, isn't it, for Holler? He didn't see that coming. Clearly, Kart has got some sort of amazing speed coming out of the final turn, and Holler is out safely. Yeah, but Kart is surprising everyone down there. I think he's getting his nose alongside quite early, and there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, David Kart's the one we're looking at now with the green helmet on screen. That's David Kart. There's Baccelleri in the lead. There's David Kart. There's Michael Gerb. Now, Michael Gerb will know David Kart very well indeed. Both of them from Poland. They've done a lot of racing against each other. Michael Gerb is probably one will have had the best view and be the least surprised at David Kart's big long shots down the back of this back straight there, and the fact they worked. So David Kart really on a mission there to catch Baccelleri. We're looking at Baccelleri now. This is Giovanni Baccelleri coming around the long sweeping bend towards the backstretch. There he goes. He's on the backstretch. Now we can see him head-on shot. There's David Kart. There is Michael Gerb. It's opened up a bit, but these guys are running at such a rapid pace, such intensity, that it's still quite a battle, even though there's 5 karts between them.
He has got one of the most distinctive head covers, hasn't he, Kart? That bright green.
Head cover? Oh, you mean helmet?
If we all call things different things.
Yeah.
Into the pits comes number 20, Mitch Powell. So we'll assume my last comment was correct and valid, as there's no time to correct it. He's going to come out. That's a hesitant but clean pit stop, and he's out on his own.
Yes, that's right. So David Kart with, what was it, the green head cover?
No, no one said that.
What do you think about his coveralls? So, Giovanni Baccelleri, he continues in lead. There he is. That's Giovanni Baccelleri in the snail section. This is the slowest part of this setup. There's David Kart, and there's Michael Gerb, and that's Carl Stevens there. Now, Carl Stevens actually doing really well to hold on to those. He has... Oh, in the pits, Tinay?
Yeah, Tinay, he's in the pits. He's going to come out comfortably ahead of Mitch Power, having a decent race in the second half of the pack.
Yeah, he's 1 second ahead of Mitch Powell. There is Arnaud Tinay, the French driver, and as Baccelleri continues on in the lead there, it is still Carl Stevens who's running 4th place. Now, Carl, he was 87th in the BRKC last year, but he has been the champion with D-Max. That's on the other side of town, isn't it, here in Milton Keynes?
Never heard of him.
Yeah, that's right. That's Daytona racetrack there over at Daytona Milton Keynes on the other side of town. Outdoor circuit, so very different in approach really to this sort of racing here at Formula Fast.
I've just remembered I'm doing the 24-hour commentary, so yeah, no, it's a great track. Love those guys.
Yeah, is Carl entered into that? Do you know?
I don't know. No, I'll find out.
It's probable, isn't it? If he's a regular over there as well. But here is Giovanni Baccelleri continuing on in the lead. He's got 1.5 seconds almost over the second place David Kart. In fact, 1.5 seconds is probably the kind of gap that Kart would start to consider some hero lunge. Do you think, Spanners?
Well, I think I reckon he'll do it from here.
Yeah.
So I think, he's only about 10 kart lengths back, so that's close enough.
Yeah, so as long as David Kart feels he's within 10 kart lengths, he thinks the move is on.
Yeah. It's been so impressive, and it's surprised some really good drivers. There's some standout overtakes we've just seen.
Yeah, well, we're joking about it with David Kart with some serious lunges. It's very easy for those serious lunges to turn into a bad pass flag or even a penalty, isn't it?
They weren't dirty, and they weren't clumsy. They were great.
Yeah, it's very easy to actually overdo it, if you like, and muck things up for yourself. And that's not what David Kart's doing. He's been really great moves by David Kart. He's holding that gap to Baccelleri at 1.49 seconds, which is pretty much what it was last time, so call it 1.5, you know. And he's managing to stay ahead of Michael Scherb. This is a very good showing by David Kart in a weekend, it has to be said, of good showings. At the end of each race, I make a little note of the top 3 for every race, and it has to be said, Spanners, I've been writing David Kart's name down quite a lot.
That's mainly because he's been in the top 3 a lot.
Exactly.
Yep. He was a vice something. Second place in the Karting World Championship in 2018. Wow.
Yeah, that's right. KWC, he was second place, David Kart, so that's pretty serious. In fact, that matches Dennis Huller, who we were talking about earlier on. He's now 6th place, is Dennis Huller. He made a pit stop, I think, to get away from what he was considering the madness around him. Dennis Huller, very considered sort of German, which you obviously expect from a German to be quite thoughtful and considered. And he's probably thought, this is getting a bit silly, this. I'm just going to mess myself up. So I will pit and continue to run fast. Let's have a look at Dennis Huller's lap times. The fastest in this race at the moment is Giovanni Baccelleri. He has the fastest lap, but Dennis Huller is among the quickest, and in fact has set a new personal best of 31.2 seconds. So he's running fast down to 6th place, Dennis Huller. Now, there is Baccelleri. He's caught a back marker. Now, Giovanni is probably going to go for the pass. Mitch Powell is the one he's caught. It's going to be into the snail, surely. Down the inside in the snail, there's Giovanni Baccelleri. He's made the move, and he's made the pass. Now, David Kart, of course, he won't need any second invitation, will he, Spanners?
No, I'm just looking at Gerb here in the final section, and he does seem to just carry that little bit extra speed through that final hairpin somehow. It looks like he's going into the wall, but he seems to just make it stick.
Yeah, Michael Scherb seems to make that work, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it should work, but it does. It looks like the accident's about to happen, but then there's no sound.
Yeah, and like he's going to hit his head on the barrier. Yeah. He's leaned over that far.
You're expecting to hear the contact from the kart to the barrier, and it just doesn't happen.
They've got some back markers to deal with.
Yeah, and Michael Scherb should make pretty short work of anybody who's a lap down. We're looking at David Kart on screen, and there's Scherb behind. Scherb has in fact passed the tail ender, which in this case is Mitch Powell. Baccelleri continues on the lead. Now he's come up behind Arnaud Tinet, you can see that on screen. This is David Kart's chance to try and close in. Dennis Huller, meantime, we're going to keep an eye on him. He's still setting very fast times at the 31.3. And there's Arnaud Tinet, who's now ahead of Baccelleri.
Fight him, Arnaud. Yield nothing.
Well, that's what David Kart will want. In fact, Bacceleri's trying to go to the outside. Arnaud Tinet is on the right, and down the inside comes Baccelleri. And he's made the move. He's got the job done. But maybe David Kart will have closed in something. It was 1.7 seconds last time. Will the gap be down? Although David Kart in turn has to pass Arnaud Tinet.
So Tinet let him pass, but didn't give him the racing line, which was something Philpott was talking about earlier. And Tinet only gave him just enough room to get through and not lose any time.
Yeah, I think what Brad was complaining about was the fact he had a driver in front who was sort of saying, there you go, take it, but not really offering it. He was offering it, but not giving, if you see what I mean. David Kart's coming down the inside. Tinet waves him through. David Kart waves, thank you. I don't know what... Tinet's doing a Brad Philpott. He's obviously aggrieved. Let's see what... Tinet, it was David Kart. Let's see what the gap is. 1.5 last time.
The same complaint that Philpott had,
And no surprise, David Kart is now more than 2 seconds behind. Gerb makes short work of Arnaud Tinet.
Carl Stevens in the pits. He's going to come out behind Richard Jute. So Richard Jute, job done as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, and half the entry have now made their pit stops. There's only 4 left to go. Bachelari, Kart, Gerb, Schechel, they're the ones running at the front. So we're looking at Arnaud Tinet, the French driver.
Well, I mean, what are the rules on the blue flags? You've got to let them pass. It doesn't say, I've got to let you pass with the racing line and give you a present with a bow on top, does it?
It doesn't, no, and I think a lot of what's going on is just the pressure involved with the quality of competition. Obviously, the leaders, they don't want to lose, they can't afford to lose a fraction of a second. We saw David Kart, he didn't really lose much there, but it turned out to be over half a second, yet for nothing, you know what I mean? There was no real massive block for over 3 corners, certainly wasn't following Arnaud Tinet for half a lap, was he?
Gerb looks closer though.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised because Gerb was able to jump Tinet immediately. David Kart obviously feels he had to make a bit of a job of it, whereas Gerb was straight through. So it's very little surprise Gerb is slightly closer to Kart. There's Bachelari, the leader we're looking at on screen. Now he's got a 2.3 second lead. That's, from what we've been seeing so far, that could be classed as comfortable, couldn't it? Even if it is David Kart, not even David Kart is going to attempt to lunge from 2.3 seconds back. Okay, he might think about it, but he probably won't do it.
The reason I didn't reply, James, was because I was sceptical and having a good old think about whether he would do that or not.
Well, yeah, I think David Kart might consider it, but whether or not he would, I mean, I'm sure he could get alongside from 2.3 seconds back, do you think?
Yeah, well, I think we're all still just a little bit poor from the earlier moves, weren't we? So
yeah, because David Kart, the reason we're joking about him there, folks, those who watch on screen, is because David Kart has pulled off some amazing overtakes so far in this tournament. He's the one with the green helmet running in second place. So there's Giovanni Bachelari with the lead. David Kart just shot through there with the green helmet, and he has pulled off some incredible deep lunges into the most unlikely of hairpins as well. Here's David Kart now with the green helmet, but seriously for him, Michael Gerb is following. So there's David Kart, the Polish driver, and Michael Gerb, a champion from Poland, is following him. And Gerb is close in this race mostly due to an overtaking situation with the back marker. Kart took a little bit longer to get through, was waving and you know, looking around, all this kind of thing. Gerb, meantime, just shot through. Gerb, of course, one of 2 racing Gerb brothers, and they take their racing very seriously. Both of them very, very competitive drivers, and you know, in with a shout of winning. I mean, in the World Championship indoor, this is in 2018, Michael Gerb himself was second. So we've got, you know, David Kart has been second before, and so has Michael Gerb.
I think Michael Gerb is definitely going to be in the mix in the final. Like, he's going to be a spoiler. I think if you want to win this competition today, Michael Gerb's a factor for you.
Absolutely. Just want to point out something, Spanners. This is more for the viewers at home on Motorsport TV, and also those watching on the live stream as well with the YouTube coverage. We've got a new caption down the bottom there. You can see the pit stops have been made. So if you look below what the actual track position at the moment, Bachelari leading the way. Look at the box below that. Dennis Holler has made a stop, Richard Jute has made a stop, Tinet has made a stop, Stevens, Nowicki and Powell have all made stops. Crucially, on that list is not Bachelari, Kart and Gerb.
Seigel comes into the pits, triggers it a little hesitant, gets on it. He's out in clean air, but it does look a little bit like Nowicki might. No, he's well behind.
Yeah, it's about 3 seconds. Oh, look at that close-up. David Kart. David Kart, that's the kind of, we're getting a view of him that quite a few people have had of him on the track as he's come sailing past from some of the longest shots we've seen all weekend as David Kart. Now, interestingly, Spanners, Michael Gerb has really closed in on David Kart. We know David Kart is fast, but Gerb is proving faster at the moment. Gerb is not fastest on the track, but he definitely was fastest on that lap of all the people in this race. So Giovanni Bachelari still has the record for this race, and he's taken it under 31 seconds. Giovanni Bachelari, yes, on his previous lap, has taken lap time 30 dead 0.9, so that's very rapid.
We've got to be running out of time for the top 3 to pit, haven't we?
Well, they've got just under 5 minutes.
Oh, ages.
So
wow,
a little bit of time, yeah. A lot of people have been in. It's only those 3 who've yet to pit. That's the 3 leaders, Bachelari, Kart and Gerb. I think Kart's got to be a bit worried about the pit stops, because if Gerb makes a half-decent one, it's possible he could leapfrog him. Kart maybe wants to stay out a little bit longer to, if anything, hold Gerb up, for want of a better phrase. If he does pit now, David Kart with the green helmet in second place, I think that all that will happen is Gerb at best will maintain that position, and there's a real good risk that Gerb may actually leapfrog him in the pits because he's able to go faster without David Kart in front of him.
I think you're right, but I think the time where Gerb is being held up has not yet dawned, because down that straight especially, Kart has still got a couple of kart lengths.
Yeah, it's tight. There's Gerb, that's the one we're talking about. I think Gerb, he's looking ever slightly faster should he have scope to be.
The thing is that Kart is quick off of the back section leading onto the main back straight, and that's one of the key overtaking points. So that's what's going to keep him ahead. So I think if we look at this, he seems to just somehow have better traction on that long sweeping left-hander.
This is the bit we're talking about there, Spanners, on screen, as you mentioned it. Now, down the back straight, now, by nature of the fact he can pull off these big lunges, David Kart, by definition, is also mega on the brakes at the end, which means that he's actually making up time beginning and end of that straight. So that's really what's preventing Gerb maybe having to pop at him himself. He's coming onto the straight quick, and he's fast at the end.
Great point, James.
Yeah, we'll see how it shapes out, and we'll probably see even more if Kart was to pit first. I think Kart could do with pitting second. Far be it for me to impart racing advice to a winner at world level.
He's not going to hear you, though, so really you're just talking to, you know...
He might watch the replay and wish he had listened, though, might he?
21, Bacheleri pits from the lead, immediately followed by David Kart. It both looks good. In fact, I would say Bacheleri is a little slow. He's upset with himself, so I can't tell you whether that's a clean stop or not.
Well, I tell you what, Spanners, that nearly got even more interesting, because Bacheleri went into the lead, but I was looking at Kart and Gerb, and Gerb raised his hand as if coming in the pits, and then backed out of it. So we almost had all three leads in. Now, had Gerb followed Kart into the pits, that would have been completely ridiculous. So clearly, Gerb bailed out from his pit stop. We haven't seen a battle there, and that is Tine defending against
I've got
somebody.
an answer for you. It was a bad stop, and Bacheleri has thrown away. Unfortunately, there's no other word for it. I'm not trying to be mean, but he has thrown away this race win, and he must be absolutely gutted inside the helmet. Yep, he gestures, and he goes out behind now Carl Stevens.
Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness. Now that's going to be, well, pretty crucial, isn't it? Right, so we need to get a bit of a handle on where people really are on the track.
Here comes Gerb. He's going for it. This is crucial now. I tell you what, it's looking good. We're seeing Chart coming round the right-hander and the final left-hander. And Gerb, where has he found that pace to be that far ahead on the pit stops? Incredible. Perhaps Kart lost a little bit more than we thought waiting for Bacheleri in the pits.
Yeah, added to the fact that I really do believe that Gerb wasn't running at his optimum pace following Kart. He probably thought, I don't want to pit because I don't want Kart running on his own, or he was worried about where he'd come out to. But certainly Gerb did look pretty capable of more when he was sat behind Kart. So I think Kart coming in and Gerb being released for a lap or so is what made the difference, added to what you're talking about, Spanners. So really, Kart lost out on a bit of a double-ender there. But the big loser, as you say, is Bacheleri. Bacheleri has just gone to pieces, hasn't it? He's down in 6th place.
Absolutely heartbroken for him. He'd done everything right in this race, but you do have to pull the pit stops off. In the finals especially, there's 2 of them in the finals, and it is part of this competition. And if you don't get it right, if you take too much risk and don't get that risk-reward equation right, it's going to sting you.
Absolutely, and Bacheleri, of course, is one of those people who arguably should know better. He routinely races in competitions to ban this. He's all over the back of Arnaud Tine. He was in the lead, he came in the pits, he lost to Michael Gerb, he lost to David Kart, he lost to Dennis Holler, he lost to Richard Duke, he lost to Carl Stevens. He's now passed Arnaud Tine, but that's only putting Tine a lap down. His next target is Carl Stevens, who's up ahead. So Giovanni Bacheleri, with 12 seconds to go, is pulling out all the stops. He's absolutely on it, onto the back stretch. There's Carl Stevens at the end of the straight, and there's Bacheleri coming right at him. He's making huge inroads on Carl Stevens, but will it be enough? Because they're soon going to be on to the last lap.
Well, it's almost, you've forgotten really that Holler qualified on pole. Where did Gerb qualify?
I think he was 3rd. It was Holler, Bacheleri and Gerb, and that Holler it's almost reversed, isn't it? Because we've got Gerb, Kart and Holler. Let's have a look at this. Where is it? There's Baccelleri. Now, Baccelleri is a lot closer to Carl Stevens. There he is. He's right on the tail. He's right on the tail of Carl Stevens. We're going to be getting the last lap board any second now, but Carl Stevens is going to be fighting off Giovanni Baccelleri, but that's only over 5th place. Baccelleri is going to be absolutely distraught because this could put him out of the semi-finals, possibly. He was looking to fight his way in. This is crucial for his whole weekend. It could well be an earlier flight for Baccelleri. 39 laps in, it's the last lap. They're going to be bringing the checkered flag out any moment. It's going to be David Kart. 1 second up on, sorry, not David Kart, Michael Scherb, who's 1 second up on David Kart. And then 3 seconds back from that. And here comes Michael Scherb. He's going to get the checker. We're on screen now. Michael Scherb wins. And there's David Kart. And next up's going to be Dennis Huller, the German. There he is. And then Richard Duke, the South African. Carl Stevens has managed to stay ahead of Giovanni Baccelleri. That could well be Baccelleri out of the competition. We'll see what the points are like, but it certainly does not look good for Baccelleri, does it? I mean, against this field, can you pull off a 6th place in the heat race and actually make the semi-final? I'm not really sure this year.
Well, I was already heartbroken before I realised the connotations it would have for the semi-finals, but yeah, you've got a feel for him.
Well, obviously, you know, that is purely done on feel, and we'd have to check the numbers. I might actually be speaking out of turn, but I just can't see that how that is not going to seriously hurt Baccelleri.
Oh, look at that.
Anyway, they come to you now, Spanners, so over to you in the pit lane, Spanners.
David Kart.
See who you can speak to.
Yeah, David Kart. I keep wanting to say Chart, but David Kart, he gave me a reluctant look, so perhaps he's somebody's, you know, not overly chatty, but let's see. He's going to come and talk to me in a bit because he really did pull off the moves of the race, and essentially he was fighting for 1st place. Those moves put him in the lead of the race, and it was only just that immense pace that Gerb had overall. He didn't have it in the right places to get past David Kart, but as soon as Kart was out of the way in the pit, the gap was unexpected. That was on 1 single lap that Gerb was able to pull that gap. Of course, David Kart had to deal with Baccelleri in front of him. Baccelleri not nailing the stop, perhaps because he knew he'd done a penalty pit stop. He'd stuttered and it didn't quite go as well as he wanted it to. And then, of course, heartbreaking for Baccelleri, who went from the race lead to 6th place. And I hope for his sake, and most people hoping for his sake, that won't be the deciding factor in his involvement in the next stages. Let's see if I can get them over. We'll start with Michael. I tell you what, get them both in together because that was a fantastic race there. You managed to overcome the delta and overtake him in the pits. That was a single lap's worth of pace that got you past.
Yeah, our pace was really similar. I made a huge mistake on qualifying, but we have the benefit that Giovanni failed his pits, so we
ended up in 6th, by the way.
Yeah.
And what about those moves at the start? They were incredible. You came from 18 kart lengths back to do it.
What?
You were really good on the overtakes, overtaking them.
Yes. I don't know, Kart is very fast. I don't know, very fast.
Yeah, he's giving the kart the credit. I think we're going to give you the credit. It was a fantastic race, but this is our race winner. Yet another one for you, Michael Gerb. Thank you very much. That was great fun to watch. Great overtaking manoeuvres, and we'll see you guys in the semi-finals. Back up to you, James.
Thank you, Spanners. Yes, it'll be very interesting to see how the points tot up there, particularly for David Kart. Obviously, Michael Scherb, we've seen him win a lot. We can assume that someone winning that much is going to be in the semi-finals. David Kart, surely, with a string of great results, could well grab a semi-final position. Now, it's at this point, coming up next is heat race. Okay, so yes, what we need to do is after this next heat race, we'll have a little look at the scores and see how they're shaping up for the semi-final. It's the final of the heat races. It's round 4, heat 10. We started yesterday morning with round 1, heat 1, obviously, and we're now at the very end of those heat races, 4 rounds of 10. This is the 40th race so far of this competition. And then after this race, we're going to have a bit of a break, and then the 3 semi-finals, and then a bit of a break, the Super Pole shootout, and then the grand final itself for the British Rental Kart Championship 2020. So the final chance again for these drivers to get enough points to get into the semi-finals. just to go through the scoring again, it's 10 points for first, 1 point for last, and the semi-finals are the top 30 scorers. There'll be 3 of those races, so 10 in each race, top 30 scorers, and it's just the right to continue scoring. So it's not about, yes, obviously if you win the semi-final, then you get a lot of points, but just because you're top 3, say, in the semi-final, doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get through the final. It all depends on what the top 10 scorers are at the end of the semi-finals overall, and the top 10 will go through to the final. Okay, so they're out on their qualifying now. We've got Greg Smith in this one, Matthew Clark, Bjorn Vermeulen, Mats de Jong, Marco Brem, Philippe Scherjak, Derek Jones, Zach Venn, Amandio Costa Paz and Mediel Gisa in this race here. As they come around, this is the final of the heat race. The checker is out. At the moment, it's Vermeulen fastest from Brem. Mediel Gisa's gone second, but Armando Paz has taken them all. He's in the pole position. Armando Paz hangs on to it. Scherjak third. Zach Venn has gone to third, but it's still Armando Paz, the Portuguese driver. Greg Smith has gone through to 8, and into second's gone Mats de Jong. Mats de Jong is up to second. It's still Armando Paz, and Derek Jones is in 10th place. So the Portuguese driver, Amandio Costa Paz, does start from the first place in this final heat race, ahead of the incredible Mats de Jong. And Amandio Costa Paz is Portuguese, and the World Championship this year is being held in Portugal. So Costa Paz is certainly putting himself forward into contention for that. He knows the track well down there, and he's certainly putting in the performances that suggest he could be competitive against a whole bunch of people who will also be in the same tournament. Right then, let's have a look at this. We certainly haven't seen Armando Costa Paz this high up in the qualifying spanners, have we? It's quite a bit of a turn-up for him, but we'll see how he can translate that in the race. Mats de Jong has been on top of this game for more than a decade now. Mats de Jong, one of the Belgian aces. He runs with the Traxxas team, which is a very strong team, as in Mats de Jong, of course, has been very high in the rankings. He was Belgian champion in 2017, 3 years ago, but he's also had high rankings in the World Championships. In 2019, he was 5th, but as long ago as 2010, he was 4th. So on the top of the karting world for such a long time now is Mats de Jong, but he's starting in 2nd place. Bjorn Vermeulen is 3rd. Here they come around. Amandio Costa Paz will lead them round to the start and probably take the early lead. Now, I wonder if Mats de Jong is going to really work his way past Paz as early as possible, because Paz hasn't shown this kind of performance yet this tournament. We know he's quick, but Mats de Jong is talking about winning a race. That's not what we've seen from Paz so far. So Mats de Jong will either trust the pace of the Portuguese driver in front, or will be making a move early on. We'll see what happens.
Well, you don't get on pole position by being a slouch in BRKC, do you? But yeah, maybe overall that final 5%.
You don't, but we haven't, in fairness, seen Amandio Paz anything like close to this pace all weekend. So we'll see what occurs here. They're in the Snell section. It's still the Portuguese driver Paz in the lead. He's got Mats de Jong behind him, so Paz is looking very convincing now as he maintains a lead over Mats de Jong, with Bjorn Vermeulen there as well. In 4th place, that's Zach Venn ahead of Philippe Scherjak as they come onto the backstretch. There they are onto the backstretch. It's still Amandio Paz on the turn there, as in the lead, but the Portuguese driver is holding off Mats de Jong very well, and ahead of Bjorn Vermeulen too. So it's a very convincing performance this time round from Amandio Paz.
It's only Mediel Gais that's falling back really from that group. There's the top 5 all running together still.
Yeah, Mediel Gais is down there in 6th place. He's got Marco Brem behind him. Mediel Gais then has Philippe Scherjak in front. So maybe a little bit of a gap opening up there. Mediel Gais is a very young driver, and he's one of the Blue Star team as well, Blue Star Racing 2. So he's going to be expected to turn on some kind of style, but he's getting some serious attention from Marco Brem. Marco Brem there is the German. He's also racing with one of the top teams too, the Eco Racing Team 2, which is the same team but the second team as the current world champion Schottler.
So if you're in Blue Star Racing 2, have you not yet earned those coveralls, or you've got freedom to wear your own?
Well, I think it's optional generally.
Is it?
But I mean, if you were a member of Blue Star Racing, I'd be wanting to wear their suit, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but anyway, Medial Gisa is running in his own suit, which has got a lot of yellow on it. It's very visible, actually. Oh, and he's been passed. But he's got him back. It's in the snail section, a pass one way and a pass the other. And that was with Marco Brem. Marco Brem, the German, is starting to run out of patience with Medial Gisa, and he's obviously seen the gap opening up in front and wants to get ahead. So there's a close-up. That's Bjorn Vermeulen in third. Distinctive style, distinctive helmet colours. Bjorn Vermeulen in third place. Armandia Paz, Mats de Jong and Bjorn Vermeulen do seem to be opening up something of a little tiny gap over Zach Venn in the pits.
Yeah, it's Brem in the pits in Kart 19. Did you say he just managed to gain a place and then he's coming to the pits?
No, sort of, Spanners. He gained it and lost it.
Yes.
It was in the snail.
So there you go. So he goes, well, that's as close as I'm going to get.
I think he tired very quickly of a battle with Gisa. So Medial Gisa has now got the pressure of Marco Brem away, although it's a time pressure now because Brem has made a pit stop and is going to try and leapfrog El Gisa in the pits when El Gisa himself comes in. Now, Armando Paz down the back stretch there. There's Mats de Jong and there's Bjorn Vermeulen. They've definitely opened up gap now to Zach Venn, Philip Scherjak, and there's Medial Gisa. And that behind him is Matt Clark, and there's Greg Smith and Derek Jones. And that's the Taylor field, and then there'll be a gap before the pit stop at Marco Brem. It's a huge gap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely growing.
So here we are. There's Armando Costa Paz, the Portuguese driver, in the lead. He's really had to absorb pressure from Mats de Jong and Bjorn Vermeulen.
A bit of a shout out probably to French Connection, because Derek Jones is right on the tail of Greg Smith, and I've just been speaking to Stoddard as well, and this year they really see it as them having taken a massive step forward. And you know what, their ears are open, their minds are open, they're trying to learn every year.
They've taken a step forward in attitude as well, because they've generally been of the attitude of, yes, we're in it, but we're running at the back, we'll just play our part. Now they've been getting pretty racy, you know, and
absolutely have,
we're certainly seeing potentially a battle developing with Greg Smith versus, who is it, Derek Jones.
Derek Jones.
Yeah, just wondering which one of those two we had in.
He's the one that fits in a cart.
Yeah, Dwayne Stoddart is the one doing the yelling from the pit wall in this particular event, isn't he? So positions switched. But Armando Costa Paz is he's not holding, he's holding station ahead of Mats de Jong and Bjorn Vermeulen as they come into the snail area. I'm wondering if one of the two Belgians behind will consider a pit stop. Now, they're from the same country, but they're also in the same team. So I wonder if the team, from a team point of view, might want to pit one of them and leave the other one out and cover both bases. But it would be a risk.
Matt de Jong seems to be braking noticeably later than the leader, and then having to really wrestle to control it.
Yeah. If you were in charge of they're in the same team, the second and third, would you have them on the same programme, or would you pull one of them in?
Hang on, let me have a think.
You could blag it with a yes or a no.
Yeah, I could, but I've been doing that a lot lately. I've taken a lot of risks where you've asked me a question I haven't been listening to, and I've just said yes. What do you do? Do you risk it? I think you've got to back Matt de Jong, haven't you, here in this position for now. It would be different if the leader was getting away, but he's not.
So would you pull Vermeulen in? Or would you keep them both out?
So I am the manager
of Traxxas.
Yeah, I think you could
Vermeulen.
split it, but I don't think you have to do it yet.
Okay. Talking of pit visitors, we've got Greg Smith.
We've got Greg Smith, who's feeling the pressure of Derek Jones breathing down his neck, and he's decided he wants some clean air.
Yeah, and I think things are starting to get racy amongst those leaders now, because Armando Costa Paz is starting to get a little bit defensive down the backstretch, and we know that because he's moving to the inside. We've been seeing that all weekend long.
James, that Greg Smith, he's blown that pit stop, I think, and I think he's going to have to come back in again.
Oh dear, there's nothing yet on the screen, Spanners, so he could be in luck.
Do you know what? I'm being fed information.
No, it's just come up now.
I thought it was Van Gien feeding me dodgy information.
No, it is correct. Greg Smith has been busted. Of course, Greg Smith was shaking his head in the pit lane, but everybody's been shaking their head, so you can't really put anything to that, can you?
Given that the first one was a bad pit stop, he's gone really, really tight. Oh, he's done it again. But look where you're going. He's come out into
the middle of the lead battle. Oh my goodness, Greg Smith. He's affected Vermeulen a little bit, but probably not too much of a problem there. Yeah, he came out in the middle of it, but it's not the end of the world.
Tell you what, Greg, have yourself a whiskey and a good night's sleep, and just put that one down to life.
And we've not seen a penalty on a penalty since the last time Johnny Elliott did it.
Was that Johnny Elliott was the last person to do that?
Yes, and unfortunately though, Johnny Elliott is the only one to have done it more than once. But I'm sure he won't mind that being mentioned. So yes, good pass, Johnny.
Third time's a charm.
Here comes Greg Smith. He's going to be an expert at this by the end of this race, isn't he?
Can he do it? Can he make it? Can he make it? He's done it.
He's done it. Yes, he's really. Even he waves. Yeah, and there's a cheer for Greg Smith there. He got a penalty on his penalty, and that's not what you want, is it? But Greg Smith, at least he's free of pit stops now, so theoretically he won't have to make another single pit stop for another year.
That is the weakest silver lining I've ever heard.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? But he's pleased. He's seeing 2 green lights. Meantime, seeing a red rag rather than a green light, it's Mats de Jong. He's got Amandio Costa Paz in the lead still, and he's chasing him down. There they are in the snail section. Bjorn Vermeulen's closed back in. The gap did open up as Greg Smith came in the middle of that, in between penalties. And there's Amandio Costa Paz, and there is Mats de Jong. And there is Bjorn Vermeulen down the backstretch. Yeah, we can see now from the body language of Amandio Costa Paz, he knows he's in a race. Mats de Jong is starting to pile increasing pressure on him, forcing a defensive line.
Okay, so I've thought about it a bit more now, because Vermeulen's now got a bit of a couple of kart lengths behind. Actually, there is no benefit in the pit. It's not a problem anymore. But we've got Zach Venn in here, and Alex Van Gien is watching carefully over him to see if he can pull off a good stop, and he has, and he's out in front of Smith. And actually now Smith is having to let Derek Jones through because he's now being lapped.
Now, Spanners, do you know what? That's exactly you, isn't it?
What's that?
Making a pit stop call with the benefit of hindsight.
Yep, I find it. I mean, that is the most easy way to make decisions.
Absolutely. You're coming back to it because now there's been a change. Yeah, good call there,
Now
Spanners.
that problem is easier, I feel like I can answer.
Do you know what, though? I think you've made exactly the right call. I have to say that.
Well,
you've made the perfect call.
I'm very good at this game, James.
I tell you what, though, it may come back into question because as they're getting increasingly defensive, Costa Paz, he may well find that Bjorn Vermeulen catches back up to Mats de Jong. They are looking closer already.
Yeah, no. So now that makes it more.
May require a little reappraisal there, again with the benefit of hindsight.
So, do you think that Vermeulen is being held up by de Jong? I don't think that's the case.
I think Vermeulen's been held up by definition by Armando Costa Paz. When we say held up, it's in the loosest form because they are all running fast. If I look at it, Costa Paz, if we look at times, 31.2, 31.3 for de Jong, 31.2 for Vermeulen on that last lap. However, it is de Jong who has got the fastest lap of this race, a tenth of a second quicker than Paz. And Paz is the slowest to on absolute pace of best laps. Have you got a pit visitor there? Yes, you have.
Yeah, I have.
Eddie Elgisa.
That's right, and let's see. He's got through the first one, okay. Really braking hard. It's amazing to see the element of risk and reward these drivers take, but he's out in front of Derek Jones, and had it not been such a quick stop, he would have been in trouble, so definitely worth pushing.
Yeah, Mehdi Elgisa really had to pull a good pit stop off there, didn't he? Because Derek Jones was coming back at him, talking and coming back at people. Bjorn Vermeulen's now back in contact with the leaders, like literally bumper contact. So there's Paz, there's de Jong, there is Vermeulen. Vermeulen somehow doesn't seem as if he wants to get quite as close to de Jong as de Jong does to Paz. Maybe Vermeulen is aware that he doesn't sort of want to shove de Jong into Paz and cause any problems. They are in the same team, and there's nothing Vermeulen would gain by doing that. So I think Bjorn Vermeulen, it's not that he can't stick to the absolute tail of de Jong. I mean, if you notice, it's just
he's
he's in the pits, yeah.
There we go. Let's have a look. And I will say that just a minute ago, Greg Smith nearly accidentally came in the pits, just out of habit. But now Vermeulen has pulled off a pretty slick stop. So tell you what, now we'll see what pace he actually has.
Yes, he has. Now, chasing him down, I think that might be Matthew Clark. Yes, it is. It's Matt Clark into the snail section. So Vermeulen is actually having to not only lay down some good laps in trying to leapfrog de Jong and Paz, but also to stay ahead of Matt Clark as they go around onto the backstretch. But we are still dealing with Mats de Jong just 0.2 of a second behind Paz at the finish line last time. As they come around once more, there's Vermeulen, there is Clark.
Zach's in the pits as well. Let's see where he's going to pop out. I think it's going to be quite close with Zach Venn, and he's being urged on, and Zach Venn's going to have the momentum maybe to have a go around the outside.
Yeah, and of course that was Sherjak, wasn't it, in the pits there. So he's lost a place to Vermeulen and Clark. Obviously Vermeulen's been in the pits, so that's genuine. Clark obviously has not been in the pits, so we still need to see what happens there. There's only 3 seconds between them, so Sherjak should probably get that place back when Clark does come in the pits. Now, that battle we're looking at on screen there, the 13 Kart, that is Sherjak, and he's fighting against Zach Venn. So Clark looks to lose at least 2 spots when he comes in at this rate. So there's Sherjak, there's Venn across the line. Turning into the Snell section, we're looking at Sherjak with Venn. Still positions normal, and there's Mehdi El Gisa, who's trying to close in on this 2 ahead. So Mehdi El Gisa is there with the yellow flashes, and there's Stoddart and sorry, not Stoddart, Jones and Brim, I assume. There's the leaders there. So we're looking now, Armando Costa Paz.
I must say, Paz has been remarkably composed in the lead. He's not been rattled at all, has he, by the 2 fast karts behind him?
Yeah, it's actually been good composure all around, because we are dealing with some of the best in the world. Paz, we haven't seen him run at the front yet, and certainly we haven't seen him run at the front like this. Pole position and staying in the lead all the way against the likes of Mats de Jong and Bjorn Vermeulen. Yes, it's credit to Paz that he's able to do this and be patient doing it. It's also credit to de Jong that he hasn't tried anything silly, either an enforced lunge or an enforced pit stop. I mean, put it this way, when we're looking at experts in either direction, Conor Marsh would have been diving to the pits hours ago, wouldn't he, if Paz was in front of him, and David Kart would have already made about 8 lunges on him, all of which would have been successful, but de Jong's in.
I mean, we could call them slick passes, wouldn't we? Yeah, and I think if he's had someone in his ear, if he's had someone on the radio, he would know that he had a decent gap to Vermeulen, so he should be safe again. So, I mean, your pit stop, you were the team manager, you were calling for that stop, and it's not really done anything.
No, it hasn't actually, and there's a slightly bigger gap. I mean, you know, 8 kart length. No, in fact, it's closed up. It was just on momentum.
Well, I think the main thing is that they haven't split what they're doing. They've come in about the same phase of the race.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, the thing is now the pit stops are over. They are both in the same position. The big question is what happens with Paz. Does Paz need to cover that and pit straight away, or will he bank on the fact that the other 2 can't go faster than him? Because what they're looking to do now is put in a string of fast laps. There's no question that we're not going to see any kind of raciness between de Jong and Vermeulen, especially in the same pits. They're just going to lay down those lap times and try and beat Paz.
Derek Jones into the pits, very slick. Bit of a double stab at the brakes on the second one, but he's away.
Now Paz has crossed the line. He's staying out. I have to say that I think de Jong could be quicker than Paz, so Paz really ought to be covering this straight away with a pit stop.
I think it's a mistake. I'm shouting internally for him to come in.
Yeah. Meantime, shouting internally at somebody is Zach Venn. He's all over the back of Philippe Sherjak. We've seen it on screen now. Zach Venn, the Brit, against Sherjak, the Pole. Zach Venn, of course, in the blue on the suit there, as they go around out of the Snell section away, and he's all over the back of Sherjak. Look at this. This is Zach Venn. Zach Venn, an incredible run there. He was 5th in the O Plate in the Summer Championship, and now he's all over the back of Sherjak.
Oh, remember the summer when it wasn't freezing cold inside the warehouse? Those were the days.
Now, one thing I want to say about Sherjak is he's fast. And why is he fast? Well, Saudi World Series, for the Polish element of that, he came, 5th? No, he was 3rd apparently, so he's 3rd. And of all in the history of the junior championships in Poland, when it comes to individual wins, so when you add up all the heats, semi-finals, finals, all that kind of thing, over the years and over his time doing it, Philippe Sherjak has actually had the most wins of anybody, which is pretty incredible when you consider some of the names in that mix.
That's a great start.
Yeah, and so he's obviously very fast, and he's staying ahead of Zach Venn. Zach Venn, though, we know is quick, and is that Mehdi El Gisa catching the pair of them? It could be. He's been trying to close in on them. He's about 2 seconds back, but we'll see if he can make inroads as the race progresses. Only 3.5 minutes remaining now. It's been quite a quick race.
Into the Snell, the tight right-hander after the braking zone. I mean, his rear wheel is off the ground in a way that not everyone's is.
Yes, I've noticed that. There's been a couple of people like that. Sam Slater, I noticed earlier on, was really cocking up a rear wheel into the snail area. So Sherjak continues in 5th with Zach Venn in 6th. Everyone's been in the pits except for Clark.
And the leader, who is in the pits now. So Paz has decided, has he left it too late, or can he get out in front?
It's going to be close.
Should have had more faith.
Oh, he's done it. You know, he's done it. I really didn't think he would. He didn't seem to have the pace. He's done it. They close about, his positions are exactly as they were before, but I think it's great credit to Armando Paz that he's able to just maintain the status quo that was before, because I thought as soon as those two Belgian Traxxas drivers come in, his days were numbered unless he covered it. He didn't cover it, but he's made it work.
Yeah,
bit of a wave to somebody. Drive-through penalty.
No, who is it?
Paz.
Oh, unbelievable. Well, we've seen it again. We saw Baccelleri losing the race lead and going down to 6, and we've seen Paz doing exactly the same thing. He's absolutely gutted inside his helmet, yet he's still keen, he's still fighting. He wants the best result, followed into the pits by Matthew Clark as well.
Such a shame for Amandio Paz, and well, looking at it, of this race, he is the fastest in the pit stops, and obviously that's because he's made a mistake there. Second was, of course, Greg Smith, who also, you know, made the mistake and picked up the penalty. So, yeah, it's a bit of a disaster there for Paz. He's ended up in 5th place. That's behind Zsuzsak and Ven. How far back, I'm not sure. It's only a couple of seconds, but with only 1 minute 45, 1 minute 44 in the race left to go, it's a bit of an ask, isn't it? Although Zsuzsak and Ven are fighting. Now, Derek Jones relinquishes track position to Mats de Jong. Vermeulen comes through, so the two Traxxas runners are running nicely in a 1-2 position there. They've been freed by Paz. You've got to say, are they lucky because Paz had a failed pit stop, or was Paz only ever actually in front of them because he went a bit quick in the pits?
No, the margin was big enough, honestly, James. It wasn't that. I think if he'd have done a clean pit stop, he could have come out and won. And I don't want to compound the misery by saying, yeah, you definitely would have won the race if you hadn't messed up that pit stop.
Well, that's a great bit of clarification, Spanners, because I tell you what, we've got a whole room of people feeling sorry for him up here, and so poor Amandio Paz could have won this race against such opposition like Mats de Jong and Bjorn Vermeulen. Anyway, we'll see what he comes up with. Who knows, maybe he would have been in the semi-final, maybe not, but it would have been nice to have left the BRKC with a heat race win in there for the Polish driver. He's going to be racing in the World Championships. He is a bit of an endurance specialist, so pit stops you think will be his thing.
To be honest though, for a career going forward, if you're going to be either bad at racing or bad at pit stops, I'll take the pit stops, because I think you can fix that a bit easier.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a good...
Some consolation for Paz.
It's a bit like
scrambling around for some silver lining.
Yeah, it's... well, why didn't you mention it to him when he come in and say, look...
Yeah, do you know, that's the fun. I won't even let him take his helmet off.
Remember though, remember Spanners, a punch in the mouth often offends, so don't get him too riled.
You're underestimating my agility, James. I will duck and weave.
That's it, you may be doing some ducking and diving. Talking of ducking and diving, he hasn't need to do any at all, is Mats de Jong, who crossed the line. We're on the last lap now. Bjorn Vermeulen, his teammate, is in position behind. He's not going to challenge the leader there. Bjorn Vermeulen is going to stick behind the leader, Mats de Jong. Mats de Jong with 39 laps when he crossed the line in this race. Amandio Paz, who was for such a long time the leader, a botched pit stop is what cost him, and very fine margin indeed. It's cost him, he's down in 5th place. Philippe Zsuzsak and Zach Ven were the two real beneficiaries, as well as the two leaders from that, and the checker flag is out. Here it is, Mats de Jong wins again, and so Bjorn Vermeulen comes through in 2nd place. Philippe Zsuzsak, what's that going to be? Yes, it is going to be Zsuzsak, but Paz is right with them, it's a 3-way fight, and it is Zsuzsak, Ven and Paz nose to tail across the line for 3rd place, and Mehdi El Ghisa, surely it's going to be 4th, yes he is, as Marco Brem, Matthew Clark, Derek Jones and Greg Smith, of course, with 3 pit stops in one race. And the two Traxxas drivers from Belgium, they are congratulating each other. Bjorn Vermeulen clearly wasn't going to tackle possibly his team leader there. They come in the pits now. They're going to be with you, Spanners.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to Paz while I'm holding the winner's medal.
On the wall there, clapping him in, is Ross O'Mara there. He's down at the entrance of the pitch. You can see him with a hat on. It's pretty chilly out there. So Ross O'Mara, we've seen him in action, probably concluded his BRKC. Spanners, down to you in the pit lane. That was quite an epic result, and what a shame for Amandio Costa Paz.
It certainly was, and did these guys know that they were fighting for the win at the end of it? Certainly, Vermeulen, I'm interested to know if there was any element, can you come and have a chat with us? If there was any element there that they were working together and what the plan was. And then in the end, Paz kind of settled the argument for them. Still heartbroken for him, but of the skill sets, yeah, you would rather be bad at pit stops because you can improve them than be bad at racing. And what Paz has shown what Paz has shown is that he can race and he can be fast, and I think he needs to take some solace from that. Obviously, it's going to take a little time to get over that upset, but joined by race winner. Hey, Matt, so, I mean, a bit of a gift at the end?
Yeah, we were, me and my teammate Bjorn, we were very fortunate that Amandio apparently did a bad pit stop. I thought he was already a bit far ahead to come out of the pits, but
it probably did increase. I think a good pit stop, he might still have been ahead, but you'd have been right on it.
Yeah, of course, he might still have, he would have still been ahead, but I thought already he was a bit far ahead, and then I saw the sign, and then, yeah, the general reaction was like, yeah, bad luck for him, but yeah, oof, for us too.
Was there any coordination between the two of you? Was there any consideration of maybe splitting the strategy between you?
Not really. We had a plan before qualifying, but yeah, during the race, Amandio was actually really fast. He only struggled in the final corner at the end of the straight a bit.
He seemed very calm in defence, didn't he, as well?
Yeah, Amandio, yeah, he seemed very calm. He didn't give any, he didn't make any errors or something, so he looked very confident. I thought he had to race until that pit stop happened.
Well, congratulations, a winner's medal for you to add to your collection, I'm sure. Thank you very much. I'm going to speak to your teammate now. Let's speak to Vermeulen. You were holding pace behind Matt there for a while. Was there any part of you that was thinking, well, I need to just let him go at Paz first?
Even before I started, I knew I was going to do that, team play. So I told him, just go, we'll follow up. And even if the last 5 minutes, like we did, we're together and there's nobody else near us, we will try and attack each other, but otherwise, just team play.
That's a massive advantage. Was there any thought that you might split or just go off early, or did you feel like you were playing a role behind him anyway?
I was just watching what they were doing. I saw Mats try a few moves on Amandio, but Amandio covered it. And then I saw a back marker was about 10-11 seconds behind me. So I waited until he was 11.5 behind me so I can pit clear without him bumping into me. And then I just pitted, took my chances. Mats pitted about a few laps after that. He was in front of me. I just played the waiting game.
A great team result, well done. Fantastic to see those guys working together, and it's really nice to get an insight into what they're thinking before the pit stops. There's so much more going on here than just trying to go as fast as possible in a go-kart. The teams are working together, they're watching what everyone else is doing, and those tactics are going to really come into play now as we go into the semi-finals and the final.
Right, so, well, been having a look at the point situation. We're going to be having a talk with some of the drivers. Obviously, need to know who's going to be at what level. These are going to be unofficial point scores. I must stress everybody watching on the live stream and on TV before we start talking to any of the drivers. Now, heats and semi-final points. Now, if you remember, the way it works is that there are 100 drivers in the event. The top 30 go through to the semi-final. So for the benefit of the viewers at home on the Motorsport TV and also on the live stream, going to just confirm, as I say, unofficially, I must stress, the point situation. So the top 3 going through would appear to be number 1, Selena Balnega. She's got 40 points, of course, winning all 4 heat races, unprecedented in the BRKC. Someone to just turn up and win all 4 races. Second is Mats de Jong, 39 points, Wojciech Zerb, and then 38 points for Patrick Neroda. Michael Schuttler, the world champion. Michael Zerb, the other racing Zerb brother, is on 37 points. Ed Weiss has made it through. He's in 7th place. 8th is Ruben Boutens, the defending champion, 6 times British champion. Ruben Boutens, double world title holder, is in 8th place. David Kart in 9th. Sam Spinell has made it. He's in 10th place. Guillermo van Pamelen is in 11th. Sean Briley is in 12th. Dennis Huller is 13th. Matt Barsh is 14th. Fabian Sigmund is 15th. Tobias Lauber, 16th. And Matthias Gruten, former double world champion, is in 17th place. Returnee Anwar Barul Smith is in 18th. Sam Slater's made it through in 19th. Cedric Wouters has made it with his 20th place. Regis Goslan has made it. He's in 21st. Bjorn Vermeulen, Eliana de Vos, 22nd, 23rd. Johan Medart is in there, but surprisingly far down with 24th place. 25th is Dan Healy, and 26th is Ramon Pinero. 27th, Robin Kassam, and Logan Sune is in 28th. He's just made it. He was on the bubble earlier on. We were talking about that. Bartosz Grocek, we've seen him in a lot of second places this weekend, has made it in 20th. And Lewis Manley breathe the biggest sigh of relief. It seems he might have made it through. He's in 30th place. As I say, these are unofficial. Just missing the cut, and he'll be gutted, is Remy Drazga, the Polish ace who we saw racing really strongly earlier on, and he was, of course, the organiser of the Polish Championship. He's just missed the cut by the looks of it in 31st place. Joris Sturm is 32nd. He's missed the cut. Bradley Philpott, series organiser, is 33rd. It looks like he's going to be out of the event. Again, need to wait for confirmation of this, but at the moment it looks like Brad Philpott may be out of the event. Adrian Zajewski is in 34th, and 35th is Jamie Henderson. Oh, what a terrible shame. A couple of third places. We thought he might have done just enough, as unfortunately Jamie Henderson, we heard him commentate yesterday, 35th place, so close. Rob Duma, 36th. Well, he's put in some great runs this weekend. Giovanna Baccelleri, oh my goodness me. Now let's have a look at this. You remember earlier on, Baccelleri looked like he was going to win. He ended up in 6th place, a huge bundle, and it really didn't work out for him. Trouble in the pits and then trouble out on the track. Now, remember, he could have had 10 points if he'd won that race. As it was, 6th place would have given him 4, so that's a net loss of 6 points. Is it down to that? He's got 27 points as it stands. Yes, it is, because he's only 2 points off the 30th place, which would have got him in the pits into the semi-final. So that did cost Giovanni Baccelleri a place in the semi-final and potentially final itself. So poor Giovanni is out of the event. Mateus Matisse and 39th. Michael Weddle made it into 39th place. And Jan of Verbreken, the Belgian champion in the past, is in 40th, and so on down the line. So it is the top 30. It looks, as I say, as though Lewis Manley might have made it just in 30th place. These are the official positions. So, just want to check as well, see where Ramon Pinero finished. Let's see if he made it in. Yes, he did. He's 26. See if we can't just grab a quick word with Ramon Pinero. I'm going to have to be pushing in front of a few people. May I rudely interrupt? Ramon, you're going to be live on TV, not visually but verbally. Ramon Pinero, you've made it in your 26th place. It's been all action this weekend. How you been feeling, mate?
I think I've been feeling much faster than my position reflects. I mean, I hadn't had any of the top 4, top 5 cards in the whole weekend. So again, it's a very competitive field. That makes a bit of a difference. But I mean, hopefully I can get a good card now and enjoy it a little bit, because I've been struggling a little bit with the pace on the straights.
Absolutely right. It seems, though, that you've been running at the front and with the front runners. If somebody said, without looking at the scores, where do you reckon Ramon Pinero is, I'd have put you top 15. But it seems, I mean, as you say, 26 doesn't really reflect the action you've been in and the positions you've been racing at.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's what it is. Like, it can be really changed. And it's a position I'm in, so I just like to make the most of it now. I mean, it doesn't matter what happened. Hopefully I get a good car draw, which as I said, I didn't get in the whole weekend. And I get a show, you know, my hit is really tough. I got Gruten, I got Butens, I got De Jong, I got Schottler. So it's almost like a final now. Yeah. But it'd be good to win it and beat all of them in the last semi-final.
Well, that would be really something, wouldn't it? And the points are very tight, so even if somebody's sort of lower on points going into the semi-final, they're still actually in with a shout if they get the good result. It could be that you do get into the final, so see what happens, Ramon. Listen, best of luck, and it's great to have you here as always, man. Good to see you, mate. All right, so that was Ramon Pinero. He's managed to get into the semi-finals with a 26th place. As he alluded to, it does seem like he was racing a little bit stronger than might have initially appeared. Let's see if we can have a couple of words here. Robin Kassam. Robin, you've had a heck of a run so far. There's 30 people in it, and I'm wondering, did you make the semi-finals?
Yes, I'm 27th.
1 place behind Ramon Pinero. That's fantastic. And how do you feel going in?
I feel amazing. I'm just so happy to just get in semi-finals in the first place anyway. I'll give it my best, and
Well, you've been racing really well. Now, the key thing is that the points scored have been relatively tight, you know, getting into the semi-final. So, really, what that means is that because the semi-final is the right to continue scoring, maybe if you can get to the front, it could well be that you are close enough, even though you're 27th on points going in, but the huge point haul that you get could well put you into the final. Do you think that is a possibility for you?
It's very much a possibility. I'll give it my best shot, but I'll just see what happens in the race and take every opportunity I can.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck, Robin Kassam. It's been great and well done indeed. Some great racing so far. Greg Smith. Greg, I'm sure Spanner's already hit you up on this one, but I've got to ask, penalty on penalty. We haven't seen that since the last time Johnny Elliott, of all people, did it. How do you feel? It's always a killer, isn't it?
I'm absolutely livid to death right now. 3 times in a row. I came into the pits, I was trying to get it out the way as quickly as I could, and then I thought, because my target was Derek Jones, so that he was my man to beat. As soon as I entered the pits, I tried to get it out the way as quickly as I could and get back out and see if I can chase him down. But then the light went orange and I went too aggressive, and then I got it wrong, not once but twice, but 3 times in a row.
Well,
So-
a penalty on a penalty is always a killer, but do you know what? If you're going to go out in style, and a penalty on a penalty, it doesn't get more serious than that.
Yeah, it wasn't the way I wanted to go out on my first event of the year, so, but it has definitely taught me a lot of new things as well. First of all, it's a much tougher competition than I made my debut last year, so yeah, the only good race out of this competition this year for me was only the Heat 2 when we had the alternative layout, and I felt really comfortable with it.
Yeah, and a lot's been said about that. I mean, the standard gets a bit higher every year. This time, though, it seems like there's been a few people coming in who have come in and running at the front. Instead of people coming in and, yeah, they're running 7, so everyone jumps up a little bit, it's like people are coming in above, and that's made it a bit harder, do you think, Greg?
Yeah, I've been struggling to try and get into the 31s and 32s nearly all weekend, so my only best lap really is just like 33.2 on the alternative layout, so... But, well, mainly because it's just so cold and it's so slippy, so that's what I need to really learn, really. Just get more use out of the cold conditions, and hopefully it'll go fast the next time round.
Yeah, it's been very difficult, I think, for a lot of people. It's really, the pressure's been on throughout. Greg, moving forward now, so it's only January. Have you got much in the way of competition lined up this year?
So I'm going to give Club 100 a go, because I've never driven a 2-stroke before, so that's really exciting. I think Club 73 is on the cards this year, so I'm not doing Kart this year because I announced my last race with them last year. So I was the 3rd best lightweight plus in the lightweight plus championship, so I was very privileged to get that 3rd place. So. And
both of those series, Club 73, that's with Clinton Bell. He's running Buckmore Park these days, isn't he? Yeah, so Clinton runs a really good show with that Club 73 series. And the Club 100, they are a season-long championship, aren't they? So multi-round, season-long championship, so that's an awful lot of racing right there.
Yeah, it's an awful lot of racing. I've been trying to get 2 new sponsors on board, but it's proven to be really difficult at the moment. So, but hopefully in the next coming years I'll get more sponsors on board, hopefully get a bit more budget to what I'm doing. So it's only a tryout, Club 100. I'm not doing the full season, because it's expensive.
One thing that's interesting, Greg, is you're talking about championships that are outdoor ones. When it comes to indoor, have you considered things like some of the European events, a bit like this, you know, like the various national ones, Polish Championship, Belgian Championship, they're all quite cheap. And also, of course, the World Championship, which has been held in Portugal this year. It's literally, this is like the World Championship, so anybody who can compete in this can compete in the world.
Yeah, you really have to be on top of your game if you want to go for that, if you want to go through to the qualifiers. So you have to master literally every single corner around Formula Fast if you ever really want to like beat somebody like Ruben Boutens, or as we just saw, Selena, what's her last name? Balnegan, the girl. She's got like 3 wins in the bag.
She has, but there's 200. What I'm saying is the World Championship, you see, is actually open to anyone who wants to enter. So, and the standard is no greater than what you're seeing here, because it's the same people. So, yes, yeah, if you want to win it, you're going to have to be very good. But to actually contest it and build up like you're doing with this, it's not unrealistic to do, Greg, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I know, having raced twice in the world myself.
Yeah, sorry, I don't really know much about like the Belgians or Polish or national championship, but yeah, but I've seen them like on Facebook. I think I have to book like Ryanair flights or something to go over there. So But
Okay, no problem. But Greg, listen, best of luck with the rest of the year. It's an awful lot of karting already, so see what you can do, man, and see you next year, hopefully.
yeah, hopefully I'll definitely think about it first of all if I want to come back. So.
Excellent. We're going to go over to Lewis Manley now. Now, Lewis Manley, Lewis, you managed to get into the semi-finals by the looks of it. Obviously, these are unofficial results right now, but it's the top 30 go through on points, and you on points are 30th. How do you feel now?
If that is true, I'm so relieved to be in. It's pretty satisfaction to be in there because I've really struggled this week. So
it was going to be close, but you've made it work. Now, what might help you, oddly enough, is the fact that because it's so tight this year, which has been what's made it such a struggle, conversely means that the points are a lot closer as a rule. So a good point score in the semi-final, you could actually scrape in the final, maybe, depending on what happens for other people. So how do you feel about that?
yeah, as you say, it depends if the bottom guys like me just in are going to get wins and the top guys in the midfield. But even if I can win, I'm not sure if it'll be enough to get in the final. So if I can't, then I've pretty much got nothing to lose in the semi-final. So I'm just relieved to be in if it is true.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how it shapes up. We're going to have another little look at the board there. I'm just questioning has Dante Dillon made it? I was wondering about Dante Dillon, whether he might make it, but it looks as though he possibly hasn't. Yeah, he might well be further down the order. Sean Brierley, you're definitely somebody who has made it. So, Sean Brierley, you're comfortably in the final, and where is that position there for you? 12th. How do you feel about it going in?
Rubbish. Yeah, rubbish.
You're live on TV, by the way.
I noticed. I was hoping for a bit more, but I'll take it and see the semi-finals. There's about 14 of us, split by 2 points, so it's anyone's game, really.
Yeah, this is the sort of situation where it makes it harder for everybody, yes, but making the semi-final, it actually becomes a little bit open because so many people are close on points that if you were a bit down the order, I know you're 12th, so that's fine, but someone in the 20s actually has a better shot of getting into the final because they're closer on points to first than they would have been any other year, right?
I mean, you know, Selena's done a great job and she's on 40 points. She's done what no one has done in the last few years. 4 wins. I mean, even Ruben finished second in one of his heats in the last couple of years. So, but the gap up to, I think, 5th place is really close. There's only 3 points between 5th and 22nd or something like that. So, yeah, you're right.
That's what I'm thinking. And because we've seen, notably, Sam Spinell, he was like did the scrapiest of scrapes a couple of years ago, and that worked for him. He just about scraped to the semi-final, then scraped to the final. So, and he's probably got more of a chance with this time. But at least you're comfortably in with 12th place. Do you feel like you could elevate that to a 10th place and guarantee a place in the final?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm on the same amount of points as Sam, and he's in 10th place. If I'm not confident of trying to at least gain one position somewhere, I might as well go home now. So. It's going to be fun. I mean, I think there's probably about 7 winnable karts out there. So that's my aim, to try and get into top 7, going for the win. Nothing else, really.
Excellent. Well, great. Best of luck, Sean. It's you're driving great. You really are. So really wish you well. Going to come on now to Sebastian Räikkönen. Sebastian, you have not made the cut, unfortunately, for the semi-finals. But how do you feel about the performance in the competition this year for you?
I think it's been a lot better than I anticipated. Given Friday how my pace was, I was way off the mark, so I've managed to build myself back up again there. Come away with an 8th, 2 9ths, so it's far better than I could have hoped for on Friday, so I'm happy with that.
It would have been so easy in the situation to have put together a string of 10ths, wouldn't it? So, and of course, in this field, everybody is very good, so the least little thing you give away, you're going to be at the back, aren't you? Now, you'll have had a good view of this from where you've been racing. Do you think the level is a bit higher this year, odd though that may sound?
I would definitely say so. I wouldn't say it is particularly much difference between the people at the top. The times are just incredibly tight. As you'll see at the moment, obviously Selena's the only one who's got 4 wins, whereas on previous years there's usually 2 or 3 drivers who have managed to win pretty much every race they've been in. So it's insanely tight at the top now. Even in the last qualifying I had between P8 and P10, there's I think it's 2 thousandths of a second or something. So there's absolutely nothing between us all. It's incredibly tight.
It is ridiculously close. Moving forward from this event, obviously you're out of it now, but what's next on the horizon for you racing-wise?
So I should be doing the IEKC next month, and then I got the World Championship I'm going to do, which I believe is in July in Portugal. And then after that, I'm not sure what the plans are, so I'll get lapped at that one first. We'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. And where is the European Championship this year?
So the European one, it is going to be in Dutch. It's the Dutch Championship I'm doing. So next month.
Next month. Oh, fantastic. Well, at least it's not too far over the water there, is it? So best of luck, Sebastian. Really good seeing you here, and see you next time. All right. Cheers. Yeah. We're going to push in here and have a little chat with Anwar Barul Smith. Anwar, your return to BRKC has been celebrated with 2 wins. Been driving brilliantly. How's it been going?
Yeah, all right, not too bad. I mean, I'm a bit disappointed to have lost.
Really slow.
Yes, you are. I'm disappointed to have lost some ground in a championship and slipped down. I think I'm about 18th at the moment, so it's going to take a bit of a special semi.
But the points are tight, aren't they?
They are, but that's actually a bigger problem, to be honest. But yeah, it's going to be difficult. I mean, we're thinking about looking at the standards now to try and figure out where we would all be in which semi, and it looks like it's going to be really difficult. So, but I think we'll just keep on trying to push forward and see if we can. See what sort of result as a team we can get. You know, myself, Sean and Ed, we've been doing all right this weekend, so we just got to hope that at least 1 or 2 of us are in that final, and then go from there.
Fantastic. Well, wish you well, Anwar, as always. If somebody can do it, you're one of those people, so we'll see if that occurs. We're going to have a quick chat with Bradley Shepherd. Bradley, you've been doing great out there, and obviously distinctive colours, easy to spot with the orange helmet. How do you feel about the way the championship's gone for you?
It's gone okay. I mean, I've had 2 second places, a 6th, and I finished last in one of the heats. Didn't have a great kart, so a bit disappointed about that. But yeah, it's been a good weekend. So yeah, I'm really pleased.
This could be a painful question, but I don't think you've made the semi-finals. Is that right?
No, not. Unfortunately, last year I was 31st. So yeah, I think I'm 42nd. So no, not unfortunately this year.
Going back to last year, it does hurt to miss by a point, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't even a point. I was level with the points. So yeah, it was really disappointing last year. So hopefully next year do a lot better.
And going forward from here, obviously that's the end of the competition from your point of view now. What's next karting-wise for you?
So this year I'm doing a lot of 24-hour racing, along with maybe some other indoor stuff around the world. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the rest of this year.
Where does your 24 hours? Are you doing the 24 hours at Buckmore Park?
Yeah, I'm doing it with Johnny Elliott and Brad Philpott and Jess Alexander, who's not here currently. But yeah, really looking forward to it.
The reason I'm disappointed to hear that is I'm also taking part in that race. I'm racing with Team Benedict, and so obviously, well, there's one place we're going to be down, isn't it? So it's going to be a tough old team, that, isn't it? You guys must be actually shooting for victory with a team like that.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, there's a couple of other teams out there that are going to be quick, but we've certainly got a strong team together, so hoping for a good result.
It's funny as well, I must say, is that, Bradley, we think of Formula Fast, it's in January, so it's going to be cold. But to be fair, the 24 hours in the first at Buckmore Park in the first week of April isn't actually much warmer than this, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, last year I wasn't there myself, but I was watching it on the live stream and it rained the whole way through. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I've done lots of laps around Buckmore before, so I know the other guys have as well.
It is a well-known circuit, Buckmore, isn't it? An outdoor track. It's also quite a demanding one. I mean, it's pretty flow. It's pretty ballsy as well, isn't it, around Buckmore Park? You really got to attack the track.
Yeah, I did Kart Race the Champions there. I think it was May last year. It was a very good race. But yeah, the track is very, very physical, and it hurts your ribs a lot.
Absolutely. Well, listen, unlucky this time, and I'll see you at the 24 hours. Okay, nice one, Bradley Sheffield. Well done. So let's move on, see who else we can find that we haven't spoken to yet. Yep, we're going to pick on Gary Jones over here. So, Gary, you're out of uniform. That can say only one thing. Either you're going to take the semi-finals in your jeans or you're out of the event. Where did you finish overall on points?
I think overall I came 58th, which is probably my worst in the however many years I've done this. But I mean, if you have a look at the drivers that are here this weekend, I would say it's probably the hardest year that I've been doing it.
Not more than one person has said actually it's been tougher than some of the World Championships over the years, and it's been very, very tight. I mean, Sebastian Raikkonen was saying about how he's running near the tail, but he's so close to those at the front, and yet he's running at the tail, you know, in the qualifying times and whatnot. So it really has been a very tough one indeed. Obviously, as you're out of the event now, what's next karting-wise for you?
At the moment, I've got nothing planned, but I think as I've done not too great this year, I should probably do a bit of karting before I come back next year. So, yeah, I might try and come here for some unlimited Sundays, maybe, because I think this year I've noticed my qualifying's been pretty bad. If I have a cold kart and stuff, I don't seem to have the confidence that I've had in previous years. So I might try and come down and just try and rectify that maybe for the years forwards.
Well, of course, there's always the World Championship in July if you can get an entry, and of course, you know, there's way more entries for the World Championship than there are national championships. There's like 200 people in it, and a lot of the European championships run, you know, they all run to the same format, so you might want to consider one of those. But listen, you're always a feature in the race. I know whenever you're on track at some point I will be talking about you, and I'm talking about what's happening, so you're always part of what's happening. So unlucky there, Gary, and it's been great to see you. Hopefully see you next year, and best of luck, of course.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Ryan Smith. Ryan, we've got to have a little chat with you. Obviously you're going to be heading back to Scotland, but oh dear, not in the suit. That can only mean one thing.
Yeah, left the suit in the hotel. Don't need it anymore today. So, yeah, it wasn't the best weekend, but 46, I think.
Yeah, that's a shame because it was looking actually good. That last heat race, running quite high. In fact, to be honest with you, if I was to take a guess, without knowing what the position was going to be, where would Ryan Smith be? I'd say you'd be. From what I've seen, from what I've been commentating on, and the result, I'd have thought, well, that could be good enough to just be on the edge of the semi-finals. But as it happens, it's more than 10 places away, so fairly unlucky, really.
Yeah, I think I just found the pace a bit too late in the weekend. Through practice, I kind of struggled getting back into it, and then the races, especially the first race, it took me about half the race just to get up to the pace that I needed to be to fight with the people I was racing against. But I mean, last heat I had a bit of a battle with Ruben. Well, not battle, but I was catching Ruben and Remy, so I mean, just to be fighting with those guys is pretty cool. So yeah, just about jumping them through the stops, not quite, but yeah, just have a bit of a, you know, be in the same race on the same bit of track with them is good.
Yeah, being in competition with the best always feels good, no matter how it actually ends up in the end. Is it okay? You get disappointed initially, but you realise, yeah, that was worth something. Looking forward now, obviously you're out of the event here at the British Rental Kart Championship, but what's next for you motorsport-wise this year?
So I've been racing the C1 Cup last year, so back into that this year. Second in the championship last year, so try and win it this time. I would like to get a bit of karting in as well, but just depends on timing and budget-wise, just see if I could get. I would like to do more indoors to try and benefit here, but obviously that involves going away abroad and stuff. So it's something I've looked at before, but you know, maybe we'll see.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously coming down as far as you do, this is a long track. Anything beyond this, a lot of us, certainly from here, if we were racing the Belgian Championship or Dutch Championship, we'd be driving over. For you, that's got to be a plane, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it's quite hard, the amount of lead I need to take on my seat. I can't really afford to put that on a plane. So
yeah, so if we had, say, you and Callum Conway, for instance, going over and doing the Dutch Championship, Belgian Championship, probably going to need to hire the whole plane, really, aren't you, for the amount of lead that's going over there?
Yeah, I think we need to win the prize money just to afford the extra luggage. So.
Yeah, they'll be charging for that one, won't they? They won't be able to let that one go. Ryan, it's been great seeing you again. Every year, you're always part of the BRKC. We're going to move over to Callum Conway, though. We're not going to, topically enough, with the Citroën C1 Championship. You're going to be racing that, I know. But talking about the British Rental Kart Championship, how do you feel about this year?
It's went better than previous years in races. I've had a lot more fun, but position-wise, it's not been as good, I don't think. But yeah, so.
Yeah, standard has been enormously high, so although you've had to race hard, somehow the reward's just not been the same.
Positions-wise, it's been a bit lower down. Typical, kind of. Every year it seems to be the same, but definitely this year's been a lot more fun because everything's been so much more closer. Been faster as well, but it's not really got me anywhere so far.
Yeah, it's just been very, very tough. The points have been ridiculously close this year. Now, moving forward, obviously, from British Rental Kart Championship, what is in store for the rest of the year for you? Yeah, sorry. Moving forward, British Rental Kart Championship, beyond this, what is in store for the rest of the year for you?
Hopefully try and get back into the British 24 Hour. I enjoyed that last year as well. Apart from that, I'll be doing the C1s up at Knockhill as well. Well, mostly focused on that and a bit of karting at the same time, hopefully.
Yeah, fantastic. So you're listening to Callum Conway there. Will we be seeing you next year, Callum?
Most likely, yeah.
Excellent. So always a long drive down for you folks, isn't it? So well done there, Callum Conway. We're going to keep moving around, so see who else we can find. Who are we talking to? Oh, yes. We have to talk to Joe Healy. Joe, no, you can't run. Somebody stop Joe Healy. Somebody grab her. She's always good for a word. Joe, obviously mother of Dan, you guys have been on this scene for years. How do you feel about Dan's performance this time around?
He was unlucky with one of the karts yesterday.
Okay, describe.
I think his kart was quite bad, and when he qualified, and then he came back and changed it. Yeah. And I think that one was jumping quite a lot. But the other 3 heats he's done really, really well.
And a win.
Tough competition this weekend for him. So, and then I went down to collect his trophy for 4th place for the Club 100 last night. So yes. So at least he'll get a trophy, if nothing else.
So, hang on. This has got to be a world first, Joe. What you're saying is that Dan's managed, or the family, you've got a trophy while competing in a different championship on the same weekend.
I was Dan.
Fantastic. Did you actually go in a suit or something like this?
Trousers, though, so it was, you know.
There you go. So, well, it's one step closer, Dan. I don't think Dan often wears a skirt, does he? But seriously, he's made the final, hasn't he? What place? The semi-final, sorry. Yeah. What place is he in?
25th, so very close.
Points are tight, though. So if he can get somewhere near the top, do you think he could make the final?
I think he needs a win and a miracle. Yeah. But he's done really, really well. So
yeah, the thinking is it's either making it harder or making it easier, depending on your point. Well, easy, less difficult, depending on your point of view. So, well, we wish him well, Joe, and yeah, thank you very much. See how it goes. What's the rest of the year, the plan? Because I think Dan's done a runner, so I can't talk to him.
Club 100.
Then that's an outdoor championship, though. So, well, really good, because it's quite a different way of driving to this, isn't it?
Yeah, he really enjoys it and he does really, really well. So we'll see what happens. But he needs to go over to Europe and do some indoor karting, I think, to...
World Championships in Portugal this year. It's always sunny. Yeah, you're at the British Grand Prix, but he could be in Portugal.
Yeah, he can go, but I can't, so...
Obviously, we always see you in social media on various Grand Prix in the year. You're going to Silverstone, yes. Anywhere else?
Spa. We're going to Spa this year.
Belgian Grand Prix.
Yep. Yeah, so we were going to drive down, but I think we're going to fly now, so, yeah.
It's only over there.
But it takes all day to get there to drive, so, yeah, we'll fly.
I know, I used to race there quite a bit myself. So, nice speaking to you, Joe, as always, and obviously best luck to Dan for the final. Thank you. Right, so... who else can we find? We're going to have a little look around. Jamie Henderson, I know we're going to come back to you for a moment. Jamie, obviously, you're in the event still?
No.
Just out of the event. It's close, though, isn't it? It's only a couple of places, I think.
Yeah, 35th, I ended up 1 point off. But
oh, that's a bit of a shame, really, isn't it? It actually maybe hurts more to be close. If you were like 65th, no problem. But as you're 35th, it's, oh, man.
Yeah, I was just talking to Bradley Shepherd about that, but I've had a great time. It's been really, really good fun. I've probably done better this year than I've done before this. 2 podiums, a lot to learn, and I get to watch the semi-final from here, which is better than getting shown up on track. So,
well, do you think you've actually done better than you thought you would? Because I get the feeling that you were quite surprised with those 3rd places.
Yeah, was that the wild celebrating I was doing when I crossed the line? Yeah. I thought after my last heat I possibly had a chance of just squeaking in there, so I was a bit overexcited about that probably, but yeah, as a whole I've probably done slightly better than I would have expected at the start of the weekend, and the competition is just mental. It's been great fun watching as well as racing in it.
Well, the viewers at home on the live stream with YouTube and watching on Motorsport TV, they've been listening to you in the commentary and watching you on the track. What are your plans now for the rest of the year racing-wise?
I don't know. Normally I do a local sprint championship at Teesside, which is my closest track. I don't think I'm going to do it this year. A couple of rounds of BPEC, we'll see. It's meant to be my year off. That's what I've told people, so we'll see. But I'm quite easily talked into stuff, so...
So at the moment it's probably some endurance racing with BPEC. What about the British 24 Hours?
No, not doing it this year. So normally we run with a team from Bristol, but we've not got the numbers, and it's a shame because we meant to have Kyle Power and Sam Slater involved and stuff. It would have been really good, but no, not this year, but hopefully in the future. Excellent. Well, it's great. Will you be back next year, Jamie? Yeah, definitely. Got to try and make those semis again. Thank you very much. Cheers. Fantastic. Thanks very much for talking. That was that was Jamie Henderson. He was talking on the commentary. Now,
ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready with.
Going to head back now for the semi-finals.
Number one qualifying, which will be displayed on the screens, one in reception and on.
So heading back to the commentary now for the start of the semi-finals. We're going to be underway fairly soon by the sounds of things. They're just getting the drivers organised who are going to be racing in the first race, and we'll find out who they're going to be and what we can expect. So some interesting set of interviews there. I hope you enjoyed all of those on the live stream and the Motorsport TV. The drivers, some interesting insights there. The general consensus has been during the weekend that the points are very tight. Some people surprised to be in and some people surprised to be out, and a few people higher and lower than you might have considered from what we've been seeing on screen. And there on the start line on the picture, that's Dwayne Stoddart and his team. Where's the team there? Which team are they? It is. Let me have a look. Yeah, there they are. It's Derek Jones, Dwayne Stoddart and Arnaud Tinet. They're in the French Connection team. Most of them, because Arnaud Tinet there in the black suit is French himself, from Nancy in France. There's Arnaud Tinet. He's been around the BRKC for quite a while. They're known actually for running cars, particularly on behalf of the Peugeot factory team in endurance racing. And he himself has sort of done the karting in his spare time, and really, getting on well with the driving. So if we can bring Alex Goldschmidt over. Alex Goldschmidt was co-commentating a couple of years ago. Going into these semi-finals, we're getting ever closer now, Alex. You've been watching the day unfold here at the track, while also watching on the live stream yesterday. So you've probably got a fair old handle on how it's shaping up. What are your initial impressions?
Well, I mean, the tour de force this weekend has been Selena Balnegger from the Netherlands. I mean, she's been, 4 wins, maximum score. I've been having some chats with Ruben, our 6-time reigning and defending champion. Thereof, Michael Schüttler, the reigning and defending KWC champion, who goes to defend his title, hopefully in Porto, in Portugal, this coming summer. Just looking at the list, you've got Sam Spinell, who was on the podium back in 2017 when we were working together back then. Yeah. Ramon Pinheiro down in 26th position. Lewis Manley right on the cusp, and I mean seriously on the cusp. But there's so many people. It's going to be, Guillermo van Pamelen. Yeah, Guillermo van Pamelen, he's kind of the sort of poster boy, if you like, of the new wave, isn't he? There's Van Pamelen, De Vos, people like this coming through. You picked up there on Selena Balnegger. She, of course, has she's actually got a 100% win rate in BRKC. Yes. It's her first BRKC. She's 5 times ladies world champion. Actually, you can see on screen there, she's getting ready. That's Selena Balnegger. She's getting the kart. Probably gets the first draw on count of being the first, the highest point scorer. Now, if I can just bring up the results. Yeah, she's I think we've both taken photos on that as well. Yeah. So yeah, she's got the full 4 points, 40 points, having won 4 times 10 points per win. Mats de Jong has actually come through. It's his first time at the BRKC, but Mats de Jong has been around for many years. Yeah. Mats de Jong, very well known on the continent, but again, first BRKC. So the top 2 are actually making their BRKC debut. Mats de Jong has 39 points, which is only 1 worse than a complete score. So he's had 3 wins and he's second, which is pretty incredible. Matching him on 39 is Wojciech Zerb. Now, this is interesting for Wojciech Zerb because, no disrespect to Wojciech, the Zerb brothers are 2 of the finest drivers in Poland. They're 2 of the finest drivers in the world, which is why we're seeing the results. However, everybody tends to suggest that Michael Zerb, the second of the 2 Zerb brothers, is the slightly upper of the 2. Albeit at the very high stand, both are operating up. However, Wojciech Zerb is 3rd on points. Michael Zerb is 6th, which is quite interesting, I think. It is, and now we go into the semi-final stages, James, where everything is reset to effectively ground zero. So we're starting from, the slate is blank.
Well, it's not actually, because it's the right to continue scoring.
Yes.
So what that means is that if we go down to Lewis Manley, let's have a look. He's in 30th place. Oh, we've got the heats lineups come through. We're just going to go through this one thing first, Alex. 30th place is Lewis Manley. Now let's have a look. He's on what? 32 points. So if he wins, he gets 10 points. If he wins his semi-final, that means he's got 40 total. Now, let's say he's up against Selena Balnega. She would have to be worse, 9th or worse, in order to then be down at that score. So the pressure is on Lewis Manley. The semi-finals are the right to continue scoring. So it does become difficult. It conversely makes it slightly easier, the fact that the points are very tight, for somebody to have a very good run and sort of almost blag their way into the final, because if we think about this, there's Selena on 40, but immediately we drop to 39. 34 points is outside the top 10. So someone who's outside the top 10 only needs to make up maybe 6 points on Selena, which is unlikely, but they would only have to do that to match her for points. So it's very, very tight throughout the mix there. We will see what happens, Alex. The permutations are shockingly high.
They are indeed.
What we need to do is just quickly consider, now that they're getting a bit more ready, the semi-finals and the lineups we're dealing with here. Obviously, this is just representative of who's in it. It's in grid format, but that's not how it's going to how it's going to be actually occurring, because there is the normal qualifying session. But in the first semi-final, we have the top scorer, Selena Balnega, and she's going to be in this. Michael Gerb is also going to be in there. Ed White, Sean Briley, Dennis Huller, Anwar Barul Smith, Sam Slater, Johan Medart, Dan Healy, and Lewis Manley. Now, that's a nasty race, isn't it?
Oh, that's got the word attrition written right all over it, screaming with neon lights on an American 50s diner. But yeah, it's going to be tough to call, because, as we all know through BRKC, qualifying is one of the key points towards the strategy. Then you've got to nail the pit stop. And we saw, obviously, with what happened in the final heat of 4 rounds of competition, 40 races in total, and now these drivers that are in the semi-finals are going to have to go through another one. So, you know, if they get into the final, they'll have done 6 races plus practice before the event itself, and it is very much a marathon rather than a sprint. But rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, watching on motorsport.tv and also the official BRKC YouTube channel, with great job from the guys at Scruffy Bear Pictures. As always, knocking it out of the park, I must say. It's difficult to predict who's going to be where on the grid.
Absolutely, and what we're really dealing with when we look at this is the best taking on the best. What started off as a tight race in every single heat has now become even tighter. And it's just going to be very difficult to predict. What I was going to do was to go and have a little look at some of the other semi-finals. We'll have a quick go over with. It's not going to be much time at all until we get to the next one. I think we're missing the semi-final 3.
Yeah, just waiting on that at the
lineup.
moment.
But we've got in the semi-final 2, so this is not the race that's about to go out, this is the second semi-final. We've got Mats de Jong, we've got Michael Schertler, we've got Ruben Boutens, we've got Guillermo van Pamelen, Matt Barsch, Matthias Grooten, oh my goodness, Cedric Wouters, Eliana de Vos, Ramon Pinero, and the incredible Bartosz Grosjean. Having said the first one was horrible, potentially that's even worse.
That's up the ante.
I wouldn't want to be in that.
I don't think anyone wants to be in that,
No,
let alone
Matthias
Ruben Boutens.
Grooten is here with us, and he's even shaking his head at this one. He's Matthias, we've just read out your semi-final heat lineup. They're the ones you're up against. That's not really funny, is it?
Yeah, it's tough, but I always say, even when you get a tough heat, if you win, you take more points from all of your competitors. So
yeah, that's true.
You can look at it like that as well.
That's probably about the most positive anyone could be about that semi-final. That's Matthias Grooten. He's in the second of these races. First up, though, we've got the aforementioned Matthias. We just want a quick word with you about the Belgian Championship. Can you tell us something about that?
Yeah, so the Belgian Championship, it's quite similar to BRKC. It's also a qualifier for the World Championship. It's called BNC, Belgian National Championship. We've run it for 4 years now in Dolin, which is a track closer to Germany in Belgium. But we've just gotten the news that for next year we will run it in Kortrijk, which is actually only about an hour's drive away from Calais. So I think it's pretty interesting for some of the Brits as well. And we've got a separate field of karts, so 270cc karts, not the normal rental karts. And I'll be testing them, equalizing them, and usually they're really close and close racing. So we really look forward to it. We also have a track which will be laid out just for BNC, so no one really gets a home driver advantage. And cost should be around £150, I think.
This is normal for a national championship, that, isn't it? So it's decent, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's even on the cheaper side if you look at some of the others, but we try to keep the price low because we like the entry field to be full. Also, we have a lot of European drivers, usually, about 6-7 different nationalities, same as here, like the Polish guys, Germans, so yeah.
So any of the, particularly aiming this at the Brits who are here today, have been having a decent weekend racing. That's wide open, especially just over the water there. Obviously, for some like Ryan Smith, it might be an aeroplane, but others, it's going to be a quick drive. In fact, for some people, it might be closer than various other events that take place in the UK, if you're down in the south of the country particularly. So, yeah, Matthias Grüttner, he is at the track, so you can talk to him about this in person and consider getting the entries in. When did the entries open, Matthias?
Well, we just finalized negotiating with the track owner, but I suspect we will open up entries at the beginning of February. But if anyone was interested, they can talk to me and I'll give them all the info they want.
Yeah, fantastic. And most people know each other on social media these days, don't we? So we'll all get the
of course.
Get more information closer
I'll probably
to time
invite most of the drivers of BRKCs through Facebook because I think I have most of them already. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll probably be seeing names such as Slater, Briley, etc. We're going to go over to the actual event itself now. The semi-final qualifying is getting out of the way. Thank you for that, Matthias Grüttner. And so we will wish you well in your semi-final, my friend. So, in the opening semi-final, which we have now, well, this is going to be quite savage. Selina Belnega, I think, is first out to qualify. Dan Healy seems to be the last out to qualify, but...
Hey James, check. How's it going?
Okay then, so here we are for the semi-final one qualifying. There are 3 semi-finals and qualifying is on. And the karts are now putting in times. Actually, sorry, they're not putting in time. They're beginning their qualifying laps. So they're on the serious lap now, as the karts are around the track. Selina Belnega, we're looking. She's going to want to be on pole position. Check out this. This is not a race you want to be racing. You want to be just winning, just getting out the front. Here she is. She's going to set what should be the benchmark time. So there's Selina Belnega. It's a 31.6. That's very fast by any sound, but she's been beaten by Anwar Barul-Smith. Anwar Barul-Smith has gone into the pole position. Dennis Huller has come in second, but Michael Scherb is on the pole. Michael Scherb's on pole. Johan Medart to second, and Sean Briley to second. So it's changing all the time. Sam Slater, Lewis Manley on the pole. Lewis Manley's first. Ed White to 5th. Dan Healy, what's his answer? What's his answer? He is 10th. So Lewis Manley incredibly scrapes into the semi-finals, but what a change of performance there. What turnaround in performance. He's managed to put it on pole position from Michael Scherb, Sean Briley, Johan Medart, then Ed White, Anwar Barul-Smith, Sam Slater. Selina Belnega has turned up, won every heat race she's driven in, and you know, she's unbeaten in BRKC. This is her debut, and she's only, by her standards, 8th. Dennis Huller was second in the world last year, and he can only manage 9th. And Dan Healy, who we've seen win today, is 10th. Alex, that is just a shocking qualifying result, isn't it? Incredible.
It definitely is. I mean, Lewis Manley pulling it out of the bag by nearly a 1/10.5 from Michael Scherb. I'm speechless.
Yeah, and when you look at the times, Sean Briley would be, sorry, not Sean Briley, Dan Healy would be the one who appears to be slightly off the pace. When you take him out of it, Dan Healy, the top 9 are covered by just over half a second. That is ridiculously tight.
Yeah, I think that's probably the least of what we could say on that particular occasion.
Spanners, can you tell us something from the pits?
just my normal insights and inputs, James. No, I'm
I was thinking more about what's happening at the top end. We've got, is it Dan Healy? Yes, it's Dan Healy. He's going for the switch of carts, and is someone else switching carts?
Well,
the 20, that is Holler, isn't it? Isn't it Holler in the 20? Yes, it is. So the back two are making the switch. Now, this may not be due to one actual fault. It could be due to just the fact that, do you know what, I'm gonna roll the dice here. Spanners, talk to us. Banners, what can you see is going on?
Yeah, it's Holler in the pits as well, and Healy. So there's definitely kart swaps going on. At this point, this is where drivers start to get really kind of touchy, isn't it, about the qualifying. And if they don't like their qualifying lap and they think they're going to be stuck at the back of the field, if it's bad to be at the back normally, then it's even worse in the semi-finals. I suppose there is a mentality, James, that you may as well do something than nothing if you're already at the back. But like Lewis Manley there, I don't know how the points work. He's continuing to score. Even if he's at the front and wins, is that enough to get him to the final?
Well, it depends on results of others. The scores are quite close. Of course, Lewis Manley is 8 points away from Selena Balnega, who was the top scorer. If he wins, it's 10 points, as you say. Obviously, he's got to, it does depend on others. Potentially, he could, those Spanners. Potentially, he could.
That'll be a big morale boost to him more than anything else as well, to know that he got to the semi-finals and he's put it on pole. So whatever happens from here, I think he's going to be... That down in the dumpsness has been slightly cured.
And to be honest with you, Spanners, just the fact that he's on pole alone, we know that he's got the speed, but that might just change his mentality, and that could well be what makes him win. He's got the speed to win, we know that. It's just where his brain's at.
Okay,
I think this could give him the brain to win. Dan Healy's taken to the track. Dan Healy is going to be starting last on the grid.
Not quite,
anyway.
I don't think. I think Holler might end up behind him. Depends how it shakes out.
It depends on how they play this. I mean, they're both at the back. We haven't seen it yet, I don't think, in any BRKC edition, where two people have decided to change kart. Ordinarily, you see, folks watching at home and on the system there with Motorsport TV, if you change kart, you start at the back of the grid. So when two people change karts, one of them doesn't start at the back of the grid. It looks like they've switched over because Dan Healy made the decision first to change, so he is able to start ahead of Holler, who made his decision second, so he will start second of those two, which is in 10th place. So, Alex, not a big shift in terms of where they're starting from, but a huge shift in mentality for those who've chosen to switch kart.
Definitely there, James, because this gives the opportunity to the likes of Selena Balnega. She's now moved up to P8, and if she gets the start time perfectly and nails the pit stop like she has been doing over the 4 heats that she's won so far, it could play to her benefit. But then you've got to look at the other side of the coin. You can't just look at one individual. You've got to look at the entire field. And with Manley and Sher Briley rounding out the top three, they're coming round the final hairpin. Looks like we're about to get underway for semi-final number one.
Semi-final one is go, and it's Lewis Manley who shoots to the lead there. He's qualified on pole. He's gone into the lead. It's Michael Sherb who's chasing down Sean Briley, and then Johan Medart. Ed White follows there in 5th place. Now Lewis Manley, a completely different Lewis Manley this is. He's actually already made up a bit of a gap there. The down in the dumps Lewis Manley appears to have gone. The ebullient, I can do this is Formula Fast, I can win any race here at Formula Fast, Lewis Manley seems to be the one that's taken over. He needs to win the semi-final here. That gives him 10 points. That only gives him 42 points, which is still going to be a relatively low score, but it all depends on what happens for everyone else, because every point that Lewis Manley gains in this race alone means that other people lose, and that's what's key, Alex. Lewis Manley, by trying to gain points, yes, he gains more for himself, but he takes points away from other people.
Including Selena Balnega, who's still in 8th at the moment, and that puts her, I think, if memory serves me correctly, around about 3 points. Lewis on 10. That starts equalising things right now for the continuation to score.
And the nature of these sort of events, this is exactly why the semi-final is all about continuing to... Oh, it's change for lead. Gerb. Michael Gerb has taken the lead, but Lewis Manley's coming back in, but it is still Gerb. Been a lot of confusion, there's still some side-by-side driving there. Ed White certainly is to the outside of Johan Medart, it would appear at a picture. Let's see what happens on the backstretch. Yes, it's Gerb. It's Gerb still with Manley second, and a big gap there to Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley, there's a lot of pushing and shoving behind, though. This is going to take a couple of laps to sort itself out, but it was all started when Michael Gerb, and have we got someone in the pits? Yes, we have.
Yeah, we've got an early pit there, that's number 16. So that was Holler who changed his car. And Alex has got your information covered there, but yeah, I think he stalled, and the marshal has gone in there and tried to restart it, and he has managed a successful pit stop.
Yeah, of course, Spanners. I wonder if that's because the kart is cold. The kart being cold has... the kart was cold there, I think, which may be contributing to Dennis Holler's stall. Let's just sort of figure out exactly what's going on up here. We've got Michael Gerb with the lead. We've got Lewis Manley second, Sean Brierley third, Johan Medart fourth.
Sam Slater's decided to come in early as well.
Stop for Slater. He's back out on the track, is he, Spanners?
Sam Slater's back out on the track with a successful pit stop, so he's gone early as well as Holler. He's ahead of Holler.
Yeah, notably ahead of Holler, we can see from up here. Now, let's look down. There's Selena Balnega. Now, she has benefited from that, luckily for her. She's up into 6th place, chasing Anwar Barul-Smith. But this is going to be a big ask. Now, Selena Balnega got the top score going into this in a format of an event where you're relying on points and the right to continue to score in the semi-final. She's relying on that big points haul if she is to lose points here, because clearly this is going to be a big ask to get in the top half, let alone win. So she may well be relying on that big point score she's taken so far the weekend in order to get in the final.
I think Spanners asked her a very, very pertinent question, saying, how are you feeling going into the semis? And she honestly said, I am scared. And whether the nerves have started to come through, a little bit of the jitterbugs, you know, butterflies in the stomach, the adrenaline's pumping through the veins, this could be a defining moment for Selena Balnega, how she responds and how she reacts and pushes forward in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, this is a tough one. She's 5 times ladies world champion, but she's feeling the heat here at the BRKC. We'll keep an eye on her and see how she responds. Meantime, up at the front, feeling the heat from Lewis Manley, it is Michael Gerb. Sean Brierley is a little bit further back, but he's got the full attention from Johan Medart in 4th and Anwar Barul-Smith. And Bradley Philpott, we're just going to come to you. You're the series organiser. Opening part of the first semi-final. This is something else, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's action-packed from the beginning, and we've already seen the dangers of going for one of the cold karts, haven't we? The drivers know that can happen when they take one, but unfortunate for Holler.
Yeah, he wanted to make the switch. He chose the early pit stop, and the risk was there, the risk of a stall, the kart cut out. Right, we're resuming at the front there. We can see on screen that is Michael Gerb, and there is Lewis Manley. They're the first two. They're running away with this. Now, Michael Gerb does have a lot of points. He came into this with a good point score. He was about 5th or 6th in the standings. I've forgotten exactly, but he was up there. Now, he obviously that's going to be an enormous amount of points, but Lewis Manley, even though he may finish second, he's going to be a little bit lower on points, so he still might not make the final. Lewis Manley is probably one under the greatest pressure to perform. Sorry, Spanners.
Johan Medart in with a very aggressive pit stop, deciding to roll the dice early. He's out on his own as well, but you could tell with the kart language on the entry, he meant business.
Well, absolutely, and he always does, doesn't he? That's no question. He's certainly a fighting driver. He was actually trying to tackle Sean Brierley. He's decided to pit out of that. So, here we are with Michael Gerb. Michael Gerb leading by a car length from Lewis Manley. Then the gap to Brierley. Now there's another gap where Johan Medart was. Alex, Sean Brierley is always one of the top Brits. We've got Lewis Manley ahead of him in this race, but Sean Brierley still has something to say as far as I'm concerned. How do you feel about that? There he is on screen in 3rd place.
He definitely has the pace. He's showcased that all the way through the weekend. You know, he's been a long time BRKC exponent, and you know, let's not forget Lewis Manley, multi-time Formula Fast respective champion. You know, so it's all to play for between the Brits, I think.
Absolutely right. Sean Brierley has a much higher point score, so he can afford the lower position in terms of making it through to the final. But as you say, Lewis Manley is on form around here, and now he's got the bit between his teeth, and now we might really see something. So Lewis Manley is keeping Michael Gerb honest. and well, it's looking good. There's Manley that we've been talking about. This is the Lewis Manley of before, not necessarily the Lewis Manley yesterday, because it has to be said, so far this weekend, Lewis Manley has struggled on tracking results, and he's struggled mentally. He's got down by it, Alex, but now I think it's a rejuvenated Manley, and he clearly means business.
I think it was the spur of motivation, you know, to have those kind of results over 4 rounds, 4 heats, where he said to me, you know, I've had some karts that have worked with me, and I've had karts that haven't worked in my favour. So now he's got a point to prove.
Yes, he definitely does, and we've had some pit visitors already, and they have benefited, among others, and including Selena Balnega, who has moved up to 5th place. She's yet to stop, but she's all over the back of Anwar Barul-Smith. There they are on picture. Anwar Barul-Smith in 4th place. He set a personal best, but it's not enough to hold Selena Balnega at bay. Currently fastest in this race is Lewis Manley, who we were talking about, but here is Anwar Barul-Smith and Selena Balnega. Both have scored well. There's Sean Bradley, but here are the 2 behind. Both have scored well, and both are definitely going to be relying on their points. Now, if Selena can pull herself up, she's not come into pits yet, so I know that skews what we're looking at a little bit. But if she can get up into the midfield, that's going to make things a little bit safer from getting into the final point of view. As you said earlier on, in an interview, she was a bit nervous going into this semi-final. I mean, you'd think as a 5-time ladies world champion, nerves wouldn't necessarily be her main problem. However, such is the standard at this event that it causes someone with that kind of credentials and that kind of credibility, with 4 wins in the bag, to still be feeling the heat going in, Alex.
Definitely. I mean, when you've got Michael Schuttler, and this is a great little battle now, and just keeping an eye on who that is at the minute. That is the number 17 of Anwar Barul-Smith, and hot on his heels is Selena Balnega. So she now has got the bit between her teeth.
Yes, she has. She's pushing Anwar along, and Anwar, of course, is racing at his formidable best. He's very fast indeed. He's a bit of a comeback king this weekend, and he's in the semi-final, and seriously so. He's holding off Selena Balnega at the moment. This is the action we're looking at on screen, with a fantastic crane cam there as they come across the line once more to start another lap. We're 16 laps in, we've got 11 minutes to go. Spanners, it's been very quiet in the pits the last few laps. We've seen a flurry of early pit visitors, and then nobody for ages. You must be getting quite lonely down there.
Oh, I'm being kept company by the marshals who were talking me through the Holler situation as well, and they feel as bad as the drivers when things like that happen. But, you know, they were desperate to point out to me, you know, it's just a cold car, and that is one of the risks of taking a cold car.
Well, that's exactly what we were thinking up here, you know, Spanners. Holler took the chance with the cold cart, and he made the early pit stop, which is an even bigger chance, you know. I mean, you're talking about stopping a cold cart twice, you know, only 1 or 2 laps in. So yeah, that was quite an ask. And unfortunately for Dennis Holler, second in the World Championship last year, unfortunately it's bitten him bad. But we'll see if he can bring something back. Is that someone in? No, I just thought we had someone coming in the pits there. No, it was in fact Gerb and Manley. We're looking on screen now at the battle between Anwar Barul-Smith for 4th against Selena Balnega. And Selena Balnega, this could actually be the first British Rental Kart Championship race that she's in that she doesn't win. That's quite something to say, isn't it?
It definitely is, but I'm looking at the comparative lap times between Barul-Smith and Balnega, and they are literally 31.1s at the minute. But Lewis Manley has gone sub 31, a 30.9 there, James. So, and he's trying to close the gap, which is about just over half a second between him and Scherb, who's leading at the minute.
That's right. It's the old Lewis Manley we're now seeing. There's Scherb, the leader. Michael Scherb in this case. We've got Wojciech Scherb coming up later. Michael Scherb is holding off Lewis Manley, and it's quite a job he's having to do. Michael Scherb having to put together some of the finest laps he's managed all weekend as he desperately holds off Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley has got the bit between his teeth. He senses victory. He knows if he's going to have a chance of getting in the final, it's got to be a win. It's got to be a win. He just scraped into the semi-finals, but we saw a couple of years ago, Alex, that from Sam Spinell, who was the scrapiest of scrapers to get into the semi-final and then scrape into the final himself. It's been done before, and Lewis Manley's going to try and be the second person to do that. Going just down to Spanners in the pits for a moment. Spanners,
Hi,
do
James.
you feel that Lewis Manley could pull this off?
Do you know what? He's going through ebbs and flows at the moment. Obviously, he will have been gutted to lose out, but just when you think that gap is disappearing, he just starts reeling it back in. I think, I don't want to be unfair to Lewis Manley. He's not had the best weekend. This kind of feels like his final.
Yeah, I got a good feeling about it, you know. I know he's low on points, but if he can do well here, if he can manage to move ahead of Gerb, whether it's on track or by pit, I mean, we know what we've seen so far. David Kart will be sending it up the inside here, wouldn't he?
Yes, absolutely, echoes of that. But I think Lewis Manley, he's a bit more considered than that. Not to say he's not aggressive. However, if he does get ahead of Gerb, we actually know that maybe Gerb is defendable against, whereas Gerb has the out-and-out pace, and Manley might get in there and get stuck in.
Now they're coming up behind another car. Just going to have a little look ahead and see who that is. Not quite sure at the moment. It might be Huller. It might actually be Dennis Huller that they're coming up behind. Yes, I think it is. Now that's going to be very interesting indeed, because Dennis Huller is going very rapid, albeit a little bit further back because of his problem in the pits. We're looking at Sean Browley on screen. Now Michael Gerb, he's waving at Lewis Manley. They're catching Huller. Now, will Gerb be forced to move aside? We know that already Conor Marsh would have pitted. David Kart would have fired one at the inside of Michael Gerb. So if anything, the blue flag's gone out and Huller moves aside. Huller moves aside. He lets Gerb through. He lets Manley through. Manley giving a wave of thanks. That's pretty lucky for Lewis Manley.
That definitely is, and not just him, but for Gerb as well, because if both of them were hindered, it could have actually brought... I mean, even though Sean Browley's about 3.3 seconds adrift, there is still time. There's about 7.5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. So it's still game on, James.
Oh, absolutely. It really is game on. And Sean Browley would have considered that as well. He's going to be next up to tackle Hurler, but he only needs to pass Hurler as one car. When Hurler sees the blue flag, he has to know that there's two cars, you know, and if he just thought it was one, he might have slotted in behind Michael Gerb, and that would have messed up Lewis Manley's race. But luckily, you know, he is second in the world. Dennis Hurler will actually have the vision and that indoor karter's sixth sense about what actually is going on there, especially these guys at the top level, Alex.
Definitely. I mean, you've got to have complete spatial awareness, and if you are on the back foot, you have to respond accordingly. Otherwise, you fall foul of the officials.
Absolutely. Now, they are pulling away a little bit from Dennis Hurler. Dennis Hurler will probably be feeling pretty dejected. We'll go back afterwards and see exactly where this works out and scores. There's Hurler, and there is Sean Browley. Now, Sean Browley's running in third. One of Britain's hopes, but no longer Britain's top hope in this race, because that is Lewis Manley. Just 0.3 of a second as they click off another lap behind the race leader, Michael Gerb. Now, we've got 6.5 minutes remaining and still a lot of pit stops to be made. Spanners, we've only had 3 pit stops and we've only got 6 minutes. There's going to be a bit flurry near the end of the race. Do you think, see a situation people tripping over themselves in the pits?
Yeah, definitely. And I think we've seen some warning signs that people are leaving the pit stops later and later and starting to not rush into them. And we predicted earlier in the heats that we were going to get to a situation. And here comes the winner of 4 heats today, Selena Balnega, into the pits, had been pressuring really hard behind Answar Smith. And it does look like it's a good pit stop, so those nerves not showing in the pits, and let's see if she is unleashed now to show some pace.
Absolutely, that's the second fastest with nothing in it pit stop of this race by Selena Balnega. That was quite a major pit stop because that was the top point scorer going in, and importantly from her point of view, she'd gone into this event, this race itself, as the top point scorer, and had qualified low down, so there was a bit of damage limitation for her. We're looking at Dennis Huller on screen, and but Selena Balnega, that was very important in her hopes of leapfrogging. She's running fast on the track and then has to make a good pit stop to cover both bases, speed and strategy, in the pursuit of anything above that 8th place that she qualified in. Now, Alex, we've still seen the 2 leaders out there. It would be just ridiculous if they end up coming in, leaving it so late they come in on the same lap. That just would be insane.
Yeah, line astern, James. I think, I don't know if you'd agree with me, Spanners, but I think if we see the 2 leaders looking to keep it mano a mano at the front of the field, I think they're going to pit at the same time, and that could be decisive in the victory here.
I doubt they're going to leave it till the very last lap, and I think it's going to be a case of do the opposite. And it's not just Lewis Manley going to say do the opposite. At the front as well, Gerb is going to try and get a sense for what Lewis Manley wants, because if they do come in together, yeah, I think it's a disaster for both of them. It's a disaster for Lewis Manley more, so really the onus is on him to pull the trigger and do something.
Yeah, and it's a question of how late is Gerb going to leave it, and how late is Manley going to leave it, wondering what Gerb is going to do, because he is in front, so he does have the advantage. And do you know what, Alex? One thing that will happen, if they both ended up leaving it so late that they had to pit together, literally by forgetting almost, even spanners in the pits might run out of words.
I think I've just ran out of words after hearing that. But then you have to look at the bigger picture. You know, Sean Briley's only 4 seconds behind Lewis. Anwar Brule-Smith is 8.9 seconds off of Michael Gerb. So if Gerb and Manley pit at the same time, that's going to give potentially a British 1-2.
Right, now, while they're continuing round, I just want to move a little bit down the order here, Alex. We're looking at 6th place. There's Dan Healy. Remember, he took a spare kart. He made the kart change. He's come up from last. And in the pits,
Sean Briley comes into the pits, number 18. It looks like a very proficient stop. He's going to come out behind Healy and start the pursuit, but you've got to think he's running out of time.
yeah, it's running out of time, and running out of time for Selena Balnega because she came in the pits, but she's in 8th place, back to the 8th place she was before. Gosh, it's almost a flip, isn't it, on Lewis Manley? This is how quickly the fortunes can change, because if Selena Balnega finishes 8th and Lewis Manley was to actually win this thing, that's only one place forward of where he is. Even though Manley was barely qualified in the last place to make the semi-finals and Selena was top, there'd only be 1 point between them in the final results. Ridiculous. That's how tight the whole game is today. It's insane. Anwar Brule-Smith has moved up to 3rd place as a result of the pit stop for not Dan Healy, Sean Briley. Ed White's up to 4th. Now there is Dan Healy, that's the one we were looking at before. He's currently 5th, he's chasing down Ed White. Oh, in the pits, Spanners.
The leader's in the pits, the leader has blinked first and followed into the pits as well by Anwar Smith as well, and unfortunately that means that Ed White's been slowed down as well on his entry. As you predicted, chaos in the pit stops, and now it's Lewis Manley's turn to respond.
Yeah, leaving it so late has caused a little bit of a trip up in the pits. That's what we were looking at all day long.
Here comes Ed Manley.
Selena Balnega is right on the tail again of what looks like Anwar Brule-Smith. What, Manley?
Ed Manley's in the pits, and I have to say it looks good. It looks strong. It's going to be close, but I think Ed Manley is definitely in with a chance here.
He's done it. He's done it. Lewis Manley has done it. Sherb's trying on the outside. Sherb in the snail, but it is Lewis Manley. He holds him off. Lewis Manley, the track specialist, multiple track champion here at Formula Fast, has actually pulled it out of the bag. He's gone from scraping into the semi-finals to leading the way here. But Sherb down the back stretch. Manley getting defensive, and he's got it covered. But Sherb's coming back at him. Sherb is trying to push his way through. There's only a couple of minutes to go. Sherb is all over the back of Lewis Manley. He wants the points, but Lewis Manley has done the unthinkable and has taken the lead. If he wins this, that will almost move him into contention with Selena Balnega on points, who's a bit further down the order, who came into this race as the highest scorer. Look at this. This is unthinkable. Spanners, I don't know what to say. Your words.
Oh, well, that was happening. I think you should keep an eye back on what's happening, because Gerb hasn't given this up at all. Dan Healy benefited over Ed White. Ed White got slowed down as the leaders came into pit, but now we're seeing a very frantic Gerb, because the cool, calm, collected Gerb isn't going to work. He can't outpace him in the pits anymore. Let's see if we can see an overtake. We've not really seen a big dive bomb from Gerb. Now's the time.
Absolutely, this is the sort of action from Michael Sherb we've not seen before. He's really looking frantic out there. He's desperate to get away ahead of Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley is going to hold up. He's doing a white line job, isn't he? Lewis Manley, a white liner all the way down the backstretch, but he's managed to hold Sherb off. It obviously puts a driver at risk coming out of that hairpin there. Now they're going to be starting. Oh no, there's going to be one more lap after this, isn't it? They haven't quite crossed the line in order to trip the timer off. They're only 5 seconds. If they'd been a little bit later, it would have been the last lap, but now it's not. Here comes Michael Sherb. There's an extra lap for him to try and do something, and Lewis Manley is driving the race of his life. Look at Sherb. Lewis Manley, a white line job. Sherb's just following him all the way. Now, can he make the switch back? There is contact. Alex, this is insane.
A defensive masterclass from a master at Formula Fast here. Lewis Manley with the drive of his life, and Sherb is frantically trying to get past. But who's leading the Wolfpack? Lewis Manley.
Yes, he is. He's the one in front. He's gone from last in points to first in the race, and it is the last lap, and we lost the picture, but I can tell you that Lewis Manley is still out in front. Is Michael Sherb chasing him down? They're on the back stretch. This is it for the last time. Is Sherb going to make a David Kart style lunge? He's trying, but he can't make it work. He's going to be behind Spanners. It's going to be an incredible victory for Lewis Manley. There's the crane cam. Lewis Manley is going to hold him off. Lewis Manley's done it. He's won. Lewis Manley has won the semi-final one. Lewis Manley, he's right up near the top on points relative to Selena Balnega, who's obviously lost a load of points. Just using her as the reference point because she went in as the top scorer. Michael Scherb, though, is going to be looking very good. He had a lot of points, and now he's scored even more. Alex, what a race.
Just the celebration started very early because he knew he'd got the job in the bag. Yeah. As soon as they came out of the final hairpin, Lewis Manley was like, right, that's it, I've done it, it's time to celebrate. And what a way to come back from a difficult heat stages for him.
Absolutely, that's absolutely right, Alex. Now we're going to go over to Spanners in the pit lane. My goodness, Spanners, you're not going to be able to get Lewis Manley to shut up, are you?
I'm afraid that police might be called because of a noise complaint, the guttural roar from Lewis Manley, and he's still celebrating in the steering wheel there, so he's going to be very pleased with that. Getting the job done in the pits, definitely had the pace in this race. It's an incredibly fast performance from Lewis Manley, and it's been building all weekend. He's channeled that frustration, hasn't he? He's channeled that frustration into something positive, and I've said that this is his final, but actually he's got an outside chance of making the final if the points are as you described there. I'll leave the maths to you guys up there. Sean Briley actually has sneaked into third place as well, so I'll make sure he comes and talks to me, because we've got actually trophies for third, second and first in all the semi-finals. Just checking, Sean, you've got to come and get a trophy off me, and obviously we'll speak to the front two guys as well. Gotten so used to speaking to Michael Scherb as the race winner. On this occasion, just not quite enough to keep Lewis Manley behind him. There's going to be a problem with Lewis Manley. I don't think his feet are quite touching the ground. I don't know if we can zoom in on that, but he is definitely very excited. It's taking the drivers a little bit of time to get over to me. Here we've got Sean Briley. He looks delighted. Sean! Oh, he's taking his helmet off. Sorry for shouting into the mic, you guys. Lewis, come here. Come here, let's get you raw. Well, you're that excited. And how much did that mean to you today?
Absolutely everything. Over the moon with the win. Great luck to start with. Out of shame when Gerber passed me. When I'm surprised he blinked before me. Then I wanted to go in the next lap. Nailed my pit stop nicely. I wanted to defend so hard to make sure I can win the race, and I did it. Couldn't have asked more.
Did that feel like a gift that he went into the pits? Were you thinking that he was going to go right till the end and you would have to make the move?
Well, to be honest, I was hoping I could get out ahead of Will Smith. I was seeing where he was, because normally it's a 10-second pit stop. So I was surprised he pitted, because I may have come in that lap on the next one. So he pitted. I pitted a lap after. Got out ahead, so I defended home, but winning that race meant the world to me.
I can absolutely tell. And here, there's a BRKC semi-final first place trophy for you, Lewis Manley. Fantastic. That'll be a popular win. Very well done. Let's speak to Sean Briley, third place. I mean, you were celebrating that, so you're happy with that third in a semi-final at the BRKC?
Yeah, I needed that today. It's not been the easiest day. I'm hoping that's enough for the final now. I was 12th going into it, got a third place. I think I leaped ahead of my teammate Ed. It's his fault for wearing a Titan suit, really. But yeah, I think I should be good.
I love the team politics from the karting circuit coming here to BRKC. But Medar, a threat behind, pitted early. Do you think you stayed out? Was that the right choice?
Yeah, that was so much fun. I was pegging him the whole way, and I was eking out a little bit. I think I managed to eke out about a second and a half. Our times at the end were 1,000th apart. It was so much funny. There was a bit of contact early. Gerb passed Lewis. I then tried to cut back on Lewis and got a knock, and then those two just sort of disappeared, and after that there just wasn't any catching them, really.
Have you got any room on your mantelpiece for this? Third place. Sorry. Apologies to Gerb. Well done. Very good racing, Sean. And Michael Gerb, used to speaking to you as a race winner. Of course, the day is not over yet, but you have a second place semi-final there. Surprised that you pitted first. What was your plan?
Well, I plan to make the calm stop, because I knew that the most important thing is to get to the final. I made it without pressure. I probably expected that Lewis can make it faster, but still second place in semi-final is a good result. And I think I'm in a final, and then I will try to fight for the win.
That's a very ominous. I think people can see in your eyes you've got a plan for the final. Thank you very much, Michael. Have yourself a good race. Give yourself some rest. A very good start to the first semi-final. I don't think it's going to get any calmer from here. Stay tuned to BRKC. Back up to you, James.
Okay, well, that was heat race, not heat race, that was semi-final 1 of the British Rental Kart Championship 2020. How on earth can we top that? That would be the normal question. However, in an attempt to top it, we've got semi-final 2, and in this race, well, it looks like Matt, is that Matt Barsh down the front? Let's run through the list of entrants here. We have got Mats de Jong. We've got Michael Schottler, the reigning world champion. We've got Ruben Boutens, the double world champion for, oh gosh, this can be bad, isn't it? Guillermo van Pamelen is in there, Matt Barsh, Matthias Grooten, another double world. There are 5 world championship titles in this race. Cedric Wouters is down there, Eliana de Vos, Ramon Pinheiro and Bartosz Grosek. Now, this is incredible because there are there's world titles all over the place. In the previous race, in the form of Selena Balnega, there were 5 world titles in a single person. Now there are 5 world titles spread out amongst 3 drivers there, and some of the most epic races in the world, indoor karting. Yeah, so Mats de Jong, Michael Schottler, Ruben Boutens, Guillermo van Pamelen, Matt Barsh, Matthias Grooten, Cedric Wouters, Eliana de Vos, Ramon Pinheiro and Bartosz Grosek are out there, and they're about to start their qualifying. This could be quite a race. We've already seen one of the most wonderful races you could ever hope for in BRKC, and maybe now we're going to see another. So looking on screen now, we're looking, they've got they're starting to complete that opening lap. It's a warm-up lap and then into the actual qualifier itself, and that's what's underway now. Matt Barsh was the one who led the field out there. He led the way onto the qualifying lap, and he's on the backstretch as we speak. There he is, just going out of view in the camera shot, down the long backstretch, and that looks like Eliana de Vos is following him, and there's maybe, yes, it's Matthias Grooten. I'm just checking him out from the rear, and that looks like it was Mats de Jong. Michael Schottler is in this mix, and he's going to be the one that we really want to keep an eye on. And Matt Barsh is fastest, De Vos is second, Matthias Grooten's gone to the pole position, second Grosek, second is Grosek, third is Mats de Jong, and a new faster one by Ramon Pinheiro. Michael Schottler, the world champion, is out in this. Guillermo van Pamelen is in there in 5th, Cedric Wouters, and where is Ruben Boutens going to come through? Here he is he going to be pole? This is Ruben Boutens, the reigning British champion, and he is 10th. Ruben Boutens is
James,
10th.
check that again.
You know, listen, Spanners, we've struggled with our maths, but when the number is 1-0, that's 10, isn't it?
I mean, the number 1 is there. So
yeah, the number 1 is there, but there's a 0 after it, and that is the reigning British champion and double world champion Ruben Boutens. This is unprecedented. Now, will he go for the kart swap? Will he go for the kart swap? We've seen it's a dangerous thing to do. Now, he'll be starting from the back, and starting lower down the order will be something that inspires an early stop, which brings its own risk, is what we saw with Dennis Huller. So,
well, in the meantime, Grooten and Pinheiro are in deep conversation, and I think they've both immediately recognised that they've got the karting world champion in front of them, and if they get in each other's way, he's going to disappear.
So as he brings them round, it is, of course, Michael Schottler. He's leading the way. He's taking the lead across the line, and he makes the start. Now, let's see if it stays clean all the way around, because I'm sure there's some people who feel themselves out of position. How patient is Ruben Boutens going to be? Is he going to make the early stop? Is he going to try and fight his way through? First, this is the incredible Cedric Wouters, so this is not going to be easy by any standard. Right, so how's this going to pan out? We've got some serious action going down the backstretch, and Schottler leads. Schottler, the world champion, is leading the way, and the deposed world champion is at the back. Wow, never thought we'd ever say this.
Well, I thought you were saying deposed British champion. I thought you were writing him off already.
I was talking about the world's Spanish reference. Oh, Schottler's lost the lead. Schottler's lost the lead. It's Pinheiro. Pinheiro has taken the lead. The Spanish driver, Ramon Pinheiro, sorry to their Spanish, but Pinheiro has taken the lead from the world champion down the backstretch. It's Ramon Pinheiro from Barcelona who is leading the way in this semi-final race. Michael Schottler, the champion, is followed by Matthias Grooten and the rest, and they're side by side. Oh, and there's lots of pushing and shoving, and that's Guillermo van Pamelen really forcing Matt Barsh out. Oh my goodness, there's some serious side-by-side racing on the Spanners. This is insane.
Yeah, they just went 5 wide through the final hairpin as far as I could figure out, but Bosch would not be shoved out of the way, and he hung on in there. That was brilliant, and Grooten is still trying to do a post-mortem from 3rd place. He should do that afterwards maybe, but definitely feels aggrieved from losing that.
Spanners, if I can cut in, we saw the earliest win, and Bosch has been a big loser. He almost lost to Ruben Boutens. Ruben Boutens is still last. I'll say that again, Ruben Boutens is still last. We've never said anything like that in the BRKC before. There's Ruben Boutens bringing up the tail. He's working on the back of Matt Bosch. We're not seeing an early pit stop now. If anybody can get out of this mess, it's going to be Ruben Boutens. He's not the world champion this year, but he's still arguably rated as the world's finest driver in indoor karting. If anybody can either think and or drive himself out of this problem of being in last place in this semi-final, it's Ruben Boutens, because this is probably not going to be enough to get into the final, and that would destroy his chance of making it an unprecedented 7 British titles straight away. So Ruben Boutens literally is going to have to drive here. Now, Bosch in.
Yeah, Matty Bosch just rolled the dice there and got himself out. I did wonder if Boutens was going to fancy himself to come in and maybe run around on his own. But if he didn't have the pace in qualifying, maybe there's something up. Maybe he's not feeling it, or he's got a problem. So then why would he back himself then to just overtake everyone, undertake everyone in the pits? It's a tough pickle.
Schottler's taken the lead. Michael Schottler, the German world champion, has taken the lead from the Spanish driver. In fact, he's signalling to Ramon Pinheiro, let's go, because he knows in 3rd place, closing the pair of them down, is Matthias Grooten. Now, before taking the lead, Michael Schottler will have known that it was Grooten joining them. Having passed Pinheiro, he's kind of passed that bad news on with the let's go sign, which he clearly waved across the start-finish line. This works like this in indoor karting at the top level. And Michael Schottler, the world champion, is leading Ramon Pinheiro, the former Formula 2 car racer from Barcelona in Spain. He's actually won races in that as well. Matthias Grooten, he is a double world champion from the past, 2008 and 2015. He's moved to 2nd place. Matthias Grooten has taken Ramon Pinheiro for 2nd, and he is now in contact with the leader, Michael Schottler.
Matty Bosch looking pretty happy actually at the back on his own. He won't be pleased to have been running around in 9th place, but now he can just buckle down and concentrate. I bet he's backed himself to have the pace to make up some positions here.
Yeah, I think that's what he's hoping for, because if you look at the lap times, he's running quicker than those in front of him, including the reigning champion, Ruben Boutens. Yes, he's a long way in front of Matt Bosch, but Matt Bosch has certainly got the pace that he needs to do something in this race. And it's still Michael Schottler. The fastest on the track is Matthias Grooten, the former double world champion, is fastest in this race, just 31.2 seconds is that epic lap. Now, here comes Michael Schottler. Michael Schottler, around the front turn, he's got the full attentions of the fastest man in this race in the form of double world champion Matthias Grooten. So looking more towards the field, it's still Ruben Boutens at the back. How is Ruben Boutens going to get out of this? If anyone can, it's him. I don't know what he's going to do. Do you, Spanners? It could come from anything.
I don't want to be overly pessimistic, but I think that the goose is kind of half cooked here. Yes, there might be a chance that he could move up a few places up the order, but he's definitely out of touch with the leaders. I'm more than happy to call that. Pinheiro's, I would say up to De Jong, and then the number 8 Kart as well of Van Pamelen. I don't see how he's going to get back in touch.
Well, this may be getting as cagey as can be, Spanners, and I'm trying to look on the bright side here, but Ruben Boutens has got a good load, change for lead. Matthias Grooten has taken the lead there from Schottler, and Schottler's just done a deal with Pinheiro that they're going to just take it steady with each other and fully attack Matthias Grooten. There was a look back, a nod of the head, there was a signal from Pinheiro, and Gruten's going to come under pressure. These two are not going to fight each other. Do not expect a fight for 2nd place. They're both going to attack Matthias Grooten. They're closing on him, they're closing on him visually. And, well, just going back to the Boutens situation for a moment, Spanners, what I would like to say is I think that with a big point score, Boutens can accept a little bit of a hit on points in here in this race and still make the final but it's not the right way to go about it, I know, but if anyone can do it, it's Ruben Boutens.
Yes, I'm sure he's consoling himself with that in his helmet right now. I think it'll just be, I think he's pretty good at just being pragmatic and facing the situation he's in. I doubt he'll be overstretching, so I think we'll see a sensible race here to try and pick up the scraps of anything at the back. I know a very strange thing to be saying about Ruben Boutins.
Now, sorry, Spanners, we saw that on screen just while you were talking, that Matthias Grooten unbelievably gave a wave to Michael Schuttler, suggesting that they run away together. Now, that's pretty interesting, because Schuttler's got deals going on left, right and centre here. He's got a deal with Pinheiro that they're not going to race each other and that they are going to attack Grooten. And now Gruten's just kind of suggested a deal where they work together, and the reason for that will be to pull away from Pinheiro. So Michael Schuttler's kind of spoilt for choice, but he is the meat in the sandwich. Spanners, maybe Schuttler will do the devious thing and work to both, but they are starting to pull away ever so fractionally. There's a slight bit of air between Schuttler and the third place, Ramon Pinheiro. It's only a kart length, but it is something.
I think it's optimistic of Grooten to think that Schuttler's going to leave him alone for a bit. This is the semi-final of the British Rental Kart Championships, but I think Pinheiro can be absolutely delighted that he's acting as a spoiler on these front three. He's been in the lead of the race, and if those front two are indeed changing the tactics that they're doing to get rid of Pinheiro, that's a massive compliment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Pinheiro's had an incredible weekend, hasn't he? He's doing fantastically well. He's always a factor into the pit stage. Van Pamelen.
Van Pamelen from the back of that group with De Jong. I think that's a reasonable pit stop to take. He's going to find himself well ahead of Matti Vash. He's not put a foot wrong in the pits all weekend, so now he can go and show what he can do.
Yeah, it's been an epic weekend from, well, everybody here, to be fair. I think everyone's been having to drive out their skin because everyone else has as well. As we look, though, it was Van Pamelen who came into pits out of 6th place. He's tumbled down the order. Of course, the pit stops will cycle through, and that will move him back into a more relative position. Spanners, the pit stops are all coming, well, I'm going to say fairly late. We're nearly halfway through this race. We've still got 12 minutes to go, but you've only had 2 people in.
I was a massive fan of how the pit stops shaped out in the last semi-final, because it became pressing and it became urgent. And Gerb's pit stop, in many ways, was a gift to Lewis Manley. And in a way, Gerb, said, I've got less to lose by being second in this race, and he went for it. But I think Matt de Jong now has had enough of being behind Grosjean, and he's gone for a pit as well. So I like them all being at the end, and I hope we kind of get that sense of urgency in this semi-final as well.
Yeah, and the sense of urgency is a good point there, because we have Michael Schuttler, the German, the world champion, is on the tail of Matthias Grooten, double world champion himself, the Belgian. Schuttler, the sense of urgency isn't there now. I just feel as though there's almost a feeling that Schuttler is just biding his time for the moment. There are 11 minutes to go. Oh, you've got another one in the pits.
Yeah, basically this is the end of that Grosjean battle. So Van Pamelen would have been hoping to get the jump on De Jong. De Jong has covered him off and stayed ahead of Van Pamelen, and now Grosjean has done the same thing, and actually Van Pamelen and de Jong have slowed each other down and just increased the lead, made it a bit more comfortable, but that's played out now, so it's just the front three, I think.
Yeah, Grosjean has come back out into the race, and he has negated the initial pit stop of Van Pamelen and then the subsequent pit stop of Mats de Jong. So from a strategy, technical point of view, Grosjean has actually covered those two. Now, what we were seeing was, those watching at home who may be new to this kind of format with the pit stop, what happened was Guillermo Van Pamelen pitted first. He thought he would leapfrog de Jong and Grosjean in the pit. That would be his plan. De Jong ran out of patience with Grosjean, thought, I'll get in the pits now and I will leapfrog him with a series of fast laps. Grosjean very quickly then came into the pits and has actually covered the pair of them. So he's actually sort of held them off, if you like, by matching them pit stop for pit stop. Needless to say, when making the pit stops, you stop at the beginning of the pit lane and then again at the end. So it's almost like a double stop within one pit visit. It's important not to go too soon, because it has to be a minimum of, I think, set to 10 seconds, and it has to be done precisely or else you will lose. Grosjean has done it perfectly and he has gained as a result, or certainly maintained position. Now there's Matthias Grooten, there is the current world champion Michael Schuttler, the German. He is in his first British Rental Kart Championship, his first visit here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes, and which is the home of the British Rental Kart Championship, the finest circuit in the UK for indoor karting here at Formula Fast. Now there's Matthias Grooten, there is Michael Schuttler, and Ramon Pinheiro is still vaguely in contact. He's in visual contact, albeit 1.5 seconds off the leader. There's Pinero turning into the end of the straight. So, round they go. Now, Ruben Boutens, meantime, I want to come back to Ruben Boutens. He's in 5th place right now. He is 4 seconds behind Eliana de Vos, as Eliana de Vos goes through and puts another lap into the books. Boutens is on his own. Ruben Boutens is on his own. Cedric Wouters, he's got ahead of and actually put some gap to, which is saying something. So Ruben Boutens is actually on a charge. It's just we can't see it because there's no one around him. Let's have a look at the times. Boutens is, yeah, he's setting pretty respectable times, to be fair. He probably, well, I hate to say it, Spanners, when I say Ruben Boutens could do with going faster. It seems like the world's most stupid thing to say, but if he could take a 10th off it, it would be a little bit better in the overall picture for him.
James, you're not wrong. Going faster would solve a lot of his issues, so don't be so hard on yourself. That was very insightful.
It's just not something I like saying about Ruben Boutens, Spanners.
Looking at the front guys with that second group pitting, things are almost simpler because the standard is so high and everyone's closer. You haven't got that problem of guys a little bit off the pace being stuck in front of you, as it were. It was quite simple to pit and then you go behind the main pack. So this kind of strategy element has changed. If it's going to be this close, you know that if someone behind you pits, you can cover them off, and as long as you have a decent in-lap, you're probably going to be okay.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Spanners. That's really key. And what sort of backs up what you've just said, the overriding feature of that is that everybody in this race is very used to the pit stop format. So no one's likely to really make monkeys of it, you know? Well, I hate to say that. We've seen Matt Barsh do that in the past, haven't we? And he's in this race, I believe. Yes, he is in 10th. But at least people know what to do. You know, it's not going to come as a surprise. Everyone's well practiced in this format. They've raced many times under these sorts of rules. These are the, you know, some of the finest drivers in the world. This is a normal format for them. So we continue with the leaders. Matthias Grossen, double world champion, and the reigning world champion Michael Schurtler is holding station with him. They have put a little bit of a gap now to Ramon Pinero. It's almost 2 seconds. Have you got? Oh no, I thought Pinero was coming in there. De Vos is running a little bit of a lonely 4th. But he is some way ahead of the reigning British champion Ruben Boutens there, who has now pulled away clearly from Cedric Wouters. There's a big battle behind though, and guess who that is? Yes, it's Grosjean, De Jong and Van Pamelen. So battle is being resumed back there. They are battling over 7th place, but don't doubt for a second that it counts, because each of these guys has come into this race with a decent set of points, and they need as much as they can. If they can get 7th, they will take it. Any point will count at this stage if you want to get the final.
I thought that battle was for a net 4th. What have I missed?
You've missed the fact that they came in the pits and that pushed them further back.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a few people ahead of them, including world champion Ruben Boutens, including Cedric Wouters and Eliana de Vos, and that is what the difference is.
Okay, but overall they will end up fighting for 4th.
Yeah, in fact, they're the only people who've been in the pits, really. Them and Barsh, who pitted on like lap 2 or something. Right, so another lap in, it's Matthias Grossen. There's Ruben Boutens we're seeing on screen. He's the reigning British champion. Not only is he the reigning champion, he's the reigning 6 times champion of the UK, and he's done all of his championship success in the BRKC here at Formula Fast and Milton Keynes, in the pits.
Yeah, I was going to interrupt you there. Cedric Wouters is coming out pretty much on his own. It's a good pit stop. Shakes his head, devastated at the fraction of a second he's lost, but that shows you how seriously these guys are taking it.
Yeah, now what could be more serious is for some reason he seems to have lost an inordinate amount of time on the screens. He's now shown in 10th place, not sure quite how or why. I thought he was a little bit further ahead. I actually honestly thought he was ahead of the Grosjean, De Jong and Van Pamelen battle, but it turns out he's not. No. He was running ahead of Ruben Boutens, who we know is, well, he's not off the pace, but he's certainly out of a position that we would consider Ruben Boutens to be in any given race. It is, meantime, Matthias Grossen continuing the lead. There's 4 or 5 minutes to go. Neither of the leaders have pit stopped yet. Matthias Grossen and Michael Schurtler are just running nose to tail around this track. Maybe Schurtler, is he? I know the motivation it takes to become world champion means that he doesn't want to just sit there. However, the brain it takes to be world champion means he's probably already calculating, with his superior maths ability over our Spanners, that he has enough points to have a decent shot in the final, and risking it all against Matthias Grossen at this stage is not a good idea. Still, neither of them coming in.
What's the points difference between 1st and 2nd?
1 point.
There you go. It's not worth the massive lunge in the semi-finals,
Well,
is it?
let me just go back to my little point score. If you can keep chatting there, I will check the numbers.
Yeah, well, what's
Spanish.
interesting to see is that Matty Bosch, he got bundled around on the second lap and decided to come in and get out of that so that he could run around on his own. And actually, it looks to be paying off because he's closing in on that group of Van Pamelen and De Jong and
Spanners, can I cut in?
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt you there. I've got the information that we need. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay, now, Michael Schottler has got 38 points. Mats de Jong is only 1 point ahead. But Mats de Jong is much further down the order than Schottler right now, and he's struggling behind Grosjean. So this is good news for Schottler. Selena Balnega, who went in with 40 points, really struggled in the previous race and only came out of it with 3. Good news again for Schottler. The one he's battling with, which is Matthias Grotem, comes in this race from 17th place with only 34 points. That is, what, 4 points behind Schottler, and Schottler's about to lose 1 point to him. Again, good news for Schottler. So all of these things are good news for Schottler. So he may feel a bit less pressure to actually attack the Belgian former world champion in this race. But, you know, we'll find out in the next 3 minutes, won't we? Does that make sense?
I think it does, yeah. I think it's a good point, and Schottler has now come into the pits. So we'll see if he has been saving any pace in reserve. He is going to come out, I think, behind Elano de Vos, who's actually solved that problem for him by also following him into the pits as well. So Schottler's got a good run here, and I think there's going to have to be an immediate response.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Elano de Vos came out in the middle of that De Jong battle, and the De Jong battle is, of course, headed by Bartosz Grosjean, Mats de Jong, now Elano de Vos and Guillermo van Pamelen.
We're going to see a pit stop
an almighty fight. And Bosch, and in the pits.
Yeah, in the pits is Groten, so he's decided to respond straight away. I think it was the only option. It's going to be tight, James. I'll hand it over to you as you have the eagle eye.
Schottler's got the run. Can he make it work? Schottler's got the speed, Gruten's got the position, and Schottler's trying to make a run round the outside into the snail. No, it doesn't come off. Gruten's got it covered, and Matthias Gruten maintains the lead. Its position's maintained. Matthias Gruten just about had it covered. And in fact, if you notice there on the screen, those of you watching at home, you see that Matthias Gruten raised his hand. His forefinger and his thumb were up there, sort of moving side to side. Pinheiro in, sorry, Spanners.
Yeah, Pinheiro's in. He's somewhat in a lonely third place at the moment. It was only Boutins who was actually going to be a threat to him as far as track position went. But Boutins has now come into the pits as well. I think he has done all he could do from 10th place. But looking up the road now, his next target would be Matty Bosch. And if Boutins does have any hope at all, it's that Van Pamelen Bosch battle up ahead starts slowing them down. But Bosch has done pretty well to make that gap up.
Right, Spanners, we've been considering the Boutins situation up here in the media centre, and it's not good, whichever way we look at it. There's De Vos and Van Pamelen, good grief. They're really at it, aren't they? But here is, with less than a minute to go now before we get the last lap board, it is Matthias Gruten leading from Michael Schottler. So Matthias Gruten is leading from Schottler as they enter the closing stage of this race, and they're on the backstretch now. The pit stops, everyone has made a pit stop, nothing's left here. It's going to be positions as they are, and Ruben Boutins is only made at 1 place overall in the race. He's still 9th. Now this could be a little bit nasty from a points point of view. We're going to just wait till the finish before we make any calls of such importance on what the permutations are. This is the second semi-final. There's another semi-final here after this, so again, more points to be scored by other drivers. But you've got to say, a 9th place in the semi-final. Have you ever heard of a champion who's actually finished 9th place in the semi-final? Not if they're going to win the championship of that weekend is really what the point I'm trying to make. So 38 laps in, it's Matthias Gruten who's leading the way from Michael Schottler. Schottler has actually moved to the inside there by the looks of things, but he's not really challenging. Going back to what I was saying before, you could see the hand signal there, that thumb and forefinger from Matthias Gruten did mean let's work together. Schottler really probably won't be too disappointed with second. It's still a whole load of points there. And a whole load of points that could well put him first after they're all lined up. Now it's the last lap. The last lap board is out.
You would think that maybe a different driver would be making moves, but this ain't Schottler's first rodeo, is it, James?
No, David Kart would have sent it up the inside, but David Kart wasn't the world champion. So let's have a look here. We were on the last lap. There's Matthias Grooten going down the back straight. It's a bigger lead there. Schottler really isn't bothered about the win here. He knows second place is going to be exactly what he needs. He doesn't need the stress. He doesn't need the hassle. He doesn't need the risk. Here comes Matthias Grooten, semi-final, BRKC semi-final win for Matthias Grooten. He's done it. Schottler is in second. Even he is pleased with second. He waved there, and incredible Ramon Pinheiro is third. Now this could be very interesting. Pinheiro, we need to look at his points because he's scored a lot of points there, and he may well have sneaked in under the radar. If he hasn't, it's going to be close. The rest of them come through. It's Bartosz Grosek in fourth, Mats de Jong fifth. In sixth was Eliana de Vos ahead of Matt Barsh and Guillermo Pamela. So Barsh made a move there by looks of things. Ruben Bouten's ninth, Cedric Wouters 10th. Now, Spanners, you're going to be you're on the bubble now, my friend, because you're going to have to do these interviews and pick your men. Pick your men.
Honestly, I think we've got three very happy people to talk to here. I think Grooten
You're
will
only
be
going to go
delighted.
for the happy.
Yeah, well, we've got trophies to give out, haven't we? And I think as well, Schottler, I think that is a calculated game he's played there, and I think Pinheiro can be incredibly satisfied with what he's done so far in this weekend. He's been very quietly fast. He's been aggressive and racy all weekend, and he's really made himself a nuisance in that race. You know, we've forgotten that early on in the race he put himself up ahead, and he definitely got in their way. So we'll make sure Grooten will get their attention to come in. Oh, you have to get a trophy. I'm so sorry. It's shiny. We'll catch up with people. Ramon, make sure you come and have a chat with me. What? I need a full-time person here to come and grab drivers, I think.
Spanners, look at Ruben. Let me just cut in a second if I can, Spanners. Ruben Bouten's just walking past the camera. That face you could see just through the visor there, that says it all. Back to you, Spanners.
I've got Grooten here to speak to. Hey, it was a fascinating start to the race, wasn't it? I mean, Pinheiro made a real nuisance of himself, and there was loads of deals and bargains going on everywhere. But first of all, you've got to be delighted. Semi-final win.
Yeah, of course, my first win, and I think it's the toughest heat yet of the championship, so of course I'm really glad. I knew Ramon would try something because he always is very aggressive, and I knew he could still make the final if he got a high position. And then after a few laps I caught up to him, passed him, pretty straightforward. Then,
were you and Schottler talking about we need to get away from Pinheiro, really?
Well, yeah, when I passed Michael Schottler, who's the world champion, I think...
That felt good, right?
Yeah. I think at some point on the straight I looked back for maybe half a second, and we just understood each other and just went for it until the end of the race. And he tried to attack me, but I just held on. So
all weekend you haven't picked up one of the winners' medals. However, you have got this to put on your mantelpiece there. Congratulations, a great race win. Well done there for Grooten. Let's see if we can catch up with Ramon. Oh, we've enjoyed watching you. You've been so racy. You made a real nuisance of yourself in that race, even taking the lead as well.
Yeah, it was a difficult race. I knew since the start the car draw wasn't the best. As you could see down the straight, I was losing like at least 2-3 car lengths. But I gave it my all. I think qualifying was on spot. I almost took pole, like I missed by 15 thousandths. That's all I could get from that car out, I mean, even Selina has won 4 races, she came 6th. So even with Schottler, current world champion, Matthias Grooten, 2-time world champion, even Ruben Bouten's there. So I just come 30th with that Kart in particular. It's a great result.
Well, you had a world champion in front of you having to make a deal to make sure they could get away from you. That's how much of a mess and a pain you made yourself.
I hope I can make more of a mess next year then.
Fantastic. Well done. We've really genuinely enjoyed watching you, Ramon. I hope to see you next year. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And second, you're third. Oh, sorry about that. What, if you'd have liked, you could have done it quietly, and then I wouldn't have looked stupid on camera. Thank you, Ramon. Let's catch up with Michael. Come and have a word with us. Oh, sorry. Second place in the semi-final. I get the feeling though that as you were cruising around, you already had your eyes on the final, because it wasn't going to make a huge difference between first and second, was it?
Yes, really. I prefer to do the clever way, not to defend, not fighting. When we see the times, I think 7 or 8 drivers did 31.0 or faster, and yes.
So were you starting to plan the final as you were driving around in second place?
Sorry.
Were you starting to plan the final as you were driving around in second place?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you're going to be there, so you'd better start to get planning. Congratulations on the second place. We'll see you a little bit later on. Have a good race. 3 fantastic drivers providing us with fantastic entertainment there. Pinheiro can go home incredibly proud. Schottler's got a lot of work to do as well, and you've just seen that made Gruten's day, winning in front of Schottler today. Back up to you, James.
Absolutely. Okay, so after an incredible pair of semi-finals, we have the third and last of these semi-finals. Every race so far in the BRKC 2020, the 10th edition of it here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes, has been an epic. Every heat race was brilliant. The semi-finals, complete turnaround of results for a variety of people. We've just seen Matthias Gruten. He's been on top of the world of indoor karting for many, many years. So long been regarded as one of the world benchmarks, and he has shown us why with victory there. He first won the World Championship way back in 2008, and he shows he's still on top form, winning that race there. Michael Schottler, a very intelligent second place. Very much the thinking driver, and clearly he was doing the maths out there as to where he will end up in terms of points. At this stage, the semi-final, it's about getting enough points to be among the top 10 to go through the final. This is where you really get kicked out of the game here, and that's what makes it even harder. And we may well see the last of Ruben Boutens, but we'll see how the points add up. Now, Ruben's situation is going to be helped or hurt by what happens in this race as well. Let's have a look at who's in this race. Now, before we go into it, into the qualifying, we'll have a look at the names. We've got Wojciech Zerb, Patrick Niroda, David Kart, Sam Spinell, Fabian Siegmund, Tobias Lauber, Regis Gosselin, Bjorn Vermeulen, Robin Kassam and Logan Sune. Now, these are names that we've been talking about all weekend, and every single one of them has been in the action at some point. We've seen race wins, we've seen epic moves from each one of them. Now, what we've seen in the last 2 semi-finals, we're surely going to see in this one. It's just more of the same, but with a different set of names. We're trying to keep tabs on exactly what the point situation is, but we will we'll just you know, have to be careful about what we say, I guess, because it can change, and we don't want to talk someone out of a place when they have actually got it. But in this next race here, it will be impossible to predict a winner. It's impossible to predict in all of them. Michael Schottler, as we saw there, was smart enough to play an intelligent game. He did finish second to Matthias Gruten, and well, just what an epic race. We're going to get the qualifying underway for this semi-final, and leading the way does look like Logan Sune. Now, Logan Sune was very worried about making the semi-final, as he has done it, and he did do it fairly convincingly. On the screen there, you're looking at David Kart, and we've seen some great performances by him. Now, remember, he's been the hero of the epic lunge, and he's made it work. And it looks like Wojciech Zerb at the back, and that's Sam Spinell, who's going to be the final one out to set a qualifying time. Okay, so they're going around, they're on their warming up lap now. They're going to be getting the Logan Sune is going to be the first one to put a time in. Here comes David Kart around there, Regis Gosselin over the line. Okay, so we're going to get in these times in soon. Here comes Logan Sune, and he is heading towards the finish line to complete his qualifying lap. He was the first out and first set of time. Sune's time, 39. Oh, and he's been, no, yes, he is there. 31.2, that's fast. Bjorn Vermeulen has come into second place, but Sune is very fast. Kassam is third, Patrick Niroda is second. It's still Logan Sune. Tobias Lauber is in third place. The German, Regis Gosselin is fourth. It's still Logan Sune, who was the first set of time. He's still top. David Kart into fifth. Fabian Siegmund in seventh. Wojciech Zerb is third, and what about Sam Spinell? He's ninth. So Logan Sune sets the first time and hangs on right through to the finish there. So Logan Sune, well, He scraped in the final. He was near the lower end of the point scores, but he set himself up for a maximum point score if he can take it in the semi-final here. So let's see if he can actually work his way in. This will be quite a save if he can do it, because he went in with a low point score. So Logan Sune, he has been under pressure to perform. He has performed. He's going to start from the front there, and he's looking to take the win initially. Patrick Neroda, an impressive second from Wojciech Zerb. Wojciech Zerb was one of the top point scorers going in. I think he was about third or fourth, something like that. Tobias Lauber there is in fourth place. He's got something to say, but Regis Goslan up there too in fifth. So we'll see what happens once this race gets underway. So, right. They're just getting them all lined up. Will there be any kart swaps? Not by the look of it. Robin Kassam there is on the tail. And he's leading them around. It's Logan Sune. Logan Sune races away off the start line into the snail section. He's got Patrick Neroda going with him. Is there going to be any action on the opening lap? David Kart's having a look, is what we expect of David Kart. Having a look on Regis Goslan there, but has to back out of it. There's actually a little bit of a gap open as a result, as they come streaming around the long back corner there onto the back straight. There is Logan Sune. There's a move to the inside. It's come from it was Lauber was having a look, and Regis Goslan tried to go with him, but nothing came of it. So Logan Sune over the start finish line, still in the lead. Patrick Neroda there as well. There's Wojciech Zerb in third, Lauber fourth, and Goslan and Kart. So Logan Sune continues in the lead. He's going around that sweeping bend. Here it is, that sweep around the back of the circuit there, onto the backstretch. Logan Sune, he's taking the normal racing line. He's not feeling any pressure, but there is a bit of pressure from behind. There's Bjorn Vermeulen. Have a look at David Kart. He's still Robin Kassam at the tail there. Logan Sune, Patrick Neroda, Wojciech Zerb, Tobias Lauber, Regis Goslan. There's Sune. Visor up in the lead. The Belgian, a member of the major Blue Star racing team there from Belgium.
Fabian Sigmund into the pits there. He's decided to gamble early. He's out cleanly.
Yes, he is. Sorry, I missed that one, Spanners. Now, that is pretty important, because he was sort of in the mid-pack and looking to make up some ground. So that's how he's going to do it.
He's left that gap, hasn't he, between 7th and 9th.
Yeah, that's exactly where it was, behind Vermeulen and ahead of Spinel. Now, that does help the dual British-Belgian national. He's now pursuing Bjorn Vermeulen, who's in turn chasing down David Kart. Now, David Kart has a bit of a distance ahead of him, and that gap was created when he made a bit of a move on Regis Goslan, the driver in front.
If Spinell's running in 8th, is he Belgian then? Is that how it works?
Usually, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
If he's north of 5th place, he becomes British again.
Oh, look at that.
In fact, yeah, there's a move. Regis Goslan has taken a lunge down into the corner at the end of the straight, and he's passed Tobias Lauber.
Yeah,
and it's going to come up on the timing. There it is. Regis Goslan moves up to 4th place. Pits.
Kassam decides to come in as well as the number 15 kart of Sigmund looms large, but I think Kassam's got enough to get in front. Well, stay in front.
I don't know. He's got Sigmund's got momentum, but Kassam has done this. Now Kassam needs to block in the snail. Yes, he does. He's good. Kassam has it. Sigmund's right in his tail as they come out of it, to be fair, but Kassam is in front. So that he started off last. He's now moved up a place. This is working in Kassam's favour at the moment. Another visitor, Lauber.
Tobias Lauber, yeah. We saw him very fast, pressuring and making life difficult for Bradley Philpott in the final heat. He's going to come ahead comfortably of that Kassam battle, but Kassam now is under pressure.
Yeah, Lauber, to be fair, came out of a position that was way in front of Kassam and Sigmund, but actually they're probably closer to him than they were when before any of them went in the pit. So it's still Logan Sune, it's still Patrick Neroda, it's still Wojciech Zerb, a gap to Goslan, a gap to David Kart, and then it's Bjorn Vermeulen, gap to Sam Spinell, and then the pitters, Lauber ahead of Kassam and Sigmund.
You made the pitters sound like an insult, like a slur. Look at those pitters.
Yeah, the pitters. They pitted, and to be honest though, they still look as though they're running fast. So Lauber, let's have a look at his lap times. Now, the whole point of pitting early is to be able to make some kind of distance on your own. So you feel that those in front are probably going to be in your way or be a distraction, and you'll be faster on your own. Logan Sune is fast, but the quickest in this race so far with that last lap is Regis Goslan, and he's really visibly quick because he's closing in on that lead trio. Regis Goslan in 4th, He did have a kart in front of him in the form of Lauber. Lauber pitted, Tobias Lauber. Ghostland is actually trying to move into that gap now. So as we look at the leaders on screen, there's Logan Sune, Patrick Naroda behind him. There's Sune that we're looking at, Naroda, and Gerb. Right behind is the one I'm talking about, Regis Ghostland, a new record for this race. Not quite as fast that time around, but he is in contention. Oh, and was that a move by third place, which is Gerb? These racing Gerbs are always pretty feisty, and it looked like Wojciech in this case was going to be making a move on Naroda. Hasn't come off. Oh, and a defensive though by Logan Sune. So Logan Sune is aware that things are getting a little bit racy behind him.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what? It's actually, it may not be on time, but it's looking as if things are closing up, because you've got Sune, Naroda, Gerb, Ghostland, but David Kart and Bjorn Vermeulen appear to be sort of just eating it up on that lead grid there. It's ever since Ghostland closed the gap, I think, because Ghostland is right on the back of Gerb.
Well, that's the danger of pitting out of a train where the leader is going defensive, because effectively someone just takes your place in the train. So you've invited the cart behind to effectively be alongside you, and then unless you can make that up in clean air, you're in a bit of trouble. So we'll see how that works out.
Absolutely, and the situation that Spanners particularly is referring to is the one where Lauber pitted out of that fourth place, and now Ghostland has filled it. And there is Logan Sune with Patrick Naroda and Gerb, and then Ghostland definitely making this train. But look at David Kart, look at David Kart. He seems to be closing in. The Polish driver is closing in. David Kart, he's bringing Bjorn Vermeulen with him. Regis Ghostland is still the fastest, but and he is fast on that last lap as well, albeit not at his record pace for this race. We're looking at David Kart there in fifth place. Ghostland in.
Well, yeah, Ghostland, who we were talking about making up ground, as soon as he's filled that gap, he's decided he doesn't want to be held up any longer. A little bit of a double stab at the accelerator. He's out in front of Lauber, so now, well, it's paid off for Lauber. He's about 8 or 9 kart lengths ahead now. For Groslin, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely inspired, because not only has Ghostland covered one side, the defensive situation against Lauber by coming out of the pits in front of Lauber. He was behind when the pit stop rotation started. Oh, you've got Naroda in, Spanners.
Yeah, we've got Naroda in, and I think he was accepting there that the leader, Songer, was going very defensive. It's incredibly hard to hear myself over the Polish contingent here cheering Naroda on.
Yeah, they'll have seen him leave the pit lane. Here comes Logan Sune. We can see him on screen. He's leading the way. He's now got a bit of a gap because Naroda has backed out of that and in the pits. Now, Spanners was referring to the fact that when a driver pits in a group, that gap quickly gets filled. Can that gap be filled behind Logan Sune? If anyone fills it, it's going to be Wojciech Gerb, and he'll be bringing David Kart with him. Why is David Kart dangerous? Because David Kart is the hero of the late lunge here, and we've seen David Kart pull it off from quite far back.
The slight difference in this situation, though, is that Sunge now doesn't have to drive defensively, so he's got an opportunity to just stretch his legs a little bit now. I mean, down that back straight, there's 7 kart lengths, the pressure's off in the braking zone, and he's not having to take that defensive line through Patch Corner.
Well, that's very true, actually, Spanners. It does give him a bit more breathing space, which arguably will encourage him to go a little bit faster.
Let's hope so, James.
Going back to the Regis Ghostland situation, obviously he covered the pit stop, allowed him to cover Tobias Lauber, because when the pit stop started, Lauber was in front of Ghostland. But it also means that Ghostland is now no longer affected by those he feels were going slower in front of him. So from an aggressive point of view, passing those in front, it could well work for Ghostland, but it has already definitely worked from a defensive point of view in his battle with Lauber. Now, David Kart is coming under increasing pressure from Bjorn Vermeulen in that position a bit further back there in 3rd and 4th respectively, albeit slightly out of position because of the pit stops. 5 karts have pitted, 5 karts have yet to, and guess who's fastest with a new personal best record lap in this race? It's none other than Regis Ghostland. So Regis Ghostland is seriously on a mission in this race. Don't discount Regis Ghostland. Yes, I know he's 7th place, but he's probably the one to watch at the moment. He's covered Thomas Lauber, but he's also making ground on those ahead, and whether they're aware of it or not, I'm sure Logan Sune will have some idea, but maybe Ghostland wasn't in Sune's sort of sphere, if you like, because it was 5th when he started making moves. He then moved up to 4th and then in the pits. Definitely going to be one to watch out for. Regis Ghostland in 7th place. What? So there's Sune, there's Gerb, there's Kart, and Bjorn Vermeulen. Spanners, what's your take on this situation?
Well, the thing is, if Naroda and who's ahead of him? If Naroda and Lauber are going fast enough, sorry, not Grosjean are going fast enough, and they catch up and get effectively on par with that leading group, you know, they could end up coming together. So when you're saying don't dismiss Grosjean, don't dismiss Naroda either. He's still in with a shot here.
Yeah, Naroda, I mean, of course, when he came in the pits, he came in from second place, didn't he? So he is well up there already. We're looking at David Kart and Bjorn Vermeulen. They're probably the tightest two at the moment on the track. In the pits.
Yeah, into the pits then, not that unexpected. Gerb is responding and he's looking at Sam Spinell, but he's not on the same lap. 21, Naroda is ahead of him.
Gerb's been passed by Regis Ghosland. It's worked for Ghosland. He's taken Michael Gerb. He's taken Michael Gerb for position there. Yes, it's only over 6th place at the moment, but that's important because when the pit stop cycle through, Ghosland's going to be right up at the front. Where did Gerb come from? Was it 3rd place, Spanners, in the original scheme of things?
It's so crazy, you know, it's easy to lose track of it, and that train just popped in and out. I think we're going to have to just wait until they converge and see how it's shaken out.
That's it, we're looking at the Belgian on screen there, Regis Ghosland. He's been chased by Gerb, who he's just leapfrogged in the pits. From a strategy point of view, Ghosland really has got it nailed in this race because Regis Ghosland there with the distinctive European lean, he's the leader of these two with the blue flashes on his white suit. There's Regis Ghosland. He's the he switched to motocross for 3 years, but now he's back in karting as well. He's going to be doing the World Championship this year, and his comeback year begins with the BRKC here. And what a showing there by Regis Ghosland, because look at him go. He's made this strategy work. His defensive strategy worked against Lauber. His aggressive strategy has worked against others, including Wojciech Gerber. So far, every move has worked in Ghosland's favour, and it's just a question of how far up the order will this go. At the moment, it's a battle for 6, Ghosland and Gerb, but that could soon work out to be high. Gerb may well be pulled along by Ghosland and have something to say for himself in this battle.
At the moment, I think my maths is telling me that Naroda will come out exactly alongside the leaders if he decides to pit. Now, have I got that completely wrong? No, if the leaders pit, they'll be alongside Naroda, the other way round.
Let's have a look at it, actually, Spanners. We've got a moment now. Well, this is very interesting. Ghosland, I'm looking at him particularly because he's the one I can make a judgment to. He's 11 seconds behind Logan Sune. Logan Sune is 2 seconds ahead of David Kart. So Ghosland is looking at a possible second place easy if everyone came in now. Logan Sune may well win the race, but not only is he good strategically, but Regis Ghosland, we've seen him in the past as a hugely aggressive driver. He is he's up there with the David Kart level of ambitious moves, and Regis Ghosland, if someone could pull this off, is him. But he's looking good actually for second place already. We'll see what happens when it cycles out. But when we look back down the order there, Logan Sune, if he was to pit now, he would come out in 5th place, albeit right behind Patrick Naroda. And note the word right behind. He was in front when the pit stop cycle started.
Yeah, in front is better. Into the pit, Sam Spinell then. He was running in a relative 8th, and the danger he's got to look at is Robin Kassam, who I think is going to have the run on him, and he's definitely got enough speed to get round the outside.
He's done it round the outside. Robin Kassam has done Sam Spinell round the outside into the Snell. Robin Kassam he's got an easy lead there over Sam Spinell in the pits.
Yeah, it's the leader, it's Logan Sune, and we've been talking about the gap to Naroda, and he is coming around the corner, and I think Naroda's going to have the pace, you know.
Yes, he's done it. Naroda has taken the lead. As I was saying, it was only 9 seconds. It wasn't enough. Naroda has taken the lead. And Ghosland's going to be all over the back of Sune. Yes, he is coming out of the snail section there. The leader, the leader is David Kart, I know, but when the pit stop cycles through, we'll probably be looking at Naroda from Sune, Ghosland and Gerb, and that could well be a 4-way fight. We've still got 7 minutes left in this race, so quite a long way to go. David Kart continues indeed to get stopped. We're looking at Sam Spinell there in his battle with Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam, very inspired there, leapfrogged him in the pit lane. A good stop and some good laps in between as well. So Robin Kassam putting a really good showing there. There he goes, the white helmet, chased by Sam Spinell. But further up there, Patrick Naroda did what he needed to get in front of Logan Sune. This isn't what Logan Sune needs. He needs all the points. He wants all the points from this for the sake of the final. David Kart is under pressure though from Bjorn Vermeulen. This is a fight for the lead without a pit stop in either of them yet. There's Sam Spinell on the picture, but David Kart's under 0.2 of a second pressure from Bjorn Vermeulen. If David Kart pits, he will come out in 6th place behind Wojciech Gerb, so it'll be a huge loss of position. Thomas Lauber's been the net loser in all of this. Tobias Lauber is in 7th place, 11.8 on the timer back from the leader, so he will be a little bit further down, but we will see what happens when they cycle through. I think this could be a very, very close finish, Spanners. In fact, I think we're going to see some action with everybody coming out the pit.
Do you know what, though? Neroda's likely going to win a semi-final at BRKC. He's going to find something that he did wrong and that he's not happy with, isn't he?
Every time, Patrick Neroda.
Yeah, but I didn't win 2 semi-finals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's going to be annoyed that he only won 1 semi-final, isn't he? As you say. But Patrick Neroda, what a show there. I mean, he's actually pretty convincing. This is almost a little bit like the Cedric Wouters situation we saw earlier on today. It's like, okay, he was second. Somehow he's come out with a big lead, but for no obvious reason. Anyway, he's continuing along. David Kart is the leader. It's a second now to Bjorn Vermeulen. We'll wait for those to pit. We've still got 5 minutes to go, so it may not be any time soon. They are the only 2 remaining to visit the pits, and they are in 1st and 2nd respectively. There is David Kart with the green helmet coming towards us on screen now. David Kart, the Polish driver, and he has been in fine form this weekend. There he is, David Kart through the final corner now, and he's got Bjorn Vermeulen chasing him, but Bjorn Vermeulen's losing a bit of time to David Kart, as we can see on screen. There is David Kart into the Snell section. Now, goodness knows where David Kart will come out. Where will it be? If he pitted now at the 6th place, that's going to be a bit of a tough one, but it will be a combative 6th place, I must say, Spanners. Well, anytime we mention David Kart, it is combative.
He's been trying to convince Vermeulen to not chase him. And in doing that, he's not had to go defensive, and actually he's been able to pull away a little bit, and he might have that in mind. Where is he going to pop out? That's some smart driving by David Kart.
Yeah, David Kart's been really good. He's very fast, but current fastest is still Regis Ghostland. So what a great show by him. Regis Ghostland is really got a bit between his teeth. He's closer than ever to Logan Sinner, but I think Logan Sinner is actually closing in on Patrick Neroda by the looks of things. They're entering the backstretch. Now here it is. This is not the battle for the lead yet, but could soon be. There's Neroda, there's Logan Sinner, there's Regis Ghostland, and there is Wojciech Zerb. And here comes Tobias Lauber. Past you, Spanners.
Yeah, they're coming past me, and yeah, Sunge will probably be disappointed because he had control, didn't he? But he went very defensive, and there's a great move. I think it's too much, if I'm honest. That is the number 20 car of Sam Spinell. I think that was over-optimistic, and I don't quite think he'd made the corner enough, if that makes any sense. So he ended up going through Robin Kazam there.
It was a classic last corner effort here at Formula Fast. It looks so obvious, but is so hard to pull off. How many times have we seen collisions? Yeah. I mean, Alex Van Gien will tell you all about it. He's the master of colliding with people.
I've been banned about talking about that incident that you're referring to. But basically, yes. Sam Spinell had to do too much to get into the overtaking position, and he had too much energy by the time he got there.
Yeah, luckily, Spinell and Kazam, from their point of view, they were occupying so much space that Fabian Siegmann couldn't actually go past them while they were, running slowly, having collided. So Fabian Siegmann wasn't able to capitalise on it simply because there was nowhere with which to capitalise. We're still waiting for the first 2 to come in. That's David Kart and Bjorn Vermeulen. Bjorn Vermeulen has now fallen back to 1.3 seconds behind David Kart as David Kart continues in the lead. They're the only two drivers left to pit. Everyone else is in their position in the final run to the flag. 2.5 minutes just under to go. In comes Kart.
Yeah, Kart's come in now. It's a good stop. It's an aggressive stop, and he's timed that well. And I can tell you what, he's going for it. This isn't conservative. He's timed that really well, and he's going to pop out just behind Jub.
Yeah, that's oh, well, that's interesting, isn't it? It's difficult at the front because they're not really close enough to do much to each other. They're all cancelling each other for speed, even though Regis Ghostland is the fastest out there. He's not really making inroads. I mean, he's running a 30.8 on the timer. That's ballistically fast.
Into the pits comes Vermeulen, and I suspect he's going to be the one to miss out after after Kart was able to get out in front of Gerb. No, he's able to slot in there, so he's not lost the place to Gerb.
He is not. He's not. Well, it's Lauber. I think he's
Lauber.
Yeah, Lauber. Lauber was the danger
Same
one.
suits.
That's all right. Still got a white helmet. Tobias Lauber was the danger one for Vermeulen. Lauber is actually all over the back of Vermeulen, but Vermeulen has the position. That's what we're looking at on screen. There's Lauber with the predominantly white helmet, and the red flashes are on the helmet of Bjorn Vermeulen. David Kart, Bjorn Vermeulen there, and Tobias Lauber. So there's Bjorn Vermeulen. That's how close Lauber is. So that's how close the situation was. Reference the pit stop spanners.
Yep.
There's David Kart. Great performance with 1 minute to go. Great performance all weekend from David Kart. Been very entertaining, the Polish driver. And he was leading for a long time. He's now in 5th place. Now everyone's made their pit stop. There's only, just in the 40s of seconds to go before we get that last lap board coming out. Now, Patrick Neroda has the lead. Logan Sunne second. Regis Ghostan. That's a breakaway trio, really. Look at that beautiful close-up with Bjorn Vermeulen versus Tobias Lauber. That camera was almost as close to Bjorn Vermeulen as Tobias Lauber is. Really filling the picture there. So, there's Vermeulen fending off Lauber. Now, considering the battle at the front, the battle at the back, Spinell is fighting the rearguard action, but the battle at the front, there is Neroda, bit of a breakaway 3. They're covered by 1.5 seconds first to third. There's Vermeulen and Lauber. There is, looking for the leader now, Patrick Neroda. We're going to be getting that last lap board soon. There's Patrick Neroda, there he is. Coming out of the snail, they're coming around the fast corner leading to the backstretch. Patrick Neroda, it looks about as comfortable as you could hope for over Logan Sunne, with Regis Ghostan in 3rd place. Now Ghoslan's done a sterling job, but Wojciech Gerb is 4th, David Kart 5th, Bjorn Vermeulen 6th. Now over the line, they're going to be getting the last lap. Yes, they are. Last lap now for Patrick Neroda. There he is, Patrick Neroda, the Polish driver, is on his way to win the semi-final if he can just hold on. Patrick Neroda there has Logan Sunne behind him with Regis Laconi in 3rd place. It's still a 3-way, I would say, battle, but it's more a cagey battle. They've just got to not do anything that catch a barrier, make a mistake, things like this, because it is going to be Patrick Neroda's race. One more corner. Here he comes, Patrick Neroda. It's Neroda for the win, and Logan Sunne second, and Regis Ghostan third in an epic race. Wojciech Gerb has finished 4th. David Kart comes through 5th. Bjorn Vermeulen, where is he? Yes, there he is in 6th, and 7th Tobias Lauber, 8th Robin Kassam, and then 9th Sam Spinell. But there was a battle at the back. It's still Spinell. Spinell holding off Fabian Siegmann. Fabian Siegmann is following Spinell across the line, 9th and 10th. And what a race there. Patrick Neroda has won. Logan Sunne has finished 2nd. He started in 1st place. If he isn't going to win, that was the next best result he could have hoped for. Logan Sunne 2nd, still fast in this race. Regis Ghostan in 3rd. Spanners, they're down with you.
So if you look at it from a tactical point of view in a semi-final, I don't think Songe has played it that badly at all. On the face of it, it might look disappointing to have lost out on the win from the lead. But when you're in the semi-final and you're trying to just haul points, if you're holding up the whole field behind you, they're not all going to get you. If you drive defensively, then yeah, in the end, Neroda did get past, but he's bagged himself a big haul of points there. So smart driving from Songe, part of the Blue Star team. I think he's in the Blue Star too, and we'll get a chat as well with Groslin there as well, and also we'll get a chat with Neroda too.
Spanners, can I just update you there? Logan Sunne you were talking about, I think he's in Blue Star 1. He's in the front team.
Oh, my apologies to Logan Sunne.
That's all right.
Blue Star 1. That's why he's wearing the suit.
Remember the other driver put to Blue Star 2 was Matthias Gruten.
Oh yeah. Remember all of
we
that.
might be making a story here that doesn't really exist, but what the heck,
no,
it sounds good, doesn't
let's
it?
create drama. And Songe, just come and get your trophy. Not a natural English speaker, however, he does deserve this rather dashing trophy as well. If we can get a close-up of it on camera there. No expense spared. I would love one of these on my mantelpiece. Sadly, I am incredibly slow in a go-kart and would not qualify. Production team just said I shouldn't put myself down because that's their job. But fantastic racing there. Neroda, which one's for you? A very popular 1st place in that semi-final. I know you're normally very hard on yourself and very critical, but can you bring yourself to be happy about that?
Yeah, that was a very fast race. I'm really happy. I've got good cards. Logan was also very fast. So I want to say thanks for him for racing. And we will see on finals, I hope.
Thank you very much. You're going to be a very popular man up there, so I'm going to leave you to the adoration of your fans. Come and get your trophy. Here we go. Second place for you there. Congratulations. It was very smart racing of you. Good defensive driving, although you ultimately got pipped at the end. Well done.
Yes, thank you. I'm very nervous during my race, but I'm blocked Patrick Neroda. I'm finished too. I'm very happy.
Yeah, he's not a bad person to come second to. Well done. Thank you very much there to Sung-Ae. He's been very entertaining. Who are we missing to pick up? Groslin, has he disappeared? I may have to catch up with him later to give him the trophy. But that's the semi-finals done, James. It's all about the final now.
That's right, Spanners. And, well, that concludes the semi-finals. Epic racing. We're going to have to top the points up and see who's in the final. Well, the organisers already know. I'm going to have to check, and we'll see how that pans out. But that's the semi-finals concluded. All we have now is the pole position shootout for the final. There's going to be a bit of a break before that, and then the final itself. On screen, we've just got a little montage of some of the weekend events as we wait for the qualifying and everything to be organised for the final. So we're going around the driver's lounge here. We're going to speak to some rather disappointed people, first of all. Sam Slater, if we can just get a word with you. We're on Motorsport TV, live as we go. You're out of the event, obviously, but it's been a good, strong one. One of the top Brits internationally. You've got 2 wins, but unfortunately not the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic weekend. It actually started positive yet disappointing. I put it on pole for my first heat. Sam Spinell, a strong driver, managed to make the move on me, and I actually lost 3 positions. So I finished 4th in heat 1, 1 second away from the win. Finishing 4th with 1 second away was painful. And then I went on to win the next 2 heats. My 4th heat was really tough, bit of bad luck, and I just got into the semi-final and the bad luck continued, and now I'm out, just like that. So it's been a fantastic event, fantastic year for me. I think it's probably the best one. But yeah, that's it.
It's tough as ever. When a guy can win 2 heat races and not make the final, it shows everything about the standard, doesn't it? So bad luck, Sam Slater. Good to see you, though, as always. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk to Remi Drazga. Remi Drazga is the organiser of the Polish Championship. Remi, some great some good showings this weekend, right?
Yes, we are very happy that the biggest nationality in the final is Polish. We have 4 drivers, so it's very good for us. And also we won the classification of the teams, MG Racing. And we hope for good result from our Polish drivers in the final. So we'll see. I'm very excited.
So you were saying it was 4 poles in the final, isn't it, Remi? Yeah, so of the 4, talk us through them and what you think we can expect.
Yeah, pole position, Patryk Nieroda, so it's great. Then we have Michał Grzyb from 3rd, and 4th is Wojciech Grzyb, and 10, and the last in the final is David Hart. His first time here, he's from my team, so I'm very happy that he can be in the final and can show some good pace. And you saw a lot of overtakes by David Hart. He was one of the most, the driver that had overtaken the most drivers in this championship.
Yeah, David has been on fire, hasn't he? I mean, we've been touting him as the latest lunger. He comes from so far back. He's made some great moves, David Kart. Really, we can expect fireworks from him in the final. Moving forward from that, although it's yet to take place, Polish Championships. Obviously, looking forward to that. You're one of the organisers for that. Please tell us something about it on the air.
Yes, this year, last weekend of April, we have Polish Championship. We have 180 drivers, 120 adults, 40 juniors, and 20 mini drivers. They are maximum 12 years old, very small, 60 kilo is the weight limit. So if you have time, if you want to join my championship, I would say the same level like here, or maybe better, maybe sometime worse. Great championship. James will be there also, so if you have time, if you want, just contact me and I will give you all the details.
And of course, viewers will be able to watch that on the live stream, won't they?
Yes, we'll have a live stream, something new this year, so I hope you enjoy it and your families and friends can watch it all over Europe and maybe world.
Fantastic. Remi Drazga there, and thank you, Remi. We'll see you in Poland, and good luck to the Poles in the final. So we'll carry on round and have a further look. Okay, so now it's going to be a hard one, but can we have a word with Ruben Boutens, the outgoing British champion? It honestly pains me to say that. Rubens, it's been an epic 6 years. You've won 6 times. Obviously, it's easy to be over-emotional in these situations. It is a shame to see you at the final. First of all, very quickly, how do you feel?
Yeah, of course, I feel disappointed. It's not nice to be out of the competition already before the final, but yeah, all in all, after 6 years winning the championship, there was 1 year going to be the first time that I didn't win. So yeah, it's a shame not making the final, but all in all, not that disappointed. I'm looking forward to a nice final. So.
Absolutely. So moving towards that final now, now that you're not actually going to be driving in it, for once you're going to be looking at it from our perspective, looking at the names in it, who do you expect to see obviously qualifying well and potentially racing well, and maybe, I know it's a very tough call, who might be one of the winners? I know there's 10 winners in that really, aren't there? Anyone could win, but who do you think might be the most likely?
Yeah, of course, the reigning world champion Michał Schüttler. He was extremely fast in all his qualifying sessions today and yesterday, I think. So that will be a key for today's final as well. So I expect him to be in the front from the start. other than that, Mats de Jong has been very, very strong in qualification, so I also expect him at the front and maybe Michal Grzyb. But as you said, there are 10 drivers, all very, very good drivers, so it can be any one of them.
Absolutely. One of the surprises of the BRKC this year, because we see certain people. Selina Balnega, I hope I'm saying her name right. She's come in, and this is the first time we've seen her in the UK. She won all 4 heats. That's pretty unprecedented, isn't it? Someone to just come in, win all 4 qualifying heats. Yes, it was a struggle in the semi-final. Obviously, you'll know her being Dutch as well. Have you actually had to race against her quite a lot over the years?
Yeah, I've raced many, many times against Selina. She's an excellent driver. And that she has proven again this weekend. Very impressive performance. Also in the semi-final, after a less good qualification, she came back very strong to still secure a good kart pick for the final. So yeah, I'm curious to see. I think she's the first lady after my sister 6 years ago who will make the final. So I hope all the best for her in the final.
Absolutely. And just one final thing, Ruben Boutens. Obviously, British Championship's over for you now. Going forward into the year, what's coming up racing for you?
Yeah, I hope to do a lot of races. In a few weeks I will go to Sweden for the Swedish Rental Car Championship. After that, the Indoor European Car Challenge in Middelburg, my home track. And then for sure the World Championship in Portugal will be on my agenda, and let's see what I can do there.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. Ruben Boutens, listen, it's always a pleasure, and probably always will be, so well done indeed. Thank you very much. Well done indeed. Okay, so that was Ruben Boutens, the outgoing champion. It's a bit of a shame to say that this early. Just going to have a little word. Probably not the greatest time, but Mats de Jong, can we have a quick word with you? You're actually in the final. We've so far been speaking to people who aren't. Your feelings going in very quickly?
For going into the final, yeah, semi-final was a bit of a missed opportunity, but 6 is not that bad, so I will try, see where I end up. Hopefully doing a good qualifying. It's usually one of my strengths, so I hope I honor that reputation.
For what it's worth, Mats de Jong, we'll leave you to it now, but for one thing, just been speaking with Ruben Boutens, and he came up with 3 names for the final. Yours was one of them.
Okay, that's always nice.
Absolutely. So good luck there, Mats de Jong. Well done indeed. Going to go over and have a little chat elsewhere. Where are we? Marcel Holling. Let's have a little chat. Obviously, I need some step ladders to talk with you, so I'll stand up here. So I've got a realistic height level to talk to you. Marcel, talk us through what you consider might happen in the final. You're obviously not driving in it, but how do you think it's going to shape up? 10 people could win.
Yeah, practically everybody could win. I really don't dare to make a prediction. It's really everybody's game. The competition's tight. I don't really see anyone right above anyone else. So it really is gonna depend on who has the best kart, I think.
Yeah, I think the standard go-to is Schottler, simply because he's the world champion. But that's about as close as anyone's getting, you know.
Yeah. Maybe, but he hasn't had a first kart pick, so he might not have the best kart. Neroda was very fast up until now. You can never rule out the likes of Matthias Grooten. So, yeah, like I said, it's everybody's game. I'd say I can't say who would win.
It could be anybody, couldn't it, really? And obviously, from your point of view, you're at the championship now, but going forward, what's your racing plans this year? Anything in particular?
KWC in July, but furthermore, don't have any big championships on the cards right now.
Okay, well, thank you, Marcel. It was once nice to talk, and I've got to this because you've been doing it to everyone else. I must put my arm on top of your head. There you are. You've been doing that to people all weekend. So, Marcel, thank you very much. And returning the favour. Okay, so that's Marcel Holling we were talking to there. And obviously really echoing what Marcel is saying, there's the final is wide open, absolutely wide open. We're going to have a quick chat with Cedric Wouters. Cedric, we must have a word with you. Unfortunately, you two are wearing jeans, which means you're not in the final, unless you're feeling really cool. Who do you think in the final are the ones to watch?
I don't know. It has been such a tight championship. I think we might be in for a surprise. So I can't really tell a real name now, but yeah, it's going to be really tight. So.
Yeah, it's very difficult to predict. Who knows? Who knows? It's strategy with 2 pit stops, all sorts going on. So it's going to be very difficult indeed. Going forward, what's your plans for the rest of the year?
I might do some more rental karting, more than I did last year. And then furthermore, I'm working on some other motor racing programs, but that's to be confirmed.
Okay, well, we wish you well. Thank you very much for talking. Bjorn Vermeulen, you're another one who's out of uniform. That means you're another one standing down. The final, it's just going to be an epic, isn't it? No one can predict any one of 10. No one's really picking any solid names.
No, nobody can. It's really tough. Like I said before, it's a really tough competition now. So many Europeans, so many good Brits. Yeah, the semi-finals were hard, but the final's going to be epic.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Even the heats were hard, weren't they? You know, and so who knows? So thank you, Bjorn. Also for you, you know, we talk to you every year and ask the same question. What's your plans? Are you going to be doing the World Championship this year?
Yeah, like I told you, my dad lives there, 2 hours away. So.
Yeah, he was there today as well. You were saying, wasn't he?
Yeah, I didn't hear from him yet about the track, so we'll see.
Has he heard from you about how this weekend's gone?
He's been following me all the time, so.
Excellent. Well, I hope he's enjoyed the live stream. Listen, Bjorn, I'll probably see you later in the year. Are you doing the Polish Championship?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, well, I will see you at that one. Yes, fantastic. So well done. See you later in the year. Thank you. Lewis Manley, get a quick word with you. You too are out of it, but what a way to go out with a win in the semi-final. Fantastic effort. How do you feel now?
Yeah, absolutely over the moon with that semi-final. It felt like it was a win for the final. Such a mighty recovery after yesterday. So 13th overall, it feels pretty good considering where I was yesterday, so that semi-final win meant the world to me.
Absolutely, and considering where you were mentally, that's got to be worth a lot. I mean, you were well down in the dumps and now you're pretty elated. You've gone out with your head held high.
Absolutely, yeah. Just wished yesterday was like today, so because that semi-final was real nice, so I couldn't have asked for more of that win because that really meant a lot.
Absolutely, and see you again next year, of course.
Absolutely, I'll be back for sure, even stronger.
Who could miss it? Fantastic. That was Lewis Manley. He's unfortunately out of the event. So often been a contender, Lewis Manley, but he goes out with a win in the semi-final. We're going to go and see if we can find more people through here as we go through the driver's lounge into the outdoor bit. Going to see if we can grab a little word with Carl Stevens. Carl, let's have a word with you, my friend. Now, obviously you've been in the BRKC before, but this has probably been your strongest performance. In fact, sometimes been running right up near the front and battling with some very serious people. I think at one time I was talking to you and you were following Ruben Boutens down the back stretch, if I remember rightly, or somebody. Gerb, perhaps, yeah. Anyway, what's your take on the championship this year from your point of view?
Yeah, so really happy with how it went this year. I've put in a lot of practice in over the year, so because last year's event was my first ever organised championship. So, of course, I've had to put a lot of work in to try and catch up with everyone. So, yeah, really happy with how it went.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. You're putting in a great show. What are your karting plans for the rest of the year?
So I'm not sure yet. I'm thinking of maybe doing the D-Max Championship again at Daytona down the road. So I'm not sure if I'll enter it yet. I'm just kind of thinking.
Well, now you've put in a good showing on the indoor championships. How do you feel about some of the European indoor ones? I mean, the Belgian one, as Matthias Gruten was saying, is literally, well, where they've got it, he, obviously, like a European, he thinks in kilometres. But when we're talking from a British point of view, it's like 50 miles from the port. You know, it's like there. Would you consider that? Or maybe even the Polish one? Quite a few of the guys do the Polish. I'm talking on that one anyway, so...
Well, I haven't really thought about it, to be fair, but definitely something to look into. If not this year, maybe next year, looking forward.
Certainly now you've found some good pace. It's no harder than this. I think I'd better get ready to commentate. We'll see what's going down there. But Carl Stevens, it's been a real pleasure, and good luck with the rest of the year.
Thanks very much.
No problem, man. Well done. OK, let's see what's happening. Just going to make sure I don't... Oh, that's all right, just the marshal warming up. Let's just go and see if we can find somebody. Yeah. Right, so let's see if we can speak to somebody we might not have spoken to before. Heading down here, who have we got? Who can we talk to? We probably really need to be ready to get back to talk on the commentary. Can we catch a word with Matt Barsh? Yeah. Matt, you've made the final, correct?
No.
Oh, sorry, I thought you had, but I hate to say things like that. Matt Barsh, you're out of the final then. Obviously, it's been a close one. It's been a very difficult year, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's raced today. Yesterday it was very good, of course, but in semi-final a little unlucky because I start first to the qualification. I make a little gap and unlucky for the first 3 laps. I lost too much time to the top, and I fight for final results. It's so close because I think will be two or 3 points to the final. So finally, I'm happy. It's great recovery, 2 mistakes than last year, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's right. Now, obviously, you're not in the final, so you're going to be watching it from over this barrier here. Who would be your possible 3? I mean, you could pick anyone from 10, really. It's wide open this year, isn't it?
I think on the top 3, on the finish on the line on this championship will be 2 Polish drivers. Who, I don't know, but I think will be the best Polish drivers.
Well, it's quite a year for the Poles, isn't it? I mean, when you consider there are 10 drivers in it, 4 of them are from Poland, that's like nearly half the entry.
Yeah, you asked for my preferred yeah. So I think the first one would be Schottler or Grip, maybe Matthias. So we'll see. This is my top 3 to vote to pole position.
Now, obviously you will know this, and they're not going to want to talk to us at this stage, are they? But obviously the Polish drivers who are in it, how are they feeling? I mean, is there anyone you feel has got the edge on confidence?
Yeah, for the Polish drivers in this year would be very strange. We have 12 or 13 drivers, and we have 4 represent on the final. So I'm very happy and proud of that, and I hope so will be on the top, of course.
And the 2 Sherbrooks. Now, what's interesting, you see, as an Englishman, the Polish names are always quite hard to pronounce. So what I find is...
Sorry, James, just let you know
what I find is the names are always different to pronounce. We're going to head back now, Matt Barsh. Thank you very much for talking with us. And we're going to head back now because the Super Pole is underway. I'm going to be talking through that. So, heading back, we've got David Kart out there who's setting a time. David Kart, one of the Polish drivers. We've just been talking to Matt Barsh, and Matt Barsh, of course, has been saying he hopes he's going to be one of the Poles who wins. David Kart's going to be quite a good bet for that. He's been putting in some serious lunges. If anyone can overtake on the track, David Kart's your man. He's come back at people from quite some distance as he makes his way around. So David Kart's lap is 31.6. He's out there now. It looks like he's completed it. He's going to bring it around. Now, what is particular to note with this, everybody's going to use the same kart to attempt to qualify. And so they use the same kart, so no one can say, oh, well, I had a better kart or anything like this. David Kart himself, good name for it, is the one who set the initial lap. Now, can he hang on? Next one up is going to be Regis Gosselin. Regis Gosselin is going to be the next one out to qualify. The Belgian, he's been in karting for many, many years now, well over a decade. He's been racing at the top in the international level multiple times at the World Championship. He's got a lot of wins and results to his name. And so Regis Gosselin, he's been spending the last 3 years racing motocross, so obviously on 2 wheels in Belgium. Very strong form of motorsport is motocross, but he's actually making a bit of a return to karting as well. He's already stated his aim as racing the World Championship next year. His campaign for 2020 kicks off here in Britain at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. He's out on the track, he's getting a feel for the particular kart he's in. He may well have already been in this one. If so, he'll know what to expect from this particular machine. However, the track temperatures and the general situation of the track may have changed since he was last in this particular machine. So here comes Regis Gosselin. He's completing his warm-up lap. He's got a feel for the machine, and qualifying is on for Regis Gosselin. The Belgian driver is now going to attempt to move David Kart away from that pole position. Regis Gosselin is quick, we know, but will he be quick enough against David Kart, who's the only one who's been out so far? So out to the Snell section, along the sweeper, round down the back stretch, into the turn at the end of that, where we've seen some huge lunges. There's Regis Gosselin on screen now. He's making his way round the final 2 corners. He's into the final bend now, and what's it going to be? Here comes Regis Gosselin. He gets the checkered flag. It's the end of qualifying for him. He is faster. Regis Gosselin is, well, it's like 3.5 tenths quicker. So Regis Gosselin has put his name to the top of the list there. Regis Gosselin has gone quickest. He's the second one out, and he's the quickest of the two. David Kart has been pushed to second place and by Regis Gosselin, but Regis Gosselin has been impressive in qualifying. Now, I don't think, this weekend we haven't seen Regis Gosselin qualify first, so if he's going to be qualifying on the pole, for the first time this weekend, what better race to do it than the final itself? It looks like the next one up could be Sean Brierley, and Sean Brierley will be following Regis Gosselin. Regis Gosselin gets out, he's at the end. There's the white suit of Regis Gosselin getting out, and we can see his seat insert a bit of weight as well. Sean Brierley puts a bit of lead onto the seat there. It's like we're adding some into the side of the kart.
I still owe him a third place trophy from the semi-final.
Spanners, you're down there, yes?
Yeah, I am.
Excellent.
Good lap. I still owe you this trophy from the semi-final, from coming third. So that's for your mantelpiece. I will try and catch a word with the drivers in general as they get out of their cars.
Spanners, that was an amazing lap by Regis Gosselin, more than 3/10 up on David Kart.
Ooh, that's very interesting. The same karts, of course, so much more of a wrinkle to this qualifying.
Yeah, and there's Sean Brierley. So, Spanners, obviously you get a little bit of a scoop down there. Do you want to have a quick word with Gosselin while Brierley's on his warm-up lap?
Yeah, let's do that.
Very quick.
Do you mind if I ask you about your lap? How did you find that? Because you're out ahead by quite a bit for now.
Yeah, I pushed the maximum on the qualification because I don't have a choice. So we will see during the final, but everything is possible. So we will see.
So we went all out for the final there for qualification. Didn't put in a safe lap, just went for it.
Yeah, that's right. That's Sean Brierley's on his lap there. Regis Gosselin, as he said, he just went for it. That's all you can do in the final qualifying, isn't it, really? It was good enough for first place, though. So Sean Brierley, what is his response? He's coming down the back stretch. He's got that tight turn at the end. It really is tight. There he is turning in, and round he goes. There's one big, long corner, and then into the final bend. And now he's going to come across the line. Now what's it going to be? Here's Sean Brierley. Let's look at the screens. Sean Brierley is second. Sean Brierley is second. There's, well, less than 1/10 of a second in it. 31.32 versus 31.38, but Sean Brierley is second. Regis Gosselin hangs on in first place. Regis Gosselin's down there in the pit lane, Spanners. You've already spoken to him, but all he's got to do now is sit there and watch people take a shot at his pole position. Sean Brierley took a shot, but it was only good enough for second.
Well, Sean Brierley described his weekend as difficult, and I think he was really pleased with the back end of those races. I think he's pleased to be here. He has been a bit down, so for him, I think he's going to be pleased to be in the hunt. But it's so hard to tell. I remember last year people thought they were doing well in this shootout qualification, and then suddenly they'd find themselves in 5th or 6th.
Yeah, it's always kind of strange in the final shootout, Spanners. I remember years ago, back in 2014, the first time the BRKC was a single event format, and here at Formula Fast, we had Annalene Boutens, and she went out first, set a time, and everybody, including her brother Ruben Boutens, who subsequently went on to win the championship, were taking shots at it, and it ended up with Annalene Boutens on pole position. She had an awful time watching everyone take shots at it, but no one managed to beat her. Spanners, can you get a word with Sean Brierley while the next kart's out?
I'm sure I can. Sean, it looks like a solid lap.
Yeah, mistake in the last corner though. Got a bit of understeer, drifted a bit wide, had to get off the throttle again. That was the difference between me and Regis.
How are you feeling about the final?
Yeah, I've taken a risk with the car. It's a cold car that's been out a while. It's one I had earlier. I thought it had pretty good pace, so I got the 8th pick of kart. We'll see what happens. So take a risk, have a bit of fun. See,
And you have had fun overall this weekend. I know you were saying before it was a difficult start to the weekend. You've had a smile on your face. You've had good fun with your mates, and look, you're here in the final.
Yeah, I know. And representing Britain in this one, it's the lowest turnout we've had in a final, but
no pressure, but all our hopes are on you, and you've ruined the country if you don't win.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to go well for us.
Spanners, I've got to cut in. I've got to cut in. Matthias Gruten's at the end of his qualifying lap. He's at the end. Is it going to be faster? He's shooting for Regis Gosselin's time. It's second. It's second. Matthias Gruten, former double world champion. Sorry for cutting in on you there, Spanners, but Matthias Gruten was at the end of the lap. We were listening to Sean Brierley. Matthias Gruten, though, has actually pushed Sean Brierley down a place. Regis Gosselin is still fastest. So Regis Gosselin, he's standing in the middle of the pit lane there, just watching everyone around him taking shots at that pole position time. But Matthias Gruten is second. Sean Brierley's been pushed down to third. Matthias Gruten's going to be with you in a second, and I think, Spanners, am I right in saying Mats de Jong will be the next one out?
Yeah, Mats de Jong is sat there ready and waiting. And once that kart comes in, the next driver sort of claims spiritual ownership of it and cannot wait for the previous driver to get out. I'll have a little sniff around and see if I can get a word with Grooten as well. But let's let him get weighed in. I think I think out of those four, maybe Grooten would have thought that he would be ahead of them. Is that fair, James?